This is Desire of My Heart, Book 1 in the Discerning God's Best series, written by Heidi Gray McGill and narrated by Amy Lilly. Chapter 1. April 1858, Creek's Corner, Missouri. "Don't look up. Just keep walking," Rachel murmured to herself as she slipped from the orphanage steps and down the street. She deftly avoided the horse dung and other excrements from the vile men who came to town for supplies, drinks, and women, not always in that order. Rachel had spent 13 of her 17.5 years perfecting the art of blending in at the orphanage, so she wasn't on the receiving end of Mrs. Cuthbert's wrath, becoming one with the pew at the required church services so the pastor didn't bore a hole into her soul, and wearing her cloak of invisibility amongst the throngs on the streets, so she didn't attract the cruel remarks of the women or the crude comments of the men. Yes, becoming a part of my surroundings is something I have perfected. Rachel stepped into the mercantile. "Here's today's supply list from Cook, Mr. Dodd." Without making eye contact, Rachel slipped the stodgy man a scrap of paper. With an upturned nose, he took it without touching her hand or glancing her way. "Margaret!" Rachel flinched at his tone. It always sounded like he was calling a sow, not his plump, red-faced wife. "Yes, dear?" Mrs. Dodd parted the curtain and peered through, her heavy breath making the mousy wisps of hair sticking to her damp skin move slightly. "I can't read that woman's handwriting. See that this is ready in an hour," he barked. "Take it! Take it!" The paper fluttered in his shaking hand. Mrs. Dodd ducked her head and flinched at the motion. "Yes, dear." Her eyes darted Rachel's way but never connected. Rachel wondered how it would feel to be treated so poorly and vowed never to marry a man with such an unpleasant temperament. She felt a twinge in her spirit and lowered her head in embarrassment that she had contributed to the woman's discomfiture. Mrs. Dodd had the same reaction each week, yet Rachel had never given her a hint of support. It was the same every time. Nothing ever changed. Well, that wasn't entirely true. In a few short months, her life would change forever. Rachel crept to the back of the store near the table laden with both fabrics, some dull and sensible, others bright and whimsical, neatly displayed notions, and ready-made stockings for those who could afford the luxury. Trying her best to blend into these surroundings, she stood as still as a mannequin, motionless like the simple day dress on display, taking in the sights, smells, and sounds as she waited. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see the leather boots, belts, and tack to the right. She smelled the pickled eggs and pig's feet in jars on the counter up front, and the barrel of dill pickles to her left. Her mouth watered at the scents. The clipped heels of a woman approaching caused Rachel to stiffen. The woman used her dainty hanky to cover her nose as she pulled her shoulder in and walked past. Rachel wondered at her own scent. Baths were only allowed on Saturday nights at the orphanage. Rachel listened to the familiar sound of Mr. Dodd pouring penny nails into a paper bag. The open door brought not only the faint movement of air, but also the sounds of horses, squeaky wheels, and impatient children. 2 old men playing a game of checkers added to the cacophony, which Rachel tuned out as she replayed the scene from last night in her mind. "Rachel," Mrs. Cuthbert had said in her put-on, overly dignified voice, "tomorrow we will begin the process of selecting a husband for you, now that you are nearing womanhood." Rachel had stood silently, trying to blend into the wall, the chair, anything, so these words would not be directed toward her. "I have spoken with Pastor Philpott, and he assures me several good Christian men are interested in bidding for you." "Bidding for me?" As she reflected on these words, she realized she had missed what the woman had said next, but caught, "And Charlie will not be going with you. So wipe that indignant expression off your face this instant." Charlie. I'll be leaving Charlie behind.
Dag-nabbit!
The loud curse and a hand coming down hard on top of the checkers table brought Rachel back to the present.
"Bill, I swear you cheat,"
continued the angry voice.
"Nope,"
said Bill.
"Just better'n you old goat."
"Gentlemen,"
Mrs. Dodd exclaimed indignantly, reaching to pick up a wayward checker piece.
"please do not argue, and no profanity in this store."
Both men chuckled. Rachel noted the startled and embarrassed face of Mrs. Dodd, along with the rising color in her cheeks, as the men began to set up the board for another game. It had all been a show to get a rise out of the prim Mrs. Dodd, making Rachel smile. Her thoughts turned back to the conversation of the night before, and she felt the familiar, uncontrollable shaking in her belly she had experienced when hearing Mrs. Cuthbert's verdict. She forced in a big gulp of air, trying to calm her quivering muscles, and wiped her sweating brow.
"Dear, are you all right?"
It was Mrs. Dodd, and she was moving toward her. Rachel grappled for something to steady herself, but missed. Mrs. Dodd reached out and touched her shoulder. Unfamiliarity coursed through her arm at the unexpected touch. Rachel took a furtive glance at the hand causing the discomfort and bolted for the door, nearly upsetting the game of checkers in her haste. She ran with abandon, neither considering what others would think nor realizing she was bringing attention to herself. Her feet carried her unbidden until she reached the copse of trees near the church cemetery toward the edge of town. Breaths burst in and out of her spent lungs. She sought a hiding place to garner the strength to overcome the obstacle before her. Elbows pressing into her sides, arms wrapped around her heaving midsection, she felt her labored breathing. These were outward signs that she was alive, but on the inside, she felt dead, and at this moment, the cemetery seemed like the perfect retreat. Broken. Everything in his shattered life was broken. His wagon wheel had a split, one horse had a loose shoe, and his heart, oh, his heart. It felt fragmented into a million minuscule, unfixable pieces. In his pocket, he fumbled with the precious ring that had been his wife's. Mary had made him remove the simple gold band from her finger, and he remembered the sense of finality he'd felt when he'd slipped it into his hand.
"Think of the children, Melvin."
Mary's words echoed in his mind.
"Move on. Move forward. Mary."
She'd had little energy to speak, but her words had been clear. Only Melvin had refused to promise her anything. Melvin Trexler sat atop the buckboard seat. His face, unusually haggard for his 29 years, was accentuated by thin white lips and a jaw clenched as if he were in physical pain. As he arched his back, the tension caused his nostrils to flare. He had been restless for miles and willed himself to relax his grip on the well-worn reins, much like he'd done earlier when he'd had to rein in his words and not chastise his young son for his incessant storytelling. He glanced behind him and observed that young Thomas was still wedged between supplies, his eyes devotedly on the bundle to his right. So like his mother. Melvin needed this child, the apple of his eye, to know he was loved. He wouldn't allow the child to take on the grief, anger, frustration, and lack of peace tormenting Melvin's own weary soul. That was unfair to the boy. But Melvin already foresaw the amount of hurt and pain that would come. Am I capable of doing such a thing to my children? Melvin pondered on the steps he knew he was about to take and the agony he would endure. No one would ever replace Mary. He only had one choice. The journey they'd begun countless weeks before had been long and arduous, but also filled with hope and anticipation for a bright future. His beautiful and vivacious Mary had painted a picture with words as they'd traveled the hundreds of miles towards this, well, what he could only now call God-forsaken country. Where was the fertile land she'd described? The bubbling brooks she'd explained in such detail he could hear them gurgling as she spoke. The perfect row of trees along the pond teeming with life where he and Mary would build their house. His dream was as broken as his family, both smashed and discarded, piece by precious piece. Mary would not be there to see the plan that had blossomed into reality fulfilled, if only in their mind. He had buried her along the road some miles back after she'd birthed the tiniest baby girl he had ever seen. Mary had named her Cecilia Grace. He didn't care for a fancy name, but he would not break that also. No, he would honor the choice of his precious Mary. Melvin glanced behind him and saw 5-year-old Thomas turn tentatively toward him with his thick, dark hair that continually fell over his startling blue eyes. Timidity was not a pleasant characteristic of this once vibrant boy.
Dad?
The clop-clop of the horse's hooves made it hard for Melvin to hear Thomas.
Sissy and I are hungry. Can we stop?
Melvin's shoulders relaxed slightly. The boy had taken to calling his new treasure Sissy, since Cecilia seemed more than he could manage. He had also taken to speaking for the small bundle who rarely made a noise or squirmed. Her tiny body was void of the nourishment of her mother's milk, or even animals' milk, since they had not seen a farm to purchase any since yesterday. It was a good thing Thomas cared for the infant, or Melvin would have remained absorbed in his grief and likely forgotten about both of his children. "Soon, Thomas, soon," was the only answer given. As Melvin crested a small hill, he saw a modest-sized town below. A few people dressed in serviceable clothing sauntered down the main street, dotted with clapboard buildings of various sizes. A rugged walkway ran the length of the town on both sides, occasionally covered by overhangs from the various establishments. Even from this distance, he recognized the familiar sounds of a poorly played and slightly out-of-tune saloon piano and the raucous laughter of inebriated patrons, some intoxicated by drink, others by women. He saw the swirling smoke of chimneys. A boarding house, restaurant, or blacksmith might require them in this unbreathable April air. He noticed a band of children walking in a straight line behind a tall, thin woman in black. Her ramrod straight back, folded hands, and erect head suggested authority. The orphanage matron. He felt his heart drop into his stomach and realized it wasn't the April air, but his shallow breathing causing him so much discomfort. He ran his finger around the neckline of what had once been a well-fitting shirt, now loose, the fabric tight around his throat. The movement of people milling about the town, and the questioning expressions he predicted he would receive from them, gave him pause. There was always one busybody in every town, and he wasn't ready to face the inevitable. He noticed a freshly painted white church with a stately steeple to the right. It seemed unusual that such a structure would exist so far out in the middle of nowhere. A low fence enclosed the well-manicured graveyard beside the church. Near the edge was an enormous tree, standing strong and tall like a sentry over the church and cemetery. He noticed several smaller, shade-bearing trees with bright green leaves, some still unfurling from their birth, providing cooling comfort to those no longer needing their services. The weary horses followed his guidance toward the haven. Melvin willed his stiff limbs to climb down and gingerly lifted first Thomas, then Cecilia from the confines of their prison. He handed the infant to Thomas without a word and searched for the last of the biscuits. The kind woman who'd cared for Cecilia her first few days of life had been a godsend. This had allowed Melvin to consider his options before continuing on the journey for which Mary had been so excited. He found the jar of apple butter Mary had learned to make before they had embarked on their adventure. He stood motionless as he remembered her eyes, so like Thomas's. Even now, in his memory, he felt the gentle touch of the hands he had tenderly kissed so many times, heard her lilting laugh as she felt him tremble at her touch. He shakily poured a tiny bit of tepid water into a mug, added a bit of apple butter, dipped the not-so-clean end of a rag into the mixture, and swirled it around. This he put in the baby's mouth to suck on until he could prepare sugar water for the child. Sitting cross-legged on the quilt, Melvin didn't even realize he hadn't eaten anything until a voice interrupted his thoughts of Mary.
"Dad, Sissy and I want to go play," Thomas said.
He pulled his mind from his pleasantly painful musings. "Yes, son, I'm sure you do, but your little sister needs a rest and a change."
"Oh."
Thomas drew out the one-word response.
"Can I pick flowers for Ma?"
A barely perceptible nod from the distracted parent was all Thomas needed. Flowers for his ma. Thomas had watched when Melvin had placed dried-up weeds, a perfect likeness of Melvin's heart, on Mary's grave just a few short days, or was it weeks ago? Melvin couldn't recollect. Thomas had continued to ask to pick unusual flowers as they journeyed. Not fully understanding, Thomas would set the already wilting stalks gingerly aside as they continued traveling, leaving the beloved wife and mother farther and farther behind with each passing mile. "Go ahead," he thought, as he watched Thomas bound off. "This will be the last time I get to see you demonstrate your love for the ma you will likely soon forget, as you will most certainly forget me." He was a coward. Broken. That single word summed up his heart, his marriage, and his life. And now he was getting ready to make it even worse. He was going to break up his family and leave his children with strangers. Chapter 2. April 1858. Creek's Corner, Missouri. From her hiding place behind the largest gravestone, Rachel watched as the road-worn wagon pulled near, stopped, and a family alighted.
"Why would they stop here when the town is moments away? Why invade my privacy? God," she shouted in her mind, "can I not get one moment to myself?"
Since her parents had either gone missing or abandoned her, as the matron had often reminded her, she had been thrown in with other girls near her age at the orphanage. They did everything in a group: eating, sleeping, bathing, and schooling. Even toileting felt communal, as there was continually someone on the other side of the outhouse door urging her to hurry. Her job of securing supplies from the mercantile was the only thing she did independently. It was a cherished position she had earned by being trustworthy, hardworking, and mostly unnoticed. Mr. and Mrs. Dodd preferred her because it seemed other patrons didn't even know she was in the store, which the owners appreciated. But even then, she still felt eyes on her and knew no matter how much she wanted to blend in, she stuck out. Rachel was unusually tall for a girl, disproportionately thin and unshapely. Her stringy blonde hair rarely needed cutting since the ends broke off before reaching her back. The lackluster locks never stayed in place, and she allowed the strands to hang limply, hiding her face. Her Mission Barrel hand-me-down clothing always fit poorly and was colorless, making everything she wore appear dull gray or brown. She wore clunky men's boots with pieced laces since the orphanage refused to buy women's shoes to fit her overly large feet, and none had been donated that Mrs. Cuthbert had not confiscated for her own use. On the outside, Rachel was nothing to look at twice. To those who associated with her, she was the wallflower, the simple, unassuming girl, the quiet one. Not even the adolescent she roomed with in the overcrowded home knew the Rachel inside. Since her best friend, Dorothy, had been adopted, she hadn't let anyone get close. She protected her cherished moments with her brother, Charlie. Her teachers remarked she was of average intelligence and timid. But Rachel used her cloak of protection to her advantage against the harsh world. She was bright, creative, and had a streak of stubbornness she had learned to conceal well. She knew Mrs. Cuthbert expected her to go along obediently with the plan to marry, but deep down, somewhere from long ago, there was a spark inside her, a never-extinguished flame ready to ignite with the slightest catalyst. Rachel's mind blew life into the flame as she lay in the grass, hidden from the world. She cried out to God, asking Him to help her. She knew He heard her, but His response was silence these days, and her mind uneasily dwelt on her anxiety and worry for her and her brother's future. She would not be married to the highest bidder. Her entire body made the statement as she mentally prostrated herself before a God who was obviously not going to intervene quickly enough. She looked up with rigid form, eyes squinting and mouth firm. Hands clenched by her sides, Rachel knew she would make her own path. When including Charlie, she would do whatever it took. But as she stood there, demonstrating her defiance, her shoulders began to droop, her fists uncurled, her jaw slackened, and her eyes lost their intense, angry gaze toward heaven as realization dawned. She had no idea how to make her dream of escaping the path laid before her into reality. Rachel slumped against the cold stone of a marker, feeling defeated and overcome with weariness.
Hi, want to play?
Rachel nearly jumped out of her skin at the fledgling voice and touch of a tiny hand.
A child? Where did he come from?
Her mind cleared enough to remember the family she had seen stopping under a tree, as well as her manners. She quickly wiped her face of the tears she hadn't realized she'd shed. She pasted a friendly smile on her face and offered an outstretched hand, which the child quickly took as his whole body relaxed, as if drinking in the offering.
Let's go find your mother and see if she agrees. I don't have a ma.
Thomas stated as if this were such an easy and normal thing to comprehend.
Well,
Rachel breathed out.
Me either,
she groaned inwardly. The boy smiled, a lock of dark hair falling over his startling blue eyes, so similar to her brother Charlie's. She ached to push it from his forehead and pull him close. Instead, she squeezed his hand as they approached the boy's father. Rachel spotted a lean man lying under a tree, his clothing slack as if there was nothing inside. His hand moved in a steady, rhythmic motion as he patted the back of a tiny infant on his chest. He pulled his well-worn hat over his face as he feigned sleep.
Dad, I found a friend. Can I play?
With slow, halted movements, unusual for a father who should have been surprised or concerned, the man lifted his hat, but never actually made eye contact with the boy. Sure, just stay close. As he replaced his hat over his tanned, haggard face, Rachel saw the telltale marks where tears had been flowing like water on a hill, creating new patterns down his dusty cheeks.
I'm not the only one trying to be inconspicuous. Come on.
The tug on Rachel's arm as the boy pulled her up the hill returned her focus to the child. Introductions were needed.
I'm Rachel. And who might you be?
Oh.
The boy stopped and, like a small gentleman, released her and offered his hand.
Thomas Trexler. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
The last word was drawn into 3 distinct syllables.
The pleasure is all mine.
Rachel curtsied.
Don't go getting silly on me. My ma taught me to always respect my elders.
Rachel hid the giggle, rising to the surface.
That's my father.
He pointed back as he walked forward.
And my baby sister. Hey, look at that.
An insect crept along the top of the fence like a drunken sailor on shore, causing him to giggle. The time passed quickly as they drank in the smell of fragrant wildflowers, which Thomas asked Rachel to name. They tuned into the song of chirping birds flitting to and fro above them in the trees and tried to imitate their sound and follow their flight path. The boy had a never-ending torrent of words as he told make-believe stories of the inhabitants lying beneath them, his fingers tracing the worn grooves of the cool stone grave markers. They were clinking a stick across the vertical bars of the fence surrounding the graveyard as they walked, when Thomas stammered in a slightly panicked voice,
Sissy needs me. I have to go.
In an instant, Rachel was whisked back in her memory to when she was 4.5 and her brother Charlie was 1.
Charlie needs me,
she had screamed repeatedly, begging with outstretched arms as the matron had taken her baby brother from her to the boys' section of the orphanage. Her stomach cramped and roiled in understanding. The necessity Thomas felt to return to the infant who needed him. Rachel could empathize with that feeling. Charlie still needed her, which meant she couldn't get married and leave him behind. She just couldn't. Rachel watched as Melvin methodically packed and repositioned items. She knew the moment he saw her. He scowled, making his already haggard face appear older and distinctly irritable. She watched as he glanced up at the sun. His shoulders rose and fell as if the deep breaths he took were difficult.
Dad, this is Rachel. She's my friend,
Thomas belted as they neared the buckboard. Ma'am, said Melvin with a curt nod, never making eye contact and pulling his hat a tad lower over his eyes.
Hello.
She knew her greeting was nearly inaudible, but unlike Thomas, this man made her feel uncomfortable. She followed his gaze that traveled to the tattered hem of the dress that was not long enough to hide her hideous shoes. His observation continued moving upward, and she averted her eyes, but not before seeing something. Kinship? Pity? He repeated the motion of filling his lungs. Excuse my manners, ma'am, miss. I'm Melvin Trexler. Thank you for your kindness to my son. We're just passing through, and I wonder if you might assist. Do you know of a boarding house where we might rest and receive aid for the baby? I also need my horses shod and my buckboard wheel replaced. All this he said in what seemed to be one breath, as if it took all he had to get those words out. She knew her expression hadn't changed, but she felt a spark, a small flicker of light begin to glow in her heart.
Yes. She trailed off with an uncustomary pause.
Yes?
He questioned, the word coming out as 2 syllables and tinged with a southern drawl. The livery stays open late. She swallowed. Mr. McCraven is both owner and farrier. He should be able to attend to your wheel as well as your horses. She glanced at the sleeping infant, then down at Thomas, who still held her hand. Nurse Callahan should be able to assist with the needs of the children. We don't have a doctor, but she serves as our midwife and should be able to help. Mrs. Biggs runs a reputable boarding house, but I don't know if she'll have room as this is the end of the month, and the miners come in for supplies and such. She hesitated at these last words, and he blushed in understanding. Did he just blush? She felt disbelief there could be a respectable man left. The spark moved into her soul, and for the first time in a long time, she felt something. She knew it wasn't a romantic feeling. It was something different, even unique. It felt like hope. As soon as it appeared, it retreated. She looked heavenward, willing God to make the feeling return. With a quick intake of breath, Rachel realized the time. She had spent far too long with these strangers. Mrs. Dodd would report her to Mrs. Cuthbert, which would not do. She couldn't endure the punishment of being kept from her brother, Charlie, for who knows how long this time. Without even a fare thee well, Rachel hitched her skirts above her atrocious boots and rushed toward town. Halfway down the hill, she turned and exclaimed, "Bye, Thomas. Thank you for a splendid evening." In astonishment, she realized the little dumbfounded family was still watching her. "Bye," Thomas's voice carried over the wind. Chapter 3. April 1858. Creek's Corner, Missouri. Rachel knew the moment Charlie laid eyes on her as she slipped into the orphanage dining area, even though no acknowledgement occurred. He stood nonchalantly on the boy's side. She continued walking to her assigned seat as if nothing had just happened. Anyone watching would have never guessed something had. "A quarter turn, Charlie. Did you catch that?" Half past the hour is usually when she asked to meet, to ensure no one saw them. She'd been deliberate in making sure it had been a quarter turn and not a full 180 degrees. 15 minutes after lights out, in one of their usual spots behind the second wall of the outside summer cooking kitchen, Rachel waited silently for Charlie. It was easy for him to escape the confines of the orphanage. All the boys did it sometimes. He simply climbed out of the second-story end window, hoisted himself up, and shimmied across the slate roof. He then climbed down the rough wooden honeysuckle trellis tucked into the corner on the far side of the garden nearest the alley. For Rachel, it was more challenging. She had to slip out of the girls' room, which was more difficult because of the little ones who tattled. She needed to maneuver past several doors in the servants' hall and creep down the back stairs, many of which needed a few nails to cure their squeaking. Then she would cross the large open kitchen and go out through the side door near the pantry into the alley. Somehow, she always managed to complete her mission undetected. When Rachel arrived at the designated spot, Charlie was not there. What if he's been seen? Perhaps I didn't make the quarter turn clearly enough. She slowed her breathing and listened to the night sounds for any sign of her younger brother. "Hi," she whispered the moment she saw him. "Land's sake, Rach, you scared the bejeebers out of me." "Charles Dalton, you watch your language," she whispered. "Sorry, sis," he said in a petulant tone. "Charlie, we haven't much time. Please listen carefully." For the next few moments, Charlie listened as Rachel filled him in on the evening's excitement. "He didn't say it, but I know he plans on dropping the children off tomorrow at the orphanage. We have to stop him, Charlie." "How can we do that?" "I'm going to offer him my services as a nanny." The slight lift of her chin wasn't visible in the darkness,
but the action fortified her resolve.
What? Rach, you don't even know this man. What if he ends up being worse than whoever Pastor Philpott chooses for you? You know? She gulped. Anyone paying attention knows about it. They say old man Schmidt is at the top of the running since his furniture and cabinet-making business did well last year and he needs help with his 7 children.
A sigh escaped from deep within Rachel, and they both remained still and soundless long enough to ascertain if they'd been overheard.
7 children. I'm only a few years older than his daughter Berga, and the twins would absolutely do me in.
They both remained silent, pressed against the still, warm stone wall of the outdoor kitchen, listening for any movement before continuing.
Rach, how can you be sure he'd treat you right? He could be a drunkard like Mr. O'Leary, or hit you like Mr. Davis over at the saloon who beats his girls. Charlie, you should know nothing of Mr. Davis or his painted ladies. Sorry.
They remained quiet for a few moments before Rachel felt Charlie's hand gently entwine with hers. The physical touch soothed her soul. She leaned her head on his shoulder and noticed she didn't have far to lean. He was growing up so fast.
I don't know how I know, Charlie. I just do. If you saw his eyes, you would see the pain and yet the kindness trapped there. I spent the afternoon with his son and saw a well-adjusted child who showed no signs of neglect or abuse. The man is doing his best to care for both the boy and the infant, but he needs help. He could be the answer to our prayers.
So, what do we do? Rachel tenderly touched his sleeve with her opposite hand at the acceptance he had already given to support her decision.
Tomorrow, when I go to get supplies at the Mercantile, I'll speak with Mr. Trexler and get things settled. Please be ready before nightfall with only what you can carry. And don't speak of this to anyone, Charles Dalton.
With the use of his first and middle names, she knew he'd understand the severity. His nod, barely perceptible in the shifting sliver of moonlight, was all she required as confirmation. With a squeeze of his arm before leaving, she turned to sneak back into the orphanage.
"You're up a mite early this fine morning," Cook said with a cheerful tone in her strong Irish brogue.
Too cheerful, surmised Rachel, who hadn't slept well. She was tired in body and spirit.
"Oh, it's going to be such a hot day, and I have ever so many chores, so I thought I might take a walk this morning while it's still cool,"
she replied with more energy than she thought she could muster.
Mm-hmm.
Rachel knew Cook was aware something was up, but the older lady did not pry. She used her apron, already wrinkled at this early hour, to move a pan on the large cook stove. The movement accentuated her ample backside. As Rachel walked out the door, she turned at Cook's voice.
"Don't be late getting back for breakfast now."
The ruddy face and wild red hair peeking out from beneath a tied cloth added to the effect of what sounded like joy in her tone. Rachel wasn't sure where to start, but she decided the livery was the most likely place. Mr. Trexler would want to check on his horses and wagon wheel to see what time he would be able to leave today, if at all. Throughout the restless night, she'd rehearsed what she might say, but she recalled nothing as she entered the livery and saw Mr. Trexler turn at her footsteps. She nearly turned and ran, but saw a flicker of recognition and then confusion flit across the man's face as he turned fully and spoke. "Good morning, Miss,
Rachel, just... Rachel,"
she blurted. There was an awkward pause before she found her voice.
"How were the children this morning?"
"Fine." Silence.
"And the boarding house? Was there a vacancy?"
"Yes." Again, silence. This was going to be more challenging than she thought.
"How long will you be staying?"
"Not sure."
Oh, good grief.
Yesterday, he'd at least put a few sentences together, even though they'd all rushed out at once.
I see. Well,
Thought I heard jibber-jabbering going on out here? Mr. McCraven chose that moment to step from the back room. Rachel flushed, voiced a hasty,
"Good day,"
abruptly turned and dashed through the large open double doors of the livery. That had not gone well.
"What is his problem?"
She fumed as she reached the top of the hill. She took in large gulps of air through her spent lungs. She glanced heavenward and breathed out like a deflated bellows.
"What is my problem?"
She felt a small prick in her spirit and realized her discomfiture and frustration stemmed from one thing. She was taking the situation into her own hands and not relying on a God who held her in his. As her tears began to fall, she diverted to the cemetery that overlooked the gentle slope leading into town. Her voice raspy and choked with tears, Rachel cried out to God.
"Lord, I'm so sorry. I've muddled everything. Forgive me for not trusting you and your plan. I truly don't believe you would have me marry one of Pastor Philpott's cronies. And I'm not even sure Mr. Trexler is the answer, but God."
Rachel wiped her sleeve across her wet face before dropping her arm in near defeat.
"I truly need some help here. Please, don't make me leave Charlie. Help me. Please."
She lowered her head as gentle tears continued to fall unbidden. Maybe I can help? Rachel swung around abruptly at the sound.
Excuse me?"
She stammered with a gasp. Maybe I can help. You were asking for help, weren't you? There it was, the full sentence he hadn't been able to get out earlier when she had caught him off guard at the livery.
"I'm so sorry. I was, talking to God about something."
Rachel wiped her face. Mr. Trexler smirked, a slight smile forming. Ma'am, I was married nearly 7 years, and if there's one thing I know, it's if a woman is talking to God that way, his head lowered, well, then probably what she's asking for is a physical answer. The following silence felt familiar. She looked prudently then at Mr. Trexler. He was not a handsome man. His scarred skin and his wispy, mousy brown hair did nothing to add to his strained and gaunt features. His clothing was dirty and hung limply on his frame. His voice had a slight southern drawl, but mainly was devoid of feeling, as if his words were numb. Even so, his smile was kind as it hid his mouthful of crooked teeth. Rachel wasn't sure what to do or say, so she simply stared.
"Help me, God."
She breathed the silent prayer with the exhale of the breath she had been holding.
"Mr. Trexler," she started slowly, "what is your purpose here in Creek's Corner?"
She watched his Adam's apple move and the swallow that followed. My children, was his nearly inaudible reply. They need someone to care for them. My wife. At this, he paused, and the pain he must feel showed in his face. Mary. She passed not long after giving birth to Cecilia Grace. I can't care for the children.
"But I can."
She kept silent, giving him more time to see if he would continue talking. Sweat glistened on his forehead, and he rhythmically clenched and loosened his hands. His eyes changed and focused somewhere other than on their conversation. Mary and I bought land out west and knew we'd have much work to do. We had hoped Cecilia would wait another month to join this world, but I guess she had her own ideas. His slight chuckle was dull and lifeless. His hand went to his pocket, and he fidgeted with something as he continued. Mary didn't make it through the night. We buried her in a field alongside the road. He choked then, and his eyes refocused, locking on Rachel's. So, you see, I cannot care for the children and the land, build a house, and provide for them. I plan to meet with the orphanage matron this morning. She didn't speak, at least not with words, but her eyes likely gave away the fear she held for the children. The pain welled up, ready to spill over. Rachel clasped her hands together to steady their shaking. She felt the blood drain from her face. Her cheeks, red from the heat of the run and tears, now felt cold. She stared, with her mouth slightly slack as if poised for a response, but none came. Ma'am. Miss Rachel? She blinked and lowered her chin, but not enough to hide the agony she was sure filled her eyes. Please, Mr. Trexler, do not take them to the orphanage. Her words, clearly spoken, were followed by a deep breath. She looked up then, staying him with her eyes. Keeping his full attention on her now slightly uplifted chin, she knew he heard every single distinct and enunciated word. They will die, she said, and then more softly, as I am dying. She knew her words were clear, but the meaning wasn't. She watched his face as he tried to process what she was saying. With each second that passed, strength drained from her. Ma'am? Rachel had a decision to make. If God wasn't going to care for these orphaned children, she would. She narrowed her focus on the man. Gone was the timidity, the vulnerability she had felt an instant before. She would do this. Mr. Trexler, I must be returning, and we are unchaperoned. Would you please wait one more day before making such an impetuous decision? He flinched slightly at her words. Perhaps my brother would accompany me tonight to speak with you here, say after 5 o'clock? 5? That seems— Mr. Trexler, Rachel indignantly interrupted. I really must leave. I have duties at the Mercantile each evening. My brother and I will see you here at 5. With the indisputable statement, she turned and marched away, much like a soldier on a mission. She glanced back long enough to see Melvin's slack jaw gradually turn into an unfamiliar, slightly upturned smile. Cook, don't we need an extra bag of flour since Mayfest is near? Rachel wove hope into her words.
Might not be a bad idea at all to make sure the Mercantile don't run out for all the bacon we'll be doing for the festival. I'll add flour and some extra sugar to the list. Hand it here.
As Rachel handed over the list, she suggested with a sly smile,
I suppose I'll need some help carrying such a heavy load. Perhaps I should ask one of the boys to assist me? Maybe Charlie?
Rachel knew Cook was aware something was up. The woman had been at the orphanage longer than Rachel and Charlie had been alive.
Well now, said Cook, I suppose ye be right.
With a wink from Cook, Rachel mouthed, Thank you, and headed out the door to get Charlie. Charlie, you let me do the talking. A slight nod was all she received in reply as they walked toward Mr. Trexler, who waited in the cemetery. Mr. Trexler, thank you for being prompt. This is my brother Charlie. Charlie, this is Mr. Trexler.
Ma'am. Charlie.
The newcomer shook hands with her brother. Rachel watched in amusement as the two sized each other up. Melvin's small frame still had a few inches of height on Charlie, and even though her brother was a young teen, he was accustomed to hard work. Their hands remained connected for some time. Melvin's eye took in the tall, muscular boy with a head full of thick, shiny dark hair, in stark contrast to Rachel's nondescript blonde. Rachel was formulating her words and took a deep, steadying breath when Charlie blurted out with temerity, causing Rachel to choke. "My sister here needs a husband, and I need a job." The gasp that emerged from Rachel was most unladylike, and the blush on Mr. Trexler's face was impressive in intensity and speed. Charlie ignored the verbal and nonverbal signals and continued, since Rachel had apparently lost her ability to speak. "You seem like a decent man, and one with a problem requiring a solution, which I believe I have. Now, as I figure it, you marry Rachel and keep her out of the hands of some men I'd probably go to jail over, and she'll help you with the young'uns. I'm handy with a hammer and a plow, and I'll work for you until I can provide for myself." He thrust his hand toward Mr. Trexler again. "Deal?" "Charles Dalton!" Rachel chastised, before she saw their two hands intertwine.
"Deal,"
Mr. Trexler replied. She was going to kill him. Back and forth the two went, making plans as if she were not present.
"We'll wait to marry until the next town, so as not to alert anyone here,"
the older man said. Charlie nodded. "Good idea, Mr. Trexler. Pastor Philpott would not be happy with the loss of the offering he would have received for making the match. I'm not sure how far he'd go to keep Rachel here."
"If you and Rachel could be ready to go at, say, 15 after 9 tonight, I'll be waiting in the alley behind the orphanage."
Charlie didn't even ask Rachel's opinion. "We can do that."
"Good. We'll drive through the night to get as far from town as possible in case we're followed."
The two sealed the deal with a vigorous handshake. Rachel shook her head, amazed at all that had transpired. As soon as they were away from the orphanage, she would give Charlie a severe tongue lashing, if she could get her tongue to cooperate. It was raining, a damp, misty April rain that seeped into everything. The hall clock chimed 9 o'clock, and Rachel was still in her clothes, her small carpet bag containing all she owned tucked under her bed. She had an extra dress, underthings, a nightgown, and a brush. On top of the bed lay her Bible, with the daguerreotype of her parents when they'd first married tucked inside. John and Beatrice, the back read. 2 first names, no last name. She and Charlie had never had a last name. She had always been Rachel, and he'd always been Charles Dalton, as she remembered her mother calling him. But, thanks to Charlie, she would be getting a last name soon. Rachel Trexler. Married. And a mother. The one thing she had always wanted to be. It took the sting out of what she was about to do. "Lord," she whispered with shaky breath as she knelt by the bed, arms leaning on the rough, worn blanket. "I'm trusting you on this. I'm trusting Charlie was your servant in this arrangement, although I'm so mad at him I could just spit." She mumbled the last bit a little more forcefully. She felt the prick in her spirit that often accompanied her when she knew she'd disappointed her Heavenly Father, and she voiced her regret. "Sorry, God," she murmured before continuing. "I pray Mr. Trexler will be a good husband to me and a mentor to Charlie. Help me to be the kind of mother and wife that would make Mama and you proud. Amen." Lights were out, and many of the other girls' breathing had already slowed to the sound of sleep. Still, Rachel waited, not moving from her position by the bed. With her hands folded and her eyes closed, her mind was reeling with the reality of what she was about to do.
If she and Charlie were discovered, they would be kicked out onto the streets, and she knew the only job left for her would be one she could not stomach. Chapter 4. April 1858. Creek's Corner, Missouri. Melvin had covered his children and the supplies with the oiled cloth as best he could. The horses pranced, and he tried to quiet them as everything echoed in the unlit alley behind the orphanage. From somewhere above, he heard a swoosh, a slight yelp, and an oomph before something landed beside the rear of the wagon, thankfully not spooking the horses. "Ow!" grunted Charlie. "Slate can be mighty slick when wet." He rubbed his backside, but didn't seem the worse for wear. "Where's Rach?" Melvin shot a glance from Charlie to the kitchen door. "I haven't seen her yet. Do you think she had trouble?" "Rach? She'll be here. She always shows." "Going somewheres?" Rachel jumped and emitted a shrill squeak of terror at Cook's voice. She hurriedly moved her carpet bag behind her skirts, but knew it was of no use. Beads of sweat popped up on her brow and upper lip, but she had no free hand with which to wipe them. In the silence of the room, all she heard was a deafening pounding in her ears. She racked her brain for a plausible excuse for being in the kitchen at this time of night. Cook sat unmoving except for one raised eyebrow. Last week's Sunday school lesson from Ephesians came to Rachel's mind. "Wherefore, putting away lying, speak every man truth with his neighbor, for we are members one of another." "God," Rachel prayed in earnest, "I'm going to trust your word to be true." She took a steadying breath. "Cook, as you can see, I'm leaving. I've had the offer of marriage to a godly man." Well, she hoped so. She hadn't thought to ask him. "He needs me to care for his 2 small children." Cook's eyebrows changed to pinched concern, then slowly to relaxed understanding. Figured so. You're a good one, missy. May God go with you. He'll care for your every need, but every so often, he appreciates a little support, so I packed you a basket of food for the trip." "What? How did you—" Rachel did not understand how Cook could have known. It couldn't have been Charlie. He would never have said a word. "Missy, after all these years of watching you pretend to be someone you aren't by blending in, I saw the real you peeking out and knew it were time. I just didn't know exactly when. Felt a niggling in me spirit and knew tonight were likely the night." Cook finished speaking and lifted a heavy basket from the sideboard. "Don't write too good, but I put some of your favorite recipes in here, and there's biscuits for the road. Neither you nor Charlie ate much tonight." A whispered, "Thank you," was all Rachel could manage to voice as tears threatened to spill. She tucked her bonnet under her arm and took the basket, touching the worn hands of the only person she could consider a friend. She blinked back tears as she walked out the door to the alley where her future was waiting. No one said a word. Charlie grabbed the basket and stowed it under the bench seat up front. He put Rachel's carpet bag in the back, under the oiled cloth next to the children tucked safely inside, then lifted his sister to sit next to Mr. Trexler. Charlie climbed in beside her and hunkered down as comfortably as possible before pulling his nearly worthless hat over his face and closing his eyes. Melvin looked her way as water ran in rivulets from the brim of his hat. "Ready?" So much was said in that one inquiring word. Rachel gave a slight nod, adjusting her bonnet to keep the rain off her face as he clipped the reins over the horses' backs with a "Giddy up." Rachel shook, not from the drenching rain nor the jostling of the buckboard, but from something she did not recognize. Fear she was accustomed to. Anxiety was expected. So what was this coursing through her veins? Hunger? Cold, loneliness, and anger were familiar as well. This was new. And she wasn't sure, but she thought, with a slightly upturned smile, that it might be the anticipation of seeing God's plan unfold. Through the nearly moonless night, the unusual assemblage lumbered on. Rachel woke with a start when Charlie called, "Whoa!" and the horses slowed, then stopped. Melvin had held her sleeping form for hours. Heat filled his cheeks when Rachel looked at him wide-eyed. He watched red creep up her neck before she lowered her head, her hair covering her face. "My apologies," Rachel stammered. "Fine job, Charlie. You chose a suitable resting spot for the horses and for us to break our fast," Melvin said, cutting off Rachel's words as if he hadn't noticed her sleeping on his shoulder. "Thank you, Mr. Drexler," Charlie replied. "I could do with a stretch and a bite to eat."
"Me too,"
Thomas chimed in from the wagon bed.
"And Sissy is wet."
"Charlie, I'll change Cecilia if you and Thomas will spread a blanket and get the food ready for our meal."
Rachel smoothed her skirts. "I'll handle the horses." Melvin began unhooking the tack. Rachel was acting in the role of a mother and appeared to take her position seriously, tending to the children's needs before her own. He watched the group from a distance as he brushed the horses. Charlie helped himself and Thomas to food. They jostled and laughed as they hungrily ate boiled eggs, biscuits filled with ham, and dried apples, then washed everything down with cook's tea. Melvin walked over to the wagon and removed the oiled cloths. He shook off the dampness and folded them to store away as Rachel reached into the basket to see what she could mash for a now clean and dry baby Cecilia. She gasped. "What is it, Rachel?" The hair on the back of his neck lifted as he moved to stand beside her.
How did Cook know?"
Glancing inside the basket, Melvin watched as Rachel pulled out a baby bottle and a jug of milk. He stood in awe, watching as she filled the bottle and began feeding the infant. Melvin's hands and heart stopped when his eyes lifted to the scene before him. Here was this waif of a girl who looked worse now that she was soaked through, giving life and nourishment to the daughter he loved. A crack began to form in his hardened heart, and it felt good, even healing, rather than painful. He lowered his eyes and realized his anger toward God was not reciprocated. No matter how much he railed at God and cursed him for taking his precious wife, Mary, God still loved him and had a plan. He would take care of them, all of them. "Thank you." He'd been given a gift, and her name was Rachel. When he lifted his eyes from his brief prayer, he saw Rachel cooing softly to the babe. Cecilia ate hungrily, the only noises her soft suck and swallow. Rachel must be starving. He was, he realized, as his stomach reminded him loudly. Rachel covered her mouth, but not before Melvin saw the mirth just under the surface of her lips. He again lifted the lid of the basket. "Can I get you something, Miss Rachel?" He didn't wait for her to respond, but pulled out some ham, which Cook had placed inside her fluffy biscuits. He moved to hand the delicacy to Rachel.
"You eat first, then perhaps I can hand Cecilia to you while I eat?"
The question gave him pause. This could work. It wouldn't be a conventional marriage, but they could become a team and raise the children as Mary had so wanted to do with him. He nodded and took a bite of biscuit. It melted like butter in his mouth, but he struggled to swallow as grief once again restricted his throat. Would he never again feel peace in his heart? Rachel took in the sights and sounds around her. They were a ragtag bunch, especially soaked through as they were, but they would be a family. The sun had peeked through and was warm, much like her soul. The birds were awake and thanking God for the new day with their jubilant voices. The insects brushed the last of the dew off their wings and soared in the fresh air. She heard Charlie and Thomas splashing in a puddle, their laughter a melody she wanted to memorize and sing herself. Her own song began to take shape in her heart, and it was to the tune of freedom. They had made it through the night. God had provided the rain as coverage, like He had provided clouds by day and a pillar of fire by night for the Israelites. She and Charlie were free, and it appeared that no one was chasing them. After a much-needed rest, they worked as a team, quickly repacking the wagon and hitching the horses. "Mr. Trexler," Charlie inquired, "you all right if me and Thomas stretch our legs a bit and walk on ahead until you catch up?" "Fine idea, Charlie. It's always good to get some exercise on these long trips, especially after taking the most difficult turn driving through the night." That was the second time Rachel had noticed Mr. Trexler responding to Charlie with a kind word. She'd been about to correct his grammatical error. Mr. Trexler would be a good influence on him. The boy needed the morale booster after being beaten down his whole life. Her shoulders relaxed a bit, and she realized how truly blessed she was. "Thank you, Mr. Trexler," she said. "Ma'am?" "Your kindness toward Charlie and the trust and encouragement you've given him, it means more than I can express in words." A modest smile was his only response, but she knew he understood. Rachel watched Charlie and Thomas run ahead. They acted like brothers. Thomas, mature for his age, and Charlie, never truly having had a childhood, seemed to both enjoy the little things. They'd see a rabbit, jump and hop around like fools, then laugh so loudly the birds stopped chirping. They'd see a curved stick or a feather and pretend they were Indians sneaking up on prey. When Thomas started to get a little cranky, Rachel recognized he needed a nap. Mr. Trexler must have noticed as well and took charge of the situation. "Charlie, would you take a turn at the wagon while Rachel and I stretch our legs?" "Yes, sir," Charlie replied with excitement. At the orphanage, Charlie had helped with the animals and farming. He was often lent out to neighboring farmers who needed occasional assistance during planting, harvest, or barn raising. He knew well how to handle the horses, but to be trusted so fully was an honor, and he took the responsibility seriously. Rachel coaxed a mud-spattered Thomas into the back of the wagon by asking if he would assist Cecilia and tell her a story so she would rest well. He quickly agreed, but his story was short as he closed his eyes and fell into a much-needed sleep. Melvin and Rachel walked in front of the wagon to avoid being sprayed by the mud from the wheels. Charlie sat high on the seat like he was driving a stagecoach full of dignitaries. Melvin quietly cleared his throat, and Rachel chanced a glance at him. Her dress wasn't much to start with, but she continued watching her footing to avoid stepping in too deep a puddle and muddying the already too short hem. "Miss Rachel, I know we need to marry for your honor and safety, but I need you to know I'm still grieving the loss of my wife." Rachel had now learned Melvin's need for her to be silent as he formulated more words, if they came. And they did, although with more feeling than before. "She was the love of my life." His voice was quiet and reflective. "We were neighbors and grew up together. When I was 9, another boy pushed her into the creek, and she took in a mouthful of water. I thought she'd drown. I pledged then to protect her forever." He choked with these words, and Rachel knew not to look at him, as tears were most likely falling. "She was my world. I'm still trying to find my way." Please understand. I need time. Rachel wasn't sure what he meant, but she nodded her head and touched his hand. Melvin briefly took it in his and squeezed it. Thank you, he whispered, before releasing it and nodding his head once. Chapter 5, April 1858, Traveling Through Missouri. Rachel would soon pledge her life to this man sitting beside her on the wagon seat. She knew very little of who he was. She had glimpsed his heart in his kind words and actions, had seen his proper upbringing with his gentlemanly nature, and knew his schooling had been formal since he shared many pieces of hidden knowledge as they traveled. Rachel decided it would be fun and helpful to tell stories of their past to get to know one another, not just the two of them, but also the children. Thomas was the best storyteller the first night, and it helped each become more comfortable with their sharing. Melvin was vague in details and brief in words, but his accounts allowed his listeners to picture his life in their minds. Rachel marveled at what he and Mary had left behind. Melvin was more apt to talk when he knew she could not see his face. He shared tidbits about Mary and of his childhood growing up on a large plantation in the South, where he preferred to work with the hands rather than give orders. He hadn't cared to treat the workers poorly to keep them in their place like his father had desired. He told stories of Mary growing up and things they had done together. In a way, Mary became a friend Rachel had never met, and she knew she would have adored her had she been given the opportunity. Charlie's stories were fresh to Rachel. She had not realized how mischievous he had been. "Charlie, it's a good thing I didn't know about most of your antics and pranks. I would have worried myself sick and then beaten you soundly about the head and shoulders with one of Cook's wet noodles." Rachel's stories often revolved around Cook, the children Rachel cared for, and the things she overheard others say when they did not realize she was listening. "There was this one time when I was in the mercantile that Mrs. Dodd inadvertently told a customer that the yellow print would look precious on her coming baby, only to find out that the woman was not pregnant." They all laughed heartily at that, and the sound of their voices in unison felt good. Rachel didn't have many personal stories, but the ones she shared they seemed to enjoy. The friendship and camaraderie that grew as they shared made the miles pass quickly and with enjoyment. When the sky was dark and the stars twinkled, the children snuggled in their bedrolls that lay between Rachel's nearest the fire and Melvin's on the outside. After they had tucked the children in, Rachel and Melvin would sit on the wagon seat or walk on clear nights and share more personal stories or musings. Rachel shared about her best friend, Dorothy, and the heartache of losing her, yet of being so thankful that the girl had been adopted. She told of the despair she often felt from not knowing what had happened to her parents, and the small bit of what she'd learned about how she had come to be at the orphanage. She became comfortable enough to speak of years working to hide who she was, to stay in the good graces of the matron, and keep Charlie safe. Each began to feel more comfortable with the other as they continued to share more of their hearts. The sun continued to shine each day as they traveled. They had been making excellent time. "You know, Miss Rachel, you have more stamina than most men."
"Oh, I don't know about that."
"Well, I do. Somehow you manage the children and cooking and never complain about walking or riding." All she could manage was a slight smile. She'd done all this and more at the orphanage. "You always seem to have extra energy left at the end of the day to wash out the diapers and clothing and hang them to dry from the wagon edge."
"Thank you, Mr. Trexler. I want to do my part."
Silence followed, something she'd become quite used to.
That brother of yours is quite the young man," Mr. Trexler continued. "He's been a tremendous help taking on the duty of checking the rig and harnesses, gathering the wood for the fires, fetching water, and setting up camp, always with Thomas in tow. It frees me up to care for the horses." It was her time to be silent. She often watched as Melvin groomed, fed, and watered the horses, then checked for any cuts or loose shoes. And he talked to them. Somehow he could carry on a long conversation with a horse, while talking to her seemed to wear him out. He'd been upstream yesterday, unaware Rachel could hear his hushed words as he'd brushed the chestnut mare's damp hair. "Pretty amazing, aren't they, old girl?" The sing-song voice he used when speaking to the animal floated down the current. "Mary was right all along. She told me God would provide. I believe her words were that He would do immeasurably more than I could ever ask or imagine." Rachel stopped swishing the diaper in the stream and let the water run over the fabric, unable to keep from listening. She knew she should make her presence known, but when Melvin let out a choked half-laugh, she froze. "Mary told me to expect the unexpected, to trust He had a plan and not to fight it." With another laugh, he added, "Not sure how I'd fight Rachel and Charlie anyway. They are something else." Rachel's cheeks flamed, and she used her wet hand to wipe at her tears. He was quiet for some time as he brushed the horse, and she resumed her washing. A low-pitched groan rent the air. Sorrow filled Rachel's heart, and she longed to go to him, but did not move. "Mary. Oh, Mary. I miss you so." The sob that tore from his throat was muffled as he buried his face in the horse's withers. Rachel bitterly wept the same tears of grief. Melvin had lost his wife. She understood loss. The reality of leaving the only home she'd ever known washed over her. Water dripped from the diaper and onto her skirts as she dropped to her knees. "Lord, can I take on his grief and my own? Am I capable of raising this man's children and my own brother? I'm so tired, Lord. Give me strength." Rachel realized she truly was tired. Tired of traveling, eating beans and corn hash, and sleeping on the hard, unyielding ground. But she would not complain. If baby Cecilia could smile at the tepid oat milk they were using in place of cow's milk, and if Thomas could find joy in every day, then so could she. The boy amazed her. Thomas was a bright, cheerful child who did not seem affected by the complexities of life. At 5, he already knew his ABCs and numbers and wanted desperately to read. The only book she had was her Bible. She read to him the stories of David and Goliath, Jonah and the whale, and Daniel in the lion's den. Charlie seemed to be interested too, but he would act like he was busy doing something, within earshot, of course, while she read each night after they'd cleaned up from their evening meal. Cecilia was like no other child she had ever cared for. She was quiet, but not lethargic. She was content, no matter how tired or uncomfortable she might be. She showed no signs of being bothered by the long hours listening to others speak, and rarely made a sound, including crying. She contented herself with soaking in everything she could while she was awake. Rachel's favorite job at the orphanage had been loving on and caring for the little ones, until she would get a colicky baby and be up most of the night trying to soothe the inconsolable child's discomfort. Even then, she had loved snuggling the baby and singing the songs her mother had sung to her. Rachel's mother's voice was the only memory that remained, the songs impressed in the recesses of her mind. She had often walked the halls to soothe an infant and pondered how anyone could give up a child.
How had her parents left them? She could not believe they had abandoned her and Charlie. They had to have died. They would not have just left them. Rachel felt a peace wash over her. She would care for these children and do it joyfully. God had provided a way for her and Charlie to escape the fate that had awaited them, and in the process, given her a kind man and 2 precious children. I will do this, Lord. I will honor you in all things, even thank you for this horrible corn mush. A warmth filled her, and she knew God had everything under control. Rachel sat in the back of the wagon with the children as they napped, and she dozed a little herself. Rest was something she had not been privileged to get much of at the orphanage. Life at the home had not been easy, yet it had prepared her for such a time as this. She knew well how to care for children, healthy or sick, happy or sad, lazy or overly active. She could cook simple meals, even though it was challenging to cook for only a small family instead of a large group. She was especially good at cleaning. Not because she enjoyed it, but because cleanliness is next to godliness had been drilled into her from day one. That wasn't even in the Bible, and she knew Mrs. Cuthbert had conjured that phrase to serve her own purposes. Sewing wasn't especially her favorite or best skill, but she could mend and darn if she had to. She had loved the vegetable garden and working in the earth, but the canning was especially fun, with all the older girls working together. However, she surmised that would be a difficult chore to do on her own. She had not learned to care for the animals or milk the cows, since the orphanage boys had handled those chores. But she remembered taking her turn at churning the butter until her arms and back had ached from the repetition. Even though the years at the orphanage had been hard, she realized she could look back on that part of her life with thanksgiving. She may not have seen God in every trial, but He had been there and cared for her and Charlie. She was thankful for the memories. She had one particular memory of Cook asking for her help to bake a cake. It had seemed odd they would only be making one, and that she would be the only one assisting that day, but Rachel had not questioned. She could still hear Cook saying, "Put your heart into it, missy. Every turn of your hand is beating love into the batter." She had laughed and exaggerated her motions, which had caused Cook to roar with laughter. Those moments of pure joy were few and far between. She missed Cook. How could she not know her real name? Now that she thought about it, Cook seemed to have shown more favor to her than she had the other girls. Her eyes popped open. I wonder if she had information about my parents. Rachel sat upright, causing Thomas to stir and the baby to wake. Cuddling Cecilia and offering her the tepid oat milk, she tried to think back to other times Cook had singled her out. When she was sick. Yes, Cook had brought soup to her rather than having one of the other workers do it. She'd been around 8 or 9 and had been covered in a rash and had had a terrible sore throat. Throughout the night, Cook had sat with her, wiping her down with a rag soaked in cool water to help bring down the fever and dry up the rash. Why would she have done something so personal? Charlie, Rachel questioned her brother. Yes? I know this is an odd question, but when we were at the orphanage, did you receive any special treatment from Cook? Charlie got an odd look on his face, but replied respectfully, No, I don't think so. Think a little, Charlie. No treat just for you? No being taken care of when you were sick? Rach, I don't think Cook even knew my name. Charlie cocked his head as if in thought, and Rachel gave him the time he needed. Mr. O'Sullivan seemed to take a special interest in me, though. Rachel listened expectantly. He always seemed to choose me first when there was a job needing to be done.
In the beginning, I thought he was just a mean old Irishman like the older boys said, and he was making me work harder than the rest. But this one time, after a barn raising, the homeowner gave me the hammer I'd been using and said I'd earned it for being the hardest worker there. I knew I wasn't supposed to keep it, but Mr. O'Sullivan spoke up and said I deserved it, and he wouldn't tell if I didn't.
Melvin spoke up then and complimented Charlie on such a fine quality, and the two began discussing building projects. Rachel sat wide-eyed, rocking Cecilia in her arms as the babe continued to drink her milk. She tried to put the jumbled pieces of 13 years together. For the first time, she wished she was back at the orphanage so she could ask the question that had haunted her since she had arrived. What had truly happened to her parents? What if Cook and Mr. O'Sullivan had some special connection? What if they had the answer? What if I made a big mistake by leaving? Chapter 6, April 1858. Traveling through Missouri. It's been 2 days since we've seen another person, let alone a homestead or town. Keeping off the beaten path was a good idea, Charlie. I think we're out of danger of being pursued and can get back on the main road, if you want to call it that. Melvin chuckled as he pointed to what was little more than a wide trail. But it's a far cry better than you two having to cut brush and pick up fallen limbs. Thomas and I didn't mind, Charlie replied. It certainly helped us maintain a good pace. Melvin dipped his head in thanks.
I liked it. Charlie makes work fun.
Thomas's grin and bright eyes were a soothing balm to Melvin's troubled soul. The stretch they were currently on was more packed down, and short, stocky trees, which Melvin guessed to be fruit trees of some sort, dotted the horizon. Looks like smoke in the distance, Charlie pointed out. Let's hope for a warm welcome. Melvin felt Rachel tense beside him. He reached over and gently squeezed her hand, releasing it quickly.
It would be nice to rest for a bit. Perhaps they'll have fresh milk for Cecilia.
Rachel patted the baby. They veered off the main trail and headed toward a large farm with a well-built home, barn, chicken coop, and paddock. "Hello, house!" yelled Melvin. A large man, possibly the largest he had ever seen in both height and broadness of shoulders, came from the barn with an intimidating rifle resting at his side, obviously ready for use if needed. "Wondered if we might trade for fresh milk for the infant, give our horses a drink, and rest in your shade." With his blond hair blowing in the breeze, the large man said in a lilting voice, "Ja, you may rest your horses in our shade. What might you have for trade?" Melvin stepped down, offering a hand that was readily taken, and mentioned a few items the man did not seem to need. Melvin kept the wagon in his sight. He noted Rachel's shoulders relax the longer the men spoke. "My brothers and I have no need for such things. Can your wife cook?" Melvin was about to say his wife was dead, but he realized the man was talking about Rachel. "Yes, she is quite capable," Melvin responded, turning toward her with a smile that hid his teeth. "Then we have a trade. We are from Finland and miss our mother's cooking. You will rest as well. Stay the night and feed your animals. I am Johan Korhonen. My brothers and I own this farm." The afternoon sun was high and hot while Rachel washed and hung out the laundry, including the 4 brothers' clothing. One of the 4 had hauled and heated the water for her, saving her much work. She made bread, taking deep breaths of the heavenly scent as it rose. Before starting the evening meal of fried chicken, she tidied the kitchen, which was surprisingly clean with no woman to perform the duties. Another brother had killed and plucked 2 fat hens, lightening her work even more. Charlie had picked and snapped pole beans, and even Thomas had helped by carefully pinching off the greens for cooking. Rachel learned the fruit trees they'd seen from a distance were tart cherry, pear, and apple, but was told they would not be ready for picking until June or July. Her mouth watered, thinking of the delicacies she could make from the bounty, and she secretly hoped Melvin's land had fruit trees too. She rewarded the boys for their hard work by letting them go swimming in the pond behind the house. Melvin spent the day caring for the horses and helping the brothers with whatever he could. All the while, Cecilia stretched out on a blanket on the floor. She made satisfied baby noises, thanks to her full tummy and the fresh air on her bare skin. Rachel was tired, but she felt content. She did not mind the work and appreciated Melvin's compliment, which insinuated she was a good cook. It was nearly dark when the men sat down to eat. She had baked extra bread for the following day, but the men ate all 4 loaves. She smiled, thinking how easy doing dishes would be, since everything on the table was practically licked clean by the end of the meal. There had not been much talking, but the occasional smile sent her way was a clearly understood thank you from these quiet men. After supper, the youngest of the brothers, Hans, she thought his name was, tapped Charlie on the shoulder and gestured toward the kitchen.
"Time for us to clean up."
Charlie had never done what he called women's work, but he was not going to argue with a man who was more than twice his size and his host.
"Can I help?"
asked Thomas as he jumped up.
"Yes, little man. You will carry the dishes while your brother washes,"
Hans said, bending down and clipping Thomas on the chin, making the child's grin nearly as big as his own. No one corrected the error. The boys had played like brothers all day and looked so similar it was uncanny. What did it matter, anyway? As Rachel made the coffee to go with the cooling snickerdoodles, she noticed the men moving about and carrying blankets and linen to the barn. She was so looking forward to sleeping on the hay rather than the hard ground. What a treat fresh, fragrant hay would be. When the dishes were done and the coffee ready, Rachel served the men, then excused herself and took Cecilia and Thomas to a comfortable sitting area on a porch off the kitchen to read them their bedtime story. The men talked quietly, including Charlie in their discussions. Before long, both children were asleep next to her. She laid her head back on the well-built rocking chair and continued to rock slowly, enjoying the gentle creak of the wood and the soft breathing of the children. She realized she must have fallen asleep when Hans came and reached in for Thomas.
"Let me take him to his room," he said.
Rachel yawned a
"Thank you,"
and stood with Cecilia in her arms, but then realized Hans was taking Thomas to a bedroom in the back.
"Oh, he can stay with me,"
Rachel said, as she pointed toward the direction of the barn. There was a brief look of confusion on the face of the brother, but he responded with,
"He will be close. You and your husband will have my room tonight. The babe can sleep on the floor. Charlie and the boy can sleep in Otto's room. We are sleeping in the barn."
Oh my, a clarification may have been a good idea when we first arrived.
She glanced toward Melvin and saw his firm expression and a barely noticeable shake of his head. She and Charlie were both well familiar with this speechless language they had so frequently used in the orphanage, and she knew not to say another word. When the brothers had gone and they were alone, Melvin said, "It was for your protection, Rachel. I didn't know these men when we arrived, and a single woman amongst 4 men can be dangerous for each of us. Rachel, it may not be proper, but I believe it would be helpful and advantageous if you would call me Melvin from now on." Her eyes widened, but she did not question his reasoning, noting he had dropped Miss in favor of her name. Melvin continued, "You will sleep with Thomas, and Charlie and I will share a room." The relief in both Rachel and Charlie was palpable. Charlie knew Thomas occasionally wet the bed. Rachel's reasoning was much different. Rachel was up early and gently knocked on the door to Charlie and Melvin's room, hoping to wake them quietly so the brothers would not see them coming from the room should they walk into their home. She had the coffee going, biscuits ready for the oven, and thick pieces of bacon in the midst of being sliced when Otto, she thought that was his name, came in with eggs, a grin showing teeth like a freshly painted white picket fence, and a countenance that lit the whole room. "Biscuits!" Otto exclaimed, his accent making the words sound cheerful. "Frank makes them, but they are hard and tasteless. Here are the eggs. We will be in to eat after chores." He headed out the door, but not before flashing her another charming smile.
2 dozen eggs? I have seriously underestimated the number of biscuits needed for this meal,
Rachel said with a laugh. Everyone had rested well. The men ate every biscuit, as Rachel had suspected would happen, and they smiled, rather than verbalized, their gratefulness. Thomas had wanted to help with the animals, and Hans was more than happy to oblige the boy. Charlie went with Otto to the orchard to check the progress of the trees. Melvin set to repacking their things and readying the horses for the rest of their journey. He even helped fold and put away the laundry and played with Cecilia. His help gave Rachel the time needed to make enough bread and biscuits for their trip, with extra to leave as a gift for the brothers. She smiled as she watched Melvin's natural fatherly instincts kick in. His voice, slightly higher pitched than usual, and with much more inflection than normal speech, captured the full attention of the precious infant. Rachel tried to stay focused on her work, but found herself glancing at this man who would soon be her husband, and with whom she would share in raising his children. She kneaded the bread with vigor, "putting her heart into it," as Cook would say, and she giggled. She knew Melvin had looked up at the sound, but he must have decided she was deep in thought rather than laughing at him, for he continued his antics. Rachel knew they would be getting a later start than planned, but no one seemed to mind, and the morning passed quickly. Hans and Thomas were still playing with the animals when it was time to leave. Hans picked up the boy and gently placed him in the back of the wagon. "I have something for you, little man." He handed Thomas a small, delicately carved wooden cow. Thomas glanced at his father, who nodded before the boy carefully took the offered gift.
"Thank you,"
he said genuinely.
"I'm naming her Gerda, like your cow."
Hans smiled and took a step back.
"You will be a great farmer, little man. Always remember to show reverence to all of God's creatures, and they will respect you in return."
Hans said this almost as a blessing over the child, and Rachel felt her throat tighten at the tenderness in his voice. Johann, the oldest, reached out his hand first to Melvin, then to Charlie.
"God be with you,"
were his only words. Frank looked at Rachel and said,
"Thank you for the tips on the cooking. My brothers and I will miss your fine meals."
Otto held something out to Rachel.
"What's this?"
The men had already sent her with milk for Cecilia and had had her cook extra bacon so they would have meat to go with their biscuits.
"Saplings. Charlie helped me dig a few of each type of tree."
Otto responded quietly without making eye contact. Rachel's mouth formed a little O, then moved into a bright smile. Without thinking, she reached up and kissed him gently on the cheek.
"Thank you. Thank you all,"
she said, looking at each brother in turn. "You have blessed us with hospitality beyond measure, and we are sincerely grateful." Red with embarrassment, Otto nodded, but Johann was quick with,
"And thank you for your delicious meals and your husband's and son's company."
Rachel glanced at Melvin and noted the slight smile on his face. Charlie was too busy asking to see Thomas's wooden cow, Gerda, to notice the slip.
"Of course,"
was all she could think to say. Melvin turned in his seat enough to observe Charlie, Cecilia, and Thomas wedged amongst their belongings. He returned his focus to the road. "Thomas, Do you have a Goethe story for us to help pass the time?
Melvin patiently listened as Thomas created a story about the wooden cow. A smile started in his heart and moved to the edges of his lips at his son's imaginative cow stories. "Shh," Charlie whispered. "Cecilia's asleep." "Thank you for feeding her, Charlie," Rachel said. After a few miles of silence, Melvin was the first to speak.
Johann said we're getting close. If we continue at the pace we've been going, we should reach the town in 2 days. There, we will get married, and then register and complete the needed paperwork for the land. From the description, he thinks we'll reach our place in 2 more days' journey from the town.
When he had said our, he had meant his and Mary's land, but he realized this was no longer true.
I was thinking, he continued, a little more quietly after a furtive glance over his shoulder, since Charlie doesn't have a last name, I wonder if he might like to take mine also.
He darted a glance her way, but then went right back to focusing on the path ahead. "What a lovely gesture, Melvin. Thank you. I'll talk with Charlie this evening and allow him to make his own decision." Chapter 7. April 1858, Shumard Oak Bend, Missouri. Exactly 2 days later, they drove into the town of Shumard Oak Bend. Melvin brought their attention to the stately trees with their broad arms clothed in substantial green leaves, preparing to share their gift of acorns with the deer and squirrels in the fall. The trees lined the road into town like an arbor, creating a lace roof overhead that offered shade and mottled sunlight as they passed beneath. The whinny of horses brought their attention to the building on their right. The livery's wide double doors were open, both front and back, allowing the slight breeze to cool the horses and, if Melvin recognized the sound correctly, a donkey or two. The first order of business was to care for the horses that had served them well and deserved a good meal and rub-down. Before Melvin reached to help Rachel from the wagon, a boy who looked a little older than Charlie stepped from the livery. "Can I help you folk?" The question had been directed to Melvin, although the boy's eyes met.
"Yes, thank you, young man. We have business in town and wondered if you might care for our animals until morning."
Melvin held the harness of the nearest mare, and the boy smiled and reached a hand up to stroke the animal's neck.
"Yes, sir. These look like fine horseflesh."
His gaze traveled the length of the animal before taking in its partner.
"Howdy."
An older man, obviously the boy's father from the similarities, came out wiping his hands on a rag.
"Is my boy Billy treating you right?"
He stuck out his hand without waiting for a response.
"William Finch."
The hand was heartily accepted.
"Melvin Trexler,"
he responded in kind, then quickly added with a sweep of his hand toward the rest of the group standing next to him,
"Rachel, Charlie, Thomas, and Cecilia Grace."
These he gave without elaborating, but figured he wouldn't need to provide particulars in a town this size. Everyone would know soon enough. Billy and Charlie each took an animal and led them and the wagon into the livery.
"Tied up under the wagon is a wheel that needs mending. I'm hoping I don't have to purchase a new one." "I'll do my best. What about the horses?"
"Bought those 2 and my gear off a miner who returned to Memphis. They haven't had the care they deserve." Melvin's words trailed off in embarrassment.
"Not to worry," said Mr. Finch. "My boy will care for their needs, and I'll check their shoes and whatnot."
"Much obliged."
"What else can I do you for?"
Melvin noticed the fraying on the bottoms of his trousers. Heat rose up his neck, and his loose collar again felt tight.
"Well, I require a preacher."
"You're in luck,"
Mr. Finch said to Melvin.
"Reverend Jenkins is over at the church now. Comes once a month on his circuit. Good preaching. Hope you'll be here for Sunday services."
Melvin smiled, but did not respond. He'd received no judgment, not even an odd look from the man. Thank you, sir.
Rachel quickly spoke up. Melvin was grateful she'd intervened, since he hadn't been sure how to respond to the question. Melvin glanced her way, not even realizing she'd been standing so close. Her thin hips swayed in a natural motion. Melvin swallowed and wondered if the sweat running down his back was from the thought of getting married or attending Sunday services. He finally spoke through the tightness.
Mr. Finch, William, please, call me William.
The man interrupted.
Thank you, William. Would you also know where we might find a milking cow?
Melvin had found his voice again and felt the quiver in his stomach settle a bit.
Well, now that's a little harder. A day's journey west, there's a small farm. Old man Walker might have one he'd be willing to sell. Then there's Widow Brooks. She owns milking goats. Round here, that's just as good.
The church was also the schoolhouse. Unlike the stately church in Creek's Corner, this structure was merely functional, and Rachel guessed neither school nor services would be comfortable during the cold winter months. She assumed the children used the long benches and small tables that had been moved to the outside edge of the room during the school days. In this configuration, it looked like pews in the center of the building. The pot-bellied stove in the corner was dingy. Its pipe, extending out the side wall, reminded her of the gnarled finger of an ancient schoolmarm, pointing to the soot left behind. Reverend Jenkins burst from his chair as if something had bitten him when the family entered. His hand shot out in an enthusiastic greeting as his voice offered them a hearty welcome.
Hello, hello! What a nice surprise! Welcome to... Oh, no, which town am I in at the moment? Oh, yes, a hearty welcome to First Church of Shumard Oak Bend. The only church, actually.
He finished with a conspiratorial wink and a hearty laugh. The man was short, round, rosy-cheeked, and devoid of any hair, except where it all seemed to rest in a straight, singular, bushy line above his eyes. Rachel wondered how he'd gotten such a polish on his head before lifting her hand to her mouth to cover her nearly escaping titter. He was almost familiar-looking, and she studied him as he spoke. She watched in amazement as he reined in his laughter, wiping the remains on his pressed handkerchief.
How can I be of assistance to you fine folk today? Don't usually get visitors on Friday afternoons, but nice to have you. New to town or just passing through?
There were so many questions and statements in his utterance that Rachel wondered what Melvin would address first. Melvin, who seemed to be overwhelmed by the boisterous man, stumbled over his words.
We, I mean, Rachel and I, well, we'd like to get married.
Something flashed across Reverend Jenkins' eyes as he took in the children, but it was gone so fast that Rachel second-guessed if she'd seen anything at all.
Marvelous. Wonderful. Marriage is an institution of the Lord, and I'm always blessed to join those who choose to take those vows under His watchful eye.
Rachel glanced at Melvin and saw his Adam's apple bob. Charlie stood, eyes wide and mouth slightly agape. Rachel took a breath for the Reverend. If he didn't need it, she certainly did.
Well, let's get to it then, he continued. Have a seat, have a seat. Let's get to know one another a little, why don't we?
After simple pleasantries, hearing from the man about the town and its inhabitants, including Widow Brooks and her goats, Reverend Jenkins looked to Melvin.
Where's home, son?
Home? Rachel could see the processing going on in Melvin's mind and felt his pain. But the truth was, she realized she knew extremely little about this man she was pledging her forever to. Even though they had spent days on the road sharing stories of their past, she didn't know the answer to this simple question beyond some southern state.
Melvin, dear,
Rachel said, taking his hand.
He wants to know where you grew up.
She hoped her tone would convince the Reverend they were serious about the vows they were about to take. His gaze met hers as he relaxed his grip on her hand. "South Carolina, sir." Rachel nodded gently, gratified that her help and her touch had brought him back.
"Well," said the minister, "you're a long way from home."
When the man realized he would not get a further response, he turned to Rachel.
"How about you, young lady?"
Rachel put on her most pleasant smile. "Just a small town east of here called Creek's Corner." At this, the minister stood straight up, and in a voice she could imagine might be used at the pinnacle of his Sunday sermon, he declared,
"Creek's Corner? Why, that's where I'm headed from here. My sister and her husband own a business there. I'm going to spend the month with them and enjoy the frivolities of the Mayfest Festival before continuing my circuit. Doing the Lord's work can be a tiring business, although I'm not one to complain."
My brother Charlie and I lived there for 13 years. Might I ask your sister's name?
"Ah,"
the Reverend said, looking from Charlie to Rachel, no doubt connecting the dots on their relationship.
"Margaret Dodd, Dodd's Mercantile. Do you know her?"
Of course. No wonder he looked so familiar. Add hair, and he's the spitting image of his sister. Why, Reverend Jenkins, your sister has always been so kind to me. What a delight knowing she's related to you.
Rachel had stretched the truth a little, but Mrs. Dodd had never been discourteous or rude, unlike her husband.
Small world indeed,"
the minister said, as he shook his head and took a breath before continuing to speak. "Reverend," interrupted Melvin, before the Reverend was able to get out another word, "I apologize for appearing ill-mannered, but we have quite a few business transactions to conduct today, and need to be married before completing the others." With multiple nods of understanding, which made Rachel's neck hurt just watching him, Reverend Jenkins replied,
Yes, of course. My, but it is something, though, isn't it?"
He stood then.
"Let me get my things. The boy is over 12?
Charlie nodded.
Good. He can serve as your witness."
How can those short legs move so quickly?
Rachel again had to cover her mouth as he returned, pulling himself to his full height, which only made his rotund middle stick out farther.
"All righty, then. Please stand and face each other."
And with a booming voice, as if the room was full, Reverend Jenkins began.
"Dearly beloved."
Those were about the only words Rachel remembered hearing. At one point, Thomas reached up and tugged Rachel's skirt, and she had the sense to say, "I do," which happened to be the appropriate words at the time. However, she only came to fully when Melvin took her hand in his and placed a small gold band, warmed from his touch, on her finger. She quickly looked from the ring into his eyes. His gaze was full of serenity, which contrasted with the confusion clouding her mind. He patted her hand and winked, much like she expected a father would when secretly giving a special gift to a child.
"You may now kiss your bride,"
broke the silence. She froze. Melvin lifted her hand to his heart and, in just above a whisper, said, "Till death us do part." His lips gently brushed hers as her eyes involuntarily closed.
Does this make you my new ma?
Thomas's words brought Rachel back from who knows where to the present.
What did you call your first mother?
She cleared her throat while bending down to look him in the eye.
Ma?
Then, how about choosing a different name for me, like Mother or Mama?
Mama,
he said simply. And that was that. Chapter 8. April 1858. Shumard Oak Bend, Missouri. Rachel's new little family started walking in the direction of Widow Brooks's home. Reverend Jenkins stood at the door of the church, still speaking.
Hope to see you both on Sunday for service. Mighty fine congregation here, mighty fine. Be sure to tell Widow Brooks I'll be down to visit this evening. She's got the best goats in town.
Reverend Jenkins spoke louder the farther from the church they walked. Goodness, I'd not enjoy a sermon on hell from him. She giggled at the thought. What's so funny, Rach? Charlie had been silent for quite some time. She expected he'd been thinking about their discussion on taking Melvin's last name. He still hadn't given her his answer. I'm embarrassed to say, I was thinking how loud Reverend Jenkins might get if he preached on hell. They all laughed, even Thomas, though he likely had no idea what was funny. The people of Shumard Oak Bend tipped hats, nodded, or spoke greetings as they passed. The town was not as large as Creek's Corner, but it had a charm that made Rachel feel at home. The word caught her a little off guard, but she realized she was now a married woman, and this town would be the closest to the home she would be making with Melvin. As they continued down the street toward the widow's home, Melvin cleared his throat. Charlie, now that your sister and I are legally married, it would be an honor if you would also agree to take my name and allow me to call you son. Charlie stopped in the middle of the boardwalk, just outside the storefront, with a sign that said Town Offices. Son? Yes, Charlie. I could not ask for any better. There was a sheen in Charlie's eyes, and Rachel watched as he swallowed hard, but his voice was clear when he spoke. Yes, sir. I'd like that. Melvin smiled widely, and even his crooked teeth seemed to add to it. He clapped Charlie on the back and said in his best Reverend Jenkins impersonation, Marvelous, wonderful, and they all laughed again, falling into a companionable silence as they walked. Rachel stole a glance at her brother. Charlie was mouthing what looked like the word son over and over with each step he took. Then he tilted his head up and winked, and Rachel knew he was showing his silent symbol of thanks to God. Her heart warmed. You are still with us, God. I'm now seeing you in the small details. I could not have planned this, but you did. You have truly given Charlie the desire of his heart. Me too, Lord. Me too. Melvin knocked on the widow's painted wooden door a few moments later, and a woman with a lovely smile greeted them. Her hair was in a soft bun, a crisp apron hung around her narrow waist, and a smattering of what Rachel guessed to be flour was on her right temple. Reverend Jenkins suggested we might speak with Widow Brooks about a goat, Melvin announced. The woman was about to speak when Thomas let go of Rachel's hand. Pushing past the woman who had answered the door, he rushed forward, arms wide. Grammy! Before anyone could react, he had wrapped his small arms around and buried his head in the lap of a resting Widow Brooks. Her arms instinctively went around him in a gentle hug. Oh, Grammy, Grammy, Thomas murmured. Melvin stepped forward to remove the boy, but a bony finger moved more quickly than expected, and Melvin stopped dead in his tracks. Don't you dare. The words were almost a hiss, but strong for the frail woman. The boy needs his Grammy, son. Rachel wasn't sure what to do. At the word son, Melvin tensed and paled. Rachel noticed that the glistening in the woman's eyes and the gentleness on her face were genuine. She had taken the hand that had stopped Melvin in its tracks and was now using it to gently caress the brown locks of the child still clinging to her. Reverend Jenkins had not said that the widow was crazy. Was there something here she didn't understand? She glanced at Charlie, who looked as if he was certain the woman was unhinged. She then looked again at Melvin, who had gotten some color back in his face, but who had still not moved. Widow Brooks put that same bony finger under Thomas's chin and gently nudged his face upward. "My dear, precious child, let me see your face. Oh my, haven't you grown into a fine young lad? What brings you to see your Grammy today?" Thomas stood straight and took her withered hands in his soft, plump ones.
"Oh, Grammy, we need a goat for Sissy. She needs milk and we can't afford a cow."
At this, the only muscle Rachel saw move on Melvin's face was his eyes, most likely in embarrassment. "Well, then," Widow Brooks said with a grin, "I guess we had better rectify this situation at once. Martha!" Good grief. Between Widow Brooks and the Reverend, Rachel was certain to have a headache by the end of the day. "Martha!" Widow Brooks bellowed again as she began to remove the quilt from her lap. "Young man, come here and help me." She reached out a thin arm to Charlie, and he quickly moved in to assist as if drawn by an unseen force. She patted his arm. "What a nice-looking young man you are." Charlie blushed, but continued assisting, following the finger she could probably use as a weapon, which was pointing to the door to her right. "Just help me outside. My grandson would like to see a goat." Martha, the woman who had greeted them at the door, was heard coming down the stairs, now without the smattering of flour and quite winded.
"Yes, ma'am?"
"Martha, please bring my shawl and quilt. I'd like to enjoy this lovely sunshine with my family." Rachel watched Martha's nearly dazed expression and wide eyes, but her verbal response did not give away her surprise or confusion.
"Yes, ma'am."
Rachel wondered if Martha was more stupefied by the pale Widow Brooks's request to go outside, or hearing her call these strangers family. In any case, the woman dutifully did as she was told and then was gone. Once outside, they heard, before they saw, a dozen goats making themselves at home in a structure one could scarcely call a corral or pen. The fencing needed repair, and if the lack of grass was any indication, it also needed to be expanded. Thomas made his way to the structure, and he was immediately greeted with a nuzzle from a tiny kid.
"Grammy, do they have names?"
"Oh, yes, child." "Thomas," Rachel whispered in the old woman's ear, hoping she was not hard of hearing. The mischievous smirk and raised eyebrow she received answered Rachel's questions. Widow Brooks was neither hard of hearing nor crazy. She was a hooligan at heart, and Rachel adored her instantly. "Those four in the back with the black on their legs are Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Over there on top of the rock, trying to figure a way out, or waiting for his next victim to jump on when they walk by, is Paul." Widow Brooks leaned toward Rachel and said in a hushed tone meant for her ears only, "Goes from sinner to saint in a flash of light." The chuckle they shared was lost on the men. "The sweet runt you've got there is Zacchaeus. The senseless girl with the silky brown coat, who is currently on top of the shed roof, is Ruth." Again, she leaned into Rachel. "Should have named her Jezebel." She wiggled her eyebrows for emphasis. Rachel put her hand to her mouth, covering her laugh.
"Can we have Zacchaeus? We're already friends," Thomas exclaimed.
"Well, Thomas, Zacchaeus is a boy, and you need a girl goat for milk. How about Naomi over here?" They all looked at the lone goat. She was as wide as she was tall, and stood out from the other goats with her coarse hair sticking up like she'd been cow-licked. Even now, her udder was mostly full. "Have to pay the neighbor boy, Billy Finch, to milk her. She's too much for Martha to handle.
You'd be doing me a favor by taking her."
"I'll pay a fair price," Melvin said, but was once again interrupted by Grammy's bony finger. "Son, no family of mine is paying for a goat I'm giving as a gift. Now, I do expect you to bring this grandson of mine to town for a visit occasionally." Her raised eyebrows, stern voice, and finger still pointing made her meaning more than clear. "Yes, ma'am," Melvin replied. "Sounds like a fine plan. We're most grateful." He took in a deep breath and relaxed his shoulders. Rachel wasn't sure if it was in defeat or acceptance. Rachel began to speak. "Widow," but the word wasn't fully out before the finger moved her way, and in a conspiratorial voice meant for her alone, Rachel heard, "Grammy Brooks, dear. We're family now." Thomas played with the goats like they were cousins seeing each other after a long absence. He showed them Goethe, keeping the wooden treasure far from their mouths, reaching to taste the treat. He told of their adventures on their trip, responding to the occasional appropriately placed bleat. Rachel laughed and was as mesmerized by the scene as if she had paid good money for a vaudeville ticket. But she knew it was time to complete their errands and pulled her eyes from the magic in front of her. "Grammy Brooks, we forgot to tell you Reverend Jenkins asked us to remind you of his visit later today," Rachel said. The woman rolled her eyes like a poorly raised child. "That old coot. Thinks I'm losing my mind and half deaf. Practically yells the entire time he's here, and there's no forgetting he's coming." Rachel chuckled at the emphasis placed on the latter part of the sentence. She smiled at how comfortable she felt in this pseudo-family. "Would it be possible for us to leave the goat with you until we're ready to leave town?" Melvin asked. Rachel recognized the twinkle in Grammy's eye and knew it meant trouble. "Of course. You can pick up both the goat and Thomas on your way out of town." Melvin looked confused, but Rachel understood immediately.
"Thomas," she called, "Grammy Brooks has invited you to stay for a bit while we take care of some business in town. Would you like to stay?"
Habit and good training had Thomas turning his attention to his father.
"Can I, Dad? I haven't had the chance to meet all the goats yet."
Melvin nodded. Chapter 9. April 1858. Shumard Oak Bend, Missouri. Melvin, Charlie, and Rachel, who held Cecilia Grace, walked toward the bank, which was centrally located on the main street. From her vantage point, Rachel was amazed a town this small had such a lovely building, especially after seeing the church/schoolhouse. Its front entrance was adorned with small, rounded river rock strategically placed, making the word bank stand out in stark contrast to the lighter and larger rock completing the wall. Unlike the other standalone buildings, many with faux fronts, the bank was flanked on each side by sturdy, wooden two-story structures. On the left was what appeared to be the magistrate's office. Rachel glanced through the window of the narrow building to the bank's right. Inside the assayer's office, she saw scales, apparently used to weigh gold or other precious metals extracted from the mines, along with various mining paraphernalia. Melvin entered the bank to conduct business, while Rachel, Cecilia, and Charlie sat on the wooden bench outside, facing the quieting street. It appeared people had completed their business and were most likely anxious to get on the road before dark. Rachel noted many of the rougher-looking men walking between two of the more dilapidated buildings to a large, two-story painted structure in the distance. She heard the faint strains of music from a tinny piano start and looked at Charlie. Their silent language came in handy as they wordlessly shared their thoughts. They noted the furtive glances of two plump older women at the mercantile across the street. The two were supposedly sweeping, but were also not so surreptitiously sizing up the newcomers. Their white-haired buns, which had probably once been crisp and prim, now lightly bobbed as carefree wisps blew in the gentle breeze. One was more stooped than the other, yet they both held an air of dignity. Rachel assumed the taller, more stooped lady was the older of the two. The other lady was dainty and had a twinkle in her eye Rachel could detect even from this distance. They pushed the dust back and forth between them for several strokes before Rachel took Cecilia's tiny hand in her own and used it to wave to them. The smaller of the ladies immediately smiled and waved back, using her fingers like the pianist in the distance playing a scale. The slightly stooped one simply lifted her hand in a halted greeting, displaying a mouthful of sparkling teeth in her gentle smile, showing what had probably once been a slight dimple in her cheeks. Rachel realized Charlie's focus was on the passing horses, whose riders were giving silent directions to them. Her eyes moved from Charlie to see what had his attention. The rough-looking men sat tall and confident, while their body language showed stress and wariness. Their heads remained fixed as their eyes darted back and forth, taking in the town. One of the men with a scar on his cheek turned in their direction and muttered something to his companion. Rachel immediately lowered her gaze and snuggled Cecilia closer, but not before noting how Charlie pulled his battered hat over his face in a way that still allowed him to see the interaction. Rachel started when Melvin opened the front door. Charlie stood quickly, which caught the attention of the man he had been watching. Rachel continued to focus on Cecilia. She assumed it was time to go and stood also. "Rachel, would you please join me inside for a moment?"
This must be one of the things a wife does. Time to put to use all those utterly dreadful etiquette lessons.
She handed the sleepy baby to a wide-eyed Charlie, then stood tall as she was introduced to the bank manager, Mr. Sneed, who had joined her new husband at the door. He ushered them into his office.
"Won't you have a seat, Mrs. Trexler? It has been a pleasure doing business with your husband. He's asked that you also be on the account. Just a few formalities. No need to worry about details. He and I have taken care of the particulars. Please sign here and here."
Still smiling, but not fully understanding, she replied,
"But, of course,"
and signed her name in the appropriate places his finger directed before shaking hands with the exuberant banker. Completing the business of giving Charlie Melvin's last name was not difficult. The clerk in the office next to the bank was organized, although slightly curt. "Sign here." He pointed with a thin finger stained with ink. He asked Charlie a few questions, writing his answers in neat block print before stamping the paper with an overly forceful bang. Charlie was now officially Charles Dalton Trexler.
"It feels good to have a family name. It feels like—" He paused. "It feels like I belong."
Melvin reached out his hands, grasping Charlie's fully with both of his. "You belong, Charlie. But more than that, you are wanted." Rachel watched the interaction, tears clouding her vision.
"And loved, Charlie," she added. "That's the best feeling of all."
And she meant it, for both her and Charlie. Silence settled around them as they waited a few moments for the magistrate to handle the land issues. They hoped it would be as easy as the adoption and name change, but quickly learned the magistrate liked to get to know his neighbors, even when they lived a few days away. They chatted until some magical moment when the magistrate seemed to think they had passed an imaginary test. He then took their papers and handed them to his clerk to pull the deed and map.
Guess you'll be wanting to know about your land. Right nice little place. Has a good water source. The first family lasted a year. Mr. Jones got the land cleared, but never built more than a lean-to, even with all those trees he felled. Hard-working man, if a little off.
He tapped his finger to his temple and raised his eyebrows to Melvin as he leaned in slightly for emphasis.
The wife up and left him and headed back east.
The magistrate leaned back in his chair, which squeaked under his girth, shook his head, and continued.
Got mauled by a bear, or so they say. Wasn't much left of him by the time they found him.
Rachel flinched, and the man quickly cleared his throat, but continued.
Sent word to the wife, but she wanted nothing to do with the land or the debt. So the town took over, as often happens. The second owners were two brothers, Jake and John Sterling. They were skilled with hammer and nail, but not much else. Built a right nice little house and a good-sized barn, but they were drinking men and spent most of their weekends in town.
Rachel saw the glance the magistrate sent her way and hoped he was choosing his words a little more carefully this time.
One night, the younger brother cheated at some cards and got himself killed. The older brother shot the other man in cold blood. Hung him myself. We don't take to that kind here.
He snorted a little and attempted to hitch his belt up over his rounded belly. Rachel couldn't decide if she should be appalled by the story, thankful the law took care of its own, or happy she had heard the words right nice little house. The clerk returned without a sound, his small frame and well-made shoes in stark contrast to the magistrate's rotund build and worn leather boots. "All here, sir," were his only clipped words before he headed back to his desk and resumed his work, peering at his timepiece before sitting.
Mr. Trexler, married women are permitted to own property. You may list her name, but from my experience, it would be best if you would also list the name of your son for when he comes of age.
Melvin placed his arm on Charlie's shoulder.
This boy of mine would make a right good business partner. Is it possible for us to list all our names now?
The wide-eyed expression on Charlie's face and the look of pride in Melvin's warmed Rachel's heart.
Yes, sir, that's been done before. You must have a right fine son there.
To Charlie, he said,
You have quite a father. Most men don't trust their boys like your father obviously trusts you. You must be an exceptional young man.
Charlie beamed. Cecilia chose that moment to make some unpleasant noises, and the moment was lost. But Rachel knew it would never be forgotten by Charlie, Melvin, or herself. Not only were they a real family, but also partners. Chapter 10. April 1858. Shumard Oak Bend, Missouri. Rachel noticed the clerk neatly organizing his desk a little more loudly than was needed. He checked his timepiece and glanced up. She saw him look up and tried to wipe the grin off her face. She completely understood his body language. She remained turned toward him while shifting her eyes toward the magistrate who continued to talk. She thought she detected a smile forming on the clerk's lips when the door opened abruptly and a tall figure framed the doorway. The sun's angle over the opposite buildings made it difficult to see the man's features. The clerk stood even more ramrod, and Rachel almost expected to see his hand fly up in salute. The glint of a star on the man's chest in the doorway caught her eye as he moved near the lantern on the magistrate's desk.
Henry.
The magistrate stood and offered his thick hand.
Perfect timing, as always. I'd like to introduce you to our newest residents, Melvin and Rachel Trexler, their son, Charlie, And that cute little bundle is Cecilia Grace. Trexlers, this is the finest sheriff a town could ask for. I'd like to introduce you to Henry Adkins."
"Sheriff?" Both Melvin and Charlie shook the lanky man's hand. He had removed his hat at the introductions, yet out of habit raised his hand to tip the hat, no longer on his head, in greeting to Rachel.
"Ma'am?"
He looked toward the clerk.
"You sure are here late, Reuben."
Henry's quick look toward the magistrate had the stockier man recognizing his error.
"Thank you, Reuben, for your extra work today. Please send my apologies to your wife for keeping you late on a Friday evening."
"Thank you, sir. It was a pleasure meeting you folk." He gathered his satchel. "Sheriff," he quietly murmured as he passed the taller man, noiselessly crossing the floor to the freedom on the other side of the door. Melvin remained standing, quickly seizing the pause in the conversation. "We have one more errand. Is the mercantile still open? We'd like to get our supplies ordered so we can head out first thing." "I was just headed that direction myself when I saw the lights on in here," Sheriff Adkins stated. "Always take the day's earnings from the sisters to the bank. They'll be open until I'm finished. How about I walk in that direction with you now?" After hurried goodbyes, they headed out. The mercantile was catty-corner to where they were currently, but the two men sauntered, easily getting to know each other. Charlie followed, taking in every word but not interrupting. Rachel glanced at the sun dipping behind the buildings and knew Cecilia would soon need to be fed and changed, but she ached to see the store and purchase a few things. It occurred to her that she had only a few coins and wasn't sure if she should ask Melvin for anything. It shouldn't have mattered. Melvin produced a list for the ladies, who read it aloud, making notes on quantities. Rachel realized he had covered everything she would have requested. The ladies took turns oohing and eyeing over the wide-eyed child, giving the infant a rattle left behind by some harried mother with 6 children in tow. They agreed to have everything ready first thing in the morning and asked that Melvin pay them when he picked up the items, since the sheriff had made a hasty retreat with their daily funds before the bank had closed. The sheriff returned to walk them to Grammy's, offering to carry the child, which Rachel could not refuse when she saw the longing in his eyes. He had such a natural way of carrying Cecilia, but she did not see a ring on his finger. After they'd climbed the 2 steps to Grammy Brooks's front door and Melvin had knocked, Charlie's stomach let out a loud growl just as Martha appeared.
"Perfect timing," the woman said. "Supper is ready."
"Oh, we're sorry for coming at an inopportune time," Melvin quickly apologized.
"Mr. Trexler, we expected you to eat with us. Grammy would allow nothing less. Please, you may wash up in the room under the staircase, and we'll wait for you in the dining room."
Before Martha turned, obviously intent on finishing her duties for supper, she caught a glimpse of Sheriff Adkins.
"Sheriff, would you care to join us for supper? We have plenty."
Rachel watched as the woman lifted her hand to her temple and smoothed her hair, then used her hands to remove unseen wrinkles from her starched apron. Sheriff Adkins had silently turned at the first sound of Martha's lilting voice, while still gently bouncing the baby. Charlie's stomach growled again and roused the man from his stupor.
"Thank you, Miss Martha," the sheriff said. "That is most kind. I never turn down the opportunity for your excellent cooking and sweet company."
Martha blushed, and the dimple in her right cheek sank a little deeper. Reverend Jenkins stood the moment Rachel walked into the parlor on her way to the dining room.
"Well, what a pleasure, absolute pleasure to see you again, Mrs. Trexler. I trust your day was profitable?"
Rachel nodded in the affirmative, but didn't get a word in before Reverend Jenkins looked behind her.
Good to see you too, Mr. Trexler. Sheriff, what an absolute pleasure to have you join us this evening. And Charlie, my, Widow Brooks is right. I hadn't realized just how handsome you are, young man. Yes, sirree, a very handsome young man.
Supper is served.
Martha's voice rang clear, taking the focus from Charlie's reddened face. Rachel expected Reverend Jenkins to stand for prayer, but he simply laid his hands, palms up, on the table. Everyone seemed to know what to do and did likewise, clasping hands with the person on each side.
What a sweet custom.
She loved the connection she felt with these new friends, or family. The truth was that Rachel wasn't sure what they were, but it didn't matter. Rachel's heart felt like she was home. Roast, slightly caramelized potatoes, sweet carrots, fresh greens in vinegar, cracked wheat bread, spreadable goat cheese, creamy salted butter, and refreshing lemonade adorned the table. The flowers Thomas had picked had been given a place of honor in the center of the feast. Rachel savored every delectable, mouth-watering bite.
Martha, I commend you on your cooking, Rachel said. Thank you for including us this evening. Anything for family.
Martha winked and smiled. Martha looked a little less fatigued. Well, maybe that was too strong a word, but she did look more relaxed, even after having cooked such a delicious meal for so many and adding another at the last minute. Melvin turned his attention to Grammy Brooks. I trust Thomas behaved himself? Thomas spoke up before Grammy had a chance.
I helped with the goats, and Grammy used my shoulder to come back inside.
He sat a little taller when he said this.
And Aunt Martha let me help with supper.
Rachel glanced at Martha then and saw the sweetest expression on the woman's face. Grammy directed her response to Thomas in answer to Melvin's question. Yes, Thomas, you were such a tremendous help and joy today, and I look forward to many visits over the rest of the summer. At this, she looked straight at Melvin. A delicious dessert of strawberry shortcake rounded out the meal and their bellies. Thomas and Charlie went outside to play with the goats as soon as they were dismissed from the table. The adults chatted over refilled coffee cups, caught up on the day's activities, and laughed together. At a lull in the conversation, Grammy shared, Thomas told me something interesting today. When I asked him how he knew I was his Grammy when he saw me, he said God had shown him a picture of me after his ma had died. Silence. Finally, Reverend Jenkins spoke up. Well, now, I've heard of God using many people and even animals, but never a child, never a child. But then again, the good book says, and a child shall lead them. It was silent again, until Martha's gentle voice was heard.
Maybe that's because he's the only one truly listening.
Chapter 11. April 1858. Shumard Oak Bend, Missouri. There was no arguing with Grammy when the Trexler family offered their thanks for supper and got ready to leave for the evening. The rooms in the spacious home had already been prepared for them to stay the night. Melvin had walked out with Sheriff Atkins, but not before the man had gently touched Martha on the arm, then quickly retracted his hand and thanked her for the lovely meal. Reverend Jenkins had taken his leave with a napkin full of his favorite oatmeal raisin cookies and a letter Rachel had written to cook. The Reverend said he would happily deliver it personally with her regards when he visited his sister for Mayfest. He hoped to return in less than 2 months with a response. Before Rachel took care of her own needs, she did the dishes while Martha helped Grammy get ready for bed. Running water and a mirror were luxuries. Rachel crawled under the crisp, white linen sheets, which had been flawlessly pressed and still smelled of fresh air. She pulled the covers to her nose, sniffing with a contented smile, and breathed out a breath full of satisfaction after such a lovely day. She lay on the soft ticking of the mattress and snuggled close to Cecilia Grace, who breathed softly. The babe's lashes were just visible in the dim light. Rachel's head rested on the bounteous goose-down-filled pillow. Silently, she thanked God for her many blessings. She reflected on Martha's words and the conversation from earlier at supper and reminded herself that she, like Thomas, needed to listen for God's voice. She came back to her senses when Melvin knocked. "May I enter?" he said softly. Grammy had insisted they spend their wedding night in her best room. Rachel's body flinched under the covers. She wanted to be careful not to wake Cecilia, who was tucked close by. Rachel managed to pull the covers up to her chin. "Yes," was all she could utter in response. Melvin slowly opened the door but did not look in her direction. He removed the extra quilt sitting on the hope chest at the end of the bed and pulled the cushion from the lone chair in the room to use as his pillow. "I'm sorry your wedding night is not, well."
"Melvin, please. We barely know each other. This is a good first step, and I thank you for giving up the bed for me."
Melvin turned on the light and crawled onto his makeshift bed. As her eyes adjusted, the moonlight cast its glow over the floor where Melvin lay. The room was silent for several minutes.
"Are you asleep?"
A quiet, "No," was Melvin's only response.
"Melvin, do you think God really spoke or somehow showed a picture of Grammy to Thomas?"
"I don't know. Mary was so good at talking to God like he was her best friend. Sometimes she spoke right out loud. I remember one time we saw a rainbow after a storm, and she started thanking God like he was sitting beside her. To her, it was the most natural thing." He chuckled a little. "I never experienced God that way myself, but if Mary had anything to do with it, I'm sure she asked God to give Thomas a miracle."
"Melvin, may I ask you a question?"
The pause that followed was an indication that he understood he would need to respond in earnest. "Yes."
"What do you believe about God? Not just what your head knows or your emotions feel, but what does your heart believe?"
Rachel waited a long time, but then decided she might help him by sharing her own story.
"I certainly have had my share of being angry with God. For one, I was mad at him for leaving Charlie and me orphans. Yet, even in my anger, down deep I craved God's word and was drawn to the stories of the Bible. I marveled at the Israelites, how God performed miracle after miracle, but still the people seemed always to need more. They constantly grumbled, forgetting what God had done for them. One night," she continued, "I recognized I was acting like the Israelites. At the age of 12, I prayed by my bed and asked God to help me not be like the children of old, but to help keep my heart sensitive to His leading, so I would always hear His voice."
"Honestly, Rachel, a long time ago I thought I desired to walk with God, but I never experienced what you're talking about, being so close to God I could hear His voice."
"What do you believe?"
Rachel worried her lip, wondering if she'd become unequally yoked with a man. "I guess it all boils down to belief, doesn't it? Well, I believe all men were created by God and are equal regardless of color.
I've some pretty strong feelings about that."
He paused only for a moment, but didn't elaborate.
Mary, now, she worshipped the one true God and lived like he was her best friend.
He cleared his throat.
I believe Mary is with God now.
Again he paused. When he continued, his voice was quieter.
I'm not sure that would be true about me, should I die.
For the next several hours, until they both could no longer keep their eyes open, they shared intimate details of their pasts and how they had seen God work. Some stories made them laugh, some cry, and others simply opened a window into the other's soul. That night, Rachel ached for Melvin's soul. How could he shoulder so much grief alone without being able to share his hurt with the God who loved him? As she listened to Melvin's breathing change to the steady rhythm of sleep, she looked out the window to the heavens above and prayed. God, all the things Melvin has said are true, yet he does not know you personally. Please, help me hear your voice clearly, so I may help him see that he needs to place his trust in you. Give him the peace he needs to be whole. Chapter 12. April 1858. Rural Missouri. Rays of sunlight lit the morning sky much too early, but Rachel was ready to leave the quaint little town after the sun was up fully and the family had eaten breakfast. Melvin had the wagon loaded with squawking chickens in their boxes and the persnickety goat bringing up the rear before the breakfast dishes had even been cleared. Grammy was still in her cotton nightgown, a shawl around her shoulders. Rachel chuckled, thinking how the woman reminded her of a fairy. Dark circles under her eyes were a telltale sign the older woman had not slept well. Martha must not have slept much either, for she had prepared not only breakfast, but also a full lunch, and had packed it in the basket Cook had given Rachel when they'd started their journey. Don't be a stranger, Rachel. Martha wiped at her eyes after releasing Rachel from a deep hug. We'll get back as soon as we're able, Rachel promised. I'm counting on you, bringing that grandson of mine back every time you come in for supplies, Grammy added. Yes, ma'am. I promise to visit at the first opportunity. Rachel watched as Thomas gave both Grammy and Aunt Martha big kisses, then patted his goat, which was tied to the wagon. Charlie lifted the boy into the back, where the indignant chickens screeched as feathers flew in protest of sharing the space with Thomas. How far to our new house? Thomas asked. The trip should take 2 days, son, Melvin said. If the weather holds and we don't have anything slow us down, we should be there with a few hours of sunlight left on the second day. Rachel looked up. The late April sun stayed up late, but they knew they would need as much time as possible to settle when they arrived at their new home. They ate their noon meal quickly, stopping only long enough to water the horses. Anticipation and excitement built as they drew near. Not knowing what they would find, Charlie and Melvin only talked of crops rather than the state of the buildings. On many occasions, Rachel was sure nothing else could be discussed, only to have them then start another conversation. They figured the last frost had passed and knew they were a few weeks late in planting, but they still planned out the corn and wheat fields and discussed a vegetable garden as well. I'm figuring we'll have to trust God to get as much of a crop in as possible so we can harvest before the weather ruins our efforts, Melvin said. Melvin's words had Rachel's full attention. She often prayed for Melvin, And this small glimpse of his allowing God into his life encouraged her.
"Well, I'll do my part,"
Charlie said, as he sat tall next to Melvin.
Me too,
Thomas chimed in. Melvin grinned.
"Well, then, we shouldn't have any trouble."
Speaking of trouble, I know we followed the directions the magistrate and sheriff gave us, but this path is little more than a slightly widened deer trail. Are we headed the right way?
Charlie asked.
I'd say so. Look up ahead. Doesn't that look like the outcrop in a rock where they suggested we spend the night?
The following morning, they passed the place where the 4 tall, shoe-marred oak trees stood separating the road, and knew to turn to the right to continue to their land. Occasionally, Charlie and Thomas had to widen the path by cutting back invasive bramble and bush, or by removing a fallen tree limb blocking their way. The going was slow, as the trees grew denser and the incline steeper. The horses strained with their burden as the uneven ground caused them to stumble, and the loose rock made it difficult for them to secure solid footing. As the day wore on, their exhaustion grew. Rachel was holding on tightly to Cecilia to keep her from pitching out of the wagon's bed when she heard, "Now, that is a right nice little house." She popped up on her knees from the back of the wagon as the horses slowed. She turned to see a weathered, one-story house much larger than she had expected. Excitement was in the air, and even the horses seemed to feel it as they picked up their step and pulled into the yard. Melvin took Cecilia before helping Rachel down.
Come on, Charlie, let's go see the barn,
Thomas exclaimed.
"Thomas, you boys be careful. You don't know what animals might have holed up in there," was all Melvin got out before the boys took off at a dead run. Melvin walked up the 2 steps, surprisingly sturdy under his feet, and pushed open the front door with some effort from lack of use. The vines creeping up from the spaces in the porch boards and growing up the bottom edge of the door hindered his steps. Rachel stayed where she was while he made sure the house was safe to enter. Her eyes took in the mud dauber nest under the eave and the bird's nest in the planter box under the window. In her mind's eye, she could see impatience growing in that spot, and was thankful Martha had thought to send her with a few from her kitchen garden. "Would you like to see your home, Mrs. Trexler?" Rachel smiled and walked up the 2 steps, only to have Melvin sweep her off her feet and carry her through the door. She held fast to Cecilia and let out a little, "Oh!" Melvin laughed. "I always wanted to do that." He chuckled as he put Rachel down. He watched her as she turned and looked around the dusty but well-built house.
God,
she said out loud, then looked to Melvin for approval. At his smile, she continued,
you have once again provided for us, and we thank you. We ask you to bless this house and this family.
After she heard Melvin add a quiet, "Amen," she handed him the sleeping child so she could take a look around.
Melvin, this house is more than what I could ever have asked for or imagined.
Melvin's head cocked and his brow furrowed.
Melvin?
"Mary said nearly the same thing as she lay dying," he explained. "She told me to expect the unexpected. And I guess this falls into the unexpected category."
Rachel was like a child at Easter, exploring the fields and woods for eggs. There was not a cook stove, but at least the fireplace was deep enough to house the nice-sized pot and swinging arm that had been left behind. There were 2 bedrooms off to one end of the structure and a narrow ladder leading to a loft, perfect for providing Charlie with his own space. There were also 2 well-built chairs and a bench tucked under a rough-hewn table. There was ample counter space to her left, with a hole cut in one section where a copper tub sat wedged for washing dishes. Lining the wall were shelves of just the right size to hold rows and rows of the items she planned to can soon. She turned to see a smiling Melvin watching her, and she giggled like the schoolgirls had done when a boy had paid them attention. He blushed slightly. He handed Cecilia back to her, and Rachel shifted the child before placing her free hand on his offered arm as they went to see the rest of their land. Behind the house was the perfect place for a vegetable garden, and it appeared that it had once been cleared and readied for just that purpose. An outhouse, leaning heavily in one direction and in great need of repair, was nestled in overgrown bushes to the edge of the field, which stretched forever. She looked to the farthest edges and noted they had been cleared, but were now covered in a carpet of sparkling green clover, like a blanket pulled up tight, ready for sleep. Her eyes searched for a place on the property to plant the fruit trees gifted to them by the brothers. She could almost taste the juices from the ripened fruit of the apples, pears, and tart cherries. Melvin led Rachel to the west side of the property. She noticed a structure slightly larger than the outhouse off to the other side of the barn and guessed it might be a smokehouse by its shape. She squeezed Melvin's arm and leaned into him as she smiled brightly at what God had provided. The scream they heard had them both running. The barn doors were wide open, and there was Thomas on the second level tossing hay down on Charlie's head as the older boy sat sprawled on the ground.
"Are you all right?"
Rachel asked with a gasp. The laughter from both boys allowed her to catch her breath and smile as she realized the boys had already determined this was going to be a great place to call home. "Boys, you must be careful," Melvin said. "We're still learning about Missouri wildlife, and there could be all kinds of creatures living in that hay." He tried to use a stern tone, but there was no mistaking he was smiling underneath. Charlie's face split as he bellowed,
"You got that right. Nearly scared the bejeebers, I mean the life out of me,"
was his quick rewording as he caught Rachel's eye.
"When a whole family of mice came at me like Indians on the warpath for disturbing their home."
At the mention of Indians, Rachel hugged Cecilia a bit tighter. Her heart moved into her throat as she watched Thomas come down the ladder like a monkey would a tree.
"Dad, this is great," the younger boy said. "There's a window and a place to put a rope swing like Ma told us she had when she was a girl, and the trees by the pond. Dad, did you see the trees? Just like Ma told us there would be."
Thomas clearly did not see the sheen building in Melvin's eyes, but Rachel did. Melvin managed a nod and muttered, "Why don't you show me, son?" Melvin and Thomas walked out of the barn together. Rachel watched the boy reach up and take his father's hand, her own moving to her quivering heart. Charlie dusted off his pants legs and stood by Rachel.
"He's still healing, Charlie," she said. "I don't know when I need to step in and support him, or when I need to let him work through his grief on his own."
The lack of response made Rachel turn to Charlie, who seemed to be contemplating his answer. The peaceful scene in front of them calmed her, and Rachel leaned her head on the ever-growing shoulder of the brother she would not be calling little much longer.
"Rach, I think he needs to recognize that God has placed you in his life to help him through his grief."
Charlie turned into his sister and hugged her, squeezing Cecilia as he did.
"He sure knew I needed you."
Rachel's throat was thick with emotion, but words were not needed. She patted Charlie's muscular arm twice before she stepped back to look into vibrant blue eyes, so different from her nondescript hazel ones.
"You're right, Charlie. God has ordained our lives from the very beginning."
The siblings watched as Melvin and Thomas walked to the edge of the small body of clear water where 6 shade trees in a crescent shape lined the bank. Melvin had shared how Mary had dreamed out loud as they journeyed.
"Look, Dad,
See all the little fish? They'll be big enough to eat soon. And a frog! Did you see that?
Thomas chatted as they walked, his hand securely in Melvin's. Rachel followed Melvin's gaze from where the frog had entered the water. His eyes moved across the pond as the circle broadened on its way to the other side. Her throat tightened again, knowing how difficult this must be for him, and she guessed he appreciated Thomas carrying on a one-sided conversation with ease.
We can catch a massive fish, and me and Charlie can build a boat. We'll play Peter and Jesus and try to walk on the water and cast our nets on the other side and...
Rachel no longer heard Thomas. Melvin had her full attention. He was looking up at the eye-catching yellow chest of a bird in flight.
Mary's favorite color. He told me yellow was her favorite.
She followed the bird's path as it flew between the branches of the clustered trees.
Mary, you would have loved this. I'll take care of your husband and your children, and I will make this the home that you so desired for them.
Rachel saw the change in Melvin's face when his eyes left the bird and looked back over the water. Embarrassed that she'd been a part of something so personal, she took Charlie's arm and turned them toward the cabin and the work needing to be done before nightfall. They spent the next several hours readying the house for sleeping and storing supplies from the wagon. Everyone pitched in, until the dust settled from the sweeping of the ceiling, walls, and floors. Thomas cared for Cecilia as she lay in the wagon. It was his chore to ready the next load, pushing it to the edge of the wagon so Charlie could easily hoist it on his shoulder and carry it to its temporary home until things were more settled. It was hard work, but they made it fun, and by nightfall, they all felt their humble abode was safe from critters and free from most of the dust and spider webs that had accumulated over time. Rachel was thankful her family did not mind one last simple supper, and she vowed never to make corn mush again, to which they all cheered. After their nightly Bible story time, Charlie said, "Mind if I tuck Thomas in?" Melvin's head popped up, but it was Rachel who responded.
How thoughtful of you, Charlie. That would be lovely. Thank you.
Rachel had witnessed growth in Charlie over their travels. He no longer balked at what he used to call women's work and would toil as hard as anyone else doing his part. Thomas only wanted to be like Charlie, so he did his best as well. Rachel was thankful her brother was a good boy and a positive influence on her new son. For this, she sent a quick thank you to God and gave him a wink, as she'd often seen Charlie do.
Thomas,
Charlie said, after they'd returned from the outhouse and he'd tucked the very tired boy in bed, I want you to know you're the best little brother I could have ever asked for.
Charlie,
Thomas said sleepily,
I love you.
Rachel froze in place when she heard the exchange. Her eyes met Charlie's when he shut the door to Thomas's room.
3 simple, yet powerful words,
Rachel whispered. Charlie nodded, but he didn't respond. He climbed the ladder to the loft, but not before Rachel saw the sheen in his eyes. Rachel took her time with the dishes. Melvin figured she must be thinking through what would be easiest to make tomorrow after her declaration at supper of no more corn mush. He studied her. She seemed unaware of his scrutiny. He wondered if God had answered Mary's prayer and sent Rachel to him. Without really considering his actions, he found himself praying. God, I know in my head that you genuinely care for the needs of my children and me, even when we aren't following you as Mary did. But I'm struggling to transfer that knowledge to my heart, the one that's broken. I have so many questions. Are you so personal that you hear my thoughts? Yes. He blinked and started, wondering if the yes he'd just heard had been audible or just in his mind. He glanced toward Rachel to see if she had heard anything, but she'd not moved. He believed she was still drying the same dish she had been quite some time ago. Rachel? She didn't turn, but her hands stopped moving. He walked to her then and stood behind her. He placed his hands on her shoulders lightly so as not to frighten her. He finally realized she might be worrying over the fact that tonight they would be sleeping together for the first time. Rachel, it's going to be all right. We'll work through this together. She nodded, put the dish away, and stated with a quiver in her voice, I'll get ready for bed first. When Melvin knocked on the door of the room he would share with Rachel, he did not wait for her yes, as he had at Grammy's, but slowly opened the door, removed his outer clothes, and climbed into the bed beside her. Rachel knew he could feel her tension, her fear. As before, Rachel had the cover tucked firmly under her chin by white-knuckled fingers. However, this time, Cecilia was now on the floor in a makeshift cradle hastily made from a crate emptied earlier that evening. May I hold your hand? She flinched at his voice, but calmed when his words registered. She moved her hand from where it clutched the thin cotton sheet and laid it on the bed where he quickly found it. Their fingers stayed entwined for several moments. Good night, Rachel. You're a fine woman, and I'm thankful God saw fit to allow me to be your husband. Holding Melvin's hand, Rachel lay awake well into the night, long after his breathing slowed. She had never had such a connection before. The heat from his palm pressing next to hers wasn't uncomfortable, just gentle tears fell, and she let them, as she realized how truly blessed she was. She had a husband she was fond of and comfortable with, who seemed to care for her. They were becoming friends. She was willing to wait as long as it took for Melvin to become her husband in the true sense, and was thankful for this time he was giving her and himself to get to know each other first. Before succumbing to her great weariness, her final thought was of Melvin carrying her over the threshold of their home. Chapter 13. May 1858. Trexler Farm, Missouri. Melvin's body ached, and his hands shook. Exhaustion and hard work took it out of a man. This morning, the shakes more than likely came from Rachel's coffee. He stirred in extra cream to curb the brew's bitterness and wondered if the curved end of the spoon would still be there when he pulled it out.
What's so funny?
Rachel's quiet words sobered him quickly. I was thinking how fortunate I am to have fresh coffee.
Blessed, Melvin. Fortune has nothing to do with it.
Her tone was gentle. Rachel was right, and he knew it. He had been blessed with a wonderful woman to care for his children, and he had a home and land. He rolled his neck and rubbed his rough hand over his sore muscles. Every day, from before the sun peeked over the horizon until it tucked itself into bed behind the trees on the far side of the barn, they worked. Hard. Charlie and Thomas worked the fields with him in the chill of the early morning dew and during the worst of the afternoon heat. Melvin marveled that Thomas functioned well beyond his 5-year-old self. The boy tried to keep up with Charlie, but stayed in after lunch for a nap. Melvin knew the boy would become accustomed to the exertion each day required, and would soon be putting in a full day's work.
"Thanks for breakfast, Rachel," Melvin said. "You ready, boys?"
"I'll race you to the barn," Thomas said.
"Hey, I'm not."
Charlie swallowed the last of his coffee and shuddered.
"Ugh. Thanks, Rachel."
Melvin paused at the door but did not turn.
"You're a good woman, Rachel."
He placed his hat on his head and headed out to plow the fields. The horses toiled as hard as the rest of them and made quick work of readying the fields for planting. Melvin became quite adept with the plow, and soon their rows were straight and even. Charlie followed Melvin and the horses, breaking up clods and removing the big stones. Thomas brought up the rear and gathered the smaller stones, carrying them all to the rock pile for later use. Melvin and Charlie rotated jobs to rest their sore muscles from the hard labor. Melvin stood at the edge of the field, thinking how much they'd accomplished in such little time. Back on his father's plantation, the slaves, or hands as he preferred to call them, would have made short work of this field. He could see old Josiah in his mind, broad shoulders, slightly slumped, yet strong, and work-worn hands that could break a 3-inch tree branch into proportional sizing for the fire, yet also gently rescue and release baby rabbits caught in the burning of the fields after harvest. What made him think of this giant of a man? Melvin quietly hummed the tune he so often heard the hands singing as they'd toiled in the hot, humid air of South Carolina.
I'm troubled, I'm troubled, I'm troubled in mind. If Jesus don't help me, I surely will die. O Jesus, my Savior, on thee I'll depend. When troubles are near me, you'll be my true friend. When laden with troubles and burdened with grief, to Jesus in secret I'll go for relief. In dark days of bondage, to Jesus I prayed, to help me to bear it, and he gave me aid.
Melvin's face was moist with tears he had not realized he'd shed. The memory of this gentle giant was clear as he replayed one of their final conversations in his mind.
"You best listen good, massa. Ain't no man, white or black, gonna get to heaven without first axing the Lord into his heart."
The man's voice had been strong, as he'd affirmed Melvin's conviction that slavery was wrong. Melvin had argued that God could not forgive the owning of other humans, especially when they were treated so poorly.
"Satan be an evil massa,"
Josiah had replied.
"He the one who make you a slave. Only the Lord can free us from that bondage. In Philippians 4, the Apostle Paul, he done say he knowed how to be content in all circumstances."
Melvin heard Josiah's voice as clearly as if he were standing beside him.
"Jesus say, in me you may have peace. You will have suffering in the world, but be courageous. I have conquered the world."
Melvin knew the familiar verse to which Josiah referred. His mother had been quite adamant that they always look their best as they sat in their assigned pew each Sunday, where he came to know about God. At 9, he had walked the aisle at a summer tent revival at his mother's prodding, Yet he had felt no peace. After his talk with Josiah, Melvin had gone to his father and told of his desire to take Mary and Thomas west, and had asked for his father's blessing. He had not realized his father knew so many unsavory words. Those words had cut deep. As the firstborn, he had known the plantation would go to him, but he hadn't been able to stomach the thought. Weeks after his father had calmed down and recognized Melvin's determination, he had called his elder son into his office. "Melvin, you leave me with little choice but to give the plantation to your brother if you leave. Are you prepared for the consequences of those actions?" Melvin's answer had been swift and affirmative. He had sought out Josiah that night, his heart aching at leaving behind all he knew. Melvin had known he would miss this friend more than he'd miss the large inheritance he would have procured as firstborn. His father had at least given him some funds, and for that he had been thankful. "Massa, everyone have their own type of suffering. Your daddy's words, they don't say who you is." Josiah's big gnarled finger had pointed to, but hadn't touched Melvin's chest. "Who you is? That be right here." Melvin reached up and touched the place near his heart unconsciously as he continued plowing, the memory as fresh as if it had just happened. "This be a hard road you gon' travel. They be more lost than this. The sound of the big man's voice rang in his ears. "But that suffering, it don't define who God is neither." Melvin wiped his brow before refocusing on the plow, yet the conversation going on in his mind with Josiah continued. "The reason I be able to praise the Lord while I be a slave, even when I whipped, is 'cause of the Lord Jesus. He done be whipped too, and more worse than me. He done it to bring me peace and forgiveness." Melvin swallowed, but his mouth felt like the cotton in his daddy's field. He had forgotten Josiah's next words until just now. "Wouldn't you like to have that peace, Massa Melvin? Know you be forgiven?" At Melvin's weeping, Josiah had broken all rules and placed his big hand on Melvin's shoulder. "Jesus, he done come to free us all from the bondage of sin and set us free. White or black, just ask him and he answer you." It wasn't until following Josiah's nudge and the Spirit's prompting and praying right there in the field to accept Jesus as his Savior that Melvin finally felt the peace he had so craved. But that peace felt distant just now. He knew his sins were forgiven, no longer a part of who he was. He knew God had never left him and was with him now. He also knew God would continue to be with him in the days ahead. Melvin lifted his face toward the heavens and squinted at the blinding rays. "Help me, Lord. Renew a right spirit in me. Give me that peace I knew long ago." As if drenched by heavy rain, the anger toward God at Mary's death washed away, and the peace he hadn't felt since he'd prayed in the field with Josiah soaked him clean through. As he had seen Charlie do so many times, Melvin again lifted his face heavenward and winked. His heart felt light, and he longed to share his news with Rachel. Tonight, he told himself, a smile still on his face. Chapter 14, May 1858, Trexler Farm, Missouri. Rachel spent parts of every day opening crates and barrels. She felt a bit like she was invading Mary's privacy, but Melvin's encouragement kept her at it. He enjoyed walking into the house each evening and seeing something additional Rachel had put to use that had belonged to Mary or had been in their home in South Carolina. "Rachel," Melvin started, when Rachel had voiced her concern over going through Mary's and his personal belongings. "These are your possessions now. Mary would have loved knowing you are using and caring for her things."
Thank you, Melvin. You've given me more than these belongings in your name. You've given me a heritage I never knew with my own family. I'll cherish these treasures and treat them with respect as if they were Mary's blessing on our marriage.
She saw Melvin's Adam's apple bob in his throat, but he did not speak before heading back out to work. It amazed Rachel how many pretty items Mary had lovingly packed. Rachel had never seen such beautiful things and realized the sacrifice the couple had made by leaving South Carolina and their families. The linens, quilts, and down-filled tick from the cedar hope chest, and the everyday dishes and silver that had been packed in crates with straw were put to immediate use. The china Rachel left in the sawdust.
What a waste. What was Mary thinking, bringing such a luxury out west?
Rachel saved the still, sweet-smelling lavender wrapped in cheesecloth, which had kept the items fresh and free of bugs throughout the long journey. Over the next several days, Rachel located handmade candles, a pair of silver candlesticks, and a sewing kit with scissors. Another crate held Mary's clothing. Rachel touched the soft, floral fabric of the neatly folded dress on top. The simple lace around the neckline and dainty buttons held a hint of Mary's family's wealth. Rachel glanced behind her like a child sneaking a cookie from the jar before lifting the dress and holding it to herself. She looked at herself in the small mirror Melvin had hung on the wall for her. She almost felt pretty, imagining the dress on her own form, until she looked down. Yards and yards of fabric wrapped around her legs, but came up short, showing her ugly brown boots. Her audible sigh matched the swoosh of the material as she placed it on the bed to refold and put back in the crate. There was no need to finish looking through this one. When she came across a crate stuffed mostly with rags for cleaning, as well as linens for bathing and dishes, she thought it odd that it would be so heavy. She carefully unfolded each item and then understood the importance of the treasures within. Mary's Bible and Melvin and Mary's marriage certificate, along with a pile of letters, were encased in the soft fabric pieces. She unburied a porcelain figure of a mother and child whose vibrant colors and sheen made the piece glow in the light. Remembrances of Mary were everywhere. She placed the picture of Mary as a girl near Thomas's bed. A doily, so intricately made, graced the single small table near the fireplace and next to the chair. On top, she placed her own Bible, leaving Mary's in the cedar chest to give to Thomas when he was ready. When she unwrapped a portrait of the little family, she sat in the kitchen chair and breathed out heavily. A broad smile was on Melvin's slightly turned head. She could not tell if he was gazing at Mary or the babe she held in her arms. His hand rested on the head of a toddler. That must be Thomas. Then who is the infant? She laid the family photo on Melvin's side of the bed. She wanted to know more about the man she had married, to understand the grief and pain he must be carrying. He shared more fully when it was dark and they were alone. She would speak to him about the photo tonight. Cooking new recipes over the fireplace was a little challenging, but Rachel soon figured it out and quickly had more than beans and biscuits for meals. She missed having a pump and well, but the creek ran into the pond and was near enough to get what she needed with only a few trips. Cecilia continued to be a quiet and contented child who loved to look at bright items and listen to Rachel sing or talk to her, which Rachel did repeatedly as she worked. Her heart was full of blessings, and she lifted them in song to her Lord. Rachel worked first on preparing meals for the day, then headed out to the vegetable garden she had lovingly cleared and planted. The starter plants Grammy Brooks had given them from her kitchen garden would make a big difference in getting a good yield before winter came. The impatiens in the flower boxes brought color to the front of the house, their cheery faces always smiling as she entered. She carried Cecilia on her back in a sling as she toted water from the pond to her recently planted fruit trees, which soaked up the sun's warmth and nourishment on the far side of the fields. The bees, who had enjoyed the clover, would soon have other delicacies with which to make the honey she looked forward to tasting later in the season. The house needed some chinking on its rounded, rough exterior and smooth, flat interior walls, but currently Rachel appreciated the small breeze the holes allowed. The Sterling brothers who had built the home were not only good with hammer and nail, but also in design. They had put a few windows on the eastern side that faced the garden, and one in each bedroom facing the north, but the oiled paper was torn, and the mosquitoes at night were bothersome. She added this to the copious list of needed items she was compiling. Rachel hadn't thought about how they would pay for these things. She hadn't considered how Melvin had paid for the supplies and chickens they had purchased in town. Hadn't Thomas said they couldn't afford a cow? Was this true? She would ask Melvin this tonight, along with all the other things she had planned to ask over the past few days. They had settled in each evening, holding hands while in bed. Rachel no longer clutched the covers, but Melvin still allowed her plenty of time to prepare for bed before he entered the room. But tonight, there was little talking. Melvin barely uttered a soft "good night" before falling into a deep sleep. There would be no discussion of the picture or anything else tonight. The men, as she had now begun referring to all three, had made quick work of the first field, which was planted and growing. The second field was plowed, but the seed was not yet sown. "Feels like rain's coming. I'm not sure how the fields might fare if we have a heavy rain," Melvin said. "Charlie, let's check drainage before putting the seed out. One more day won't make a difference, especially if the seed is wasted by washing or blown away." "Sounds like a good plan. Should we work on the barn roof today?" Rachel watched as Melvin peeked out the door and looked up into the sky. He turned to Charlie. "You afraid of heights?"
I'm not,
Thomas chimed in. Rachel placed a hand on the younger boy's shoulder.
Oh, no, you don't. You'll be keeping both feet on the ground, young man. We have laundry to do, and I need a strong man such as yourself to help tote the water. Yes, ma'am.
Rachel stifled a laugh. She listened to Melvin and Charlie atop the roof as they marveled at how far they could see. They'd worked for hours with little talk, but now their hammers were quiet. "Charlie, look due north." Melvin pointed. "That's a substantial body of water, much larger than our pond. The sun's rays are reflecting off it like a looking glass. I'm guessing it's about 2 miles away?" "That seems about right. Good job on judging the distance. We'll have to get up there soon. I bet it's good fishing." Melvin pointed to the east. "Think that's another homesteader?" "I'm guessing so, with a large clearing," Charlie said. "Remember where the fork in the road near the 4 shoe-marred oak trees was? I bet that fork to the left leads to their place, since turning right led to ours." "Another thing we need to do soon is meet the neighbors," Melvin added. "We'll plan on doing that as soon as the crops are planted. In the meantime, we need to focus. Look over there." Rachel looked up to where Melvin pointed to the southwest. "Dark clouds forming," he explained. "Confirms my prediction of rain. Best quit lollygagging up here like old women. Finish this up before that storm hits. Charlie, you head down into the barn and look up at the roof to check for any light coming through. I don't want to have to climb up here again if I don't have to."
Is everything all right? Rachel called up.
"You may want to get that laundry in before it's soaked, Rachel," Melvin said. "Looks like a storm is brewing." Charlie did as he'd been told, but it took quite some time to carefully inch his way across the ridgeline and climb down. Rachel's nerves were on edge, and it felt like the hairs on her arms and neck were standing straight on end. She watched Charlie enter the barn and then return and yell up to Melvin, "There's one spot we missed." Rachel couldn't hear the rest of Charlie's words, but saw Melvin quickly move to the far end of the barn roof.
"Thomas, get your sister inside,"
Rachel said. She hurried a basket of half-dried laundry into the house. When she returned, the wind had picked up.
"Men, finish up. The wind is picking up fast, and I don't need anything else to hang out to dry today."
Melvin smiled and called back, "Nearly finished. I'll be there in a moment. Charlie, check the yard for any tools and head on indoors. I'll be in as soon as I finish nailing this last board." Rachel heard the rain fall in large, inconsistent plops on the dry ground. Dust jumped as if startled.
"Hurry, Charlie," she said. "You'll be soaked." "Rachel, I've got to put the tools and wood in the barn first."
She watched as he shut and latched the double doors of the barn before coming around the side to glance up at Melvin, who was carefully making his way across the ridgeline toward the ladder.
"Charlie, come in now and shut the door behind you, or you'll let the rain in," she said.
Charlie did as Rachel requested. He stood on her clean floor and shook his head like a dog. Thomas laughed and mimicked the action in the face of Cecilia, whom he was holding, which caused the little one to smile. Rachel was about to reprimand her brother, but paused at an unusual sound much heavier than rain. As if frozen in time, no one moved for a moment. Was that hail? Rachel tried to peer through the window's oiled paper, but only noted that the drab gray had taken on a yellow hue. An even louder sound she didn't recognize added to the eeriness. The wind began to whip through the windows, removing the last remnants of oiled paper. Charlie moved to open the door, but it flew open, hitting him in the forehead and knocking him to the ground in an unnatural pose. Rachel's first instinct was to help Charlie, but then she heard the scream. Looking out the open door, Rachel saw Melvin fall from the edge of the barn roof. Everything seemed to be moving in slow motion, yet racing at the same time. Rachel could see the rise and fall of Charlie's chest. The cut on his head was bleeding and would require stitches, but she knew he was alive as he adjusted to his sitting position and moaned. A fleeting glance confirmed Thomas still held Cecilia, but his face was like a stone statue she had once seen.
"Thomas, keep Cecilia safe."
Rachel saw the quick nod from the boy and knew she could count on him to stay put. It was Melvin she was unsure of as she ran to him. The storm had stopped as quickly as it had started, and what she could only believe had been a tornado had passed. She saw the ladder floating across the pond. She turned her attention back to the barn and Melvin. Rachel struggled to breathe. Melvin lay with his neck at an odd angle. His eyes and mouth were open as if he was still screaming, though there was no sound. The birds didn't hum their song, nor did the crickets play their music. Rachel heard only the sound of her blood pulsing through her racing heart as she moved closer before stopping several feet from him. With her hand to her mouth, she took one faltering step after another toward him.
"Melvin?"
There was no movement.
"Melvin?"
She was closer now, and still did not see his chest rise or fall.
"Melvin!"
She ran the few final steps and dropped to her knees before him in the damp earth.
"No. God, no. Oh, Melvin, please, don't leave me."
She shook as she straightened his head and closed his eyes. It was then she placed her head on his lifeless body and wept. Chapter 15. May 1858. Trexler Farm, Missouri. Rachel knew she would never forget seeing Melvin broken and lifeless. At some point, Charlie came up behind her. He placed a hand on her back, then also dropped to his knees and unabashedly wept. There were no words. As Rachel lay on Melvin's still form, her tears run dry. She realized this was the closest physically she had ever been to this man she called her husband. He had become so familiar, but not in this way. She ached anew, and the tears she thought were emptied started afresh. "I best check on the animals." Charlie placed a hand on her back to steady himself as he stood. Always the man, she thought, and she realized he truly was the man of the house now. Her aching heart felt a pang of anger, and she lifted her tear-stained face toward heaven. "God, how could you? Did you bring us out here to die?" Her voice caught as she cried out, but her energy was spent, and she could not continue. She dropped back down to rest her head on the chest of the man who had saved her and Charlie. From what, she wasn't certain, but she knew God had sent Melvin as their liberator. Moses and the unhappy Israelites came to mind, and she recalled the verse from Exodus they had read the night before. "And they said unto Moses, Because there were no graves in Egypt, hast thou taken us away to die in the wilderness? Wherefore hast thou dealt thus with us, to carry us forth out of Egypt?" Rachel had no fight left in her. Tears began to fall for a different reason. In her deepest despair, God had provided a way for both Charlie and her to escape from their own Egypt. He had provided a kind, thoughtful, generous man to lead them and had performed miracle after miracle on the way. God had kept them safe, provided them with food and shelter, a goat, a home, and even an extended family. Rachel took in a deep, shuddering breath. Family. Grammy. She would know what to do. When Charlie had been stitched up, and Rachel felt sure he was all right, he headed out to dig a grave for Melvin. They would not prepare the body as she had heard should be done. Out of respect, and because they had not been intimate, she felt it more reverent that Melvin maintain his dignity. She took to the task of doing her best to explain to Thomas what had happened, and that his father was no longer with them. Thomas was quiet for some time.
"Is he with Mama?"
Rachel's affirmative reply seemed to be all Thomas needed. She knew he would require time, but then Melvin had said more than once that Thomas had taken Mary's death without emotion, much in the way she saw the boy now. At the remembrance, Rachel asked, "Would you like to find and pick flowers for your father?" This was the right question. Thomas nodded and relinquished Cecilia, whom he had continued to hold, quietly walking out the door with purpose. It was getting dark when Charlie returned and asked for assistance carrying Melvin's body. Rachel suggested Thomas stay inside with his sister.
"He was her father, too,"
he stated in a firm voice. How could this child at 5 understand such things? They carried Melvin's much too light body to the readied patch of turned dirt. Rachel smiled at Charlie's thoughtfulness in preparing a final resting place for Melvin under the row of trees near the edge of the pond.
"Dad would have liked being buried here."
Charlie nodded in understanding. Before they laid her husband, the father of these children, in the grave, Rachel had the forethought to check his pockets and asked Charlie to do so. He seemed to understand, but would have obeyed even if he hadn't.
Nothing in his pockets, Rachel.
Rachel once again placed her hands around the outside of Melvin's tattered pant hems to help lower him in.
Wait, I need his shoes,
Thomas yelled. Rachel's expression must have been quite difficult to discern, for Thomas hesitated.
Dad said one day I'd be able to fill his shoes. How will I do that if I don't have them?
He was once again the innocent child.
Oh, Thomas, what a wonderful idea. I'm so glad you thought of that.
The words nearly choked her as she spoke. She gently unlaced Melvin's boots and handed them to Thomas, who immediately gave Cecilia to Rachel in exchange. Rachel quoted Psalm 23 from memory, and they all said the Lord's Prayer together before shoveling the first bit of dirt onto Melvin's body.
Rach, head on back with Cecilia. Thomas and I will finish up here, Charlie said.
Rachel was thankful for these words. She went through the motions of making something to eat, but knew most likely they would not be able to swallow anything she prepared. She heard Charlie and Thomas moving the rocks from the pile to the grave to keep the animals from digging up the earth. It was well after dark when they came in, and as expected, they could not eat. Thomas looked at Charlie with wide eyes.
Charlie, do you think I might sleep with you just this once?
Without hesitating, Charlie nodded.
You gonna be all right, Rach?
She couldn't make words form, but knew Charlie could see the pain in her eyes.
Call out if you need me,
he said, before the two headed up the ladder to the loft. Rachel did not find sleep for a long time. Her hand sought out the center of the bed where Melvin's should have been, and she wept. She didn't think she had loved Melvin. She wasn't even sure what love felt like. She knew she'd been fond of him and had considered him her best friend, a better friend than Dorothy from so many years ago. She missed talking to him, hearing about his day or a story from his childhood. She realized she hadn't gotten the answers to the questions about the infant in the picture, or about how they would pay for the items they needed, and a slight panic seized her.
God, I'm so scared,
was all she could mutter, before succumbing to a deep, soulful weeping that lasted into the wee hours of the morning.
What is that sound?
Rachel could not place the unfamiliar noise. She cleared her eyes of the dried tears and rolled out of bed, memories of yesterday heavy on her heart. She saw motes dancing in the light streaming through the uncovered window and realized how late it was. Her stuffy nose and clogged ears from so much crying made everything sound muffled. She knew she must get out of bed and face the day, no matter how difficult the task. She sat on the edge of the bed a few more moments before again hearing the unfamiliar sound of Cecilia crying from her crib on the floor.
Oh, you poor thing, you must be starving.
She bolted to the child, no more thought to her grief. Had she even fed the baby last night? She didn't remember. This would not do. As she changed a soaked and dirty Cecilia, she made her decision. She knew what needed to be done. She lifted her chin, took a steadying breath, and walked from her room.
Good morning,
Rachel said in a surprised voice to the two erect figures in deep discussion over coffee and milk at the kitchen table.
Rach, we helped ourselves to leftovers from last night. Figured you needed the sleep.
Rachel's face softened at the kindness.
Thank you both. I wonder if we might talk this morning before we get too busy.
We already did our chores. Charlie and I wanted to get those done before we leave.
Charlie sent a quick look to Thomas, but it was not unkind.
Rach, me and Thomas did some talking last night, and we figured the best thing we can do is head into town and get some advice from Grammy.
Rachel felt her heart expand. Oh, Charlie, I had made that decision as well. She would be alone with Cecilia for 5 days. It would take Charlie and Thomas 2 days to travel to town, a day to break the news to Grammy, get her advice, discuss with Mr. Sneed at the bank the need for funds, and pick up the most needed supplies if they were able, and 2 more days to journey home. She trusted Charlie implicitly and knew Thomas would obey the older boy without question. She also knew Melvin had done well to help Charlie with landmarks so he would not get lost. Her brother was skilled with the horses and could provide for their needs as well as his own and Thomas's. So, why was she so nervous? Why were her heart and stomach unsettled? Perhaps she was just worried about them running into trouble, or unscrupulous men, or the animals they might encounter. No, at the orphanage, Mr. O'Sullivan had seen to it that the older boys all knew gun safety and how to shoot so as not to make an animal suffer. Charlie had excelled. She also knew he could hold his own in a fight since he'd come out the winner in many a scrap at the orphanage. But the feelings intensified, and the quivering in her stomach moved into her hands, which began to shake. What about me? I don't know how to shoot. The panic moved into her legs, and she reached for the kitchen chair and plopped down into its unsteady hold. Melvin had talked about teaching her, but they hadn't made time. She placed her swimming head into her hands, propped up by elbows on her knees, as the real reason for her fear crept slowly to the forefront of her mind. Except for Cecilia, she would be alone. And she had never, ever been alone. Chapter 16. May 1858. Shumard Oak Bend, Missouri.
We've made good time, Thomas, Charlie said. Thank you for all your help getting us going this morning. Did you sleep well? I was too excited to sleep.
Charlie realized if he asked a question, his little brother would talk for quite a while and make the time pass more quickly. Then Thomas would sit in contemplative quietness, and Charlie wondered what a 5-year-old could be thinking. He didn't even remember being 5. They ate the jerky and now stale biscuits Rachel had prepared. They got a few short hours of sleep in the nearly empty buckboard before getting back on the path before the sun was fully up. Taking only a horse would have saved time, but Rachel had suggested they take the wagon since they didn't know what they might be bringing back. He also knew she felt more comfortable knowing they had cover should rain or another storm hit. He'd seen the strain on her face and neck as she'd made this request, and had neither questioned further nor argued. When they pulled into town, Thomas lifted a weary hand in greeting to the magistrate.
Charles, Thomas, what brings you young men to town so soon?
The magistrate quickly moved toward Charlie, arm outstretched. Charlie stepped down and accepted the handshake. An overwhelming sense of responsibility overcame him. He was now the man of the family.
Well, sir, Charlie choked out, there's been an accident at the farm.
Mr. Marley's expression became exceptionally grave, but he did not speak.
My dad, Melvin, well...
Charlie felt a tear travel down his cheek. He brushed it aside, but more followed. He winced when his fingers brushed his forehead.
Well, now, son, let's head on over to the boarding house and get the 2 of you a cup of coffee, and you can tell me all about it.
That's why we came, to go to Grammy and ask for her advice, Thomas spoke up. The tornado came. I was holding Sissy. Charlie got hit in the head with the door, and Dad fell off the roof and died, so we came to get help.
Charlie listened as Thomas shared the shortened version. Everything ran together,
but Charlie was thankful he hadn't needed to say it. Mr. Marley was uncharacteristically quiet. His hands spread across his face, ending at the bottom of his trim beard.
Let's pay a personal call to Mr. Sneed, then head to your Grammy's house after.
At his use of the honorary name, Charlie realized Mr. Marley honestly did know everything going on in this town. Mr. Sneed greeted and shook the hands of the men, even Thomas, with, "Welcome to my home, gentlemen. To what do I owe this pleasure?" Mr. Marley took the lead.
May we have a private audience with you, John?
But of course, right this way. We can meet in my study. Excuse me for a moment.
He directed the group to the room before calling to his wife,
"Sarah, I've company and will be in the study. No need for tea, but thank you, dear."
Charlie had heard Mr. Sneed and Bill Marley were childhood friends. He also knew whenever the magistrate had the opportunity, he enjoyed talking in public. The man liked flaunting his importance and being recognized as the first to gain information. For him to ask for privacy caused Charlie concern. Apparently, Mr. Sneed was troubled as well. From the one meeting they'd had, Charlie remembered him as a steady businessman. At the moment, he looked nervous. When they were seated, Mr. Marley started,
"Just going to say it like it is, John. There's been an accident. The tornado that came through 3 days ago killed Mr. Trexler."
Mr. Sneed had been on the edge of his seat, with his hands steepled in his lap, leaning forward slightly. At this, he slumped back in his chair. Air came out of his mouth, but no words. His eyes were wide, but he didn't speak.
"Everyone else is fine,"
Charlie said, although he watched as both looked at the fresh stitches on his forehead and the color that had seeped under his eye.
"I wanted to make certain Charles here has access to his father's account,"
Mr. Marley explained.
"Well, Mr. Trexler had his wife sign the forms, but he did not have his son sign. The bank requires him to be 16, and he's only 14, to my knowledge. Is that right, Charles?" "Yes, sir," Charlie said. "I'll be 15 on July 4th.
The two businessmen looked at each other. Mr. Marley spoke first.
"John, we may need to bend a few rules here if Mrs. Trexler is not able to travel after her loss."
"I understand, Bill," John countered, "but I don't know if that was truly the intent of Mr. Trexler."
Mr. Marley placed his hand on Charlie's knee.
"I am. Never saw a man trust a boy more. If you'd see fit to set a certain amount for necessities, I'll send the sheriff to obtain a letter of permission from Mrs. Trexler, stating Charlie may serve on her behalf until she's able."
It was quiet for a few moments before Mr. Sneed spoke, his voice firm with his decision.
"Seems fair. I'll bring it before the board tomorrow. In the meantime, I suggest we head to the Mercantile to talk with the sisters and have them extend a line of credit. Charles, you and Thomas best head on over to your Grammy's and give her the news. Mr. Marley and I will stop by after we finish business." "Yes, sir," both boys replied. "Thank you."
Charlie had never felt so overwhelmed and so sure of himself at the same time. He dreaded sharing the news with Grammy, but Mr. Marley's words had been a comfort.
"Thomas," Charlie said to the other boy, "when we get to Grammy's, I'd appreciate you letting me do the talking. I'm not sure how she'll take it." "I understand, Charlie. I'm sorry about telling the magistrate. Are you upset with me?" "Nah. Who could be upset with you?"
Charlie tousled the boy's hair. Grammy cried harder than Charlie could have imagined, but she never spoke. She held Thomas and petted the top of his now damp head. Aunt Martha also cried, but she pulled herself together, leaving the tender scene to prepare tea for when Mr. Sneed and Mr. Marley would arrive.
"Ladies, we let ourselves in."
Mr. Marley bent down to look Grammy in the eyes.
I'm sorry for your loss, Widow Brooks.
Thank you, gentlemen, for coming,
Martha responded for her aunt.
Might we head into the kitchen to talk over tea and snickerdoodles?
Charlie worked hard to focus on what was being said. The men explained that the Trexler family would have a line of credit at the Mercantile for necessities. The banker turned to Martha, as Widow Brooks was too distressed to likely take in the information at that moment.
The sisters have agreed that if you sign the list of needs, Miss Pennypacker, they will consider the items requested a necessity,
Mr. Sneed said, as he wiped a piece of cookie from his upper lip into his mouth. Charlie wouldn't have wanted to waste a bit of the delicacy either.
I'm sure you're aware this is just a formality with Elizabeth and Fidelia Gray, Mr. Marley interjected. Those ladies have hearts of gold. Your signature will be a safeguard to ensure Charlie makes wise decisions.
Mr. Marley laid a hand on Charlie's shoulder, but only until he took his next bite of snickerdoodle. Charlie's stomach tightened. He knew this man believed in him, but also expected much. He wanted to make his dad proud of him. Would he be able to be the man of the family?
Yes, I understand.
Martha smiled weakly.
Those two ladies know their way around business, Mr. Marley added. They might be up in years and smaller than most residents, but they are a force to be reckoned with. Every man who does business with them knows it. Why, it's the reason they've been able to keep Gray's Mercantile running for so many years, after having both lost their husbands to an Indian raid early in their marriages.
Indian raid?
Thomas asked. Charlie struggled to follow the conversation over the one going on in his head. Why, yes. Have you not heard that story? Brothers Scott and Julius Gray brought their business sense and the loves of their lives to the West when shoe-marred Oak Bend was no more than a stopping spot for weary travelers continuing west. They left Elizabeth and Fidelia to care for the shop and went for more supplies. Indians took their scalps and a good bit of the supplies. When they didn't return, those two women would have searched on their own had the town not rallied and helped them find their men and give them the burial they deserved. The wives stayed after the tragedy and carried on the names of their dear husbands.
Bill.
Mr. Sneed cleared his throat.
Right. Off track. Sorry about that.
We'd best be on our way,
Mr. Sneed said.
Miss Pennypacker, thank you for the refreshments. Charlie, Thomas.
Mr. Sneed stood, as did the boys.
Widow Brooks, you let me know if there is anything you need.
Charlie remembered shaking hands, but not much else. He'd tried to eat the dinner Aunt Martha had prepared, but couldn't recall what had been on his plate. He noticed Grammy didn't touch her meal.
Charlie?
Thomas stood quietly next to his brother.
Can we visit with the goats before heading up to bed?
Charlie felt a warmth spread over him. He was not alone. He'd suffered a tremendous loss, but had gained a brother, a family, and a home. The deep breath he took fortified him for all that was to come. He could do this. He would do this. He would do whatever it took to care for Rachel, Thomas, Cecilia, and the land. Absolutely, but not before kissing Grammy. I think she could use a little love as well. Charlie turned to see Grammy sitting in the rocking chair, looking frailer than when they had arrived. She still had not spoken. Each boy gently kissed her cheek.
You boys go on out now. I'll get your Grammy to bed.
Martha leaned into Charlie.
She'll be fine by morning. She just needs some time to process her grief with the Lord. I'll have food prepared for your return and go with you to the Mercantile in the morning to help make your purchases.
Thank you, Charlie answered as Thomas ran out the door.
God has not forsaken you, Charlie. Grammy will most likely be praying through the night. I'm guessing once she's heard from God, she'll give you her thoughts in the morning.
Well, God, you gave me Melvin as a son, then took him from me.
Seraphina Brooks wept bitterly. She had a history with God and knew the words of Isaiah to be true. For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts. God knew and understood things she did not. However, this did not take away the pain she felt with each loss, then or now. On her knees before the throne of God, she wept. She cried out to her Heavenly Father, telling him how broken her heart was and how deeply she ached for the loss of this son of hers. She knew he was not her son by birth, but God had been clear to her. Like Sarah of old, he would give her a child. There had been no question this had been God's child, but now he was gone. Seraphina reminded God of all she had lost in her life. She had been the youngest, until her mother had been gifted another daughter when Seraphina was 10. The girls were the only children of their parents to survive into adulthood. From a young age, Seraphina had learned to pray. She trusted God so completely that even when she prayed for each of her 9 brothers, she did not blame God, nor did she stay angry with him after they died. For hours, she spoke to God, vacillating between anger and hurt over her loss, and praising and thanking him for the short time she'd had with Melvin and the gift of his wife and children. When she began to feel the peace that passes all understanding, she stood without much difficulty, as if God himself was giving her aid. She splashed tepid water on her face from the basin on her dressing table, dried her face, and blew her nose. She sat in front of her mirror and brushed her hair. It was too dark to see herself, but the habit was so ingrained she did not need to see at this stage of life. She had often sat in front of this mirror, brushing her hair and conversing with God, which is what she did now. She had cleared her heart and was now ready to have a conversation with the Lord Almighty, where she waited and listened. She knew many didn't realize the importance of this point, but she had been friends with God long enough to know whatever he had to say was worth waiting for. The morning birds chirped moments before the sun made its appearance. Seraphina laid down her brush and watched from her window as the colors of the sunrise filled her room. She saw herself now. She was old, 64. She had lived longer than most and seen the world change around her. She had loved her husband for nearly 40 years and still missed him all these years later after his untimely death. She'd never had children, and until a few years ago, when Martha, her sister's unmarried girl, had come to assist her, she had lived alone after her husband's passing. But now, she had a family and a responsibility. She plaited her hair and pinned it to the top of her head in a coronet braid. With the setting of the last pin, she knew God's answer. With more strength than she remembered having in years, she dressed quickly and headed down the stairs to a startled Martha.
Good morning.
Martha gave her a questioning look. I hope you slept well, Martha.
Yes, thank you. You look, well, the only word I can come up with is ethereal.
The kitchen chair seemed to swallow her small frame today as she sat, but she felt strong, and her voice was commanding when she spoke, confirming the strength and determination of her heart. Martha, we have business to attend to. We are going back with those boys to help Rachel. As soon as you've finished here, please begin packing our things.
Ma'am?
Martha, I know you're not deaf.
Pack sensible clothing and anything else you think we may need. If that tornado hit Rachel's garden, we'll have some work to do setting things to rights. Please also head over to ask Billy Finch to take care of the goats and our kitchen garden while we're away. We'll leave in a few hours."
Yes, ma'am.
Martha still had not moved.
"And you might want to flip that bacon before it's not fit for even the goats."
Chapter 17. May 1858. Shumard Oak Bend, Missouri.
"Thank you, ladies, for having everything ready to go."
Charlie's throat felt tight, recognizing there were more than the few requested items in the crates he'd packed.
"Charlie, please let Rachel know we're praying for her,"
Fidelia said.
"We understand the grief of losing a husband. The days ahead will be difficult, so be sure to keep displaying that winning smile of yours and help as much as you can."
"Yes, ma'am."
With their purchases loaded, Charlie helped his aunt onto the seat.
"Fidelia, that boy will be quite the catch someday,"
Elizabeth said. Elizabeth's comment reached Charlie's ears, and he blushed.
"Young man,"
Elizabeth handed a small brown paper bag to Thomas.
"here's a little something for the trip." "Penny candy!"
Thomas exclaimed.
"Oh, you darling boy, that's to share with your handsome brother."
Elizabeth winked.
"Oh, yes, ma'am."
He looked into the bag.
"Thank you for the candy. Charlie and I will share fair and square."
Without warning, he launched himself into the smaller sister's frail frame. She quickly wrapped her arms around the little boy and placed a gentle kiss on his head. Thomas wasted no time reaching for Elizabeth, who was slightly stooped as if always prepared for a hug from a child.
"What a sweet boy. Seraphina is a blessed woman,"
Elizabeth choked out as she took a hanky from her sleeve and wiped at her nose.
"Yes, God has plans for you, Thomas. We'll be lifting each of you to the Lord daily,"
Fidelia said in nearly a whisper. Charlie turned to see both ladies wave. Prayer. It was something he had yet to do since Melvin's death.
"We're getting a much earlier start than I anticipated, but even so, we'll need to ride hard to reach the halfway point before nightfall," Charlie said. "Aunt Martha, we'll only be stopping for necessities and to give the horses a drink, then pressing on. Are you ready?"
"Yes, thank you, Charlie."
"Grammy, how about you? All settled?"
Charlie ran his hand along the top of the wagon as he rounded the back.
"Thank you,"
Widow Burks replied.
"I do believe I'll rest just fine back here. I've all these provisions Martha packed tucked around me, and a good bit of padding to help with the bumps. It's been many years since I've ridden in the back of a wagon." "I've never been on an adventure quite like this,"
said Martha.
"I'm looking forward to seeing a new part of the country."
"I'll do all I can to make you both comfortable, but it'll be a rough ride."
Charlie meant those words. Sitting on a buckboard seat or in the wagon bed, riding over rough terrain, didn't make for comfortable travel. Aunt Martha and Thomas talked for miles, and Charlie wondered if the woman was tiring of the chatter.
"Thomas,"
he interjected in a rare moment of quiet, "what do you think it means when a horse's ears turn forward?" He pointed with his hand still on the reins.
"Is he listening for something?"
"Very good. What if he does that but also flares his nostrils?"
"Does he smell something?"
Thomas said.
"Possibly, but it usually means the horse is scared or finds something interesting. Paying attention to your horse is important. Have you ever driven a team?"
"No, sir."
Thomas's words caught Charlie by surprise. When had he become Sir instead of Thomas's brother?
"How about you and I work on learning together?"
Charlie explained everything he did and the response of the horses. Thomas listened intently, and Charlie asked him questions as they drove, gently correcting or giving additional information when needed. The hours passed quickly, and soon they were at the halfway point. Martha's grin spread wide.
I've never slept outside. Really? Me and Charlie will teach you.
Thomas took her hand.
Charlie and I, she corrected with a wink. I'd appreciate that. I've found the journey to be a great adventure and have enjoyed every bumpy moment. Well, let's start by gathering wood, Thomas said. Charlie and I didn't do that before we left on our way to you. Hey, you get to cook over an outdoor fire tonight. Another new experience for me, as well as sleeping on the ground. It's all very exciting. I do believe I'll even enjoy washing the dishes with sand. I've read about that.
Grammy roused. Martha, I'm quite pleased with your attitude. You're taking all these new experiences with grace.
This is a new world to me, so different from the stagecoach I took coming to you. And there is nothing much better than seeing an adventure through a child's eyes.
Martha looked at Thomas, and Charlie watched her squeeze his hand. It's about time you had a little adventure, Grammy said, especially since you've cared for me day in and day out for several years. Charlie wondered how long Aunt Martha had been with Grammy and listened more closely to their conversation.
Oh, it's been my pleasure, Martha replied. Truly, living a life full of love is better than one full of material things. She turned to Thomas. Let's get busy. It will be dark before we know it.
He hadn't thought about the fact that Martha likely didn't have a bow. During the second day of travel, Charlie grilled Thomas on the previous day's lessons, finding he made few mistakes. Come stand over here and take these reins, Charlie said. Having head knowledge is one thing, but doing something is a whole other thing. Thomas did as he was told and placed his hands over Charlie's. Then they swapped hands, and Charlie's were over Thomas's for safety alone. Soon he was letting Thomas lead the horses on his own. The 5-year-old still needed to stand to be the right height, but he was happy leading the horses, even though he was obviously getting tired. We're going to have to figure out some type of seat for you so you can do this on your own soon. Standing without having my legs as a brace isn't safe. Thomas stood straighter, and Charlie saw him nod his head, but the boy never took his eyes off the road, nor lost his concentration on the task at hand. You've done a fine job, Thomas, but if you're willing, I'd appreciate some company, Grammy offered.
I'd like that.
The boy beamed at her praise. We're nearing a small clearing not far from where the road splits off to our homestead, Charlie said. We'll stop there, Grammy, and Thomas can get in the back with you. Until then, Thomas, it gets bumpy here. Would you please sit with Aunt Martha until we stop and make sure she doesn't fall out? Stately, shoe-marred oak trees came into view, along with 2 paths that split off to either side of the trees. To the right lay a field of daffodils, their yellow and orange faces blowing in the gentle breeze.
Charlie, can we please stop and pick flowers for Dad?
Charlie simply nodded, but Aunt Martha was more vocal.
Oh, how lovely. I'll walk with you, Thomas. I believe I also smell honeysuckle. Let's dig a few to plant.
They gave the horses a short rest, and Grammy stretched her legs after Charlie set her down from the back of the wagon. She's so light. Charlie, that was a good thing you did for Thomas. You are the man of the house now, and you'll need to teach him many things. Remember to always be patient and treat him with respect, and he'll do the same in turn. Yes, Grammy. I feel like something has changed. He was my playmate a few days ago, and now I feel like we're truly brothers. He lowered his head when he finished. Charlie,
It is a great responsibility. But you must also remember that you are not to fill the role of father. God will take care of that in his own time. You are to be Thomas's friend, his brother, his confidant, and support." Hearing Grammy's words lessened the burden Charlie had been carrying.
"I'll do my job, Lord, and let you do yours."
Rachel heard a familiar tune wafting on the breeze long before she saw the horses pulling the wagon. Charlie and Thomas were singing a hymn she had long stored in the recesses of her mind.
How does Charlie know those words?
She heard women's voices and wondered who would have traveled this far out.
"Mama! Mama!"
Thomas yelled the moment he saw her. Rachel's heart grew with more love for this child than she believed was possible.
"I picked flowers for Dad."
He lifted his full hands.
"Oh, my dear boy, what a blessing you are to me."
She saw something gray sticking up in the back of the wagon.
"What in the world?" "Mama, look! We brought Grammy and Aunt Martha."
At the sight of the two women, Rachel began to sob. Charlie stopped the wagon, and Martha was the first to reach her, arms outstretched, stumbling as she caught Rachel. Martha took Cecilia, and Charlie came then with Grammy on his arm. "My dear, dear child." Grammy wrapped her arms around Rachel. All the pent-up emotion Rachel had held in for 5 days came rushing out. It was some time before she could speak after her sobs had quieted, but all the while Grammy never moved.
"Oh, Grammy, how rude of me,"
Rachel choked out.
"You've ridden all this way and must be exhausted. Forgive me."
She wiped away tears from her sleep-deprived eyes and attempted to remove the hair clinging to her damp face. Grammy only smiled. "Your tears are healing, dear. Remember, I also lost a husband. I well remember the ache. Let's make some tea and catch up." Chapter 18, May 1858, Trexler Farm, Missouri. From the fields, Charlie immediately recognized Sheriff Atkins and waved a greeting, to which the sheriff responded by tipping his hat. "Fields look good," the man said as he shook Charlie's hand. "We've been working hard." "I'd say so. I'm here to see Rachel." He removed his hat and wiped his brow. "She'll be inside." "Is that bread I smell?" "Aunt Martha's here." Charlie winked, but noted the sheriff looked uneasy. "I'll take your horse and wipe him down." "Well, thanks, Charlie. I'll catch up with you as soon as I take care of some business." He ran his fingers through his sweat-dampened hair before replacing his hat.
"Why, Sheriff Atkins, what a lovely surprise," Martha said. "Please, come in."
Rachel noticed Martha looked a bit flustered, which was not her usual self. She turned to see a slight smile on Grammy's lips and mirth in her eyes. "Welcome, Sheriff. It looks like you made good time. I hope you'll stay for some of Martha's delicious cooking." Grammy's sly invitation was not lost on Rachel. "Well, thank you. I'd hate to miss that." The sheriff's eyes were on Martha, but he replied to Widow Brooks. "Saw Charlie out in the fields with Thomas. Those boys doing all that planting on their own?" He directed the question to Rachel, then added, "So sorry for your loss, ma'am. Your husband was a fine man." Rachel nodded her thanks, but instead of the reply he likely expected, she responded to his earlier question.
"Yes, the men get up each morning at dawn. They have proven themselves to be quite invaluable."
"They sure are doing the work of men. I'll be certain to treat 'em as such. Seems to me they could use an extra hand. Believe I'll head out and see what I can do to assist after we take care of business here." Sheriff Adkins pulled the now wrinkled papers from the leather pouch in his pocket and handed them to Rachel.
Please, Sheriff, do sit down.
Rachel gestured to the kitchen chair. Martha placed a tray of tea and butter cookies at his elbow and turned to go.
Oh, thank you, Martha, but will you please stay? I'd like for us all to review this together. I'm not sure I'm much good for making decisions just now.
Thank you for these, Miss Pennypacker, the sheriff said.
Rachel watched the sheriff as his gaze lingered on Martha.
Let's get down to business, he said suddenly. Magistrate Marley and Mr. Sneed have put together some documents that will allow Charlie access to the funds in your absence, Rachel.
Should we get Charlie? Rachel asked.
Not just yet. Let's go over the details so he can keep working. I'll talk with him later.
Rachel did her best to follow along, but it was hard when the sheriff kept jumbling his words every time he looked at Martha.
Howdy, men.
Charlie and Thomas stopped and, like twins, removed their hats and wiped their brows in a single motion, slapped their hats across their knees, and replaced their coverings before moving toward the sheriff.
Sheriff Adkins, were you able to get everything settled with Rachel? Said Charlie.
The sheriff nodded, but offered no further details.
Quite impressive work you've been doing here. I'm not much of a farmer, but if you're willing to teach me, I'll give you a good day's work in exchange for Miss Pennypacker's cooking.
Who?
Oh, Aunt Martha.
Ah, much appreciated, Sheriff.
After a few hours of work planting seed, the three men went to the creek to wash the dirt, grime, and sweat from their hands, arms, and necks as best they could.
You two take too long getting clean. I'm heading on to the house. I'm hungry. I'll let the ladies know you're on the way in for lunch, Thomas said.
That boy has more energy than I have, the sheriff said. I'm already worn out, and I've only given you a few hours' labor. You boys made the work pleasant, though. I enjoyed the worm throwing just about as much as the rock throwing contest. Sheriff, you'll need some practice with rocks. The idea is to see who can come closest to hitting the pile of small rocks, not the farthest. I sure hope you're a better shot with your weapon.
Both men laughed.
Charlie.
The sheriff turned serious, rubbing the sore muscles of his forearms as much as scrubbing them.
How's Rachel doing? Honestly.
Charlie kept washing up, but in time replied,
Well, sir, she acts fine, but I heard her crying again last night. Rach is tough. She'll get through this. How about you? Looks like you're holding it together, but I'm sure you're hurting too. I know Melvin wasn't your dad.
Charlie's eyes shot up and cut Henry's next words off like a knife to warm butter. Charlie's mouth was taut when he finally spoke, his words controlled.
He may not have been blood, but he was most definitely my dad.
At this, he coughed and leaned back into the water, re-washing his already clean hands before continuing.
I never met a finer man, and couldn't be prouder to call him my dad. I loved him.
The choke was unmistakable this time, and the sheriff clapped him on the back.
You've been a right fine son, caring for the farm, teaching Thomas, and being the man of the house. You let me know if there's anything I can do to help. You got that?
The sheriff squeezed Charlie's shoulder, then used it to turn Charlie toward him.
Anything. I mean it. That's what friends do.
The offer of friendship was almost more than Charlie could handle. He knew the sheen in his eyes was noticeable, but then so was the catch in Henry's voice as he spoke. He knew the sheriff meant those words. He just didn't know how to ask for help. Grammy looked around the table, her heart full.
What do you have up your sleeve, Lord? I'm not above a little meddling if you need a mere mortal to carry out your bidding.
Thank you for lunch, Aunt Martha.
Charlie pushed in his chair. As much as I'd enjoy another cup of coffee, there's much work to be done, and I want to take advantage of the extra pair of hands. Thank you, Sheriff, for agreeing to help these two fine young men. Grammy lightly touched his hand. There's no need to head on back tonight. You'll want a good night's sleep after such a hard day's work. That'd be nice, Widow Brooks, if Mrs. Trexler doesn't mind. Rachel smiled, as did Grammy, when she noticed what she was sure Sheriff Adkins thought was an imperceptible glance at Martha.
Why, of course, Sheriff. I don't mind. We're pleased to have you, Rachel offered.
I hear Martha is making something special for dessert tonight. Grammy glanced at Martha to see the surprise on the woman's face.
Oh, yes. Rachel began clearing the plates. You wouldn't want to miss the surprise.
The look from Martha toward both Rachel and Grammy spoke volumes. Slowly, with a hint of hidden meaning and that irresistible grin, Henry drawled, No, I'm sure I wouldn't want to miss dessert. Thomas, you're too old for napping or quiet time and need to start your schooling. I brought you something special. Head to my room and get your Grammy the box at the end of my bed, Grammy said. Thomas did as asked, struggling to carry the load when he returned. His eyes grew large as Grammy slipped the lid from the crate and pulled out slate, chalk, and 3 books. We'll start with seeing where you are and then move on from there. Thomas jumped like a cow being branded, clapped his hands together with a bang, then opened them wide to hug Grammy around the neck.
Oh, Grammy, I sure do love you.
She knew she was blessed, and there was nothing she would not do for this family. But this grandson of hers was special, and she would invest in Thomas to help him become the man God intended him to be. The rest of the day passed by quickly. Charlie and Henry made good progress planting the seed in the field, staying focused on the task at hand.
Martha, Rachel said as she wiped the counter, you've worked hard preparing supper. You're welcome to go touch up your hair and splash some cold water on your face to refresh yourself, since we have a guest. I can easily finish and get the meal on the table.
Grammy watched the exchange and saw the immediate relief on Martha's face.
Thank you,
Martha said, as she quickly removed her apron and headed out to the bedroom she and Grammy shared. That was extremely thoughtful of you, Rachel. I'm guessing you noticed the sparks earlier? Grammy's own eyes twinkled.
I do believe the sheriff is beyond smitten.
Rachel lowered her head and continued to wipe the already clean counter. Grammy's brow furrowed at Rachel's wistful tone. Martha stood before the small mirror and pulled pins from her hair, then brushed and repositioned her once dark tresses, now sprinkled with a few sparkling strands of gray. She no longer saw herself as the young girl who had dreamed of finding a husband, getting married, and having children. She had long ago given up that dream and dutifully, if not thankfully, left her family and home to care for her aging aunt, Seraphina Brooks, whom she lovingly referred to as Auntie. No one in the small town of Shumard Oak Bend looked twice at her. Even the miners were most likely intimidated by her stately posture, pinched but not stern features, and the fact that she was quite learned, thanks to her father. He'd felt girls should have equal education opportunities, should they so desire. No one noticed her, but she had noticed the sheriff. She had never seen a more handsome man. Sheriff Henry Adkins was likely near her age of 27 or slightly older. She didn't know much about his past, why he'd chosen the law as a profession, what had brought him to Missouri, or even from where he hailed. What she did know was he was attentive, courteous, thoughtful, hardworking, brave, could carry on a decent conversation with proper grammar when he wanted or needed to sound authoritative, and smiled at her when their eyes connected. Oh, those eyes of green, like moss clinging to rock at the edge of moving water. How they mesmerized her. To most, he was plain, both in looks and speech, but not to Martha. His cropped hair had a cowlick in front that reminded her of a rambunctious boy. She breathed out a slight sigh at the remembrance of seeing him remove his hat to push that stubborn lock of hair out of his eyes. She mimicked the motion in the mirror, pushing her own wayward strand back and securing it with a final pin. She smiled at herself and thought of the sheriff's smile, with even white teeth surrounded by lips that needed... Martha reached into the bowl and splashed cold water on her face.
He's just a friend.
Chapter 19, May 1858, Trexler Farm, Missouri. As sheriff, Henry had never given much thought to marriage. His profession didn't make for an easy family life, yet he couldn't get Martha off his mind. He thought she was lovely. She couldn't be much younger than his 30 years, but her skin was still smooth and creamy. The soft flecks of gray in her auburn hair added to the strong yet lovely features of her face. She truly was pretty, and she could cook. Lunch had been first-rate. As he helped Charlie carry in another log to use as his seat before supper, his stomach rumbled and his mouth watered at the delectable smells. He noted the log was a little short and tilted slightly to the right, causing him to spread his feet wide for balance when he sat. But it didn't hinder him from eating the fried chicken, dumplings in thick gravy, pickled beets, and dandelion green salad. He continued his musing, lifting his fork and glancing up at Martha as thoughts of him holding the woman in his arms swirled around his head. She was kind and considerate. She cared for people in word and deed. She took excellent care of Grammy, as everyone had started calling Widow Brooks, and she helped this family as well. Maybe it was wishful thinking on his part that Martha might consider him for a suitor. Their eyes met, and Henry choked.
Sheriff Atkins, are you all right?
Martha asked.
Oh dear, did I leave a bone in the gravy? I'm so sorry.
He raised the hand that was not covering his mouth with his napkin toward Martha, and she quieted. When he had composed himself, he said, "Actually, I was paying more attention to the cook than chewing." Did I say that out loud? He could feel the heat creeping up his neck that must be as red as the beets on his plate. But rather than a shocked response from Martha, her reply made his insides do a flip.
Sheriff Atkins, that may be the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me.
For the rest of the meal, each family member shared what they had done throughout the day. Rachel, who only picked at her food, had become solemn and quiet and did not participate. Grammy praised Thomas for his first day of school. Martha thanked everyone for the compliments on the meal. Charlie was excited at how much they had accomplished with the sheriff's help. "We have a new business in town," Henry shared when his turn came around. "I've only been gone a few days. How did that happen so quickly?" Grammy asked. "An older man, a barber by trade, was passing through and mentioned he was considering putting down roots. He was tired of traveling, and since Shumard Oak Bend didn't have a barber, Magistrate Marley encouraged him to stay. The Gray sisters are letting him work under the lean-to off the Mercantile until he gets a place built." "Thomas, you've been very patient listening to the adults speak. Do you have anything you'd like to share about your day?" Grammy asked.
May I be excused to get Gerda? I don't have a story, but she does.
Gerda? The sheriff asked. Yes, Gerda is the wooden cow Hans made for him. He loves that silly thing. Charlie shook his head. When Thomas returned, the cow adventures began, and the ladies started clearing the table. Henry added his twist, making Gerda the hero who saved the chickens from impending doom. Martha laughed, which made him blush.
Let's move our seats outside to take advantage of the evening breeze, shall we? Martha asked.
Aunt Martha, if it's all right with you, Thomas and I need to finish our evening chores before dessert, Charlie said. Today's been a little off, in a good way, and it's later than usual. We'll need the light.
Rachel perked up at their request.
That will work out perfectly. Grammy, I'm guessing it's our turn to do the dishes, especially since Martha worked so hard on the meal?
Quite right, dear, said Widow Brooks. Martha, take our sheriff for a walk around the property. He's only had a chance to see the field.
Before Martha had a chance to respond, Henry took full advantage of the gift given to him.
I'd appreciate being able to pay my respects to Mr. Trexler. That is, if you don't mind showing me the way.
The sheriff's smooth-talking response was not lost on Grammy or Rachel, and they quickly stood, taking dishes as they went. Henry offered his arm, and she took it. She had not experienced this sensation before. Martha could feel every muscle and sinew under the light fabric of his sleeve. The warmth radiating from his skin and the scent of him nearly made her knees buckle. She took in a deep breath to steady herself, which probably wasn't the best idea.
"Are you all right?"
he asked, stopping and turning to face her. When she realized what she'd done, she grinned sheepishly and popped out of her own little world.
Oh, yes, just taking in the lovely night smells.
At least she hadn't lied, but her face must now be as red as his had been at supper. They walked in silence until they reached the trees by the pond and the pile of rocks under which Mr. Trexler had been laid to rest. Both stood deep in thought. Martha felt the sheriff place his hand on top of hers, the one still wrapped around his forearm. He slowly moved his thumb back and forth. No longer was she deep in thought. She was having trouble thinking at all.
Sheriff,
she said in nearly a whisper.
Henry,
he interjected.
Would you do me the honor of calling me Henry? It would mean a great deal to me if you'd be one of the few.
She blinked, and, still looking at him, breathlessly said his name. She had not thought him a forward man, but at the sound of his name on her lips, he pulled her close and kissed her. Her eyes were still closed when he gently pulled away and rested his forehead on hers. Martha.
May I call you Martha?
Her eyes slowly opened and refocused.
Yes,
was her breathy reply.
Henry, I don't want to assume, but at my age and stage of life, clarity is often best. Do you mean by your actions that you care to be more than... I mean to say...
But she didn't have a chance to finish. Henry pulled her close and kissed her soundly before a deep rumble emanated from his chest. His hands now on her shoulders, he took a small step back, placing some space between them.
I intend to court you properly, if you'll have me.
Her smile was quick.
Well then, I suggest we head back for dessert. I believe we have much to discuss.
Rachel dried the last dish. She heard the door open and was surprised to see Henry and Martha in the doorway. Henry cleared his throat and tenderly took Martha's hand in his. "Mrs. Brooks." As Henry spoke, he turned to Martha. Rachel watched her friend's lovely eyes brim with unshed tears. The two were lost to each other, and Rachel felt a pang of uneasiness.
"It will wait. Sit down to a piece of pie and coffee first," Grammy interrupted.
Rachel watched Henry fidget, then clear his plate in 3 large bites. Martha moved the flaky crust around her plate, but didn't eat a crumb.
"Well now, Sheriff, I believe you had something to say," Grammy said.
"Ma'am, I'd like permission to court your niece properly with the intention of marrying her, if she'll have me," he blurted.
"Well, it's about time. You two have been ogling each other since the day Martha arrived."
Grammy ignored the slight gasp that escaped Martha's mouth, while Rachel covered her own to keep from laughing, as looks of shock and then resignation registered on both Martha's and the sheriff's faces. Grammy cleared her throat, and again Rachel had to lift her napkin to her mouth, pretending to wipe away the dessert.
"I suppose I'm the one who should do the honor, since I am Martha's guardian at present," Grammy continued. "Sheriff, if you take care of this precious woman half as well as you do this town, you'd make my sister and her husband proud. My brother-in-law is a judge, well acquainted with the law, and has great respect for men of your profession."
Grammy reached across the table for Martha's hand, which the woman willingly gave.
"Martha, I give you my blessing. You waited for God to send the man He had created for you, and I'm genuinely happy for you."
"Hey, no one called us in for dessert,"
Thomas quipped as he and Charlie came through the door. Rachel knew Charlie immediately recognized something was up. He had read silent words and body language for too many years. "Everything all right?" he questioned. Henry stood. "Yes, Charlie. I've asked to court your aunt, Martha, and your Grammy has given us her blessing." The smile spreading across Charlie's face was bigger than Rachel had seen in days. "Wow! Oh, congratulations! Rachel, our family keeps growing." He pumped the sheriff's hand. They all offered best wishes. Rachel felt the uneasiness from earlier begin to turn into jealousy at Martha's happiness. The following morning, Sheriff Adkins planned to leave early and ride east to the Trexler's nearest neighbor. "Pete Manning hasn't been seen in town for quite some time, and I wanted to check on him since I'm up this way," the sheriff said. "He's only a short distance from you." Rachel's cheeks burned. "We should have ridden out that way sooner. Please give Mr. Manning our apologies when you see him, and let him know he and his family are welcome for a home-cooked meal any time," Rachel said, as she shook Henry's hand in farewell. "I'm sure he'd appreciate good food, being single and all. Nice man, as far as I can tell, but keeps to himself mostly. So I suspect he's working hard like Charlie and Thomas here and trying to keep up with the farming." Henry ruffled Thomas's hair. Grammy stood, hugged the sheriff, then stuck her bony finger in the big man's chest.
"You make sure to send the preacher for us as soon as he returns to town. He can use my wagon and horses. Billy will get it ready for him, but tell him to bring extra quilts. My backside can't take another bumpy ride on that hard wood."
She winked to soften the directive. Martha stood close by with a package in her hands.
"I'll walk you to your horse. I believe Charlie has him ready."
Charlie did have the horse ready and made short work of dismissing himself, for which Martha was grateful. "Henry," he said, He handed the reins over with his left hand while putting his right hand out to shake his friend's.
Thanks for your help in the fields and with the papers from the magistrate. I hope you understand, but Thomas and I need to get to work.
Martha watched the exchange and realized Charlie truly admired the man, but also considered him a friend. Henry returned the shake but did not speak. He nodded before turning his full attention to Martha as Charlie headed to the barn.
"This is for you,"
she said. Her words were quiet.
"I hope you like molasses cookies. You can share with Mr. Manning when you see him."
The noise that escaped Henry's throat made her laugh. "Oh, no. He'll not be partaking of anything made by your hands. I don't want any competition." Henry laughed as she playfully swatted at him. His laughing turned serious. "Martha, you've made me a very happy man. I'll send the Reverend to fetch you and Grammy the moment he gets into town, if not sooner." Martha smoothed her unwrinkled skirts and watched Henry's lopsided smile quirk upward. His jovial tone changed again, this time to gentle and questioning. "When you're back home, I'd like to take you for a walk, if you're agreeable?" Martha had given every indication she was as interested in this courtship as he, yet his voice still wavered at the end of his sentence, which was almost a question.
"Henry."
She reached for the hand holding the reins and lifted both to his heart.
"I'm here."
She tapped one finger on his muscular chest and felt a new sensation in her stomach.
"And will be for a very long time."
It was Martha who initiated the kiss this time. She expected Henry thought her reserved, but hoped he was beginning to see a new and exciting side of her, a part of her she desired with all her heart to share with him one day. One hand still holding hers and the other holding the cookies, he could do nothing but let her back away after she had gently kissed him. When he had stowed the cookies and mounted, he tipped his hat, winked at her, and clicked the horse to go. She watched him grow smaller for quite some time before realizing she was crying.
"Tears of joy."
She looked toward the heavens and quoted her favorite psalm.
"Wait on the Lord. Be of good courage, and he shall strengthen thine heart. Wait, I say, on the Lord."
She had waited and waited, and God had heard her prayers and finally given her the desire of her heart.
"God,"
she struggled to say,
"thank you. I didn't see your plan when you sent me here to care for Auntie, but you knew all along. I'm amazed at your goodness and faithfulness and your everlasting mercy. You care for me as you do for the sparrow. Help me to trust you more. I want to do everything pleasing in your eyes, including the love I give to Henry."
She knew then she already loved him, had loved him for quite some time. Chapter 20. June 1858. Trexler Farm, Missouri. Martha kept herself busy in and around the small home for 3 torturous weeks. Rachel was retreating and doing less each day, leaving Martha to handle the cooking, cleaning, caring for Cecilia, and tending to the small kitchen garden. Even being so busy, she still had too much time to think. She went from elation to second-guessing Henry's true intentions. Was this true love or just infatuation? She vacillated between excitement and absolute fear of the future. Grammy was inside the sweltering home on this particular day, napping with Cecilia, while Rachel and Martha toiled in the outside heat and humidity, washing the never-ending laundry. The two worked in silence, Martha was mulling over the constant thoughts and worries on her mind, and Rachel was simply quiet, which was the case more and more each day. Rachel often stood with glazed eyes while making repeated motions. Other times, she walked out the door late at night and sat on the steps or strolled near the house. Many days, she slept late into the morning, even missing breakfast.
Rachel, how did you know you loved Melvin? Martha asked.
What? This was not the reply Martha had hoped for or expected, so she rephrased, guessing she had pulled Rachel from some deep ponderings.
Melvin, how were you sure he was the one for you?
Martha listened as Rachel breathed, interpreting the release as a sigh of longing for the man she had just buried. Martha, God provided Melvin at Charlie's and my greatest time of need. I'd cried out to God, but thinking he wasn't answering fast enough or at all, I eventually took matters into my own hands, only to learn no one can thwart the plans of God. Martha forced her hands to keep moving. Rachel told the story with little feeling and few details. She never mentioned loving Melvin, and Martha was confused and concerned. Rachel's hand wiped at the sweat dripping into her eyes and pushed her forever wayward, stringy strands of hair behind her ears. She may have thought her smile would pass as genuine, but Martha saw deep pain in her eyes. Are you having second thoughts about Henry? Rachel questioned. The pause was only momentary before Martha resumed her scrubbing, which she had stopped doing to listen to the odd and very short telling of Rachel's courtship and marriage. She continued her work, but turned slightly to look at Rachel, who was rubbing her arched back with her fists and stretching her shoulders back.
More like questioning if this is real, or merely something I've made up in my mind.
Rachel didn't hide the slight laugh escaping her upturned lips as she bent forward to resume the tedious task. Oh, Martha, that man is so head over heels for you. He most likely hasn't slept a wink and checks the horizon every day for the Reverend's return. It was refreshing to hear laughter from Rachel's lips. She had been morose of late. Martha returned the smile and resumed her work with new vigor, praying Rachel was right. The corn and the buckwheat in the second field had been planted, and the weary boys had taken to digging a well, thankful for the change in work. Charlie guessed the family believed the two spent more time splashing and throwing mud than they did digging. During the long hours preparing the fields and planting the crops, Charlie used his creativity and ingenuity to figure out how to complete the well. He had the design in his mind, but never transferred it to paper. He and Thomas provided all the manpower, but God had provided the location. They hit water at 30 feet. When Thomas was hauled up soaking wet, Grammy hollered, "Glory!" and lifted her hands toward heaven.
Thomas, you head on in and change.
Martha reached for the boy's muddy hand.
I'll fix you something warm to drink. Your hands are like ice.
Charlie stood over the well, marveling at what he'd accomplished. He knew it wasn't perfect, but he'd surprised himself. He lifted his head and winked, knowing the glory was not his own, but God's. Charlie saw a stranger approaching on horseback from the edge of the woods and moved to where he had the rifle stowed nearby. He remembered how Johann had kept his at the ready, but not threatening. He wanted to send a signal, not look like an outlaw. The rider stopped some ways from the house before speaking, never moving his hands. "Hello, I'm Pete Manning." Charlie did not relax his grip on the rifle, but nodded and moved toward the man, recognizing the name of his nearest neighbor. He saw Rachel glance out the window of their home, but Charlie's silent look kept her inside. This was their first unknown visitor. Rachel watched the men. They talked for a bit before Charlie took the reins, and the man got down from his high horse, literally and figuratively. He had an air of self-confidence about him that Rachel could detect from this distance. He was a tall man, even next to Charlie, who seemed to be growing like a weed. She saw the broadness of the man's shoulders and the slightly too long hair that rested on his collar when he removed his hat. The men shook hands and then began walking toward the house. She stepped outside. He was taller than she had initially guessed, and most definitely better looking. Rachel looked up into two of the bluest eyes she had ever seen. Even the brothers from Finland didn't have eyes this blue. She missed what Charlie said for introductions, but quickly pulled herself together and belted out, much more boisterously than she anticipated, "Welcome." Charlie threw her an odd glance, to which she silently replied, "What?" Grammy interrupted their silent exchange. "Please, come in and sit down, Mr. Manning, and we'll have tea." "Pete," was his reply. "Please, call me Pete." He glanced at Rachel and then at Martha. "Which of you ladies do I have to thank for those delicious cookies?" Martha blushed.
That would be me. Thank you, Mr. Manning. I wondered if Henry, Sheriff Adkins, would share them with you."
Pete laughed. He took one look at my sorry hide and said I needed something to keep me going. Then he warned me within an inch of my life that if I had any notion of stealing you away, he'd find some reason to lock me up for a long, long time. He laughed again, and Rachel watched Martha's shoulders relax, as if all the anxiety she had been holding over the last few days released in a single breath.
"Well, then, Mr. Manning, I'd say that calls for a treat. I don't have any cookies, but I did make a lovely raisin cake just this morning."
Rachel sat next to Pete at the table. His smile caused her to blush. "Pete," Grammy spoke up, breaking the connection, "would you be willing to bless our food?" Pete didn't hesitate. "Not my thing. God and I aren't on what you'd call speaking terms at the moment." Rachel noticed Grammy didn't act the least bit surprised or offended. She nodded before placing her hands palm up on the table. "I'll do the honor." Rachel felt the heat of Pete's hand course through her. She didn't hear a word Grammy said and peeked a glance in Pete's direction, only to find the man's eyes on her. He winked and squeezed her hand at the same time, causing her to flush even more. "Amen." Grammy lifted one eyebrow at Rachel, but said nothing. Rachel picked at her dessert, moving the fried apples around her plate. "Don't mind if I do." Pete stabbed an apple off her plate and popped it into his mouth. "Pete," Grammy said, loudly enough that Rachel jumped, "would you mind heading out before it gets any darker and taking a look at the well?" "I'd really appreciate your thoughts, Pete," Charlie said, pushing his chair away from the table. "Of course, I'm happy to." Rachel's gaze followed Pete and Charlie as they walked out the door, talking like they'd known each other forever. The man was amiable, got along well with Charlie, and set her blood on fire. She noted a feeling of guilt and shame. She was newly widowed. Rachel felt Grammy's hand on hers and looked up, but did not understand the expression in Grammy's eyes. Finally, Grammy whispered, "He's not God's chosen for you, Rachel. Wait on the Lord." Rachel couldn't believe she had been so transparent and was mortified. She excused herself to calm her rising anger toward Grammy.
Who does she think she is? What right does she have to deny me love and happiness like Martha's? Besides, God doesn't care about my heart anyway. After all, he took the husband I thought he had provided.
Even though angry with God, habit caused her to drop to her knees before the bed. In anguish, she cried out,
God, am I doing it again? Am I so desperate to feel love, like what Henry and Martha have, that I'm trying to choose my own path rather than trusting in your perfect will for my life? I miss Melvin, she sobbed. Even without love, I want more than anything to raise these children with both a mother and a father. Oh, please, God, don't make me do this alone.
A muffled cry caught in Rachel's throat. She lifted her head slowly and wiped her tears, but did not rise. She breathed deeply for several minutes, practicing what Grammy had taught her, but heard nothing from God. She added one more prayer.
Forgive my promiscuous and reckless heart, and help me to trust you fully.
You are forgiven, and I do care. It hadn't been a whisper, but more of a fleeting thought. Cecilia had not stirred as Rachel had spoken her prayer in the darkened room. Nor had she moved at the reply Rachel knew she had received. Rachel stood, smoothed her skirt, lifted her chin, wiped the final tears from her face, and returned to their company with a new frame of mind. Rachel fought against her desire to take matters into her own hands as she realized Mr. Manning was readying to leave. "Well, ladies and gentlemen," Pete tweaked Thomas on the chin, "thank you for a most delicious meal, excellent company," his gaze fell on Rachel, "and your welcoming friendship." He turned to Martha. "Sheriff Adkins has himself a fine woman. Thank you for sending me home with these leftovers. Can't say as I've eaten this well in a month of Sundays. When I return your plate, I'll be sure to bring some fresh milk as a token of my appreciation, because you sure don't want me to cook anything for you." He gave another gentle laugh at his own joke, then tipped his hat and gave a last glance to Rachel, who lowered her eyes in shame. Had she given him reason to believe she was interested? She looked toward Grammy, who had one eyebrow raised. Chapter 21, June 1858, Trexler Farm, Missouri. Martha's mind wandered as she did the familiar task of making breakfast. It was mid-June, and the home's door was propped open, causing a slight breeze to blow dampened tendrils of hair into her eyes. She looked up and out over the land as she wiped away a wayward strand. The corn was a lovely dark green. The buckwheat was getting tall enough to undulate like gentle waves across a large body of water when the wind blew. She had heard Charlie mention they had been too late to sow fava beans for the livestock they hoped to one day have, so they had planted a small patch of mung beans. They would eat these and share them with the goat and chickens during the winter months when the grass would be sparse. Not us, Martha reminded herself. Hopefully, she would be home soon. Martha thought of her garden at home and hoped Billy was taking care of the weeds and watering. Rachel's garden had taken little effort. Martha smiled, thinking of the sturdy sunflowers she had added to the house garden, their faces already lifted toward the sun. Thankfully, the garden plot had been sheltered by the house and had not seen much damage from the short-lived tornado. Martha couldn't see them, but she could hear Charlie and the team readying yet another field for the winter wheat and alfalfa they would be planting soon. Life on the farm moved smoothly, except for Rachel's mood. Each day she was more somber, spoke less, slept more, and contributed less to the household. Even now, Martha noticed Rachel wiping silent tears from her face, and she yearned to ease her friend's suffering.
Lord,
Martha prayed silently as she kneaded the dough.
I can't imagine losing Henry.
Her heart ached, believing the loss of Melvin was the cause of Rachel's despair.
Grammy and I believe Rachel's heart will heal in time, and we're treating her with kindness and giving her space. But are we doing what is best for her, Lord? Each day she's further from those around her.
Grammy's words interrupted Martha's prayer. Thomas, I'm genuinely pleased with your reading progress, and am most impressed with your abilities in arithmetic and science.
I like science best, Grammy, especially the days we're outside,
the boy said. That warm sun does feel good on these old bones, Grammy replied. I enjoy teaching you the names of the birds, trees, flowers, and plants. You have an amazing memory and soak up everything I'm able to teach you. But I'm afraid I'm nearing the end of my knowledge. When I get home, I'll send for more books.
Yes!
The boy jumped up and down. Martha clamped her lips together to hide her laughter at his exuberance. It looks like you need a few minutes to run off your extra energy. Take your mama out to get some sun and pet Naomi, but be back in 30 minutes or so.
Come on!
Thomas pulled at Rachel's hand.
The sun is shining.
Rachel stood, but did not comment as the two headed out the door.
That boy loves learning, the outdoors, and Rachel. No denying it, Martha said. Are you all right, Auntie? You're looking a bit tired.
I'm tired in spirit, child. Rachel has me worried. Martha agreed, but allowed her aunt to continue. The only thing she does with any interest at all is read the Bible to the children each night. You can tell it by the inflection in her voice.
I've noticed that too. From Thomas's lessons, it seems you were listening just as intently for something to discuss with him. You've done a good job, Auntie, teaching him of God's love, faithfulness, forgiveness, and wrath.
I'm hoping those stories are reaching Rachel's heart as well. The truth is, I made a promise to God to take every opportunity to impress God's word on that boy's heart and mind, as written in Deuteronomy. If this is the last thing I do, I desire to do it well. I just didn't expect I'd be doing it for Rachel's benefit, too.
I'm more concerned about Rachel each day.
Martha dried her hands, removed her kitchen apron, and replaced it with her soiled garden apron. As am I, child. As am I. Thomas bounded in the door, halting their discussion.
I'm ready.
His exuberant voice caused Grammy to chuckle. Rachel settled in the chair near the fireplace, which needed a good cleaning. Martha would get to the ashes and blackened rock later. There was always so much work to do on a farm.
I'm heading out to the garden. Would you like to join me, Rachel?
I'm a bit tired. Maybe a short nap before I join you?
Of course.
Martha worked to keep her frustration from her voice, allowing the beauty of the day to fill her instead. The lettuce, radishes, spinach, and turnips were coming along nicely, and the family was enjoying their early harvest. Martha was pleased with the variety and looked forward to the tender beans she planned to add to the menu, along with their greens. Several vegetables would soon be ready for picking and canning. As she weeded, her mind thought through the supplies she would need. She wondered about her kitchen garden back home and hoped Billy was doing a good job of weeding and keeping the goats in their pen so they didn't eat the plants. But she couldn't worry about something she had no control over. She knew Mrs. Finch would be grateful for any of the bounty, since she had been doing poorly and could not tend her own garden as she would normally. Martha was quietly singing a hymn to herself when she heard an unfamiliar sound. She leaned back on her heels and dusted her hands off on her already dirty apron, listening more closely. A wagon. She jumped to her feet, nearly trampling the plant behind her, and went round to the other side of the house to see who might be coming. Reverend Jenkins. She had never been so happy to see that man in all her life. Reverend Jenkins talked nonstop through the entire evening meal, and Martha didn't even mind. Mentally, she was picking out the dress she would wear on her first walk with Henry and the meal she would prepare the first time she had him over. She wasn't sure what it was, but something made her look up at those around the table. Her companions were all silent before a burst of laughter came out of each one's mouth, and Reverend Jenkins even had to wipe his eyes. "Dear, dear, but you are smitten. What a treasure to have love at this season of life." Reverend Jenkins didn't seem to realize his faux pas and kept talking. "Martha, my dear, you are a virtuous woman, worth far more than rubies, and the sheriff is one lucky man. Yes, sirree, one very lucky man." Over a dessert of blueberry cobbler, Rachel, who had spoken few words since the Reverend had arrived, reluctantly asked, "Reverend Jenkins, were you able to deliver my letter to Cook?"
"Dear me, how could I have forgotten to give this to you?"
He reached into his pocket and pulled out a single sheet.
"Would you excuse me while I read this?"
Rachel did not leave her chair.
There's no mistaking her handwriting. "If it's anything like the recipes she gave you, I'm sure you'll have to do some deciphering to figure out the letter."
Martha flushed at the harshness of her words.
"Oh, I'm sorry," she started. "Oh, no, Martha. It's part of the beauty of who she is. Here, listen."
Rachel stumbled over the words, but shared the letter with those at the table.
"Dearie, ye blessed,"
Rachel hesitated over the word,
"me heart when ye writ. We thank ye for the news of a last name for wee Charlie, and thank thee, Lord, for a good man for me dear girl."
"Rachel," Grammy interrupted, "did you not share of Melvin's death?"
"No, ma'am. Melvin passed after the Reverend's departure."
She looked up, and all eyes were on her. She continued reading, and Martha wondered how she could so easily discuss Melvin's death.
"I believe it says she and Mr. O'Sullivan will see us in August. But that can't be right. Are they family? Did she say anything, Reverend?"
"Mr. and Mrs. O'Sullivan have decided to give their jobs at the orphanage to a younger couple and would like to move here, right here to our fair town. She's thinking of starting a boarding house and restaurant, seeing as she has the skill. Mr. O'Sullivan is quite capable of all sorts of things, I've learned. He'll find work soon enough."
Charlie jumped in.
"Truly? Oh, isn't that good news, Rachel? With us just a couple of months away. And to think, Mr. O'Sullivan and Cook are married and we never knew."
"Would you take a letter to the post office on your way back to town, Reverend? I'd like to respond."
Of course, of course. Happy to be of service."
The following morning, The tears flowed freely as Martha and Grammy climbed into the well-padded wagon for their return trip home. The Reverend groaned as he pulled himself up onto the wagon seat. He grumbled,
"I'm too old to be sleeping on the ground, even with hay for padding, much too old."
"Oh, don't talk to me about age. You're a young whippersnapper compared to me. Now, let's say our goodbyes before this turns into a 3-day journey." Thomas was struggling with Grammy's departure. No matter how grown up he wanted to act, he could not help but cling to Rachel's skirt and cry. "Thomas, sweetheart, you come see your Grammy whenever you have a need. I'm always here for you."
I love you, Grammy.
"And I love you, dear. Remember to keep God's word hidden in your heart, that you might not sin against him." Rachel heard no reply from the boy, but a simple nod showed he had heard. Serafina wiped her eyes, then put out the bony finger she had rarely needed to use during her stay and pointed it straight at Charlie. "Young man," she said in a strong voice, "God has big plans for you. Acknowledge him in all your ways, and he will direct your path." Charlie nodded. "Rachel, my dear child, delight thyself also in the Lord, and he shall give thee the desires of thy heart," she quoted from Psalm 37. "I doubt my old bones can make this trip again, but I look forward to a visit from you all soon. I'll send Billy to check on you in a month or so if you haven't made it my way by then." Martha turned and waved one last time as they pulled out.
Goodbye, everyone. Thank you for a wonderful adventure.
"Did I ever tell you about the time I drove a team of horses as a boy? Driving a team, now that's something, really something," the Reverend began.
Grammy caught Martha's eyes and mouthed, "Please keep him busy singing hymns, so the only words I have to listen to him repeat are the choruses." Both ladies chuckled, and it helped stop the tears flowing down Grammy's wrinkled cheeks. Chapter 22. July 1858. Trexler Farm, Missouri. June turned to July, and Rachel did her best not to succumb to the loneliness surrounding her. With Grammy and Martha back at their own home in town, the chores and caregiving for Cecilia were mostly on her shoulders, although Charlie and Thomas did their best to make her load light. She mourned afresh the loss of Melvin, and added to it the loss of the new family she'd found in Grammy and Martha, along with missing their help. Rachel stood at the top step of the porch, Cecilia on her hip, staring off toward the fruit trees. She heard Charlie approach and turned. "Rach?" She flinched, even though she knew he was there. "I didn't want to startle you," he said. "Sorry." A deep, heavy hollowness began to grow in Rachel's chest. She couldn't bring herself to speak. When she didn't respond, Charlie shuffled his feet. "Rach, it's my birthday." She blinked away the stare she had been holding for some time and forced herself to focus on her brother. "I'd like to invite Pete over for supper, if you feel up to it." His birthday. Rachel didn't have the heart to tell him no. "Oh," she cleared her throat. Of course, Charlie. Thank you for the reminder." She remained on the front porch and watched as Charlie and Thomas rode out. They fit together on the unsaddled mare well. The weight of Cecilia in her arms became more than she could bear. Her back slid down the rough exterior of the house. She buried her head in the sleeping infant's soft hair and wept bitterly. The heat of the morning drained her, but she knew she needed to get started on Charlie's birthday dinner. Cecilia cooed as she lay on the floor. Rachel tried to sing, but the emptiness in her soul swallowed up the sound. Charlie and Thomas returned in a few hours with smiles and set out to work in the hot afternoon sun after checking in with Rachel. Rachel was not the cook Martha was, and their store of meat was low. She didn't care to kill another chicken, but figured it was Charlie's favorite meal, and it was his birthday.
"It's for Charlie," she breathed out. "For Charlie."
She picked up Cecilia, placed her in the sling, and started the chore of preparing the chicken. She wiped her brow hours later and looked out the front door when she heard Thomas give a friendly yell. She figured Mr. Manning must have arrived. She didn't even take a moment to look in the mirror and put the wayward strands of her lifeless hair back in place. She most certainly was not trying to impress Mr. Manning. Wiping her flour-covered hands on her already dirty skirt, not having done laundry and therefore not having a clean apron, Rachel picked up a wet Cecilia from the floor and placed her on her hip, causing the flour to turn sticky.
"Mama, look what Pete brought,"
Thomas said. Thomas, Charlie, and Mr. Manning were all carrying a dark, bulky form. "Hope you like elk meat," Pete said in greeting. "Killed me a large one the other day and figured you might enjoy having some. I'll get pretty tired of jerky come end of winter if I dry it all." Rachel stood there, not certain how to respond.
Why is this so hard?
If she came across as too grateful, she may portray she was eager for his advances. Not to take the meat was rude and downright foolhardy. Her boys needed meat as much as she did. She finally decided on a simple, "Thank you," but not before she saw questioning in his eyes. He said nothing to her and continued bantering with the boys and telling them how he had tracked the elk. Without discussion, they took the meat to the smokehouse to hang and start a fire. They could continue listening to Pete's story while they worked. Rachel felt tense all evening. The chicken was dry and burned in some places. She had put her potatoes on late, and they were still slightly crunchy. Her biscuits were flat, much like she felt. Thankfully, Thomas had brought in beans, or she would have had no other vegetable for the meal. But she had forgotten to add the bacon grease and salt, making the beans tasteless. She did her best to join in on the stories Mr. Manning told and to respond appropriately with a laugh or surprise. But her heart wasn't in it. All she could hear was Grammy telling her to wait on the Lord and that this man was not God's chosen for her. The guilt she felt at the pang in her heart and the heat in her belly from just seeing Mr. Manning were overwhelming. She was at war with herself, her own soul. She used Cecilia as an excuse to compose herself and sort through her thoughts. She headed toward the room she shared with the baby. Her whispered, "Help," was the only prayer she could mutter as she changed the smiling infant's diaper. She sat down beside Cecilia on the bed she had shared with Melvin. She remembered the time Melvin had followed her to the cemetery. He had asked if he could help after hearing her say that word. He had been the answer to the prayers she had not even voiced. She smiled to herself.
"You saw me through the desert more than once, Lord, and delivered me into the land flowing with milk and honey. The giants have been big, but you have helped us slay each one."
She thought of all the challenges that had come up, and how God had provided a solution to each, one by one. Mr. Manning was just one more giant. And although she didn't plan to slay him, she did need to set some boundaries. "Mrs. Trexler, might I interest you in a stroll before I take my leave?" His words were questioning, as if he were testing the water before fully diving in.
"Mr. Manning, that good idea is worth my time," was her curt reply. She expected it wasn't exactly how he'd imagined she'd answer, but he'd have to take what was given. He offered her his arm, but she acted as if she didn't notice and used that hand to point to a place in the distance. "What is in that direction, Mr. Manning? Do we have other neighbors?"
Well, he paused. "I know there's a group of Arapaho Indians up that way. I'm sure other folks are as well, but you're the only neighbors I've met. I'm sure the magistrate could tell you about them, down to the color of their,
Rachel raised one eyebrow and looked his way. "That man sure knows a lot of information."
Pete clamped his mouth shut. Rachel got the feeling Mr. Manning might not appreciate the fact that the magistrate was an information man, but didn't encourage further conversation. Without meaning to, they found themselves before Melvin's grave. For once, Pete seemed to understand Rachel's need for silence. She was thankful. Rachel took a breath and began to speak, still looking at the grave.
"Mr. Manning, my husband was a good man, a godly man. He cared deeply for the children and me. He provided for us. In a way, he was my rescuer. I owe him much for saving Charlie and me."
She stopped and turned to face him.
"I want you to know I appreciate your kindness, and especially your friendship with Charlie and Thomas. You're a good neighbor, but that's as far as our relationship will go. These children deserve a mother and father who love them, love each other, and love the Lord. I'm holding out for God's best for them and me. I do hope you understand, Mr. Manning."
She quieted, but did not avert her gaze. The slow smile creeping onto his face did not conceal the rejection in his eyes. However, she remained steady. "Mrs. Trexler, the man God sends to you is going to be a right lucky fella." After a short pause and deep breath, he continued, "Shall we head back?" He didn't offer his arm this time, and they walked in silence, listening to the sounds of the night, each in their own thoughts. Chapter 23. July 1858, Shumard Oak Bend, Missouri. July was sweltering, and Rachel tried to remember how she'd once considered canning fun. If she saw another blackberry, she thought she'd scream. The beans seemed to need picking every day, and her fingers ached from snapping them with the boys each night. Then came the tomatoes. Why had they planted so many? Her hands were raw, and her back ached, both from canning and from carrying Cecilia, who had become fussier of late. Charlie opened the door. "Rach?" "What?" she snapped. Charlie froze. She had never once raised her voice to her brother. He quietly shut the door behind him as he stepped inside.
"Charlie, I'm so sorry I snapped at you. It's just that—"
He was beside her now and pulled her raw hands into his own. "What can I do to help, Rach?" She was shaking her head, and tears were falling, but she made no sound. She knew there was nothing Charlie could do to calm her. "I'll head to town in the morning," he said, and headed outside to prepare for the trip. "Thomas, you're the man of the house while I'm away. Keep the rifle close by." Charlie watched as the boy stood taller. "I'm only taking one horse, so you'll be able to take the other horse to Pete's if there's an emergency."
I got it, Charlie. Everything'll be fine.
"Rachel." Charlie touched her arm. "Let the rest of the tomatoes go to rot, or use them for shooting practice." At this, she offered him a faint smile. He thought of her as he traveled, how she'd been so strong for all of them while carrying such a heavy load. He, at least, had the companionship of Thomas as they worked, even though he'd grown tired of Goethe's stories. Rachel only had Cecilia, who'd been requiring more attention recently. It dawned on him that he hadn't heard Rachel sing for a very long time, maybe even since before Grammy and Martha's visit. He wasn't sure what he was going to do about Rachel, but he knew he needed to get help, and he knew Grammy was just the person to ask. She'd be awful mad he hadn't brought Thomas, but she'd understand after he explained. He couldn't leave Rachel alone. When he arrived in town, he stopped to see Henry first. He didn't share many details, but the man was perceptive. "Let me know if there's anything I can do, Charlie. Rachel's a friend, and if I can help, I will," the sheriff offered. As Charlie headed to Grammy's, he noticed the town seemed to have grown a little. There was the barber shop Henry had mentioned, now in a building of its own. The mercantile had extended its lean-to and added on a side porch with tables and chairs where they served lunch and cold lemonade. He pulled up to Grammy's house and tied his horse out front. Martha opened the door when he knocked.
Charlie,
She glanced around him.
are you alone?
"Yes, ma'am. I've come to see Grammy." Charlie watched her surprise turn to concern.
Please, come in, Charlie. Pardon my rudeness. Auntie,
She called as they walked.
you have a visitor.
Charlie followed Martha to the back porch. "What's wrong, Charlie?" It was as if Grammy knew the instant she saw him. He pulled up a chair beside her, told her all he could, and then answered her questions for clarification. "Martha, please, go get Billy," Grammy whispered in a choked voice.
Auntie, are we headed back to the Trexlers? Martha stammered. I mean, I loved our time with Rachel, but Henry and I...
She tapered off. "Charlie, you take care of your horse. Martha, you go get Billy, and we'll finish this discussion when you return." When Martha returned with Billy, the boys greeted each other like long-lost friends. Grammy pointed to the chair Charlie had vacated for her while the boys stood. "Sit for a spell, Martha, and let's talk this through. Rachel needs help, but I don't believe this time we are the answer." Grammy took control. Charlie turned at the most unladylike sound he'd ever heard from Martha. At the look on her face, he guessed it to be a sigh of relief.
Of course, Auntie. What are you thinking?
Grammy's answer was clear and strong. "First, prayer." Charlie wasn't quite sure what he'd gotten himself into, but bowed his head and stood still and silent while Grammy pleaded for the Lord's guidance. Charlie noted Billy was starting to feel uncomfortable as his friend's weight shifted from one foot to the other, but he forced himself to remain motionless. He thought Reverend Jenkins got riled up, but this was nothing like he'd ever experienced. He almost chuckled out loud when he pictured God up there listening and answering with a "yes, ma'am" to Grammy's pleading. Then, as if Grammy was expecting something, she went quiet. Charlie peeked out from underneath his lashes. He noticed Billy's eyes were wide and on Grammy. When Charlie turned to Grammy, she was smiling and looking heavenward. She petted the little goat who had come up beside her and nodded her head a few times.
All right, Lord. I'll be patient for the final plan, and trust you in the meantime.
Did she just answer God? Did he speak?
Charlie looked at Billy, who stared back, and Charlie knew they were thinking the same thing.
Did you hear anything? Did God verbally speak?
Billy, would you be willing to return with Charlie and help with the crops so Thomas can assist more with Cecilia?
He nodded.
I'll ask my pa, but I'm sure he'll be glad to have me out from underfoot. There isn't much work right now at the livery, and Pa says I get in trouble if I'm not kept busy. I mean, helping you with the goats keeps me plenty busy, but...
Grammy cut off his rambling.
Billy, you've been a blessing to Martha and to me. She's not enjoyed the obnoxious creatures from the beginning. Now, you head home. If your pa needs to speak with me, he's welcome to come by. Otherwise, you be ready to go as soon as you're able.
Yes, ma'am.
Billy ran for the door.
See you, Charlie.
Charlie tilted his head.
Grammy, did God really speak to you?
Oh, Charlie, I wouldn't say he spoke in words, but he does speak to my heart. It took me many years to learn to listen, but when I did, it changed my life. God doesn't mind hearing our grievances against him, our complaints about life, or even how angry we are when things don't go our way. He's big enough to handle our disappointments. It's when we get through with our railings that we need to stop and listen. Often, God's voice is still and silent. Sometimes it's bold as lightning and loud as thunder. But if we don't give him time to speak, we'll never know what he has to say.
Charlie wasn't sure he understood, but Grammy was so convinced what she had said was true that he nodded.
Give him a chance, Charlie. You'll hear him one day, and when you do, there will be no question it's God.
Was Billy the answer to your prayers?
Charlie asked.
Not fully, Charlie, although that boy is an answer to more prayers than he realizes. I believe God's going to do something miraculous, and I figure we'll wait to see what the wind blows in.
Chapter 24, August 1858, Shumard Oak Bend, Missouri. The wind did blow, but not like Martha expected. A late summer storm hit, and there seemed no end to the rain. For days, Martha looked out the glass panes, now as cloudy as the oiled paper in Rachel's windows, and sighed. So much for a walk again tonight. She hadn't seen Henry for what felt like forever. His deputy stopped by to let her know the sheriff would be gone for several days, but would return as soon as possible. The deputy wasn't willing to share more details, and Martha worried it might be something dangerous. For all the years he had served as sheriff, there had been few major events in their small town. The occasional bar brawl or drunk needing to sleep off a stupor in a jail cell, but nothing like other towns experienced. Martha laughed to herself, knowing Magistrate Marley asked so many questions to anyone considering settling here that it wasn't likely any riffraff would stay in these parts. He weeded out the bad ones and sent them packing before the dust even settled on their boots.
Good morning, Auntie,
Martha said to Widow Brooks as she opened the curtains to let in the morning light.
Did you rest well?
Well enough, her aunt replied. Today is the day, Martha.
Excuse me? Did you hear from God last night?
It's not so much God spoke directly to me as it is a feeling I have in my bones. And these bones sure ache today.
It's likely the rain we had last night. but it's bright and clear this morning. Let's get you up and dressed so you can sit out in the warm sun," Martha suggested.
There is nothing much better than feeling the warmth of God as I wait in full anticipation for what He is going to do today.
It was late in the afternoon when Martha answered a knock at the door.
"May I help you?"
A couple smiled at her.
"Aye," answered the woman. "We be looking for a place to rest before heading to see our dear friends Rachel and Charlie." "Oh, are you the O'Sullivans?" "Why, yes, girl. How did you be knowing?" Please come with me."
Martha opened the door wide and led them into the house.
"Auntie,"
Martha said as she brought them to Widow Brooks,
"I'd like to introduce you to Mr. and Mrs.
Martha hesitated, not sure of the man's first name.
"Podrick,"
the man said,
"but you can call me Paddy." "Yes, thank you, Mr. O'Sullivan. Paddy is much easier. And this is my aunt, Seraphina Brooks,"
Martha said. The man stuck out his hand in a warm greeting.
"No need to be standing. We be no one of any importance. This be me wife, Aideen."
We've been anticipating your arrival. Oh, praise be to God. He's never late. We're just impatient," Grammy quipped.
The four sat and talked like old friends. Mr. O'Sullivan was genuinely Irish, and Martha had to pay attention when he spoke, sometimes having to fill in the gaps in understanding with what she thought he might have said. But it was clear his heart was as pure as gold, and he had a fondness for Charlie that both Martha and Grammy fully understood.
"My, such a fine home you have here, Widow Brooks," Patty said.
"Thank you, Mr. O'Sullivan. Patty," she corrected. "And please call me Seraphina. My husband built this home with the expectation we would fill it with a quiver full of children, but God did not see fit for that to happen. I trust He has a plan for all these rooms one day. I have daydreamed of Rachel remarrying and bringing lots of little ones to visit, but no, God's plans are not always the same as mine."
"Remarry? So soon? We just received word of our dear Rachel's tragic loss."
Aideen's face became ashen. Martha smiled sweetly.
"Might we continue this conversation after supper? Why don't I show you to your rooms and give you an opportunity to freshen up? Our meal will be ready in about 30 minutes.
After some discussion, and Martha agreeing to allow Aideen to help with the dishes, they headed in. Martha served baked chicken, scalloped potatoes, pickled okra, and crusty bread with fresh butter. Later, they sat outside with their coffee and dessert, while Grammy explained the seriousness of Rachel's situation. Aideen wept softly at the retelling of Melvin's death and Rachel's subsequent emotional decline. Even Paddy blew his nose when he heard of the load Charlie was carrying.
"Rachel's letter reached us the day before we struck out. I read the despair in my wee girl's words, but had no idea how difficult things really be for her."
She turned to her husband.
"Podrick O'Sullivan, how soon can we be ready to go?"
The O'Sullivans needed a few days to dry out their items, do laundry, purchase supplies, and repack before they headed out to do what they could to help Rachel and Charlie. Martha helped them store the items they would not need for the journey, allowing them space to take additional food supplies and other items from the original list the mercantile had acquired.
"Mrs. O'Sullivan,"
Martha started.
"Dearie, I was cook for many a year, so it makes me heart happy to hear me name." "Of course, Aideen."
Martha handed a small item to the woman.
"I sewed a nightie for baby Cecilia. Would you take it for me?" May I?
Ideen gestured, requesting to see the workmanship.
Yes, it isn't much, but it is soft. Martha, 'tis lovely. I know each stitch of smocking were a gesture of love.
Ideen, Grammy said, placing a hand on the woman's arm. Martha and I have enjoyed every moment with you these past few days. Thank you for not hesitating a moment when I asked if you would go. You'll be able to cut Rachel's chores in half, and Patty will be able to help some in the fields.
He not be as young as he used to be, but he'll do his best by Charlie.
Martha watched Ideen take Patty's hand in hers, and it made her long to see Henry. Patty, Grammy said as she turned to the man, I want to thank you for the excellent training and care you gave to Charlie, and would ask that you prepare Thomas for life much in the same way.
It would be me honour, Seraphina. I look forward to meeting the wee lad and seeing me boy Charlie.
Billy, you've proven to be a true friend and a hard worker. Charlie meant those words. He'd never had a friend like Billy. I like working with you. My dad treats me like I'm still a kid or a hired hand, but you treat me like an equal, kind of like you treat Thomas, brother-like.
Billy's words made Charlie's heart soar. Having his friend's help allowed Thomas to assist with the care of Cecilia. Thomas also relieved Rachel of the burden of the house garden and other menial chores, while still helping in the fields when able. Charlie worried Rachel was getting worse. She was often not up by the time the boys were ready for breakfast. He and Billy would each eat a slice of bread from the day before and grab some elk jerky.
I kind of miss bacon and eggs, Billy said. My mom's not the best at biscuits, but I'm getting tired of jerky. Think tomorrow we can make something different? I'm capable of cooking, but we need every minute of daylight available to work the fields. I can't bear the thought of leaving the mess for Rachel or Thomas. Yeah, I shouldn't complain. Billy punched Charlie in the shoulder. Besides, if you cook anything like you throw.
The boys worked well together and had a productive morning. They were about to head in for lunch when Charlie spotted Rachel coming across the field.
I brought lunch. She lifted the basket. I'm sorry for not making breakfast. Thanks, Rachel, Charlie said. Don't worry about breakfast. Bringing us lunch does save us some time, so I appreciate your thoughtfulness.
Charlie realized Rachel's short walk to the fields was the only time she'd been out of doors for some time. He noticed how pale she had become, even in late summer. As she turned to go back, a light breeze blew her skirt against her legs, and Charlie noticed how thin she had become as well. He blessed the food before they ate and added, "And please, God, send help for Rachel." Charlie looked up from the fields later that afternoon to see a woman nearly standing in a wagon, waving with all her might, while a man held her arm to keep her from falling. How he knew who they were, he wasn't sure, but Charlie dropped what he was holding and began to run. He reached the wagon, and Cook fell into his arms.
Me dear boy,
Cook said.
Oh, God be praised. Let me look at ye. More handsome than I could ever have imagined.
Cook pulled him in for another deep hug. He didn't care he was now 15. He relished the hug and enveloped her bulk in his arms. "You're here," Charlie choked out. Mr. O'Sullivan came around the wagon.
"You keeping the boy unto yourself, or sharing with the likes of me?"
Charlie's grin was so wide it hurt. He stuck out his hand, and Mr. O'Sullivan grabbed it and yanked hard, pulling Charlie into a tight hug.
"Och, me boy, just look at you. You done fine, just fine."
Charlie looked into the eyes of the only one at the orphanage who had invested in him and said,
"It's because of you."
The older man smiled and added,
"And our Heavenly Father."
"Where's me Rachel girl?"
asked Ideen. Charlie's response was quiet.
In the house with Cecilia and Thomas, cook. Not sure what you'll find. She's been poorly lately and hasn't done much cooking or cleaning.
The woman's eyes grew large.
"Well then, 'tis a good thing I've come. Mr. O'Sullivan, give me an hour before you bring your sorry hide into the house."
She looked at Charlie.
"And you'll be calling me Nan Ideen. I'm cook no more."
This she said with a wink at Charlie.
"Ideen, me love,"
Patty trailed off.
"I know, Patty. May our prayers steady me heart to see the girl I love more than life itself."
When Ideen opened the door, her eyes went wide as she took in the piles of laundry, leaves, and dirt on the floor, the lack of sun coming in through the dingy kitchen towel at the windows, and the general odor about the place. In her mind, she thought,
"Jesus, Mary, and Joseph."
but the only words that escaped were directed to Rachel, not God.
"Rachel, dear, I've come to help ye."
A young boy was washing dishes.
"I'm Ideen, Rachel's friend. Ye must be Thomas."
Thomas nodded quietly and gave a quick look toward Rachel. Ideen followed his gaze. She saw Rachel sitting in a hardback chair, her body making the motion of rocking Cecilia.
"Well, young man, you head on out and get some fresh air, but stay close. I'll take over here."
The breath that escaped Thomas was impressive, and with it, Ideen watched his shoulders relax.
"Thank you, ma'am."
His exit was equally impressive, and Ideen immediately understood Grammy's love for this boy. She took in the breath Thomas had exhaled and added a silent prayer before repeating her previous words.
"Rachel, dear, I've come to help ye."
Rachel jerked, but didn't respond at first, and Ideen wondered if she had fallen asleep with her eyes open. Yet she still rocked.
"This is worse than I thought."
Ideen moved closer and said again,
"Rachel, so good to see ye. Aren't ye a sight for sore eyes?"
Ideen touched Rachel's hair like she had done countless times before. At the connection, Rachel dissolved into a fit of crying. The older woman reached out and took the beautiful baby, who was wide awake and sucking her thumb. A diaper change was in order for this one, but it would have to wait. With the baby on one hip, she took her free arm and drew Rachel close. Here she remained until her back ached from the unaccustomed weight of the child. There would be no consoling Rachel quickly. She handed Rachel a hanky from her sleeve. "I'll be right back, dear." She stepped onto the front porch and called to Thomas.
"Thomas, would you please come and quickly assist Nan Ideen? Could you be finding me a nappy for this wee one?" "Oh, yes, ma'am,"
Thomas said, and then did as she'd asked.
"You can call me Nan Ideen. Thank you for the nappy. I'll call again if I need assistance. You seem to know where to find everything."
His smile warmed her heart. After quickly changing the child, she called Mr. O'Sullivan.
"Patty, do come here and love on this wee precious child for me, please."
He was there in a moment, and she whispered,
"She be bad, Patty. Our prayers need to increase. Only God can heal this type of hurting."
Then, with a quick look at a wide-eyed Thomas, she said,
"And also get to know this dear boy Grammy told us so much about."
"I understand, Colleen," Patty said.
"Ach,
I not be a girl no more, Patty.
The endearment made her feel young.
But I do believe I'll be taking on the duties of matron of the house.
She kissed his red, weathered cheek before she turned to head back in. This time, Ideen did not speak, but began to sing hymns while she picked up the house. Rachel had stopped rocking, but continued her silent crying. She had her head against the chair back and turned slightly away from the center of the room. For what seemed like hours, Ideen sang until her voice became hoarse, but she did not quit. An occasional glance at Rachel proved her familiar voice and words giving praise to the King of Kings were breaking the shell surrounding this dear, hurting child. Rachel's tears slowed, and her breathing steadied, but still she did not speak. The words of the prophet Isaiah came to Ideen's mind. And the Lord shall guide thee continually, and satisfy thy soul in drought, and make fat thy bones, and thou shalt be like a watered garden, and like a spring of water, whose waters fail not. Ideen silently prayed this over Rachel as she worked. Knowing the men would be hungry soon, she quickly put together a simple supper and continued setting things to rights in the little house. Thomas knocked and quietly entered as the sun began to lower itself over the treetops, making them shine as if wearing halos.
Ma'am?
Hello, young man. Remember to call me Nan Ideen, since we'll be great friends.
Ideen watched Thomas's gaze rove around the room.
You sure did a lot of cleaning today, and something smells extremely good.
The use of the word extreme, a word that seemed larger than the small boy, made Ideen smile.
Oh, that reminds me. The others want to know if it's all right for us to come in and eat. We're powerful hungry.
Ideen smiled at the wee boy.
You tell those hard-working men to get cleaned up and come in and enjoy a hearty meal.
Ideen glanced at Rachel throughout the meal. The only time the girl joined in was during prayer. Rachel seemed to gain strength from holding the hands of those around the table. She went through the motions of eating, devoid of expression. She picked at her food and didn't even seem aware someone else had cooked it. Tonight's mealtime was full of laughter and stories of antics Charlie had pulled as a young boy, for which Mr. O'Sullivan had had a hard time punishing him. Ideen joined in, telling about the time Charlie had taken an entire loaf of bread and given it to the small street urchin who'd often gone through the garbage for food. Charlie's eyes were huge.
You knew about that?
Dear boy, who do you think left it for you to find and get your hands on so easily?
Ideen enjoyed hearing everyone laugh. Well, all but Rachel, who had set her fork down and turned her head.
Looks like tonight be my night to be doing the dishes,
Patty said, as he and his wife exchanged glances. Thomas popped up before anyone else had even pushed back a chair.
I'll help.
Thank ye, wee Thomas. We'll have a think of a good adventure for your wee cow Gerta, whilst we be cleaning up.
Thomas pulled the cow from his pocket and set it on the counter.
She needs to help carry water in first. We should build her a special water carrier, since she does it so often,
was Thomas's quick reply before he grabbed the buckets and headed out to the newly dug well.
Looks like first thing tomorrow, I'll be checking to see if it'd be possible to get water into the house, Patty said.
He pecked Ideen on the cheek before heading outside to help Thomas.
Thank ye for a fine meal, Colleen.
He winked and dodged her swat.
Nan Ideen, do you mind if Billy and I play a game of checkers? We don't get a chance too often, Charlie said.
I almost tossed those rocks on the porch out until I saw the bit of limestone you used to draw the board, Ideen replied. You still have a keen mind, Charlie. Of course, you two enjoy a little fun.
It pleased Ideen to see Charlie doing things boys his age did. She'd seen how hard the two worked, harder than most men. They deserved some fun. Their smiles and bantering were all Ideen needed to confirm in her heart that Charlie was doing fine and not suffering like her dear girl, Rachel. Ideen shook her head. "Lord, help us," she whispered.
"Thank you for your hard work with the dishes, Thomas."
Ideen mentioned it dark.
"Yeah, thanks, Thomas," Charlie said. "Billy and I'll help tomorrow. I'm guessing the O'Sullivans will need to stay in your room, so you can share the loft with me and Billy."
"Aw, thanks,"
Thomas said with a smile. "You'll have to sleep on the floor."
Thomas's grin didn't waver.
"I don't mind." "Well, that's a relief,"
Ideen said.
"Me old bones will not be climbing that ladder for any reason, including cleaning."
3 sets of eyes sparkled with hope.
"But,"
she put on her sternest face,
"you'll be doing your own cleaning every Saturday evening before the end of the day."
Chapter 25, August 1858, Trexler Farm, Missouri. Ideen could not get over how quiet Cecilia had been in the night and wondered if she'd even awakened. She got the biscuit started, then went to check on her. The child was playing with her feet and smiled when she saw the face above her. Ideen quietly changed the child and gave the baby a bottle of goat milk Charlie had just brought in, leaving Rachel to sleep. Ideen talked to Cecilia, but the sweet child only drooled, smiled, and made an occasional cooing noise. Ideen heard before she saw the boys returning from their early morning barn chores. They were so excited about a hot breakfast, they forgot to be quiet. Ideen decided the happy sounds would be good for Rachel and didn't say a word. The bantering around the table that morning cheered Ideen's soul.
"Another fine meal, love."
Patty swatted at Ideen's ample behind, to which she simply swayed her hips.
"Now, boys, while you finish eating, I've made a note of some things be needin' done. I'll be working on those this morning and be assisting you hard-working boys in the fields this afternoon."
"What kind of things?" Thomas asked. "Anything Gerda and I can help with?"
"I could use a wee lad of your strength to be helping me," Patty said, then caught Ideen's glance. "Unless your Nan Ideen be needin' help."
"I'll call if I need something,"
Ideen said. "You two make a good team."
Ideen ruffled Thomas's hair.
"Thomas, the previous owner piled the hay on the barn floor rather than tying it and getting it to the loft. We'll be starting there. Then I may have you help Nan Ideen while I work on the tools. That axe be dull as dishwater. I'll need that ready before chopping the wood you'll be needin' come winter."
"It's a warm day, Patty," Thomas said. "Can you secure the door for me so I get a nice breeze?"
"Anything for you."
He winked. Ideen watched her husband and remembered the years he'd invested in Charlie.
"Lord, give this precious man the strength he needs to accomplish the work before him this day."
Occasionally glancing out the door, she noticed the two secure the goat near the edge of the barn. The animal certainly would need more space to feed. She knew Patty would be building a corral or fencing of some sort to keep the animal safe. The chickens would need a warm place to roost in the winter. There was much work to be done. Ideen bent awkwardly over the fireplace while trying to replace the heavy pot she had used to make the biscuits, then had moved out of the way to fry bacon and eggs in a cast-iron skillet. She straightened and rubbed her back.
"You need me to help you, lass?"
said a voice. Ideen turned to see Patty's youthful grin.
"Mr. O'Sullivan, I'm too old to be cooking like they did in the Stone Age. This here house be needin' a cook stove.
I was just making a mental list of items we be needin', Ideen. Could you find a scrap of paper and get me thoughts writ down?"
Ideen never wanted to embarrass her husband. Patty was a smart man, but had never learned to read and write. She used her own form of English writing as she scrawled out the list of items Patty rattled off.
I inspected the well, Patty added. I'm proud of Charlie. He did an impressive job for one so inexperienced. I need a few items to shore it up, and I need to install a hand pump inside the house.
Glory be! I'm writing that down, Ideen said.
That about does it for me. Anything else you be needin'? He asked.
Yes, a rocking chair. More chairs for this here kitchen table, instead of these old tree stumps. Another lantern, and, as long as I'm dreaming, bigger windows with glass, instead of this horrid, torn, oiled paper. Why, that window doesn't even have any left. Rachel needs the light, and winter be seeping right through paper.
Ideen had her hands on her hips, and her frustration was more than just for what items were needed. She was concerned for Rachel. If Rachel couldn't snap out of whatever had her imprisoned, how would this little family survive?
It'll take more than windows, love,
Patty said softly. That evening, Patty and Ideen talked, prayed, and beseeched God late into the night for his healing touch on Rachel and wisdom for the future. They woke to a dreary, damp Sunday and decided a family meeting was in order. When the three boys had returned from their morning chores and were seated at the table, Mr. O'Sullivan blessed the food.
Bless, O Lord, this food we're about to eat, and we pray ye, O God, that it may be good for our body and soul. Amen.
Ideen watched as Rachel slowly released Charlie's hand. She was beginning to understand the connection Rachel craved with those around the table during prayer. At the orphanage, everyone was taught and reminded to keep their hands to themselves. But mealtime around this table meant family, togetherness, and prayer. And prayer always meant holding the hands of those you loved. Ideen spoke before the first bite had been taken.
Boys, today we're going to focus on doing something to help Rachel. Can you do that for her?
The boys had begun eating, but slowed, and all nodded in agreement.
We'll get right to it after our scripture reading, Ideen continued. For now, enjoy your food.
When they had finished eating, Rachel returned to her room to lie down. At least she had joined them for breakfast on this day.
I know each of you care for Rachel, Ideen said. Today's verse be from the book of Colossians, and whatever ye do, do it heartily, as to the Lord, and not unto men. In your heart, I know ye be doing this for Rachel, but you're doing it more for the Lord. You keep that in mind as you toil today.
Each one shook his head in understanding and agreement as Ideen continued.
Charlie, you'll be heading over to the neighbour and asking for the milk you told me he offered. I've made something for you to take to him, and you should be home before lunch. Billy, fishing is mighty fine in a rain like this. Do your best to catch as many as you can before noon. Thomas, you'll be in charge of Cecilia this morning.
Each boy nodded in agreement to what they'd been asked, or had been told, to do. Finally, Ideen said, Mr. O'Sullivan, we sure could be using some fresh meat. I'm sorry to send you out in this here weather with your rheumatism, but we all must do our part. He smiled, having already known the plan. Never before had any of them taken Scripture more to heart as they each set out, asking God to bless their efforts and help Rachel get well. Thomas cared for Cecilia, but also helped Ideen by carrying water and filling the tub. Ideen dropped dried lavender leaves into the fresh, cool water as she added pot after pot of boiling water. The whole house began to fill with the light scent, and Rachel began to awaken from her stupor.
Good morning, dear,
Ideen said as the girl came out of her room.
Let's get you into the tub. Thomas, would you take Cecilia to her room and play with her on the floor? I'm sure she'd love hearing a Goethe story.
Thomas understood and instantly obeyed.
"Now, dear, let me help you."
Ideen followed the same routine she had the night before and undressed Rachel, who obediently let her but had no change of expression and didn't speak.
"You rest here a bit, and then I'll wash your hair. I need to check the bread and get the cookies started. I've made your favorite, sugar cookies. I wondered if you might like to decorate them this afternoon. I'm so thankful I packed so many of my things. Paddy kept telling me we were retiring, but I told him I'd never be able to retire from cooking."
Ideen continued the one-sided conversation for an hour as she alternately baked and tended to the water in the tub, scooping out cold and refilling with hot. She washed Rachel's hair and scrubbed her scalp. She heard a low moan escape Rachel's lips, moments before the plop of tears hit the now murky water. No matter how much it hurt her back to bend at this angle, she didn't stop until Rachel's tears had. There was so much excitement at lunch that everyone was talking over each other. Ideen couldn't even get her husband's attention, with his hands flopping about like a fish out of water.
"Be kiwin,"
Ideen said in her native tongue. Everyone comprehended the meaning, even though they hadn't likely understood, and the room became quiet.
"Thomas, you can tell us of your day first."
The others squirmed in their seats as Thomas took his time talking about his day from Goethe's perspective. Had they not been so eager to share themselves, they would have enjoyed the tale.
"Thank you, Thomas,"
Ideen said once the boy had finished.
"What a delightful day you've had. Your help with Cecilia made it possible for me to do some cleaning and cooking, and as a reward, I've baked sugar cookies. I thought we could decorate them this afternoon."
They all patted Thomas on the back, telling him what a good job he had done. Then Ideen continued,
"Charlie, I see you brought the milk. What's in the other package?"
Not wanting to be outdone by Thomas, Charlie answered in much the same way and told his account from his horse's perspective. They were all hooting or slapping their knees, and Ideen wiped her eyes when he told how he had snuck up on Pete, and the man had screamed like a girl when he'd heard the horse snort.
"Seems a mite odd that a man would be so engrossed in something he wouldn't hear a horse coming up behind him,"
Paddy interjected, but Charlie kept talking.
"Butter. He built himself a churn and has loads of butter."
"Oh, praise be to the Lord."
Billy wasn't used to the storytelling, but he did his best and tried to tell the account of his morning from the perspective of the fish in the lake. He blundered so badly, forgetting or mixing up each of the names he had given him. The little family was laughing before Billy had even mentioned catching one. When he began giving each of them a unique voice and personality, everyone was wiping their eyes again. Paddy had a coughing fit from laughing so hard. Rachel sat and seemed to pay attention, but did not speak or look at the storytellers. But something was happening, and Ideen thought of the proverb, "A merry heart doeth good like medicine, but a broken spirit drieth the bones."
20,
Paddy exclaimed. Billy smiled.
"Yes, sir. I followed the creek north and prayed the whole way there, not knowing where the best spot was. I saw a willow on the edge of a large body of water in the distance I hadn't remembered seeing before and decided it looked like a good spot. When I got there, the worms were lying right on top of the ground for me to pick up like they wanted to go swimming. I didn't even have to dig for them. I figured God was being personal and helping me, so I prayed for that worm and asked God to use him for the purpose he intended."
Ideen covered her mouth, as she did not want to laugh at this, but found it so adorable.
"It took me a few casts until I found where the deepest part was," Billy continued. "Then when I caught one, it was like they were lining up for me, and I pulled in one after the other."
"Well, I never seen the likes of it,"
Paddy said in nearly a whisper.
"We'll have good eating tonight, won't we, Ideen?"
"What about you, Paddy?"
Thomas asked. Paddy cleared his throat.
"I got me 4 prairie chickens, 2 rabbits, and a squirrel. I saw deer and turkey tracks, but ne'er seed a larger animals."
He was quiet, and everyone stared.
Well, wait, where's the story? Did the prairie chickens dance first? Did the rabbits trip over each other when they ran? Well, did the squirrel throw nuts at you in self-defense? Thomas asked.
Ah, yes, the story. Well, that rascally squirrel did put up quite the fight, you know.
Paddy turned out to be a great storyteller, and by the time he'd finished, they realized they'd spent nearly 2 hours around the table. Ideen glanced at Rachel when she saw movement.
"I should check on Cecilia,"
Rachel said in a quiet monotone, but the others around the table all smiled, recognizing they had played a part in the beginning of her healing. Even with the gloomy outdoor weather, the happy family spent the rest of the day making games of indoor chores. Ideen was thankful for the youthful spirit, but had a mature understanding of what had to be done. Everyone went to bed tired. After they were sure the boys and Rachel were asleep, the O'Sullivans lay in bed and talked.
"Seems like the list we started keeps growing,"
Ideen whispered, so as not to wake Rachel in the next room.
"I do believe I'd best be heading back to town at first light to get some of the most needed supplies. Charlie told me about the agreement with the bank. I'll ask him to write a note to Mr. Sneed and Mr. Marley."
"Perhaps you can share the list with Grammy as well. She needs to know Rachel is worse, not better, and that the items you're requesting are ones to lighten her load and help her and the children through the winter."
Paddy yawned.
"We will be gone before winter, won't we?"
"That's me plan, love."
"I was thinking," Ideen said. "Thomas has been doing more than he should at his age. I'd miss his help, but I believe he should go along and have some fun. Besides, he's read all the books Grammy sent with Charlie earlier and is ready for something new. He about has them memorized."
Paddy responded with a light snore. When Thomas woke, the O'Sullivans surprised him with the news.
"I'm going to see Grammy?"
he exclaimed.
"Oh, may I be excused to pack? I have to tell Gerda."
His excitement brought smiles to everyone's faces. Moments later, they heard him talking to Cecilia while Rachel rocked her back and forth in the chair.
"Sissy, I'm going to visit Grammy. I'll bring you back a surprise. I need you to be good for Mama and Nan Ideen. I won't be gone long."
He reached over Rachel's lap to kiss his sister and whispered,
"I love you."
Rachel's hand touched his hair, and her eyes connected with his.
"I love you too, Mama."
He brightened when he saw a faint smile. Ideen wiped tears from her eyes at the exchange, kissed Thomas and Paddy, and then got busy. She didn't know how long Paddy would be gone to Shumard Oak Bend, but she didn't have time to worry. During his absence, Rachel had days when she slept or dozed most of the day and didn't connect with anyone, and other days when she seemed to be doing things from memory and habit rather than care or concern. On laundry day, Rachel was more engaged. She rinsed and wrung out clothes while Ideen scrubbed. The items weren't perfect, but it was all Ideen could do to finish the mountain of clothing since the laundry hadn't been done in who knows how long. Throughout the entire process, Ideen sang, and occasionally she would hear Rachel hum a portion. When they finished hanging out the clothes, Rachel wiped her hand across her brow and said,
"I believe I'll take a nap with Cecilia today."
"All right, then,"
Ideen replied.
"Will you be wanting some lunch first?"
Rachel never looked her way but replied,
"No, thank you."
Her first conversation. Irene's eyes brimmed with tears, and she looked up to heaven and thanked God for his mercies that were new every morning. Chapter 26, September 1858, Shumard Oak Bend, Missouri. Grammy squealed with delight when she saw Patty and Thomas. "I'll be with you in a moment, Patty, but first—" She held out her arms, and Thomas ran into them. "Let me look at you. Oh my, you are a sight for sore eyes. Now, I want to hear everything you have to say, but first, I need to speak with Patty."
I understand.
Thomas kissed her cheek.
Thomas, Aunt Martha started, I've just made the most delicious walnut cake. Will you come and help me cut it and prepare tea for Patty and Grammy?
The boy quickly followed.
"Rachel be doing poorly, worse than imagined. She be coming round some, but Irene be right concerned."
Grammy listened as Patty explained in quick detail what they had encountered when they'd first arrived, and the small advances made. She did not speak, but her concern grew. Tears flowed, and she dabbed at them occasionally with her hanky. "Patty, thank you for what you and your wife are doing, and thank you for bringing my dear Thomas to me. Are you able to stay for a few days before your return?" Patty nodded, cleared his throat, and handed her a note.
"Irene feels there are a few items that would help Rachel."
Grammy read over the note. Yes, that fireplace will not do. Oh, why didn't I think of the windows and rocking chair?" Grammy was quiet as she read the rest of the list. When she looked up, her eyes were brimming with tears. "I should have ordered all of these things when I came home. Oh, God forgive me. I know each one of these things would help make life easier. Maybe Rachel wouldn't have gotten so bad if she'd had them."
"No, Seraphina, don't blame yourself. It's not a lack of things done this. 'Tis loneliness of heart."
Grammy loved listening to the Goethe stories Thomas told. She marveled at the boy's imagination. More than that, she realized this was one way the boy worked through his grief. And she listened with care, learning more about the situation on the Trexler farm. She also realized it might be time for him to have a real cow, and for Rachel to have a real husband. Something flickered in her brain, and she began to hear God's still small voice reminding her to trust and wait on the Lord. Then all would fall into place. She looked upward and silently said, "I'll wait, Lord. We'll have a good talk tonight," then refocused her attention on Thomas's story. Grammy was on her knees again before nightfall, pleading for God to hear her cry for help and provide what was needed to give Rachel the peace she required to heal. As it had many times before, the night passed swiftly. She heard the birds and knew the sun was about to lift above the horizon. "Lord, this is the day you have made. I will rejoice and be glad in it." Grammy wiped her eyes and stood from the bed that served as her altar. She prepared herself for the day and joined the others in the kitchen with a smile of complete rest on her face, even though she had not slept a wink. When Grammy entered the kitchen, she knew Martha would easily recognize the telltale signs of a sleepless night. But also visible was the peace in her smile. Many mornings had been like this recently. Grammy would feel God impressing it on her heart to pray, and she would be up most of the night interceding for the Trexlers, not even knowing all their needs. She knew Martha, too, had prayed well into the darkness.
Good morning, Auntie.
"You're up early." Grammy lowered herself gingerly into a kitchen chair.
I rose early. and took a note to the jail for Henry. I asked the deputy to give it to him when he arrived.
Someone knocked on the door.
A knock on the door this early? Who could that be?
Grammy recognized the sound of the door opening.
Must be Henry.
Martha dried her hands and walked toward the door. The two collided, Martha nearly falling, but Henry caught her in his arms.
"Mornin',"
he said with his wry smile that tipped up on one side.
"Now, that is a word I wouldn't mind saying at the break of every day, especially with you in my arms like this."
Grammy cleared her throat. Henry set Martha back on her feet, but held her arm to steady her as she seemed a little off balance at the moment.
"Morning, Henry,"
Grammy said. A bit startled by the unexpected greeting, Henry recovered quickly.
Good morning, Grammy. It's a pleasure to see you looking so well this morning."
Her smile was not entirely genuine. At her age, she knew exactly how she looked. Clearing his throat and taking a step back from Martha, he transferred his attention to his intended.
"The deputy gave me your note, Martha. What's going on? I got here as soon as I could."
Henry, it's Rachel. She's bad. Mr. O'Sullivan brought word. He feels a few projects need to be completed before winter sets in, and he can't afford the time away from helping the boys in the fields. They need some additional hands. Do you know anyone we can hire who might be willing and able to assist?
Martha's words tumbled over each other. Grammy could tell he was thinking through the list of men he might suggest. He started shaking his head.
"I can't think of anyone who isn't already working his own farm. I'll give it some more thought, and I promise to pray about it. I'm sorry. I didn't realize it had gotten so bad out there. I can go, but I can only afford about a day's work. Sounds like they need someone who can help for quite some time."
Unfortunately, Billy's dad came by yesterday and has asked us to send word to him that he'd like his son to come home. He's neglected his studies, and his mother's doing poorly again. Mr. Finch could use his son's help at the livery so he can take care of his wife. Henry ran his hand over his jaw, then pulled his fingers through his hair and replaced his hat.
"Looks like I've got some praying and thinking to do. Ladies?"
He tipped his hat, then winked at Martha. Grammy noticed he looked at her lips a little longer than necessary.
"Glad you were able to stay and help, Patty. This jail cell floods every time we have a heavy rain. Redirecting the water flow should help," Henry said. "The stagecoach driver took the Trexler order to the suppliers for the things the mercantile didn't have in stock. No knowing how long it be before them things is in." "Well, you're using your time wisely and making friends around town by hiring yourself out to do odd jobs," Henry remarked. "Aye, that be true. It always amazes me how a man can rope a steer, shoot a rifle, and play a mean hand of cards, but cannot wield a hammer, or at least not well enough not to waste nails."
Patty laughed out loud.
"Mr. Sneed tried to do that very thing at his own home. Sneed is a man who needs to use his money wisely and hire those chores out."
Patty was putting his tools away when a tall, broad-shouldered man walked in. He removed his hat, and Henry immediately noticed the badge.
"Gentlemen,"
the man said in a deep voice,
"my name's Clint Shankle, U.S. Marshal."
"Pleased to meet you, Marshal," Henry said.
"I'm Sheriff Henry Atkins, and this here's Patty. What can we do for you today?"
The men had shaken hands as introductions were made. Henry had thought his own hands were big, but Clint's nearly swallowed his.
"I wondered if someone has come through your way. He goes by the name of Pete Manning."
Many things ran through Henry's mind in the moment of awkward silence. Pete was a quiet man who kept to himself. He hadn't caused any trouble in town. The magistrate didn't seem to have a problem with him. He wasn't jumpy, like someone hiding from the law. Henry knew Pete was the Trexlers' nearest neighbor, and that the man had spent time with them.
"Yes, sir,"
Henry finally said.
"Know him about as well as I can, him being so far out. Just visited his place a few weeks back."
Clint raised an eyebrow but did not speak, giving Henry ample opportunity to share more.
"Any trouble I need to know about?"
asked Henry. Clint did respond then.
"I'm not sure. I've been tracking him for some time. I just need to ask him some questions. Do you mind telling me where I might find him?"
Clint, I be leaving in the morning. You be welcome to ride with me until to turn off to Pete's," Patty offered.
"That's mighty kind of you,"
Clint replied.
"Have you eaten?"
Henry asked the marshal.
"I had some jerky a while ago. Patty and I were just headed to dinner. It would be an honor if you'd join us,"
Henry offered.
"I accept, thank you."
Clint and the other two men walked to the opposite end of town. Several people waved. This was the type of town Clint would like to one day call home. Clint appreciated the fine meal Martha made and the company of such pleasant folk. It had been a while since he'd enjoyed a home-cooked meal and friendly conversation that didn't include work. He felt a small pang of jealousy as he watched the apparent affection between the sheriff and Martha. He enjoyed the well-mannered Thomas, whom he guessed to be 5 years old. Clint learned about the Trexler family through discussions over dinner, and he knew there was more going on than what was being said. But it wasn't his business, and he wouldn't be around for more than a few days.
"How long have you been a marshal?"
Martha inquired.
"Actually,"
Clint replied,
"I'm hanging up my star after I complete this final assignment. If I can settle things before the end of the year, it will be 10 years. What kind of plans do you have from here on out?"
asked Henry. Clint was slow to speak.
"Well, I grew up on a ranch, but my older brothers have our land and livestock well in hand since I spent my years in the Army and now this."
He pointed to the badge.
"I thought I might find land of my own and raise some cattle and horses."
Grammy's gaze shot his way.
"Any idea where you might settle?" she asked. "We have some mighty fine land around here."
Clint smiled and looked her way.
"I figure when God tells me, I'll know."
Clint lay in the most comfortable bed he remembered since leaving home. Martha had insisted he stay. He was so tired, and it seemed odd after such a good meal and conversation that he couldn't sleep. He realized God often wouldn't let him rest if he needed to hear from him. Clint climbed out of the bed and knelt beside it.
"Lord, I'm here. I'm open to your direction, and am willing to do whatever you may ask of me. You know my heart's desire is more than to own a ranch. I want a family, a wife, and children. I've trusted you and will continue to trust in your timing, but to be honest, Lord, I'm ready to settle down. I'm lonely, and I don't look forward to another long winter alone."
He climbed back between the covers. Rest came sweetly now that he'd laid his burden at the foot of the cross.
"Is he the one, God? His heart's yours. If he is, would you put a burning bush in his path so he'll know for sure?"
Serafina called out to God as she lay in her bed. She closed her eyes and listened to the sounds of the night. Clint's deep baritone resonated through the walls, and she could only guess he was praying. Her heart settled, and she knew God already had a plan. She just needed to trust him. Chapter 27. September 1858. Shumard Oak Bend, Missouri.
"That Thomas is quite something,"
Clint offered. He was enjoying his time with Patty as they traveled north.
"Aye, that he is. Since the stagecoach didn't bring all the items we ordered, I be returning in a week or two for the rest and bring the boy home then. He'll enjoy time with his Grammy, and it'll get him out of the stress in the home. I'll miss his help, as will Ideen. He'll be a hard worker, that one."
"Well, Patty, it looks like you need an extra hand."
"Clint, I be needing an extra back as well. I not be as young as I once be. With Charlie in the fields and Billy leaving, I cannot do it all. We be running low on firewood, and the boy, Charlie, God bless his soul, can only do so much physical labor."
Clint did not respond right away, and Patty's quietness gave him all the time he needed to ponder this little seed Patty had planted. When Clint did speak, it was with a spark of excitement in his voice. "I might be able to assist. I've got to finish up this business of mine, and depending on how it goes, I'll either need to leave right away, or I'll be available to lend a hand for a bit. It sounds like this Trexler family is in a heap of need."
"Well, now, would not that be God's blessing in the flesh? Me wife Ideen be the best cook this side of the Mississippi, and not saying a heap, after having Martha's fine eats."
The men continued discussing the projects they could accomplish as they traveled. They finally bid each other farewell at the fork in the road that led Clint to Pete's and Patty to the Trexlers.
"God will provide all our needs, Clint,"
Patty said just before they parted.
"I'll be praying you complete your work quickly and that it ends well."
Ends well. Clint could only pray that was true. Ideen kissed Billy and sent him on his way with provisions for the trip. Patty shook the boy's hand. Ideen knew her husband was giving him money the boy had most undoubtedly earned.
"Thank you, sir," Billy said. "This is most generous. I'm saving up to get my own horse, and this'll do right nice."
He and Charlie roughhoused a little, then settled down and hugged each other.
"Sure hope your ma gets better soon, Billy. Catch up on your studies so you can visit again before winter sets in,"
said Charlie, as Billy encouraged his horse toward town. Ideen was amazed at the number of supplies her husband was able to bring on the return trip.
"Are those windows?"
she squealed.
"Aye, a homeowner purchased windows and paid for half, but never returned to pick 'em up. The sisters believe they moved on. They's all the way from Boston and were taking up precious space at the Mercantile. The Gray sisters were happy to sell them."
He bent toward Ideen and whispered,
"And at a much reduced price." "Rachel," Patty said as he unpacked, "I've a gift for ye."
Patty pulled out a beautiful rocking chair and carried it to the front porch.
"Oh, my!"
Ideen's hand went to her mouth.
"What workmanship! Wherever did you get it?" "Payment from a local craftsman needing assistance with his roof."
Ideen raised an eyebrow.
"With that skill, he couldn't fix his own roof." "Not when ye be afraid of heights."
Patty laughed.
"Rachel, dear, come sit in your new chair."
Ideen led the girl by the hand.
"Thank you,"
Rachel said, but did not make eye contact. "That is a load of fencing, Patty," Charlie said, as he heaved another bundled load of it onto his shoulder.
"There'll be more treasures underneath when you get it unloaded."
Ideen marveled at the excitement in the air and wondered if Rachel could feel it. She watched as the rocker performed its magic. Rachel melted into the swaying wood, her body relaxing with the motion. As Charlie continued cleaning out the wagon, he grabbed something and said, "A sharpening stone! Oh, this is a treasure!" Charlie turned the stone over in his hand. "I'll get straight to work on the dull axe head." After Charlie was gone, Patty told Ideen,
"I didn't forget ye, love. I have dates, raisins, and dried figs." "At this time of year? What a treasure!"
Ideen's whole body wiggled with excitement as she took the packages to the kitchen and returned for the final item, packed in an odd-sized crate.
"Glory be! A hand pump!"
Ideen rewarded Patty with a handsome kiss and a promise for more later. As Clint continued his journey alone, he reflected on his time with Patty. The man reminded him of his father. He was good, kind-hearted, and godly. Clint looked forward to meeting this family the man talked of with such fondness. He knew he was going to love Ideen, and he so loved babies and little boys. Charlie sounded like an exceptional young man. He wondered about Rachel and what she might look like. He knew looks weren't important, but knowing she and Charlie were orphans and she was doing so poorly made him wonder. He looked up and apologized. God, that was judgmental. I'm sorry. She's your child and a sister in Christ. Forgive me. He knew he was nearing Pete's home and wasn't sure what to expect. Patty had told him of Charlie and the horse sneaking up on him. Clint had laughed right out loud when he'd heard how Pete had screamed like a girl. As he got closer, he decided to hobble his horse and walk in. In the clearing ahead, he heard singing. He didn't recognize the tune. Clint stopped and listened carefully as he watched Pete feed his chickens. He wasn't sure how long he stood there, but he must have made a noise, for the singing stopped. "Charlie, there'll be no sneaking up on me this time," he heard Pete say. Pete turned quickly as Clint stepped into view. "It's the marshal, Pete. We need to talk." After a long, deafening silence, Pete turned back to his chickens. "Wondered how long it would take you. Kind of been waiting, to tell the truth." The men stood still. Finally, Pete started walking toward Clint. "Go get your horse, wherever you left him, and I'll show you where you can water him and rub him down. I'll do my barn chores while we talk." Clint did not feel concerned Pete would run off, nor did he feel anxious for his safety. He knew Pete too well, or had thought he had, until a year ago. But now, old feelings of the camaraderie of best friends resurfaced. They had served beside each other in the military after graduating from the school where they had been together since they were 12. They'd fought over the same girl, whom neither of them had ended up marrying. They returned from their military duty to find she had only been interested in marrying for money that neither one of them had. Clint brushed down his horse as Pete worked. Pete was the first to speak. "How have you been?" "Busy," Clint said. "I've been in the saddle tracking your sorry hide for months." Clint and Pete exchanged a glance. Clint offered a smile and saw Pete relax. "Sorry, Clint," Pete said. "I know everything points to me, but I didn't swindle Old Man Lauber. I needed time to figure some things out on my own. After I settled here, I realized I was tired of running. I decided to stay and let you catch up." At this, Pete sent a smile Clint's way. Clint stopped what he was doing at those words and didn't respond. "Clint, you're my best friend. Or were. I know you can't believe I did this." Clint came toward Pete and put a hand on his shoulder. "I need to hear your side. The truth. I'm with you. We'll let God sort this out." Pete humphed, and Clint wasn't sure why. He continued, "But I've got to do my job as a marshal. I know you understand." Pete dropped his head, but not before Clint saw the sheen in his eyes. The two men talked over a slightly burned, mostly tasteless and tough supper. Clint wondered how his friend had survived on his own this long while eating so poorly. He choked, and Pete laughed. "Yeah, you'd think I'd have figured out how to cook by now, but I'm inept." Clint coughed a little. "You should have been praying for a wife." They both laughed, and for a moment it felt like old times. "Not much praying going on here," Pete said wryly. Clint had noticed he had needed to pray for the meal, if you could call it that, but he couldn't believe his friend had turned his back on God. He chose to ignore the comment. Clint spoke when they'd cleaned up and fed the rest to the lone pig in the yard. Do you feel ready to talk? Let's sit outside. Pete took a stool out to the porch for Clint. It was well into the night when Pete finished telling his story and answering questions for clarification. The night sounds filled the silence between the men. Clint stared off into the distance as if trying to see what was making the noises. Pete, I need some time to think and pray about this. Can I trust you not to leave again? He looked in Pete's direction. The thin moon provided only enough light for him to see a hint of the other man's profile. Clint, you take all the time you need, Pete replied. I'll be here. I promise. Thank you. I'd planned to hunt tomorrow, Pete added. If I have any luck, I'll bring some extra meat when I head to the Trexlers. They can always use it. Besides, that Ideen can make boot leather taste good, and I'm hoping she'll send me on my way with leftovers. He jabbed Clint with his elbow. The action felt familiar, and Clint knew he could count on Pete to show up in a couple of days. Chapter 28, September 1858, Trexler Farm, Missouri. Clint left Pete's the following morning with a firm handshake. He would have pulled him into a hug, but he wasn't quite ready. He believed Pete, but now needed to put all the pieces together. He'd decided he would head to the Trexler's place to work for them and talk through the situation with Patty. He knew having someone else to deliberate with could help open up new thoughts or ideas on what might have happened. When Clint arrived at the Trexler farm, he saw a young man in the field quickly pull his rifle to the ready. Clint stopped. When he saw Patty near the well, he slowly lifted his hand in greeting to the older man. The younger man never removed his gaze from the stranger.
Hello there, Clint, me boy,
Patty yelled as he started walking his way. Clint looked back to the young man in the field, who had resumed his work. Good boy. You'll do fine. Hello there, Patty, Clint called. I thought I might lend a hand for a few days if you'll have me. He got down from his horse and shook the man's hand. You've come on a good day. I need another hand. Let me tell Ideen we'll be having an extra mouth for lunch. Patty and Clint worked side by side like old friends and seemed to know what each needed before the other asked. Clint remembered working alongside his dad in much the same way, and the familiar feeling was like a balm to his soul. He missed family and camaraderie. He was tired of being alone, tired of traveling. He thought of Pete and how they had talked, like when they were kids, well into the night on their bedrolls in the cabin. Lord, help me know what to do about this situation with Pete. Patty, remember me telling you I had some things to discuss with Pete? I know it isn't professional for me to share, but I need to process. He looked up into Patty's eyes. I understand, was all Patty needed to say for Clint to begin.
Head in for lunch, boys,
Ideen called.
We best wash up.
Patty led the way, and Clint's stomach rumbled. It took a moment for Clint's eyes to adjust to the interior of the home, but when they did, they fell upon a young girl sitting at the table. She didn't look up and had her hands in her lap as if in prayer. He figured this was Rachel. Her hair was messy and bland in color, and her too large dress hung off her shoulders. From what Patty had told him, he figured it would be best to watch how everyone else interacted with her and do likewise. Clint was seated to the girl's right and didn't look her way when he sat down. Ideen finished placing the food on the table, and then Patty reached out his hand to take Ideen's in one and Clint's in the other. Catching him off guard, Rachel took his hand in hers. He didn't hear a word Patty said until the amen. How could a woman's hand be so soft, yet so calloused from work? And exquisitely slender, her fingers fitting into his like soft gloves. The noon meal was lively, and they talked of the day's work. Charlie asked many questions about how Clint and Patty were completing their projects. Clint was impressed by how Patty talked and taught without once seemingly making the boy feel inexperienced or inept. It was as if Charlie was willing to soak up everything Patty had to say. What an amazing, eclectic family, Lord. If you'd allow me to have a family like this, I'd be a blessed man. Rachel stood, and it got quiet.
Cecilia will want to eat now,
was all she said, before quickly turning toward the bedrooms. He turned slightly to see her go, and realized how tall she was. When he turned back to the table, he caught Ideen and Patty looking at him with odd smiles.
"Thank ye, darlin', for a right fine meal."
Patty pecked his wife on the cheek.
"We best be headed back to work. See you this evening."
He winked at his wife, and they all rose and headed out to finish the day's work.
"She's a beauty on the inside,"
said Patty.
"Excuse me?"
was Clint's genuine question. He had no idea what Patty was referring to. Surely he couldn't be talking about the goat bumping up against him as they worked on Naomi's new corral. Clint looked at the bothersome goat, and Patty laughed heartily, realizing Clint thought he meant the animal.
"Ah, dear boy, you do the heart good."
Clint stood tall and waited until Patty finished coughing and was able to speak.
"I be talking about Rachel, me dear girl. She may not look like much now, but once you know her heart, she be worth far more than rubies."
Clint caught the reference to the Proverbs 31 woman. Just that morning, as he'd ridden from Pete's, he had asked God if such a woman even existed.
"Sir?"
was all his mouth could mutter.
"And ye shall seek me and find me when ye search for me with all your heart." Words from the prophet Jeremiah. What is it ye be seeking, my boy?
Clint wasn't sure they were having the same conversation. He continued looking at Patty.
"The desire of your heart, Clint. What is it ye be seeking?"
It took Clint several moments to realize Patty fully expected him to answer in truth.
"Sir, I've been mulling that question over in my mind for many a year,"
was the only honest reply Clint could give at the moment. Patty reached up and touched Clint's shoulder.
"Son, God desires to give you the desire of your heart, but ye must seek Him and Him alone before ye truly understand your own heart's desire."
Clint nodded, but he wasn't sure he understood. Clint was so tired. He had spent days at a time crossing the country in the saddle, but the muscles he'd used over the past 2 days were obviously in need of toning. His hands were raw from chopping wood, and his back was sore from all the lifting he'd done for Patty as the man had given directions. He was stretching his back when he saw Pete coming with a 6-point buck on the back of his horse.
"Got me 2 on my hunting trip, so I thought I'd share one with the Trexlers,"
were the first words from Pete's mouth.
"That's mighty generous of you,"
Clint replied as he walked toward the man and helped him remove the heavy animal. Clint saw Pete's eyes change, and he looked to where the man was gazing. He saw Rachel standing in the doorway, holding the baby on her hip. She didn't smile, but she nodded, and Pete returned the nonverbal greeting. They took the buck to the smokehouse and made quick work of preparing the meat before cleaning up and heading in for lunch. They spoke hardly a word except what was needed for the work. But as they headed to the house, Clint looked straight ahead and asked,
"Pete, Do you and Rachel have something going?
Pete snorted.
I wish. She's one of the prettiest girls I've ever seen. Hard worker. Been through a rough time lately. Told me in no uncertain terms I would never be anything more than a friend. Told me she was waiting for God's best. God's best?
Clint was shocked that the Rachel he knew had enough backbone in her to stand up to a good-looking man like Pete. He'd be a real catch for any woman. Well, that is, if what he had said was true, and he wasn't guilty. Clint found supper to be even livelier than lunch had been. Pete and Charlie acted like two kid brothers and carried on most of the conversation, while the others thoroughly enjoyed the interaction. Rachel even lifted her head a few times and gave a slight smile. Clint noticed Pete made an extra effort to cause her to do so. As Pete was readying to leave, he asked Clint,
"Made your decision?"
"No, I still feel unsettled and can't put it all together. Do you mind if I come by in a few days and we talk this through again?"
"A few days? How long are you planning on staying?"
Pete's eyebrows raised a little.
"I feel like God's telling me I'm needed here, so I suppose I'll stay until he tells me otherwise. Patty needs the help, and I don't mind sleeping in the barn. It beats sleeping out in the open."
Pete looked back at the house, and Clint thought he could see the longing in Pete's eyes.
"I think there's more planned for you here than you realize, Clint."
Chapter 29. September 1858. Trexler Farm, Missouri. Each day seemed like the last, just a different focus on what had to be done, but all of it was hard work. Clint was enjoying the labor more than he remembered as a boy on his parents' farm.
"Looks like we be having some rain this afternoon. Best get things picked up and see if Charlie be needing help before heading in,"
Patty said. He clearly had a heart for the boy. Clint busied himself by preparing for the storm. "Lord, thank you for your blessings. Even the rain. It sure will be nice to be dry and with this family as we wait out the storm." Clint didn't see Rachel when they headed in for lunch. He caught Ideen watching him as he looked around.
"She be having a bad day, Clint. Happens every so often, though more good ones than bad ones now. Storms seem to cause her the most distress."
She shook her head.
"I miss me girl so, and pray God brings her back to us soon."
It took a moment for Clint's brain to decipher what was being said, and he wondered how Ideen had known he was looking for Rachel when he hadn't even realized it himself. Rachel didn't join them for lunch. Ideen carried most of the conversation and went on and on about how much she was enjoying having water in the house.
"Thomas will be glad he and Gerta no longer have to carry the water in for me now. Ideen, I sure do miss that boy."
Patty's longing was evident in his tone.
"I agree. When are you thinking about heading back to town?" she asked.
Patty looked at Clint as if asking him for his opinion. Clint stared in silence, then felt compelled to say, "I have some business I need to finish up in town, and could go for you if you'd like." The smile on Ideen's face and the glimmer in Patty's eyes made Clint feel like there was more afoot than was being said.
"It's Reverend Jenkins' weekend to be in town," Patty said. "I'm sure you would enjoy a good Sunday sermon. Martha's fine Sunday afternoon meal. How about you leave on Thursday, and you can finish your business in town on Monday before returning with Thomas? Does that sound good?"
"Patty, does that give us enough time to finish what we need to do before I go?" Clint asked the older man.
"Sounds like a perfect plan,"
he said, before Clint noticed the wink he gave his wife. Thursday morning, Clint helped with the regular morning chores and had his bags ready to go before breakfast. Charlie was late coming in, and they started eating without him at Ideen's insistence that the food would get cold. Rachel's hair seemed to be a little better today, although those strands around her face never stayed in place. She must have noticed him looking at her, for she reached up and used her long, slim fingers to tuck a wayward strand behind her ear. "Thank you for another lovely meal, Ideen," Clint said. "I'll sure miss this fine cooking."
Clint,
Ideen stood and brought a basket from the other side of the room.
I've prepared some things for you to take along.
"Ma'am, I'm not sure how I'm going to fit that basket on my horse." "Well, son, you see," started Patty, but Charlie chose that moment to join them. "Clint, the wagon's ready for you," the boy said. "I'll take good care of your horse." Charlie's words didn't register. Clint looked to Patty for an explanation. Patty tried again. "As I was saying." Now Clint was sure there was a glimmer in Patty's eyes, and he chanced to look at Ideen, who was smiling broadly. "We decided Rachel'd be needing a change of scenery, and she agreed to go with you to see Grammy and Martha for a day before bringing her son home. I know you wouldn't want to disappoint her."
Rachel never lifted her head, but she used those slender fingers to tuck the fallen hair behind her ear once again. What were they thinking? Clint wondered after an hour of travel and not a word from Rachel. If she's going to be silent this entire time, it's going to be a long trip. He thought back to mealtimes and how everyone talked as if Rachel was listening, and decided to give it a try. "That cloud to your right looks like a wild boar. It reminds me of a story. Pete and I—" Rachel seemed to move at the mention of her neighbor, but he wasn't sure. He continued. "We grew up together. We were probably 13, and my oldest brother, Jack, and Pete's oldest brother, Paul, were best friends. They decided they were going to take us hunting. We had a grand time, so much that we scared away all the wildlife. We didn't see a thing for 2 days. One night, Pete and I were in charge of cleaning up. We took our dishes down to the stream to wash them. We were facing each other, and I saw something move behind Pete. 'Don't move,' I whispered to him. Pete said, 'What? What is it?' And I told him, 'Could be a wild boar.'" Clint laughed at the remembrance. "And that's when he screamed. And Charlie's right. He sounds just like a girl." Clint was sure he had heard a snort and saw Rachel's shoulders move as if she had laughed. For the next several hours, he told story after story. By the time they stopped for lunch and let the horses rest, Rachel had some color in her cheeks and a little spark in her eyes, but she still didn't speak. The rest of the day went on without incident, and they made good time. Rachel never asked to stop, nor did she complain. She took a short nap after lunch, but woke up and climbed to the seat up front on her own. Before dusk, Clint saw the place where he and Patty had stopped when they'd traveled. There were 4 large stumps for sitting, flat ground for sleeping, and a circle of rocks containing the wood they would use for making their meal. They made quick work of getting things settled, and Rachel moved fluidly through the motions. He watered and hobbled the horses for the night. Rachel made something he'd not seen since his military days: corn mush.
"I said I would never make this again," Rachel said. "When we traveled here, we seemed to eat it once a day. I was so sick of it, and so was Melvin. But he never complained. He was a good man."
Clint waited, but it appeared she had said all the words she was going to say. He felt honored she had shared something so personal with him, but then he'd been doing that all day. They ate in silence, and she cleaned up with efficiency, obviously having done this many times. She stored the items, leaving out only what she needed for breakfast. He pulled out the bedrolls. "Where would you like me to put these, Rachel?" She looked at him then, and he was taken aback by her eyes. He noticed how the fading sun made the flecks of green, blue, and brown all sparkle. Like Rachel, her eye color was a mystery. No wonder Pete thought she was beautiful, he mused. She lowered her eyes, but responded, "Would you be embarrassed, or think me forward, if I asked if we could be on the same side of the fire? On our travels, I always slept close to Charlie, and I'd feel more comfortable knowing you're near." He couldn't form words, so he nodded and put the bedrolls down beside each other, with hers nearer the fire and his on the outside. They lay in the dark on their backs, looking at the stars. He'd not been this close to a woman in a long time and was having trouble slowing his breathing so he could get to sleep. They were about a foot apart, but he was still a man. He started telling her about the stars, their names and stories. He pointed as he spoke and felt, more than saw, that she was following his finger. At one point, she couldn't see what he was drawing. "I'm not seeing that one." Without thinking, Clint reached down and took her hand. "Follow your arm and you'll see it at the end." As he touched her, it dawned on him she didn't flinch or pull back, nor did she gasp. She was comfortable. She found the stars, and he went to lower his hand, but she laced her fingers in with his, so they were still holding hands when they touched the ground. "Clint, I'm quite tired. Thank you for showing me the stars." The pause was filled with a deep, satisfying, contented sigh. "Good night." She didn't release his hand. For some time, he stared at the sky until he heard her breathing even out and small puffs of air escape her lips. He tried to remove his hand, but she held fast. It was going to be a long, torturous night. Clint woke and noticed Rachel was not beside him. He sat up quickly, only to see she was kneeling by the fire, making coffee. She turned and smiled, but didn't speak. Back to silence. He excused himself to take care of business. When he returned, Rachel had rolled and repacked their bedrolls. She had leftover biscuits with jam, bacon, and hot coffee for their quick breakfast. They would have a nice meal when they reached town later that day. By the time he had the horses ready, she'd cleaned up and found new wood to replace what they had used. They would appreciate that on their return trip. They rode in silence. Clint's mind was too muddy from lack of sleep to think of stories, and Rachel seemed content with the silence. When they stopped to rest and water the horses, Rachel pulled out hardtack and cookies for a quick lunch. They both stretched their legs before Rachel climbed into the back, apparently needing another nap. She slept longer than the previous day. The trail was a little smoother, making it easier for her to rest. When she woke and climbed over the seat this time to get back up front, Clint hit a small rut, and Rachel tumbled forward. He grabbed her and pulled her to him. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I'm so sorry. I should have stopped so you could climb out and walk around to the step. I wasn't paying well enough attention." She smiled then, and her straight, white teeth shone and drew his eyes to her mouth. "Let's get you seated properly," he choked out. He righted her and wasn't sure if he should say something, but she beat him to it. "My husband held me like that once. We'd gotten married 3 days before. We made the trek to our home, and Melvin opened the door and checked it for safety first. He was a thoughtful man. He came back out and scooped me up, then carried me over the threshold. I remember him saying he'd always wanted to do that." Clint barely heard her final words, which she'd spoken more quietly. He turned to face her. She was looking out over her right shoulder. Clint wondered if she was remembering or if she was crying and didn't want him to see. He was deep in thought, going over her word choice of once, when Rachel spoke again.
Clint, have you ever been in love?
Well, that was a question he never would have expected. No, I don't suppose I have. Pete and I fought over Betsy Wilhelm. She was the prettiest girl in school, but I'm sure I didn't love her.
Me either,
she said, and was quiet again. Did I hear right? Lord, I need some help here. You know I don't understand women. Give me the right words to say, and the sense to know when to be quiet. Time seemed to stand still on this last leg of their trip. Rachel would occasionally point out a flower, and once commented that Thomas had picked similar ones from Melvin's grave. She saw a chokecherry tree, its red berries mostly gone for the season, and told how Melvin had been more concerned for her safety than anything else when they had stopped at the Finnish brothers' farm. She described how he'd slept on the floor at Grammy's after they'd gotten married so she and Cecilia could have the bed. She shared how he'd never questioned her when she'd had an idea, but had done his best to see if he could make it work. After another long period of silence, Rachel spoke again.
See these?
She lifted her hem.
Melvin surprised me with new shoelaces, something I'd never had before.
She might be showing him her treasure, but all he could see were hideous men's boots. She continued speaking and shared how Melvin had genuinely loved Charlie and wanted more than anything for him to be his son. Over the next few hours, she would tell a short story and then sit quietly for just as long before sharing something else. Clint realized this was the most he had ever heard her speak, and figured the remembering was good for healing her heart. Melvin sounds like an amazing man, he said. It would have been an honor to know him.
Thank you,
she replied. When she turned to him, he saw the tears on her face, and it took tremendous self-control not to wipe them away.
Mama! Mama!
Thomas was overjoyed to see Rachel and rushed to her. Instinct won over sadness, and Rachel knelt before the boy and hugged him tightly, kissing his head. Clint felt like an intruder watching the intimate scene. To be loved, wanted like that. This is my heart's desire, Lord. Good to see you again, Clint. Grammy motioned him to a chair when they entered the home. Won't you sit down? Clint saw a sparkle in the old woman's eye, much like what he had seen with the O'Sullivans. What are these folks up to? Thank you, but I have some business to attend to before the end of the day. Clint declined. I'm sure you'll want to catch up with Rachel. Martha came forward then.
Please plan to join us for our evening meal. Henry will be here as well, and I'm sure he'd enjoy your company. May I walk with you to the door?
Clint saw there was more to that request and nodded. When they were on the front porch, Martha did not waste time.
How's she doing, Clint? Honestly.
Well, back at the house, she's been having good days and bad, especially during rain or storms. Martha's face showed how much the news affected her. But, he continued, on our way here, she opened up and began to share story after story of Melvin. I let her talk. I figured it was her way of healing. Martha touched his arm gently.
Thank you, Clint. God is using you.
He'd never considered God could use him in such a way. He did his job as marshal because he excelled at it, felt God had called him to it. and he figured there was always a need for a lawman who understood grace and mercy, not justice alone. But helping a woman heal? That was a new one. Clint unhitched the horses, giving them time to feed and rest. He'd unload the wagon after he finished his business. The walk would do him good, and he needed a few more minutes to think before he talked to Sheriff Adkins. "Henry," Clint said to the sheriff. "Clint," the man replied. The two shook hands. Henry offered a chair with his outstretched hand. "What brings you to town today?" Clint sat, took off his hat, and placed it on his knee. He ran his hand through his hair. "Henry, I need some advice, and I'm hoping you can help me." Henry shifted slightly, but responded as if this were an everyday occurrence. "Do what I can." Clint leaned forward. "I'd like to tell you a story, and I ask you to be open-minded and not draw quick conclusions. Let me tell it in full before you ask clarifying questions." "I can do that," Henry replied. Clint looked him straight in the eye. "Do you mind if we pray first? This is pretty important." Henry lifted one side of his mouth. "You speak my heart's language. May I?" Clint nodded, and Henry began, "Lord, we're your servants. We've committed our lives to standing up for what's right, not only as far as the laws of the land, but also what's right in your eyes. Give Clint clarity of mind and rest in his spirit. Remove any scales of preconception from my eyes and help me see this from your point of view. And thank you for this friend, my brother in Christ." Both men gave an emphatic amen. When Clint finished the story, Henry didn't speak for some time, and Clint gave him all the time he needed. "Clint, I can see this goes beyond just following the law. You've got quite a job ahead of you." Henry leaned forward then and steepled his hands on his desk. The look on his face was serious. "Before I give you my thoughts, mind if I take some time to pray over this?" Clint smiled. "I was hoping you'd say that." Chapter 30. September 1858. Shumard Oak Bend, Missouri. Grammy and Martha doted on Rachel. She seemed to have used up all her words with Clint, so the ladies told her stories of Thomas and all they had done together. Grammy's heart swelled as she watched Thomas crawl up in Rachel's lap and read a book to her while she stroked his hair and simply focused on him. They sat on the back porch, and Thomas pointed to the baby goat he had watched being born. He explained the miracle he'd witnessed as beautifully as one of his story's writers. Rachel held the soft kid and whispered to it, but Grammy was too far away to understand or hear her words. Rachel lifted her head to the clouds, and Grammy saw her wink. She knew what that meant. Rachel had been talking to God, and he understood, even if Grammy didn't. They were nearly ready to eat, and Clint had not yet returned. Rachel was at the window, looking out. Grammy touched her gently, and Rachel jumped. "It's all right, dear child," the older woman said. "God hears our prayers, even when we aren't able to voice them." From memory, Grammy quoted from Romans, "Likewise the Spirit also helpeth our infirmities, for we know not what we should pray for as we ought, but the Spirit itself maketh intercession for us with groanings which cannot be uttered. And he that searcheth the heart knoweth what is the mind of the Spirit, because he maketh intercession for the saints according to the will of God." She turned Rachel to her. "What is it you truly want, child? What is the desire of your heart?"
Rachel didn't hesitate. "To be loved by the man God has chosen for me, and to have a child of my own." The men gathered their hats and locked up the jail.
How about we talk again on Sunday afternoon, after we've enjoyed Martha's fine cooking? Henry suggested. Clint let out a small laugh. Are you ever going to get around to marrying that gal? You'd be crazy not to. I'd say the same to you. Clint sobered, unsure he'd heard the man correctly. Rachel? Yes, Clint, Rachel. You're perfect for each other. Clint was silent for a moment. Rachel. It was a statement. He'd have to talk to God about that, but the idea sure did appeal to him. As the men walked together to Grammy's, they spoke of everyday things, leaving their troubles behind at the jailhouse. Being with Henry reminded Clint of the camaraderie he'd had with his brothers. Henry was probably a few years older than he was. He was a good man, an excellent sheriff, and would make an amazing husband and father someday. Clint felt his heart constrict as they walked, and he thought of Rachel. God, is she the one you have for me? He nodded his head at something Henry said. Henry's chuckling and the slap on Clint's shoulder brought him back to the moment. Oh, man, you got it bad and don't even know it. You haven't heard a word I've said. You just agreed to kiss one of Grammy's goats. Clint turned to face Henry, and when he saw his face, he laughed too. Guess I should do a better job of keeping my senses about me. You could have asked if I'd kiss Grammy. The men were still laughing when Clint saw Rachel standing at the window. She waved. He sobered and instinctively waved back. Yep, Henry said. You're a goner. Clint was placed next to Rachel at the evening meal. Grammy asked if he would give the blessing, and he agreed. The family clasped hands around the table. Lord, thank you for this bounty, and for the hands that have prepared it, Clint said. He paused and felt Rachel's hand tighten in his grasp. We ask your blessings on the Trexler family as they heal from their loss. May you grant all of them the desires of their hearts. Amen. Rachel didn't let go. He saw her questioning look before she turned to Grammy and wondered at their silent exchange. Clint realized Thomas was already talking and doing his best to pass the potatoes, but Clint's hand was not free to take the bowl. He squeezed Rachel's hand and unlatched his fingers, and he noticed the small blush rising on her cheeks. The color looked good on her. Martha helped Rachel prepare for bed after a nice, long bath. Martha, Rachel spoke quietly as the woman pulled the covers up to Rachel's chin. Do you love Henry? Without hesitation, Martha replied breathlessly, Yes, with my whole heart. Would you sit with me for a while? Martha nodded and pulled a chair to the bed. She took Rachel's hand, but Rachel didn't look at her. She seemed to be somewhere else, so Martha began speaking. The moment I saw Henry, I thought him the most handsome man I'd ever seen. I'd heard some of the ladies in the mercantile say how plain he was and how he'd never marry. But I'd heard the same about me when they didn't realize I was near. I felt a kinship with him even before we were introduced. Reverend Jenkins was the one to assist with that. He was invited for dinner at our house after Sunday services and asked if I'd mind if he brought a friend along in need of a good meal. When Henry walked through that door, our adventure began. I didn't know until years later, when he showed up at your house, that he was interested in me. Every time I'd see him, my stomach would flop and my heart would race. I thought of him constantly and had trouble focusing on my duties. I once burned 3 loaves of bread while I was standing in the middle of the kitchen. She chuckled. And he came in, took them out to the goats, and never said a word, just shook her head and laughed. Rachel turned her head then, and Martha saw tears welling up, then falling. Rachel, dear,
Whatever is the matter? Do you need anything?"
The concern in Martha's voice was genuine. She handed her a hanky to wipe away the tears continuing to flow.
"Rachel, please, how can I help?"
The whisper that came from Rachel's mouth was filled with aching.
"I think I'm in love. And I don't know what to do."
Rachel glanced down at herself. She felt pretty in one of the dresses she had borrowed from Martha for Sunday service. It was a bit short, but the soft leather slippers underneath made up for the length. Clint had never mentioned her ugly men's boots, but as she stepped from the room, she noticed his glance to her feet and saw a smile form. They walked the short distance to the schoolhouse-turned-church for the day. Rachel had taken his arm when he'd offered it, but didn't speak, nor did she look his way. Reverend Jenkins stood at the front when the congregation was seated after singing.
"Let us pray."
His deep voice drew them in. Rachel heard the rustling of clothing as everyone bowed their heads, but hers remained upright and her eyes open. She wasn't sure why, but it was almost as if she felt she might miss something.
"Lord God Almighty, Maker of heaven and earth, we beseech thee this day which you have made, and ask you to touch our hearts and speak to the deepest parts of our souls. May the words I speak today be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my Redeemer. I am your humble servant. Amen."
Reverend Jenkins paused and slowly looked over his flock before speaking.
The shortest verse in the Bible is John 11:35. Jesus wept. It's just 2 words, 2 very simple words packed with deep, deep meaning. Jesus wept after speaking with Lazarus's grieving sisters, Mary and Martha, and the other mourners. That seems natural enough. Except Jesus had come to Bethany to raise Lazarus from the dead. He knew in a few short minutes all this weeping would turn to joy, and then tearful laughter, and then worship. So you would think that Jesus, knowing this, would be full of joy himself rather than sorrow. But he was greatly troubled, and he wept. Why?
Reverend Jenkins paused for effect.
Jesus had compassion. Yes, real compassion. He cared deeply for those who were suffering. It's true that, rather than coming quickly, he had let Lazarus die. That wasn't what Mary and Martha had wanted or expected. His reasons were good ones, mighty fine ones, but Jesus didn't take the sisters' suffering lightly. Lamentations chapter 3 tells us that God does not afflict from his heart nor grieve the children of men. Jesus always chose to do what would bring his Father the most glory. And, as in Lazarus' case, that action first brought sorrow and grief. However, Jesus didn't take delight in this affliction and grief itself. He paused and seemed to look straight at Rachel. So, just like Jesus at the tomb of Lazarus, we get a glimpse of how the Father feels when we suffer affliction and grief.
Rachel heard no more of the sermon that day. At some point, she had started crying quietly and pulled out the pressed, embroidered hanky with tatted lace on the edge that Martha had given her that morning as a gift. Clint reached over and took her hand, squeezing it gently. Rachel could almost hear
God whispering his love for her in her ear. An image of herself sitting in the palm of God's hand flashed through her mind, and her shoulders relaxed. You understand me, don't you, God? You've never left me. You, God, are the only one who can heal my heart and my mind. I trust you. Please, make me whole again. The service ended. Rachel felt the squeeze of a hand in hers and looked down, then up into the eyes of Clint. Her eyes felt painful and swollen, but her vision was bright and clear, something she had not sensed for a long time.
Martha. Clint rubbed his full stomach. Lunch did not disappoint. I agree, Henry said. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I am too full for dessert. He rose. Would you mind if Clint and I wait a bit?
Not at all, Martha replied.
You ready for our talk, Clint? Henry asked. Yes, sir. Would you excuse us, ladies? Henry, how about we sit on the back porch with the goats?
The men headed out. Before they had settled in, Zacchaeus was already nudging Henry's hand, requesting to be petted.
Saw you holding Rachel's hand in church, Henry said. He kicked Clint's boot with his in a friendly way.
Clint looked out across the grass.
She has some deep-seated hurt in there, Henry. I'm not sure when she'll be ready for me to make my intentions known.
Henry sat up a little.
Intentions? Yes. I prayed well into the night and feel like God said she is the one for me. The problem is, I'm getting ready to leave, and I'm not sure what to do.
Henry resettled in his chair.
Let's tackle one thing at a time. Seems like now's the time to settle this issue about Pete.
Martha decided dessert could wait a bit longer. She could see Henry from where she stood and recognized his body language. Whatever it was serious, and she would not interrupt. When the men finally came in, they looked weary. Something was weighing on them, and Martha sent up a silent prayer. Their dessert was pear crisp with whipped cream. Rachel had napped between lunch and dessert and looked well rested. She sat up straight and tried to engage in conversation while she ate. Her eyes were still puffy, but the twinkle remained, and there was a slight smile on her face.
Grammy, Clint said, I've got an opportunity.
Grammy put her fork down.
What can I do for you, Clint?
He glanced at Rachel before looking back to Grammy.
As soon as we return to the Trexler's farm, I need to head on out.
Martha saw Rachel flinch out of the corner of her eye. Clint must have noticed as well, for he turned her way and spoke to Rachel as much as Grammy.
I'll be gone for some time. The Trexlers still need some assistance. Do you think Billy would be available until my return?
He directed the question to Grammy.
You're leaving?
Rachel asked.
Martha watched color rise in Rachel's cheeks at her overly loud question. The woman was just beginning to heal. What would happen if Clint left? When he left? He had been pivotal in Rachel's healing. Would this set her back? Martha lowered her head and silently prayed. Monday was full of activity. Clint loaded the wagon with more of the items the Trexlers had ordered. He'd bought himself a new pair of leather gloves, since his had holes in them after all the work he'd done lately. He decided all the men, including Thomas, needed a pair, so he added that to his bill. It was the least he could do to say thank you to these people who had treated him like family. For Ideen, he purchased a bushel of the season's first apples. He wasn't sure what to get for Rachel. He was looking in the glass cabinet when Miss Elizabeth spoke up.
This hair comb sure would look quite nice with Rachel's hair color.
He nodded and then looked up. How did she know?
Or these smaller combs might keep those adorable wisps from flying in her face as she works,
said Miss Fidelia. Ladies, do you know something I don't know? Clint smirked. Both the ladies giggled.
Give her time, young man. To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under heaven,
Fidelia quoted from Ecclesiastes. We'll leave at first light, Clint mentioned at the evening meal. Is Billy going with us?
Billy was so anxious to see Charlie that he decided to go on ahead this afternoon.
Martha passed the bread to Clint. Clint had to laugh. He'd been much like that boy at his age.
I'm glad Billy's ma feels better, Thomas added. Charlie'll be glad to see him.
True, but this time he's going with the understanding he'll continue with his schoolwork. Charlie needs to get back into the books as well. Rachel, are you sure you're up to helping the boys each evening? Grammy asked.
It's getting darker sooner, so it won't take time from their chores, and I'll still get to bed early enough. I should be fine, Rachel replied.
Good luck getting those boys to focus, Clint chuckled.
Grammy said, Clint, would you mind sitting with an old woman for a spell on the back porch?
Not sure I know one. He winked at Grammy. On the quiet of the back porch, neither spoke as they watched the clouds move past. They rocked slowly before Grammy leaned forward and pointed to a flower.
Look at that Indian paintbrush, she said. They usually grow along streams, but this one is out here in the open. It will wither and die in the hot sun before long. Much like Rachel.
Grammy started rocking again, and Clint wondered where this was going.
Don't stay away too long, Clint. You are the water she needs.
Chapter 31, September 1858, Trexler Farm, Missouri. Rachel hugged Grammy and Martha, not sure when she'd see either lady again. The sun was just peeking over the horizon as they crested the first hill out of town. Rachel and Thomas sat in the back, wedged amongst the items they were taking home, and played with Gerda.
Do you feel better, Mama?
The boy asked.
I do, Thomas. Well, you look better, too. I missed your smile.
Rachel realized she was more interested in things. Thomas's stories, reading her Bible, even cooking. And Clint. She was definitely interested in Clint.
Clint, Thomas said, is it about time to stop for lunch? I'm hungry.
Well, little man, how about we try to make it another half hour? The man replied. There's water ahead, and the horses would enjoy a long drink. Maybe we can stick our feet in it if your mama says it's all right.
Mama, can we?
Thomas started to hoot and holler when Rachel nodded. Lunch was hurried, since Thomas's excitement about playing in the creek had Clint swallowing his food quickly as well. Rachel watched as man and boy splashed each other, looked for certain types of rocks, and watched a frog at the water's edge. Rachel missed the days of girlhood. She and Charlie would have been doing the same thing. Why not now? I'm not yet 18. At the remembrance, she looked heavenward and thanked God Melvin had rescued her from a life of drudgery, and also one that was void of Charlie. She began naming her blessings out loud, as Grammy had encouraged her to do. Charlie and I are healthy. Ideen and Patty are with us. We have a roof over our heads. I'm free of the orphanage. The entire time she spoke, she was taking off her clunky old boots.
Oh, she exclaimed as she felt cold water hit her cheek. She heard Thomas's laughter and then, "It was Gerda." "Well then, Gerda," Rachel said as she stood and hiked up her dress, "prepare to be fully doused." The water war that ensued had them all exhausted and laughing as they lounged on the warm grass afterward. "I can't remember the last time I did that," Clint said with laughter in his voice. "It was all Gerda's fault," Thomas said as he lifted Gerda above his head and made her hind legs pretend to kick up water. They all laughed again. "My goodness, we're soaked," Rachel remarked. "Not to worry. There's a nice breeze today. Sit up front on the bench with me and we'll all dry in no time." Clint winked, and Rachel felt heat in her cheeks. They did dry quickly, as Clint had predicted. It was later than usual when they reached the halfway point, but it didn't take long to get things ready for the evening meal and night because they had prepared. Rachel pulled out the bedrolls and put Thomas's in the middle, but this time there was not so much space in between. "My, I'm tired, and so is a little someone," Rachel whispered as she pointed to Thomas, who'd already curled up on his bedroll. She covered him, then removed her shoes and crawled under her own covers. "Clint." Rachel reached over Thomas's head and laid her hand near Clint's. He closed the distance with his hand. "How long will you be gone?" Her voice was breathy. "I don't know, Rachel. I have business I must complete. It all depends on how long it takes me to find a certain person and bring him to justice." Clint rubbed his thumb across her palm, and shivers ran up her spine, even though the night air was warm. They lay awake for a long time before Rachel said, "Good night, Clint. May God go with you."
Praise be to our Lord and Savior. He is worthy to be praised.
Ideen had tears running down her face as she used her hands to wipe the water falling on Rachel.
I see me girl in those eyes.
Patty shook Clint's hand, and they started unloading as Charlie and Billy came in from the fields. Thomas ran, Gerda in hand, toward the boys. "Hey, Thomas," Charlie called as he neared. "How's Gerda?" "That boy just opened up a floodgate with that question," Clint chuckled. Ideen headed back inside, but Rachel remained as the men unloaded the wagon. When finished, Clint gave each one the gifts he had purchased in town.
Wow, thanks, Clint. My own gloves,
Thomas said. "These are the nicest things I own." Charlie felt the smooth leather. He slid his left hand into the glove, turning his hand over and back. He stuck his right hand out to shake Clint's. "Thank you, Clint, but you didn't have to go to the trouble." Before Clint could reply, Billy looked up from the gloves for the first time. "Yeah, these are really something. Why'd you buy gifts?" "Well, boys, you're doing a man's work and need the proper tools. I've seen those stiff, cracked gloves of yours, Billy. Your hands will appreciate these." Clint placed his hand on the boy's shoulder. "You've earned these gloves. Not many young men your age have your work ethic. Your parents must be proud to have such a fine son." Billy blushed and dipped his head, fidgeting as he fingered the supple leather. Patty's hands were still, and his gaze remained focused on the gift in his hands. His voice quivered as he spoke. "Me father be giving me gloves." He cleared his throat, and his voice came out a little louder, but he still did not lift his head when he continued. "When I be about your age, Charlie, me hands already be calloused, and I thought it a silly gift." He pulled an old pair of gloves from his back pocket. "But when me father passed, these were the only thing of his I kept." The breeze rustled in the trees as the men stood in silence. Patty wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, replaced the worn gloves in his pocket,
and placed the new ones on his hands.
"I be thankful for these here gift, Clint." "Don't you have something for Rachel and Nan?"
Thomas broke the silence with his question. "Why, yes, I do, young man." Clint reached into the shirt pocket nearest his heart. When he took Rachel's hand and placed in it the rich, colored tortoiseshell combs, the hues of deep brown, caramel, dark gold, and amber sparkled against the creamy pink of her palms. It took more effort than he realized not to touch the wayward wisps the breeze was blowing around her face. Lucky combs. The look of surprise on Rachel's face, her eyes wide, made Clint smile.
"Boys, we be needin' to get busy."
Patty clapped Clint on the shoulder.
"Thank ye again, Clint."
Clint didn't even notice the four walking away. He only had eyes for Rachel. He did reach out then and place the wayward strands behind her ear. Rachel quivered, making Clint smile in understanding. The touch had affected her as much as it had him. Rachel stammered. She looked from the combs to Clint's eyes, and her body went still, her face flushing prettily. You are becoming more beautiful each day, Rachel. He felt the loss the moment he lowered his fingers, gently taking one of the combs from her still, outstretched hands. Slowly, gently, he raked the combs against her temple, the hairs smoothly falling between the tines, before securing first the one, then the other behind her ears. Rachel's eyes closed at his touch, her head leaning into the slight pressure. The breathless sound that escaped her lips caused Clint's body temperature to intensify. Rachel's hand shook as she reached up to feel the smooth adornment.
I don't know what to say.
Her eyes filled with unshed tears, her eyebrows creasing in confusion. Just accept the gift, Rachel. He bent down and gently brushed his lips to her forehead, feeling her relax at the touch. They look lovely on you, he whispered, his breath soft on her skin. When he stood, she faltered, and he placed his hands on her slight shoulders to steady her. He was in trouble, and he knew it. Lord, help me. He wanted to wrap her in his arms and kiss her soundly, but his silent prayer was answered when he heard the snort of the mare, patiently waiting to be unhitched. Why don't you head on inside? He shifted his weight from one foot to the other. I'll take care of the horses and be in for a cup of Idine's coffee. I have a gift for her as well. The evening meal was lively, with Rachel adding bits to the conversation and occasionally reaching up and touching one of the combs still in her hair. They'd all enjoyed the fresh apple pie. That was a fine meal and excellent pie, Idine, Clint said. The older woman nodded.
Thank you, Clint. It was a thoughtful gift. I've been thinking of all the things I can make.
Clint turned to Charlie. Do you mind if I bunk with you men tonight?
Only if you'll tell us another adventure story,
Thomas quipped. Clint was up bright and early the next morning. I've kept your horse active while you were away, Clint, said Charlie, as he held the reins out to the man. Quite an animal you got there. Someday, I hope to have a horse of my own. I'd like to see a bit of the world. Clint looked at him with understanding. Delight thyself also in the Lord, and he shall give thee the desires of thine heart. Clint quoted the verse he had committed to memory. He clapped his hand on Charlie's shoulder, mounted, and headed out to see Pete. I believe you, Pete. Clint sat on the stump outside in the sun next to his friend. Pete didn't look his way, but Clint saw him swallow, his neck muscles noticeably tightening. "Problem is," continued Clint, "I've got to find the man who set you up to prove it wasn't you." Pete's gaze dropped to his hands, where they rested on his knees. "If I take you back, they'll lock you up for sure. I know it's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty, but too many people have twisted the story until no one knows the truth anymore. And there are some pretty powerful people playing in this game." Pete looked at him then. "I trust you, Clint." Clint reached over and put his hand on Pete's back. "You'll be here when I return?" "Yes, I'll be here. How long do you figure it'll take you?" Clint stood and rubbed his backside. "Long enough for you to make some decent chairs for us to sit on." Pete smiled and stood with his hand at the ready. The men shook hands, and this time Clint pulled him in for the hug he'd wanted to give him since the first time he'd stepped onto the man's property. Clint's whispered words were clear. "I'll do everything I can, but you might want to consider praying." Pete gave one nod of his head, but didn't respond. Rachel was always on Clint's mind. On the trip back to the Trexler's farm early the following morning, Clint prayed she would one day be a permanent part of his life. He knew she wasn't ready for what he desperately wanted to ask, and honestly, he didn't know if she would even consider him, but he hoped. Just because God had let him know Rachel was the one for him didn't mean Rachel had heard the same. When Clint reached the house, Ideen had food supplies ready for his travels.
"The quicker you leave, the sooner you'll be back,"
was all she said, before reaching out and hugging him like his mother had before he'd left for the military. Patty was right behind her, and Clint didn't even get a full breath before the man gave him a hug he would not soon forget. Clint felt a lump in his throat. These were his people. He would work hard to clear Pete's name and return to this place he now thought of as home. Clint could feel Rachel's gaze on him as he walked out to his horse to leave. He'd hardly looked at her. How would he manage without her, especially not knowing when or if he would return?
"Rachel, me darling girl, he'll be back. 'Tis his home now."
Ideen's words carried in the wind to Clint's ears.
"His home?"
the young woman replied.
"Trust me, child. God still has work to do in your heart and mind, but you'll be ready when he returns, and you can tell him then."
Tell him what?"
Rachel stammered. Ideen did not reply. Clint mounted his horse and guided the animal to the porch steps where Rachel stood. "I don't know how long I'll be gone, Rachel," he said. She nodded, and he saw the sheen of tears in her eyes. "You work on getting healthy, and when I return, we'll sit out and look at the stars for as long as you'd like." Again, she only nodded, but this time, the tears were falling.
"Clint?"
she called. He turned in the saddle.
"Thank you for the beautiful combs. And, well, thank you for being my friend."
"My pleasure," he said with a wink. He smiled then, not trusting the words he was thinking. "I hope we'll someday be more than just friends, Rachel." Chapter 32. October 1858. Trexler Farm, Missouri. Rachel was true to her word to tutor the boys. Each evening after supper, Patty and Thomas took over the chores, and Rachel sat with Billy and Charlie to go over their lessons. It was not the chore she had expected, but instead a challenge that strengthened her spirit. Billy was ahead of Charlie, but her brother was a quick learner and had a great memory. Within a few weeks, Rachel noticed Charlie had caught up to where he'd left off at the orphanage school and was already moving on to new things. He especially loved science, but he also excelled at spelling, grammar, and vocabulary, much to Rachel's surprise. Billy had a knack for numbers. Things came naturally for him in this area, so the boys began helping each other, and this gave Rachel time to prepare for geography and history, both of which she needed to study up on herself. Each morning before leaving her room, Rachel reestablished the habit of spending time reading God's Word. A verse from 1 Samuel 1:18 caught her eye. "Let thine handmaid find grace in thy sight." So the woman went her way and did eat, and her countenance was no more sad. The words resonated, and Rachel made the conscious decision to keep her faith fresh and at the forefront of her mind. She became mindful of what and how much she was eating, knowing she needed to renew her physical as well as her mental strength. She purposed to keep joy in her heart even if she didn't feel happy. Some days were easy, while others, especially when clouds grew dark, caused her to fight demons deep in her mind that threatened to draw her back into the despair she was working so desperately to overcome. On these days, it was Ideen who usually pulled her through. Her dear friend would stop and sing to and pray over Rachel until the panic that sometimes made her physically tremble finally subsided. The two ladies worked side by side each day. After lunch, Ideen would rest with Cecilia, while Rachel focused on Thomas and his schooling. The rest of the day, Cecilia was content to stay in the sling on Rachel's back or lie on a quilt on the floor as the ladies worked. Charlie took over the job of Bible reading each evening, and the little family fell into a comfortable routine. Rachel loved the mornings best. After breakfast, she and Ideen would clean up the dishes, then sit and drink a cup of tea together and plan out their day, depending on the weather. Ideen became like a mother to her, and Rachel knew she was ready to talk about her past. "Ideen, may I show you something?" Rachel pulled out the daguerreotype of her parents and handed it to her oldest friend.
"Where did you get this?"
Ideen turned it over in her hands, read the back, then turned it over again. Rachel's eyes pleaded with Ideen.
"I don't know. I've just always had it and hidden it from Matron Cuthbert. Do you know anything about them? If you do, please tell me. I want to know what happened."
Ideen laid the likeness of Rachel's parents on the table, image side up, and closed her eyes.
"You were just a wee one at 4, so small, but feisty and independent."
She smiled, but never opened her eyes. She leaned back in her chair and took a deep breath.
"Charlie were 1 and not yet weaned. Your parents were travelling west and stopped in town for supplies. Weren't much of a town then, but we did all right. Your dad left the 2 of you and your mam with the wagon out near the edge of town where there used to be a large tree, and said he'd be back. Paddy had gone hunting and had himself a nice-sized buck. He saw your mam trying to set up her lean-to for the night and lent a hand."
Ideen opened her eyes and took a sip of her tea.
"Are you sure you be wanting to know?"
"Yes, even if it hurts. I need to know the truth." Rachel picked up Cecilia from where she had placed her on the floor. The little one had started to fuss, and Rachel began to rock her back and forth.
"'Tis a sad story, dear one."
Ideen shook her head, took a steadying breath, and continued.
"Your dad did not return. Each night, me Paddy would pass your mam and ask if she be needing any assistance. She always replied no, but he told me she looked ill, and we prayed, asking God how we could help.
Irene sipped her tea as if the warmth soothed her throat.
I saw her once with the two of you in the mercantile. She were trying to stretch what little she had. I could tell she were a proud woman. So, rather than giving her a handout, I asked if she be needing work in exchange for food and a place to stay. I knew Patty would understand, for we'd talked of her and you children late into the night many a time.
She stopped, took another sip of tea and glanced up.
Please continue,
Rachel pleaded.
She walked to the orphanage with me, and I put her to work making bread. I put Charlie in an apple basket because he could get into such mischief even at that age.
She laughed a little, but then sobered before continuing.
Your mam, Beatrice, she were sickly. She knew her time were short.
Rachel was crying now, but Irene pressed on.
Do you remember her at all?
Rachel gave a hesitant shake of her head.
We knew the matron would be mad if she'd found out about the three of you. You stayed with us for 2 weeks. Your mam collapsed one day and took to bed, and you nursed her, spoon-feeding her broth and singing a sweet song. You cared for Charlie too, like he were your own child. But your mam kept getting weaker, and I needed to spend more time with her and neglected some of me duties.
Irene sighed.
Mrs. Cuthbert found the three of you in my room and demanded an explanation. I told her, but she did not care and demanded I throw you all out on the streets, saying you weren't our responsibility. I couldn't do it, and she done raised me anger. I told her your mom were dying and be needing care.
Irene blew her nose and smoothed the skirt of her dress, composing herself. Rachel noted Irene's cheeks had gone red, as if she was still angry with the matron. She had to listen closely, as the woman's Irish brogue increased the more incensed she became.
Mrs. Cuthbert, she could be a wicked woman. She told me to get back to work. I went back to the kitchen but heard terrible screaming. I knew it was you.
Irene choked back a sob.
Oh, Rachel, 'twas nothing to be done. She took you both from your mam and...
Irene could not continue. Rachel leaned over and touched the dear woman's arm.
Irene, I know you did what you could,
Rachel said. After a long pause, she asked,
How long did my mother live?
Irene wiped her tears.
She died that night. She were already so far gone that she did not know you'd be taken from her. Praise be to the Lord for that.
For some time they sat holding hands. Irene removed hers and picked up the photo.
You really don't remember where you got this?
Rachel shook her head.
I'm not certain. I always remember it being in my dress pocket.
Irene's forehead wrinkled.
Patty went to get things from your wagon a few days later, and it were all gone. Stolen. Patty talked to the sheriff, but nothing ever showed up, including your father.
Rachel put Cecilia on the floor and patted her back as she spoke.
Somehow, I knew our mother could never abandon us.
Rachel's strength increased with each passing day. She still rested her eyes occasionally, as she liked to call her nap time, but since she was usually up each morning before dawn, she figured this was aiding the healing process. These days, she was up even before Irene, who complained the cooler weather was bothering her rheumatism and causing her to move more slowly in the mornings. She often thought of Clint and wondered how he was doing, where he might be at that moment, and when he would return. On one particular morning, as she watched the sun rise over the horizon, she saw a horse and rider approaching. Her pulse quickened, and hope rose as she stepped out onto the porch. Her heart began to slow as she recognized Pete, who was waving to Charlie and Billy. Behind him was his cow. Pete continued to the house and greeted Rachel. "Morning, Mrs. Trexler. You're looking especially lovely this fine, crisp morning."
"Mr. Manning," she said dryly, "to what do we owe this pleasure?"
Pete's shoulders slumped a little. "I'm headed to town. Wondered if the boys could feed my animals and check on my place. Thought Thomas might like to take care of my cow. He named her Elkie." Pete laughed. "Never letting him name my child, that's for sure." Rachel raised her eyebrows at the comment, but didn't respond. Pete cleared his throat. "Anyway, thought it would be easier if the cow were here. Hope that wasn't presumptuous of me. I figured you'd enjoy the milk." Now he was rambling, and Rachel wondered if he still, or if he ever had feelings for her.
"No, Pete, it was most thoughtful of you," she replied. "Thank you."
"It's nice to hear you use my given name again. Anything you need while I'm in town?" Rachel immediately thought, "Word from Clint?" But she didn't speak the words, only shook her head.
"You might seek out Patty to make sure he doesn't need anything."
At the man's name, Patty came from inside the house, still pulling at his suspenders. His hair, or what was left of it, was in disarray. He shook Pete's hand.
"What brings ye our way, lad?"
"Going to town. Wanted to know if there's anything you need. Thought I'd check on the status of the cook stove. That'll be difficult to get back here if it doesn't arrive before the snow hits."
"Ah, yes. When will the snow usually be falling out here?"
Patty questioned. "Well, last year, snow came in early November," Pete replied. He mounted his horse. "I hope to be gone only 3 days, since I'm not taking the wagon. I'll stop in to see Grammy and ask the sisters about the rest of your supplies. I'm hoping there'll be a letter from Clint."
"Pete, Ideen and I've been praying for ye and your situation," Patty said. "She feels a real peace about the whole thing, and it usually turns out like she expects."
Pete swallowed. "Thanks, Patty. You tell that lovely wife of yours I appreciate it." Rachel marveled at how elated Thomas was when hearing Pete had entrusted Elkie to him. He loved doing the milking. Ideen was nearly as happy and took full advantage of having such a treat as cow's milk. Patty had built a root cellar for the ladies to store their fruits, vegetables, eggs, goat's cheese, and now milk and butter. The boys all took turns churning as they studied each night. At 15 and 16, Charlie and Billy were more muscular than most men Rachel had known. They would put in a full day in the fields, chop wood, and then churn butter at night. She smiled at what an amazing young man Charlie was becoming. What a blessing for Patty to have invested in him for so many years. She froze, realizing she had thought of Patty before thinking of Melvin. Melvin had taken Charlie in as his son and treated him as an equal, yet it was Patty who had been the constant. A smile began to form, and she looked up and winked. She was healing, and she knew God was her great physician.
"Patty, are you well this morning?" Rachel asked the man as he leaned against his bedroom doorframe.
"Ach, had a hard time getting meself out of bed this morning. I'm too old to be cutting wood."
He rubbed his shoulder and neck.
"Ach, me old bones."
He stretched his back.
"Patty, your coffee's getting cold,"
Ideen called from the fireplace. Patty dragged himself to the kitchen table where the others were already seated and gingerly sat on the remaining stump.
"Me hind end sure will be glad when those chairs arrive,"
Patty moaned as he leaned forward to get his coffee. Thomas watched with a serious expression.
"Grandpa Patty, you can have my chair."
The older man waved him off.
Nah, keeps me young.
He winked at Thomas. Thomas's scrutiny of the older man's face had Rachel looking as well.
Are you feeling poorly? Your face is all red, like the color of those beets Nan Ideen made last night.
Ideen was at Patty's side in an instant.
Arun Shark, me beloved, let me have a look-see.
Patty looked at her. She touched her lips to his forehead.
Back to bed with you, Padraig O'Sullivan. I'll have no argument.
Ah, now, me love.
I simply worked too hard yesterday, was Patty's weak reply. And I still say go.
She pointed one finger toward the room, the other hand on her hip, showing she meant business. Patty winked at Thomas.
I'll be out after lunch. Just need me a little rest.
Patty was not out after lunch. Everyone was very concerned. Ideen saw to his care and thanked Rachel over and over for doing all the housework that morning. There were no doctors near, and they couldn't afford for the children to catch whatever ailed Patty, so he remained in his room. Chapter 33, October 1858, Trexler Farm, Missouri. It had been 3 days since Patty had joined them for a meal. Tonight's was not as lively as usual. The stew was not quite as savory as Ideen's, but the hungry boys certainly had not lost their appetites. Still, everyone was concerned. Rachel got up to refill Thomas's milk when there was a knock on the door. She nearly dropped the tin cup in her shock. She hadn't heard a horse.
"Hello, Trexlers," called a male voice. "Anyone home?"
Rachel plopped the empty cup back on the table and rushed to the door. She opened it so fast, Pete almost put a fist in her nose as he was getting ready to knock again.
Pete,
Rachel said breathlessly. She worked to control her expression when she realized she'd used his Christian name again, and now he was staring at her.
Mr. Manning, she bit out, are you going to stand there all evening or come in? I'm sure you'll want to join us for venison stew.
It was a question that didn't need an answer.
"Thank you. If it isn't an inconvenience, I'd love a good home-cooked meal from a beautiful lady."
That part he should not have said out loud. Rachel gave him a look she hoped showed her displeasure. Pete recovered quickly.
"And where is she? I could use a good hug from Ideen."
Rachel struggled not to smile, but the reality of the situation caused her to keep her grim look. Patty's taken ill. She's caring for him. The concern in Pete's eyes was visible.
"Getting sick out here is nothing to play around with. Any idea what it is?" Pete asked.
He's just feeling poorly at the moment. He'll be right as rain in no time,
Rachel replied with extra cheer. She hoped Pete had enough sense to note her raised eyebrows and glance toward the boys at the table.
"Right," Pete drew the word out as he smiled. "Nothing keeps Patty down for long. So, where do I sit? I'm starving."
One thing Rachel could say about Pete was he was smooth.
"I'd planned to grab the cow and head home, but I'd feel better if I knew Patty was all right,"
the man said after dinner was over.
"Want to stay and play a game of checkers?" Charlie offered.
Pete played and talked with the boys while Rachel cleaned up and took a plate in for the two precious people who had cared for her while she was ill, even though her illness had not necessarily been physical.
Hey, Pete, said Thomas, want to come see Elkie? She's missed you. You wait and hear her when we open the barn doors.
Pete and Thomas headed out, while Charlie and Billy set up the checkers. Rachel didn't bother mentioning there'd be no schoolwork tonight.
"He's asleep,"
Ideen said, her voice full of exhaustion when she finally came out, bringing her dishes.
How is he?
Charlie and Rachel asked in unison. Ideen was about to reply when she saw Pete.
I thought I heard your voice. What brings you here? Never mind, have you eaten?
Yes, ma'am, Rachel fed me well, and the boys have kept me entertained. It's good to be back."
Pete smiled at her.
"Well," said Ideen, "you'll be spending the night with the boys."
She turned and looked at them.
"That is, if they've been keeping their room clean so there's space."
Her drawn-out words, full of emphasis, had the boys cleaning up the game of checkers.
"We'll go check right now, ma'am,"
they said simultaneously. Morning came much too soon. The boys had monopolized Pete's time all evening, and Rachel had not had the opportunity to speak privately with him to see if he'd heard anything from Clint. She fixed coffee and biscuits before starting the bacon.
"Good morning," she called. "I have coffee ready."
She knocked on Ideen's door, but there was no answer. Pete came down the ladder, and she looked at him, knowing he could see the concern in her eyes. "Knock again, Rachel. They're probably still asleep." She did.
"Ideen, is everything all right?"
She saw the worry on Pete's face as well. He knocked heavily. "Ideen!" They heard a little stirring, and then Ideen called,
"Come in,"
from the other side of the door. Ideen was still in her nightclothes. Her hair was disheveled, and she looked exhausted.
"I'm so sorry,"
she whispered as she came out the door and closed it behind her.
"His fever spiked last night, and sleeping was not an option." "Ideen, you should have woken me and asked for help," cried Rachel. "No, dearest. He be fine now, just needs time to rest."
"I believe you're the one needing the rest."
Pete raised his eyebrows, and his voice was stern. Ideen managed a grin.
"Yes, ma'am,"
she mocked, before heading to the outhouse. He turned to Rachel. "You be sure to send for me if he doesn't get better. There's an Arapaho tribe about 2 days' ride north of here. I can go see if their medicine man can offer any assistance." Rachel nodded, but prayed it wouldn't be necessary. Pete ate a quick breakfast with the boys before heading out to get his cow. Rachel hurried to finish the dishes and was drying her hands as she walked out to catch Pete.
"Mr. Manning,"
she called when she saw him already on his horse and a few yards in the direction of home.
"Did you receive word from Clint?"
Pete got a silly grin on his face.
"Wondered how long it was going to take you to ask."
He pulled something from his pocket.
"He sent me a letter and enclosed this for you."
She took it and glared at him.
"Were you going to leave before giving this to me, Pete Manning?"
He laughed.
"Rachel, I sure hope I find a woman as fiery and beautiful as you. Clint is one lucky man."
He turned back in the saddle and left, but Rachel was sure she heard him still laughing as he rode off. Rachel continued to stand in the yard. She held the hand containing the letter over her heart.
"Pete called me beautiful."
In all her nearly 18 years, no one had ever used that word to describe her. She knew she had gained some weight and didn't look so gaunt. Ideen had commented that her eyes were beginning to have the glow of a healthy mind again. Even Thomas had mentioned how the new freckles across her nose looked like the night stars Clint had taught him about.
"Clint,"
Rachel said out loud, feeling a niggling of guilt. She put the letter in her pocket and went inside. She would read it when she had plenty of time to focus. Cecilia was fussy when Rachel walked back into the house.
"Oh, you poor thing. I bet you need to be changed."
But when Rachel picked the babe up, she was quite warm.
"Oh, please, God. Not Cecilia. Ideen?"
Rachel knocked on the door, and it opened slowly. One look at the feverish woman's eyes was all she needed to know of the seriousness of the situation.
"Oh, Ideen, not you too." "Oh, no, dear. I'm merely tired."
Rachel lifted a hand to Ideen's forehead.
"Ideen, you're ill. Please go back to bed."
As Ideen obeyed, Rachel headed out to the front porch.
"Charlie!"
Rachel yelled. The three boys looked up from their work, and Rachel waved her arm to get one of them to come in. Cecilia was still fussy, and Charlie started to run when he heard her. "Rach, she never cries. What's wrong?" Bouncing the baby to soothe her, Rachel said, "Pete isn't far. He left only a short time ago. Please get the cow from him and ask him to head to the Indian camp for help. Let him know Ideen and Cecilia have both come down with a fever." Charlie ran to the barn. Rachel watched as he ducked his head and raced out through the open doors on the mare's bare back. "God, please help us," cried Rachel in a choked voice. "I can't lose anyone else." Chapter 34, October 1858, Trexler Farm, Missouri. Charlie brought the cow back and noticed no one was working in the fields. In the house, he found Billy and Thomas with wash rags on the floor, scrubbing. Charlie remembered that whenever there was sickness at the orphanage, those not afflicted were all made to deep clean the entire home. Charlie didn't even ask. He grabbed what he needed and headed to the outhouse to take on the worst job of all. It was mid-afternoon, and Rachel was playing nursemaid for 3. The boys had made themselves something to eat, taken cool water and fresh rags to Rachel for her patients, and continued with the cleaning. It took both Charlie and Billy to carry the big pot down to the creek to scrub it with sand. They wore off some calluses as they gave it a good scrub. Thomas worked on the frying pan. It was a sweltering day, and although the water was cold, the 3 boys decided if Rachel wanted everything clean, well, then they should be clean too. They stripped down and swam and splashed each other. It had been a long time since they had had such fun. Billy told the story of when he was little and had fallen in the pond, nearly drowned. His dad had taken him out every day after work that summer and taught him to swim. "I kind of miss him," Billy said. Charlie looked up. "You need to go home?" "Nah, we still got work to do. Just never thought I'd say those words." He smiled. Charlie smiled too. "Gonna be a long winter without you here. We'd best be heading back in case Rachel needs us for something." With one final splash toward Billy that caught him off guard, they all laughed, dressed, and headed to the house, carrying the heavy pot. "Rach, we're back," Charlie said. "Do you need anything, or can we head out to the fields?" "I'm all right. I'll call if I need anything." Rachel wiped foreheads to soothe the fevers. She felt awkward undoing Ideen's neckline to help cool her, but had seen the woman undo the front of Patty's shirt and knew this must be what was needed. She put quilts on, then took quilts off. She sang. She rocked back and forth holding Cecilia. She was exhausted and wasn't sure how much longer she could keep this up. "I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me." Rachel leaned back against the wall of the bedroom after placing Cecilia in the crate. Her 3 patients were sleeping fitfully, but Rachel hoped she would have enough time to get herself something to eat. She noticed the dishes were not done and thought it odd Thomas would abandon his job. He was probably in the outhouse, checking on the animals, or retrieving Gerta from some adventure. She smiled. She was so blessed. She cut a thick slice of bread and slathered it with fresh butter. The coffee from this morning was as thick as pea soup, but she poured a cup anyway and sipped the lukewarm liquid. She leaned back against the chair and closed her eyes as she chewed, finding it hard to swallow. "Rach?" Rachel couldn't figure out who was calling her name. She was so tired and wet. Wet? Why am I wet? "Rachel!" The panic in Charlie's voice brought Rachel awake. "What's wrong?" she asked, feeling a little flushed with concern. "Rach, you're covered in coffee. Are you ill?" She looked down at her lap. She must have fallen asleep and not realized the coffee cup had tipped from her hand. She noted she had only taken one bite of her bread.
I must be exhausted. I'm so sorry to cause you alarm, Charlie. I'm fine, only tired. I'll feel much better as soon as I eat this.
She lifted the bread, took a small bite, but had trouble swallowing the now dry bread. Her throat hurt, and her eyes burned.
Charlie, would you fetch me a cup of cool water? I see I didn't drink my coffee.
She halfway laughed.
Lord, I can't get sick, too. Please help Pete return quickly with help.
When Charlie returned, Rachel drank the water. It burned all the way down.
What time is it?
She asked.
Nearly 7. Billy and I were just wondering what's for supper. Charlie, I'm so sorry. I lost track of time.
But Rachel knew it was more than that.
Charlie, we can't afford for you to get sick as well. Please, take what you can find with you to the barn. The 3 of you should stay out of the house for a while until we get better. Pete will be back in a few days. I know I can trust you to take care of Billy and Thomas.
Rachel placed a weak smile on her face. But Charlie looked so scared.
Charlie, we'll be fine. Trust in the Lord.
Rachel remained in the rocking chair, while Charlie packed a few canned goods and other things the boys would need into a crate. He took them out to the barn, and soon both Charlie and Billy returned to grab what they needed from the loft. Billy carried it out while Charlie went to Rachel. He felt her forehead.
Rach?
Rachel replied, half asleep.
Are you sure you're going to be all right?
Rachel opened her eyes then.
Yes, Charlie. We all just need rest.
She hoped that was all. She honestly didn't feel well. Her head ached, her throat hurt, and her body felt like she'd fallen off a horse. She closed her eyes. She heard Charlie come in and out of the house a few more times, and the cool cloth he placed on her forehead felt good. Just before she fell asleep, she heard Charlie's voice.
I love you, Rachel. Please don't leave me.
But she didn't have the strength to respond.
Charlie, I don't think I could empty the chamber pots. Doesn't the smell bother you?
Thomas asked the next day, as they once again scrubbed down the house and the outhouse.
Remember when Nan Ideen asked us to help Rachel, but to work as unto the Lord? Well, I just keep reminding myself that I'm doing this for that very reason. I guess that's what I have to do about the dishes still sitting in the sink of water. I didn't finish them yesterday.
That's right, little man. Billy and I finished our chores, so we're heading out to the lake farther north to see if we can catch some fish for supper. Are you willing to help Rachel if she needs anything?
Yes.
As unto the Lord, Thomas. At his brother's dejected sigh, Charlie ruffled the boy's hair. Thomas rewashed every cup and dish. The lye soap burned, but he didn't care. He was so concerned about his baby sister, Nan Ideen and Grandpa Patty, whom he saw as his grandparents, and Mama. He stopped.
Grammy!
He didn't even dry his hands. He knew what he needed to do. Thomas grabbed the leftover biscuits and some jerky from the jar in the pantry. As he was about to grab his coat, he saw Patty's hanging on the peg, the work gloves peeking out of the pocket. That would keep him warm. He ran to the barn to get the mare. He'd seen Charlie ride without a saddle. He would, too. Charlie cleaned the fish, while Billy started the fire. They'd cook it outside, since smells seemed to bother the others. Nearing supper time, Charlie realized he hadn't seen Thomas recently. "Thomas?" he said, as he quietly entered the house. There was no reply. He noted the chamber pots needed to be cleaned and replaced, and reminded himself, as unto the Lord, before heading back out. "Fish is ready," Billy called out. "Be right there," returned Charlie. He was famished, having eaten only jerky as they'd fished. "Thomas!" Charlie yelled, hands cupped around his mouth. "Supper's ready!" He waited for a reply, but none came. "Billy, have you seen Thomas? He never misses a meal, and he didn't finish the dishes. They're still in the sink." The older boy stopped mid-bite. "No, but I'm sure he's off on a Gerda adventure and will be right back. He didn't finish the dishes yesterday either, remember?" Billy's words weren't very convincing, but the boys continued to eat on the front porch. As they headed to the barn for the night, and to see if Thomas had already fallen asleep, Billy stopped quickly. "Charlie, the mare's missing." "There's nothing we can do tonight, Billy," Charlie told his friend. "Thankfully, the weather isn't bitter. All we can do is pray Thomas is warm and safe. I'll leave in the morning." "Charlie, I believe this is something I should do. I can't care for sick people like you can, but I can find Thomas. I'll be saddled and ready to ride before first light." "Thank you." Charlie meant those words. "I couldn't ask for a better friend, Billy." "I'll find him, Charlie. Of all the possible places Thomas would go, Grammy's seems the most likely." "I believe you're right." Charlie slept fitfully. In the morning, Charlie checked on the 4 patients, making sure they had what they needed. He changed and washed the sweat-soaked sheets and rags. He changed the baby's diaper, but it wasn't so much wet as damp with sweat, so he made a bottle with fresh, cool water and fed her as much as she would take. Rachel might not have wanted her drinking milk when she was sick. Every time he left, he went to the creek and scrubbed until his hands and arms were pink. He could have washed up indoors, but he needed the fresh air. He also felt closer to God out here. As he knelt, he knew he should pray. He hadn't done much of that in his lifetime. He remembered listening to Grammy pray and knew he couldn't talk to God like that, but he figured he should try. "God?" He paused, almost expecting a response. "God, I'm gonna be honest. I'm scared. These people are my family. My heart would hurt something awful if I lost even one of them." Those were the last words he said, before his tears fell so heavily he could no longer speak. Chapter 35, October 1858, Indian Territory, Missouri. Pete came upon the Arapaho camp, but knew he wasn't surprising them. He'd felt, but not seen, someone watching him for the last several miles. He slowed his horse to a walk. He turned in the saddle and saw him then, a fierce-looking young brave sitting tall on his horse, looking him in the eye. Pete slowly raised both hands. "I need help," Pete said. "My people are sick. Do you have a medicine man?" He didn't know if the brave understood, but the man moved his superior horse in front, and Pete's willingly followed. These people were truly living off the land. He admired the teepees made from animal hide, tools made from what he figured must be animal bones, and bowls carved from wood. He continued to follow the brave. The children hid behind their mothers. He noticed several dogs sitting obediently beside the men who had come out to stand near the women as he passed. "Don't show fear," was all he could think. The brave dismounted in one fluid motion, making Pete feel like a gangly teenager as he got down. A young boy who looked about Thomas's age flashed a huge smile at Pete and took his horse. Pete winked as he handed over the reins and was rewarded with an even bigger smile. He followed the brave to the teepee ahead. The man said something, and Pete stood still. The severe look and the motion he gave for him to enter was clear enough. Pete stooped to go in. It was dark, yet roomier than Pete had imagined. Brightly colored blankets were on the floor, surrounding a small, fragrant fire. As his eyes adjusted, he saw an older man sitting cross-legged on a pile of furs. Pete nodded and bowed slightly to the man out of courtesy, not knowing the appropriate, customary greeting.
"Why you here?"
The older man surprised Pete with his English.
"My people are sick with fever. Do you have a medicine man?"
The older man did not release his hold on Pete's gaze.
"Sit,"
was all he said. Pete obeyed. A young woman entered and served him a hot liquid. Coffee. Good coffee, he realized with his second sip. When he'd finished, she gave him a bowl filled with dried berries, walnuts, and a hard pea he didn't recognize. He hadn't eaten much since he'd ridden through the night, stopping only long enough to rest the horse and stretch his legs. He was a little embarrassed by how quickly he ate. She immediately filled his bowl again with another scoop, and this time he caught her eye. He couldn't guess her age. Her skin was smooth, and she had high, wide cheekbones. Her black hair, which reflected the firelight's glow like a mirror, was parted in the middle and plaited into 2 even braids, which fell forward as she leaned toward him. She had a small ring in the upper part of her ear that drew his attention, and she subconsciously reached up and tucked a non-existent strand of hair behind her ear. Pete dropped his gaze and returned it to the older man. That man had been watching him like a hawk tracking its next meal, and most likely had not missed the thought that had flitted through Pete's mind. He swallowed uncomfortably at the realization. Pete was getting anxious after an hour of sitting quietly and eating. He knew he was at a disadvantage and needed to bide his time. When he put his hand over his bowl after being offered another refill, he looked into the young woman's eyes and said, "Thank you for your kindness." His natural response of a wink caused her to blush, and she immediately looked over at the older man, who again had seen the entire exchange.
"What's your trouble?"
The man's curt words brought Pete's mind back to the present. Pete focused then.
"My people are sick, and I was hoping you had a medicine man who could help us."
Silence again.
Am I going to have to eat another meal before I get an answer?
He watched the eyes of the older man and could almost see him thinking.
Who sick?
Ideen, Patty, and the baby, Pete replied.
This baby yours?
Oh, no, sir. I'm the neighbor. I'm not married. I came for help. The old man appeared to relax a little at these words, if that was possible. His presence shouted fierce warrior and demanded obeisance. He said something to the young woman, who seemed surprised at his words, yet quickly left the teepee.
I send Niehi Nitou, singing bird, the man explained. She care for sick. Return in 14 days. You keep her safe?
There was no question as to what was being left unsaid.
Yes, sir. You have my word.
Pete reached out his hand, and shouldn't have been, but was surprised at the strength of the older man's grip. The young boy who had taken Pete's horse when he'd arrived had provided the animal with good care. His saddle had been replaced, and Pete could tell the horse had been brushed down, watered, and fed.
Thank you, young man. You've done a fine job.
Pete tousled the boy's head and received another winning smile. The brave from earlier held the reins of a beautiful Appaloosa. The young woman from the teepee mounted. Then the brave lifted the boy behind her.
Guess they're both coming.
Pete smiled, saluting the brave, who showed no expression. He turned to see the old man, whom he now assumed was the chief, standing with a robe around his shoulders, covering what appeared to be a slight stoop. Even so, the man was menacing and caused Pete to swallow his unease. He saluted again before turning his horse toward home. For hours, they rode without speaking. Finally, Pete could stand it no longer. He figured he'd carry on a monologue and hope one of the Arapaho understood.
The Trexler family lives 2 days' ride south.
He looked their way, but the young woman was looking straight ahead. The boy, however, had that winning smile directed straight at Pete, who winked in return. Later, Pete noticed his voice was getting hoarse and realized he'd been talking for several hours. He'd told them about Melvin's death, Rachel and the children, the O'Sullivans, Billy, Charlie, and Clint. He'd even added a bit about Reverend Jenkins, Grammy, Martha, and the goats. Pete had always been a good storyteller, but there came a time when a little responsiveness helped prime the pump. He was running out of things to say.
Kahe natye chiche kahe?
Singing Bird asked the young boy. The boy laughed and replied in English.
No, I like his stories. He talks like the old women in our village, but longer. I am not tired of listening.
She laughed. Pete blushed. When the Indian woman spoke again, she looked at Pete.
I am Singing Bird, and this is my brother. He sees Hakechi, little son. We should stop and give our horses and our ears a rest.
Her smile was slight, but shone with laughter. Pete winked at little son.
Wait till you hear about Gerta.
Singing Bird prepared something for everyone to eat, while little son and Pete took care of the horses. They were on their way after their short break and rode well into the evening.
There's a place not far ahead where we can spend the night.
Singing Bird simply lifted her chin in the direction they were headed.
Singing Bird, that's such a lovely name, Pete remarked. Does it have meaning?
She looked at him briefly, and he assumed she was trying to decide if he was in earnest with his question. He continued looking her way.
Yes, my grandfather named me. It is our tradition. They say my mother sang to me in the womb, and when I was born, my cry sounded more like a song than a wailing.
Pete nodded.
What about little son?
She laughed.
Have you ever seen that smile fade? It comes up every morning, and even when it is tucked behind the moon, it is still there.
She reached behind and lovingly patted the boy's leg.
Your grandfather chose good names.
Pete smiled, but Singing Bird's face had changed.
My grandfather did not name Hisis Hokechi. I did.
The sound of the words from her mouth was deep and strong, her tone terse. Pete noted the irritation in her voice and chose to be silent. When they stopped for the night, Pete was more tired than he remembered being in a long time. Singing Bird was efficient, and little son was a hard worker, which made quick work of setting up camp. They lay around the fire, and he heard a gentle, soft, almost breeze-like sound. Singing Bird was humming. He didn't recognize the tune, but it didn't take long for him to fall asleep. Pete woke with a start. What did I just hear? Without moving his head, he used his eyes to scan the area as best he could in the pre-dawn light. That's when he saw the animal moving toward little son. He didn't have his rifle nearby. What was I thinking? He'd promised the chief he would take care of this family. Pete jumped to his feet, flailing his arms and yelling at the top of his lungs. The two Arapaho didn't seem alarmed. They looked at him like he was a crazy man. Then he heard the low growl and bark. Bark? This wasn't a wild animal. This was a dog. Little Son reached over and hugged the dog and spoke to him in a low tone. The fur on the dog's back slowly lowered, and the dog licked the boy's outstretched hand.
"This is Honey," Little Son explained. "I named him this because he looks like a wolf. He must have followed us all day and night. He will keep us safe."
Little Son said all of this with a smile on his face while he rubbed the dog. "Guess I'm caring for a dog as well," was Pete's last thought before he fell back to sleep. It was nearly morning. The others were up, so Pete figured he'd better get ready to go as well. "Morning, honey." He hoped he'd said that right. The dog looked warily at him until Pete handed him a piece of the pemmican Singing Bird had given him for breakfast. He broke off a part in his mouth and offered it to the animal. Pete's mouth watered at the remnants of the sweet, tart flavor of dried berries and salty, dried meat. Grease covered his fingers as he popped the last morsel into his mouth, chewing slowly. He continued to stretch out his hand. The dog sniffed, came closer, then grabbed the morsel and returned to Little Son's side.
"He will be your friend forever now, Mr. Pete."
Little Son smiled. "Just Pete. Today we'll get to the Trexler's home. You'll like Thomas. He's about your age. He has a wooden toy cow he named Gerta." And for the rest of the trip that day, Pete told story after story of Gerta's adventures. He loved hearing the boy laugh, and he enjoyed the occasional smile on Singing Bird's face. Chapter 36, October 1858, Trexler Farm, Missouri. It was nearing dusk when Pete saw the light of the cabin. Charlie met them in the yard. "Rachel's sick too, Pete," the boy said. Pete felt his stomach drop. His face must have shown his concern. Singing Bird was next to Charlie before Pete even thought to dismount.
"Take me to her," she said.
A few moments later, Singing Bird stuck her head out the front door and yelled something in Arapaho to Little Son. The boy dug into the side packs on the horse and took a leather pouch to her. Charlie turned his attention back to Pete. "We have other problems. Thomas is missing." "What?" he exclaimed, jerking around to face Charlie. Charlie shifted from one foot to the other. "The day you left, everyone was busy. We have no idea when he left, but he took the mare without a saddle or supplies that we know of." "Does Rachel know?" "No. When she fell ill, she said the three of us should sleep in the barn. We didn't notice until after dark Thomas was even missing. We figure he headed toward Grammy's, so Billy has gone to look for him." Charlie said those last words after he'd averted his gaze. "You did the right thing, Charlie. I'd have done the same." Pete knew his words were true, but it didn't make things easier to accept. Thomas was only 5. Anything could happen. For 2 days, Pete poured himself into the Trexler farm after doing his morning chores at home. He needed the work to keep his mind off the situation. Little Son stayed busy running into the woods or along the creek, bringing something back for Singing Bird. He would also deliver food to Charlie and Pete, but the two men struggled to swallow. The food was tasty with flavors they didn't recognize, but the lumps in their throats made it difficult to enjoy. It was the evening of the second day when Little Son asked to speak to Pete.
"Singing Bird asked me to come get you, Mr. Pete."
The boy had a smile on his face, but since he always had one, Pete wasn't sure if this was good news or bad. Singing Bird met him at the door.
"The old man needs a good bath. It is not proper for me to do this."
Pete simply nodded and tenderly helped the weakened Patty into the already full tub, which bore a calming fragrance. When he'd finished bathing, Pete helped Patty into the bed in the other room. "Is there anything else I can do for you, Singing Bird?" Pete asked. She smiled at him. "Can you stay here, so I may use the outhouse and clean up?" He realized then she'd not been outside the house for the entire 2 days. "Yes, take your time," Pete responded with gentleness. He had a growing respect for this woman. The following morning, Pete moved a straight back chair out to the porch and helped Patty sit. The man was weak, pale, and thin, but he was alive.
"Where's Thomas?"
Patty's raspy voice came out in a ragged whisper. Pete looked at Charlie. "Thinking of a good Goethe story to tell you," Pete replied. It must have satisfied Patty, for the man closed his eyes and was soon asleep. "Singing Bird, please, tell me how the others are doing," Pete said softly. She looked at Pete without expression. "We will see," was all she said before turning to go inside. Pete watched the little boy run errands all day. He did everything with apparent joy. His smile made it difficult for Pete to keep his somber mood. When little Son brought lunch, his smile had grown.
"The baby is getting better. Singing Bird has given her life."
Am I missing something in translation? Does Singing Bird need my help? The boy smiled.
"No, the baby will need life every few hours, so she will stay with Singing Bird."
Pete didn't understand, but trusted everything was under control. Pete loved this time of year. It was a beautiful Indian summer day. Singing Bird helped Ideen join Patty on the front porch. Pete and Charlie sat on the steps and ate their simple lunch while telling the two friends of all that had been going on. Patty looked at Charlie and spoke, his voice weak.
"Are you going to tell me the truth now, son?"
Charlie put his food down. He looked at Pete. Pete knew Patty was referring to Thomas, and both glanced toward Ideen.
"Charlie, she can handle it,"
Patty said.
"She didn't been praying for that boy in her sleep for 4 days."
Charlie's eyes grew wide. Thomas took the horse sometime after Pete left for help. We can only guess he went to Grammy. Billy's gone after him, but Thomas may have had nearly a day's lead. He hung his head. We didn't notice he was gone until we went to bed. Patty nodded and reached over to take Ideen's hand. A tear fell from her closed eyes, but she nodded as well. Cecilia snuggled in a cloth sling tied tightly around Singing Bird's body. Pete noticed how the cloth supported the infant, allowing Singing Bird's hands to be free. This woman amazes me. "Mr. Pete, I need some fresh air," Singing Bird said. "Would you take me for a walk?" Pete was by her side in a few steps, offering his arm. She didn't seem to know what to do with it. He gently took her hand and placed it on his forearm, but she moved her hand down, making his skin tingle, and laced her fingers in his hand. She smiled up at him, and they began to walk. They didn't speak. Without thinking, he ended up at Melvin's grave by the pond and the row of trees. Cecilia fussed a little, and he saw Singing Bird adjust her inside the wrap and heard light noises. His eyes grew wide. She's nursing Cecilia. How is that possible? He glanced at her, and she understood the question in his eyes. My baby was not yet named. He died
after the 5th day, the day you arrived.
Pete saw the shimmer of tears in her eyes, but they didn't fall.
My people say I am cursed.
She looked at Pete then.
I named him Little Son. He is my child, with no father and no grandfather. At the time, he was the only light in my darkness.
She hung her head. Pete had not let go of her hand and used it to turn her toward him gently. With his other hand, he reached up and wiped the tears now falling unchecked. He said nothing, but knew his touch spoke to her as she leaned into his hand. They stood in silence. For once, Pete didn't know what to say. He recognized her discomfort and decided to change the subject.
How did you learn to speak English so well? He asked.
Singing Bird hesitated. She formed her words with care as if she was choosing them wisely.
My Arapaho tribe met with 2 trappers as we journeyed, following the buffalo. They told us the government wanted to send us to Oklahoma. They filled our people's heads with stories. They filled our women with fear and our braves with hatred.
She paused as if considering what else to share. Pete saw her shoulders shrug as if her next words meant nothing.
I was 13 and had my own thoughts. When the men left in the morning, I followed them. I stayed with them for 2 years before returning.
She paused and seemed to change her mind about what she was about to say.
I returned to nothing. There was no home left for me, just a tribe of the same name.
As they headed back to the house, they saw 3 horsemen approaching. Pete immediately recognized Billy and Thomas. He squeezed Singing Bird's hand, released it, and started to run. Pete swooped Thomas down from atop the horse, hugged him, and kissed his head.
We were so worried, little man.
He tipped the boy's chin up to see him better.
Pete, I found Clint.
Pete saw him then, sitting in the saddle of his large horse. He recognized the smile underneath the man's unshaven face.
We've had quite an adventure. Gerda's been busy,
Clint said with a chuckle in his voice. Billy rolled his eyes and said,
Well, that's an understatement.
Thomas just beamed. Clint sobered.
Where's Rachel?
Pete gazed at Clint with an anguished look.
She got the fever, Clint. So far, everyone else seems to be healing, but Rachel was the last to get it, and she started out exhausted. Singing Bird has been caring for her.
Clint looked then and noticed the Indian woman standing behind Pete. He tipped his hat to her.
Ma'am, I thank you for your kindness.
Pete watched Singing Bird lower her head to avert her gaze. The following morning, all the men made short work of getting caught up on chores, mostly to keep themselves busy and from worrying. Pete never let Thomas out of his sight and kept the boy away from the house and the sickness. The men stayed up long into the night, and Thomas told his version of his recent adventure. No one wanted to encourage more escapades, so Pete ended the night by telling ghost stories, nearly traumatizing Thomas. Pete desperately wanted to ask Clint the results of his trip, but figured he'd enjoy his freedom if Clint was giving it to him. They were walking toward the house when they saw Singing Bird on the porch, Cecilia in her arms. Thomas ran to her.
Sissy,
the boy exclaimed.
I've missed you so much. Are you all better?
Cecilia gave him a big, toothless grin. Singing Bird put her down, and Thomas sat with her. Little Sun peeked out from behind Singing Bird's skirt. "Little Sun, I'd like for you to meet Thomas," Pete said. "Thomas, Little Sun has been helping make Cecilia well." Thomas stood and, as he'd seen the other men do, stuck out his hand in greeting.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Little Sun took the hand, and they shook.
I heard you have a cow named Gerda, Little Sun said. Can I meet her?
Thomas's smile filled his face.
Come on, she's in the barn.
The boys took off at a run. Pete shook his head and laughed. "I'm guessing they'll be a while. Let's eat." The breakfast of savory Indian fare went down more easily today. Pete enjoyed every mouthful. Between bites, Clint said, "Pete, I'm sure your place needs some attention since you've been helping the Trexlers. Let's head that direction after breakfast." Pete turned to Charlie as if requesting his permission.
"Billy and I can handle things here,"
Charlie said. Singing Bird looked at Pete with hesitation, and he sensed her unease. "Singing Bird, I know you have much to do in caring for these folks, but would you mind if Clint and I came for supper each evening? We can help with Patty and give you some time to catch your breath." Her eyes changed. Pete couldn't discern if she was affronted by his assuming she may need a break, upset that he would consider asking her to nurse the family and also make supper, or something else. "I mean no offense," he said quickly.
"Mr. Pete," Singing Bird interrupted, "your kindness is willingly repaid with supper."
She dropped her eyes and readjusted Cecilia in the sling, who again appeared to be nursing.
"I look forward to having you both for supper each evening."
After breakfast, Honey flopped himself onto the porch and made a slight whine. Singing Bird looked down as the dog watched Pete leave the yard.
"I can see you like him, Honey," the woman said.
"Be a good dog, Honey. I'll miss you." Pete directed the comment to the dog, but he knew in his heart he'd miss someone else more. Chapter 37, October 1858. Pete Manning's farm, Missouri. "So, it's over? I'm cleared of any wrongdoing?" Pete could hardly believe what Clint said. Clint smiled. "When I explained what you knew, one of the other marshals had the good idea of setting a trap to see if the real culprit would strike again. Murky Murphy fell for it in short order, and we caught him red-handed. Once we knew who it wasn't much work to link him to the other crime. Or should I say, crimes." "Murky Murphy?" Pete laughed. "Malcolm Murphy. He was a busy man. Once he'd gotten away with it the first time, he duplicated it multiple times. Made finding the pattern easy. And since the other incidents occurred after you left, well, let's just say it helped." Clint reached into his pocket and pulled out an envelope. "What's this?" Pete asked. "Open it, find out." Pete opened the sealed envelope and saw $100. He raised his eyes in question to Clint. "I don't understand." "Well," Clint replied, "you gave us the information needed to capture the real criminal, so you get a portion of the reward money." Pete could only shake his head in disbelief and stare at the generous amount. "What do you think you'll do with it?" Clint asked. "Good question. I've not had a reason to dream for some time. Guess I'll be focusing on that question a good bit now, though. But—" Pete stood and put his hat on his head. "That will have to wait. Let me set this inside before we get to work." The men worked hard to get Pete caught up on chores. They enjoyed the old camaraderie they had shared so many years before.
I've got to return Singing Bird and Little Sun to their people in a few days, Pete said. What's next for you, Clint? I gave my notice and asked to be assigned jobs only here in Missouri. It should be official in December. 30 is much too old to be traipsing across the country getting shot at. I'm ready for a career change. He paused. And a life change. I'd like to settle down. Plan on marrying Rachel if she'll have me. Pete laughed. She sure has missed you. I don't think you'll have any problem getting a yes out of her. Clint's cheeks were tinged with pink as concern clouded his features. She's taking much longer to heal than the others. Mind if I stay with you a while? That would be an absolute pleasure. Maybe you can make those chairs for me while you think about your future with Rachel. His light teasing helped diminish the concern they both had for Rachel's health and that of the others. It was late October, and Clint pulled his collar up to cover his neck. He and Pete continued to go to the Trexler home for supper, but Rachel was still sequestered in her room. On their trip back to Pete's for the night, the men talked in the same easy, comfortable way they had when they were younger. It's good to have my friendship with Pete restored, thought Clint, as Pete began to speak. I told Singing Bird tonight that we need to leave in 2 days. Do you need me to go with you? Clint was sincere in his offer. No. She sure doesn't act like she wants to go back. But I promised her father, or chief, or whatever he is. I wouldn't want to break a promise with that band of Indians. Pete gave a slight chuckle, but Clint knew he was serious. The men sat drinking their coffee on the roughly made chairs Clint had diligently worked on over the past week. You have feelings for her, Pete? The sound of liquid swirling in Pete's near-empty mug contrasted with the natural night sounds both men loved. Pete dropped his elbows to his knees while holding the now cold cup in his hands. Don't know how to explain it, Clint. She caught my eye the moment I saw her. Little Sun is her child. There's a story there, but I doubt I'll ever get the opportunity to hear it. Clint put his large hand on Pete's shoulder and chose his words with care. Pete, God knows the story. An exasperated sigh left Pete's lips, but he didn't respond. Clint took that as permission to continue. Ecclesiastes tells us there's a time for everything. Somewhere in that hard heart and head of yours, I know you still believe. Pete's wry grin was confirmation that Clint hadn't pushed too hard. Trust him, my friend. But it was Clint who needed to trust God. How would Rachel heal without Singing Bird's ministrations? When the two men walked into the house for supper, Rachel was sitting at the table. Gone were the plump cheeks. Gone was the glowing skin. Gone were the constellations of freckles. Clint went to her and dropped to his knees at her feet. Rachel, darling, he whispered. She lifted eyes brimming with tears. Clint, was all she could say, before falling into his arms and weeping, her still exhausted body unable to hold herself erect. The other men became uncomfortable. Clint scooped Rachel into his arms and walked toward the door. He grabbed a shawl, draping it over her shoulders. I'll eat in a bit, he told the others. Rachel needs some fresh air. He held her like she had held Cecilia so many times. He rocked and whispered, shh, in her hair as he kissed the top of her head. She snuggled into him. Lord, help her understand she is loved, cherished, and adored. Rachel cried harder, and he wondered if he'd spoken the words out loud.
Rachel. My beautiful Rachel. Please, tell me what's wrong. It's killing me to see you cry so hard. No words left her mouth. She wrapped her arms around his neck and cried into his shoulder. He held her tighter. Tiny sniffles and the occasional staggering breath told Clint she had finished crying, but was worn out. He decided to do the same thing he had done the first day they'd spent together, and told her the story of his recent travels and his time at Pete's since he'd returned. He wondered if she had fallen asleep and moved his head slightly to see her eyes.
What about Pete? Did you take care of business? She asked in a weak voice.
Clint smiled. I'll let him tell the story when he's ready. She was so exhausted, he barely felt her nod. Rachel, I could hold you like this all evening. But at present, there's a house full of people peeking out the window looking at us. She sat upright then, but the movement was too quick, and she swayed in his arms. Clint steadied her on his lap and used the pad of his thumb to dry her remaining tears. He said softly, "How about you and I get something to eat, and then you head to bed?" Pete stood at the door and watched Singing Bird set the last thing straight, all while Cecilia snuggled in the sling. Ideen let out a slight sigh.
Singing Bird, I've got this. I'm much better now. You've already done so much.
Ideen followed the young girl around, but couldn't quite keep up.
You and Rachel, drink your tea. You rest. I work.
Singing Bird pointed to a chair. Pete smiled at the exchange. Singing Bird, we need to head on back to your village. She did not look up, but instinctively placed her hand under the bulge in the sling. Pete understood at once. It wasn't her concern for Rachel that made her hesitant to depart. She would be leaving this child. He didn't want to embarrass her, so he tried another tactic. Singing Bird, I promised your father. She swung her head so hard her braid hit him in the face. Her eyes pierced him to his soul.
He is not my father.
The words were clipped, quiet, but firm. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you, Pete stammered. She stood rigid, but her eyes softened slightly.
I am sorry. I will prepare to leave.
Pete looked at Ideen, who smiled with a slight twinkle in her eye that had not been there earlier. Clint worked on Pete's farm for the 4 days the owner was gone, returning Singing Bird, Little Son, and Honey to their people. He rode to Rachel's every evening and joined the family for a simple supper. Each evening, he and Thomas or Charlie did the dishes so Ideen could rest. He cherished time with these people he hoped to call family someday. He and Patty sat on the porch one evening before he headed back to Pete's.
When are you going to ask the girl to marry you?
Clint didn't even flinch. I'm not quite sure. I'd ask today if God gave me the go-ahead. He chuckled. Truth is, she isn't ready, physically or mentally. Clint risked a look at Patty to see his reaction, but shouldn't have worried. The man was smiling from ear to ear.
About time you see the light. Give her time, and yourself as well. Ideen and I won't be needed here much longer. God has plans for our future as well.
The man didn't elaborate, but laid his head back and closed his eyes, his face peaceful. Chapter 38. November 1858. Pete Manning's farm, Missouri. Clint felt a niggling of concern. Pete wasn't back yet. He'd wait until noon, then head out from Pete's farm to track him as he'd done before. He looked heavenward. God, you know my plans, but I'm not sure they align with yours. I'd appreciate a little confirmation. If I have to go look for Pete, I'll miss Rachel's birthday supper. He worked hard all morning and was about to head to the Trexlers to let them know his plans when he saw Pete. His shoulders relaxed a little at seeing his friend, but he noticed Pete wasn't wearing his usual smile. Is everything all right, Pete? Pete shook his head. Not sure. They talked about the quiet 2-day journey and what had occurred when Pete had dropped off the 2 Indians over a cold lunch. It's weird, Clint, Pete said. Maybe it's their way, but it honestly felt like the others were shunning her. You should have seen her holding her head high. Yet I could tell inside she was crumbling. No one greeted us, just went about their business. I took the chief the items we had sent to say thank you. He seemed genuinely pleased, yet also disappointed I'd brought her back. It was almost like he wanted or even expected me to keep the 2 of them. Clint looked his way. Maybe he did. Pete and Clint headed to the Trexler farm for supper after putting in a good afternoon of work. Rachel was rocking Cecilia, but she didn't stand when they arrived. Cecilia wriggled free, and Rachel put her down and watched her attempt to crawl across the floor, her arms and legs moving in synchronized motion. Clint scooped her up. Hey there, little bit. How's the prettiest girl in the world? Cecilia smiled, and he felt Rachel looking at him. And how is the most beautiful woman in the world? He was looking at her eyes and loved seeing the surprise that filled them. He bent down and kissed her upturned forehead. Good to see you, Rachel. You're looking much improved today. I brought a visitor. Pete stepped from behind him and knelt in front of Rachel, so she didn't have to stretch her neck so far to see him. Hey there, Rachel. Singing Bird asked me to give this to you. He handed her an exquisitely handcrafted necklace. She heard today was your birthday. My birthday? I'd forgotten. Clint watched her slim fingers as Rachel examined the beautifully colored seeds of varied shapes and sizes. Not one was the same, yet they blended to make a lovely ornament. Gentle tears filled her eyes, and one tear fell. Pete reached up and wiped the tear away. Clint's insides churned, but the look Pete received from Rachel was one of friendship and gratitude. Nothing more. Pete took a breath before slapping his pant leg and standing up. Clint heard the near whisper from Pete. Clint, I think your lovely Rachel might enjoy a stroll on the arm of the man she loves. Clint flinched, but comprehended exactly what he meant before Pete turned and headed back out. After a supper full of good food, fun, and laughter, Patty declared, Ideen, me love, what special dessert might we be having this fine evening? Thomas, who had wiggled all through supper, jumped up.
I know. Can I help light the candles, Nan Ideen? Thomas, me lad, the honour be all yours.
Ideen stood to get the double-layer carrot cake with fresh creamed icing. The hint of spices followed her to the table as she placed it in the center. Patty stood. Me darling Rachel, you've always been like a daughter to me. He cleared his throat. God has seen ye through many a trial, but ye've been faithful. Clint heard Ideen murmur her agreement. Today you turn 18. Patty raised his glass to Rachel, and the others followed.
May ye live a long life, full of gladness and health, with a pocket full of gold, as the least of your wealth. May the dreams you hold dearest be those which come true, and the kindness ye spread keep returning to you.
Rachel, I'll be leaving from Pete's at first light, Clint said. I need to get to town to check the mail and to see if I have another assignment. It wasn't how he'd wanted to end her special day.
I understand, the woman said.
He almost believed her. His finger reached under her chin, raising it until their eyes met. You are beautiful. It was a statement she had not expected. He could tell by the shock in her eyes. He hadn't expected to say it either, but the words would not stay in his mouth. He cleared his throat. Knowing he'd regret it if he kissed her, he dropped his hand and reached into his coat pocket.
What's this?
Rachel questioned as she took the offered item. Your birthday gift. It isn't much, but it reminded me of you. Rachel unfolded the thin tissue paper to reveal a dainty handkerchief with exquisitely tatted edging. A delicate R had been embroidered in light green thread. She lifted her eyes from the treasure, and Clint saw a hint of confusion and the beginning of tears. Oh, great. I've blundered this one. The green reminded me of your eyes. The hanky didn't remind me of your tears. I mean,
he was making this worse. Thank you.
A tear fell on her cheek as she placed one finger against his lips, halting any other words. He felt the loss the moment she removed it.
It's beautiful,
she whispered. Winter was settling in, and Ideen struggled with the cold. It wasn't a wet cold like it had been back home in Ireland, but this dry cold of Missouri still made her old bones ache. She rubbed at her knee as she sat rocking Cecilia. Ideen chose her words carefully, not wanting to offend this woman she so dearly loved.
Rachel, might I share something with you?
At Rachel's nod, Ideen continued.
When we first arrived in town, your Grammy, she told me and Patty God had sent us.
Ideen took Rachel's hand.
I knowed you needed us, so we come right away, happy to be of assistance.
Rachel interrupted.
I'm not sure I've ever properly thanked you for all you've done for our family and me. And I know I wouldn't have made it through the past months without you and Patty. Thank you.
Before she could say more, Ideen's eyes were already brimming with tears.
Oh, dearie, it's been one of me greatest joys to be of help to you.
Rachel reached for Cecilia.
Let me put her down. I've hot water boiling. How about a cup of tea?
The ladies conversed quietly while Cecilia napped. Ideen knew there was much to do, but they both needed this break and time together. She also knew there would not be many more days like this. Ideen put her cup down.
God has us here for another reason as well. Serafina has asked that we move into her home and run it as a boarding house.
Rachel's eyebrows rose in surprise, but she did not speak.
Now, I don't want to be leaving you in a lurch, but I'm thinking Paddy and I need to be on the road before it's be getting much colder, or we'll be needing to stay until the snow thaws in the spring. It'd be a mite easier on Grammy if we could be there all the sooner.
Ideen was ready to continue, but Rachel interrupted.
Oh, Ideen, this is such a wonderful surprise. Of course you should go soon. I'm much better, and Billy is still here helping. I'm sure we'll do just fine.
Rachel's words were convincing, and Ideen smiled and squeezed the hand that was still in her own.
Well then, if the weather holds, We might could be ready in 2 days.
Ideen pursed her lips, her eyes focused in the distance. Her mind raced with all she would need to do in such a short time. The goodbyes were heart-wrenching for all, but Rachel's included a panicked feeling that increased with each hug. With the long winters of Missouri, they weren't sure when they would be together again. Rachel did her best to remain strong, but with all the blubbering Ideen had done that morning, it wasn't easy. Rachel continued looking out the new window as Charlie and Thomas both worked hard helping Patty as he loaded his wagon. Patty had been clear he wasn't particularly looking forward to spending the cold night at the halfway point, yet he wouldn't take the additional offer of quilts from Rachel. As her two dear friends pulled out of the yard, Ideen lifted herself onto one knee to wave one more time. Rachel giggled when she saw Patty playfully reach over and tap Ideen's behind before helping her sit on the bench. Through the window, she could hear Ideen exclaim,
"Mr. O'Sullivan, there'll be none of that,"
before swatting him good-naturedly on the arm. The loud guffaw that escaped Patty's mouth changed Rachel's giggle to laughter, even as the tears still flowed. Reacquainting herself with doing all the household work on her own was exhausting to Rachel. It had been a week since the O'Sullivans had returned to town, and she missed Ideen's singing, chats over tea, and excellent cooking. "Hello, house," a male voice said. Rachel heard the greeting from inside the house. She grabbed her shawl and stepped onto the porch. Charlie was already greeting a man with a smile and a handshake. "Rach, it's John Freeman from town," Charlie explained. "He's brought the cook stove." Rachel could hardly contain her excitement and quickly went back inside to ready the spot Patty had prepared for the item. Thomas watched as Rachel hurriedly moved items around.
"What are you doing, Mama?"
"The cook stove has arrived."
"Oh, yay! Can I help?"
Thomas was already up and running her way.
"Thomas, shh! You'll wake Cecilia. Yes, you can hold the door for the men when they carry it in."
Thomas quickly grabbed his coat. Rachel wasn't far behind him. "Howdy, Mrs. Trexler," Mr. Freeman said once Rachel was outside. "The Gray sisters didn't want this thing taking up space at the mercantile and asked that I bring it straight away."
"Thank you, Mr. Freeman. May I offer you a cup of coffee to warm yourself?"
"Let Charlie and me get this unloaded, and then I'd be much obliged."
Over coffee, Mr. Freeman let them know the O'Sullivans had arrived safely.
"Oh, I've got a package in the sleigh. Don't let me leave without getting it. I tend to forget such things, or so my wife says."
Rachel ached to know who had sent the package. Perhaps Clint had mailed something. As the men worked on attaching the pipe to the vent and leveling the cook stove, Rachel busied herself as best she could, but finally spoke.
"It's getting late, Mr. Freeman. Would you like to sleep in the barn?"
"Well, that it is,"
he said, as he took the last swig of his coffee.
"No, best take my leave. Mr. Manning has a delivery also. I told the missus I'd be spending the night at his place. She packed cookies to say thanks for me not having to spend another night in the cold."
The man put his coat on as he spoke, and they all walked him to the sleigh.
"Oh, almost forgot the package."
Mr. Freeman reached under the seat.
"This came with the cook stove."
He handed it to Rachel.
"Come visit when you're in town next, Charlie,"
the man called as he pulled out of the yard. Rachel's heart fell a little. It wasn't from Clint. She opened the drawstring bag to see a tin and a book. Well, it looked like she had some reading to do to figure out how to work the new stove. Chapter 39. November 1858. Trexler Farm, Missouri. Clint had been gone for 18 days. Rachel had counted every single one. He'd left for town to check the mail and explained he might not be back for some time if he received word of an assignment. She prayed for him at every remembrance, which was often. She was thankful for the windows keeping out the cold, late November chill, and looked through them to see the clouds low and heavy in the sky.
Lord, I need your comfort.
Rachel felt uneasy, but didn't know exactly how to pray.
Please, keep Clint safe.
The pit in her stomach grew, and she felt the familiar beginnings of panic seizing her.
Lord,
she choked out,
I can't lose another.
Her hand flew to her mouth as a sob escaped. She felt chilly and wrapped one of Mary's woolen shawls around her shoulders, pulling it tight against the cold. The chill of the air moved into her heart, as did worry. She'd need to pray continually not to fall prey to the fear that threatened to seize her. Pete showed up at supper time.
Hey, Rachel.
Clint still not back? The concern in his voice was evident, although Rachel knew he was trying to hide it. She looked at Pete, willing her tears not to fall. Her emotions were a mess, and she was so tired.
Whoa.
Pete hurried to her side.
You look like you need to sit down.
She allowed him to seat her at the table. He poured her a cup of water, then sat across from her and picked up Cecilia, who had come crawling at the sound of his voice.
Hey there, Cecilia Grace.
The drooling child wiggled in his arms.
She sure is growing, Rachel.
The panic and fear in her heart must have shown on her face, for she watched his expression change.
I'm here for you, Rachel. Whatever you need.
She thought he might touch her, but he wrapped his outstretched hand around Cecilia and quickly stood. Pete returned Cecilia to her toys on the floor as Billy walked in.
Hey there, Billy. Where's Charlie?
Pete asked.
In the barn.
The boy stared at Pete.
I'm fine, Pete, Rachel said. You head on out. Did you need something, Billy?
Nah, just came to see if Pete did.
Rachel noticed Billy had remained focused on the man.
Rachel, Billy added, I'll be back to check on you in a bit.
Pete walked with purpose and entered the dim interior of the barn, Billy at his heels. The boys had done a great job of keeping it clean. The horses greeted him as he walked to where he saw Charlie.
Hi there, Charlie,
Pete said. Pete realized just how much Charlie had changed since he'd seen him at Rachel's birthday supper. Peach fuzz covered the boy's chin, and he noted the boy could use a haircut. Pete removed his hat and ran his fingers through his own unruly mop. Both hands full, Charlie returned the greeting with a nod.
Just left the house. Rachel seems a little under the weather, and not just from missing Clint. You know what's going on?
Pete tried to keep his voice neutral. She's been feeling poorly for a few days, kind of like she did back when her mind was sick. Some days, she sleeps later than usual. Other days, she's quiet and doesn't get all her work done. It's making me a little nervous, to be honest. I know she misses Ideen something fierce. I don't know much of anything about love, but she might be pining for Clint. We're trying to help with the housework, but she keeps saying she needs to do it all on her own. Pete's concern heightened, especially with the impending storm. He knew Rachel still struggled when the weather was bad. He worried her loneliness might consume her again, and he shivered. I need some direction here. Just then, the ornery goat bleated, and it sounded like the critter said Clint in a long, drawn-out, warbling drawl. Pete realized he had almost prayed. Almost. But God doesn't speak through goats. He smirked. God or not, he knew exactly what he needed to do. Pete thought through the details quickly. He didn't have time to get back to his place and bring the cow to Thomas. He looked at the snow-laden clouds. Billy joined the other men.
Everything all right, Pete?
Actually, Billy, I wondered if you might help me out. He looked to Charlie, who was now giving the older man his full attention. This storm is going to be a rough one. Think you could watch my place for a few days while I see if I can get word of Clint? Billy had become like family, but that wasn't the reason Pete asked him. The young man had proven himself trustworthy and reliable.
Yes, sir.
Billy turned to Charlie.
That all right with you, Charlie?
Of course.
Thomas and I can manage without your sorry hide for a few days,
Charlie replied, and threw his glove at Billy, who easily caught it and returned it full force. Pete smiled. These two reminded him of his younger days with Clint. How about you get your things, and I'll ask Rachel to put some food together for you, Pete said. I'm afraid you may starve on what I have, but you'll have to make do for a few days. At least there's jerky. He smiled as the young man turned to go. Billy looked at his friend.
Charlie, anything you need me to do before I leave?
Nah, we got it covered, but thanks.
Guess I'll be playing checkers with Thomas for a few days.
Pete could tell Billy wanted to hurry and get his things together, but he remained and talked with Charlie for a few minutes before doing so. I'll head in and tell Rachel, Pete said. He felt in a rush as well, but he needed to let Rachel know the plan, which she took well. Billy, you take your school books and study while you're at Pete's, the woman said. I've packed the cooled biscuits with sliced ham, cheese, and dried apples. She handed one tied linen cloth to Billy and the other to Pete. Billy beamed and turned to wave from horseback as he rode out of the yard. Charlie stood holding Pete's horse. Rachel remained firm on the porch, shawl tightly wrapped around her shoulders. Pete, she said. The pause that followed, as well as the anguish in Rachel's eyes, tore at his heart. I'll do my best, Rachel. Pete knew she was worried about Clint. Charlie went to stand beside Rachel on the porch and wrapped his arm around his sister. Remember the words of Joshua. Have I not commanded thee? Be strong and of good courage. Be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed. Rachel finished the verse. For the Lord thy God is with thee, whithersoever thou goest. Pete hoped God was watching out for Clint, wherever he was. Pete was riding ahead of the storm, thankfully, but he dared not stop for more than a moment. He had borrowed Billy's bedroll since the young man would be using his, but he didn't expect to sleep. He kept his horse moving through the night on the familiar path. As the sun started to rise, a verse came to mind, unbidden. It is of the Lord's mercies that we are not consumed, because his compassions fail not. They are new every morning. Great is thy faithfulness. Where did that come from? He really should have stopped and gotten some sleep. Problem was, he couldn't get Clint's words out of his mind. Somewhere in that hard heart and head of yours, I know you still believe. Truth was, he did still believe. He was just plain mad. He shook his head to clear his thoughts. The storm had caught up to him in the night, and large white flakes melted on the sweating horse. Pete patted its neck. Not much farther. We're both tired, but we'll rest when we get to town.
Pete? What in the... Get in here.
Henry closed the door against the biting wind.
I wondered who would be stupid enough to venture out in this storm.
Pete stomped his feet and clapped his snow-covered hat on his knee, brushing off the wet clinging to him as he did. Any word from Clint? Rachel's concerned. I expected him to be back by now. He was too cold to return the teasing. Henry motioned the chair nearest the stove while handing Pete a steaming cup of coffee, which he accepted with thanks. Stage hasn't been through on its normal schedule. I was hoping it was something simple he'd gone to investigate and settle, but I'm wondering if the rumors of bandits might be true. Bandits? Pete held the warm mug in his hands before venturing a sip of the hot liquid. Afraid so. There's been a rash of raids in neighboring towns. From the description townsfolk are given, there are 4 men. The leader has a scar running down his right cheek. Clint had orders waiting for him when he arrived and headed straight out to hunt the men down. Could be he's still following their trail. He's good at that. The sheriff winked at Pete, but it did nothing to lighten the mood, and the coffee did little to thaw the dread in Pete's stomach. Sunlight streamed through the glass of the large picture window, its edges soft with frost. Serafina sat in her rocking chair, talking with God and looking at his beautiful creation, now wrapped in a white blanket. The large flakes stuck to the ground, but they hadn't fallen for long. Even though she enjoyed this splendid view, Serafina relished the thought of sitting on the porch Patty planned to build in the spring. Lord willing, I'll be here to enjoy it. The O'Sullivans' timing had been from above. Serafina felt at peace with her decision, and the O'Sullivans expressed how extraordinarily blessed and happy they were in their new life doing what they loved, serving others. The 2 families lived happily together in the new boarding house and restaurant, appropriately named Grammy's. Serafina and Martha marveled at all the repairs and improvements Patty was making to the home they now shared. But it seemed more often than not he was away doing work for someone in town who needed his expertise. Serafina knew Martha enjoyed having Idine's help in the kitchen. Idine often spoke of how good it felt to be cooking meals she loved, rather than stretching the orphanage meat to feed many mouths. Since Serafina could no longer easily maneuver the stairs, she had hired a local man to build her and Martha adjoining living quarters on the first floor, while Patty and Idine had been gone assisting Rachel and Charlie. The new addition was off the back of the house, where the goats had once been. They had gifted those nuisances to Mr. Finch with the agreement that he would provide Martha, and now Idine, with milk each day. Serafina missed watching the creatures' antics, but did not miss the added strain they had been on Martha. "Grammy, how are you this evening?" Pete asked, as he pulled up a chair in her new sitting room, moving to be closer to the aged woman. "Praising God for every moment, and missing my Thomas with every breath," was her honest reply. "I'm certain you do. That boy brings joy with him wherever he goes. And Gerda." Pete reached for Grammy's hand, which she gladly gave. "I'm worried about Clint." "You and me both, Grammy. You and me both." Serafina knew she was nearing her time to meet her Lord and Savior face to face, but didn't feel her work on earth was done. She lay in her bed that evening, no longer able to kneel beside it, and prayed quietly so as not to awaken the sleeping Martha. "Lord, I just want to remind you of your promise in Psalm 20, that you would give both Clint and Rachel the desires of their hearts. You also promised to make your plans succeed." The wrinkle in her brow relaxed, and she spoke more lightly. "Now, I'm not saying you couldn't work this all out for your good if something were to happen to Clint, but I know you understand loss. There is nothing worse than losing your own son as you did." She wiped at the tears dampening her wispy white hair, at the remembrance of the loss she'd felt from Melvin's death. I'm beseeching you, Lord. Please bring Clint home safely. The peace that Grammy usually felt after pleading with God did not come. She pulled the quilt covering her form closer to her neck and used it to dab at her eyes. She turned her head and looked upwards out the window near her bed at the vastness of God's handiwork in the stars. For hours, she dozed off and on, continuing to plead with the Lord each time she woke. She knew deep in her spirit that something was not right, and she would do all she could through prayer. The sun now peeked from behind the edge of the earth. She had prayed all night, and still did not feel God releasing her from her intercession. Chapter 40, December 1858, Missouri. Clint lay just inside the shallow indentation in the rock. The snow beside him was covered in red as deep as a rose. He did not understand how he had not been found by the two remaining men who surely would want to finish him off. He knew his wound was severe enough that he had left a trail of blood leading right to him. 4 burly men had ambushed him, but he had managed to kill 2. Even though it had been in self-defense, he still was struggling over snuffing the life out of God's creations, no matter how vile. He shivered, the motion causing him to catch his breath. The bullet must have hit his ribs, but better there than a lung or his heart. He'd prayed scripture in his waking moments throughout the night. For thou hast been a shelter for me, and a strong tower from the enemy. The psalm calmed him, and he silently thanked his mother for drilling him and his brothers weekly on the verses she'd made them memorize. He listened and heard no sounds beside the birds and other creatures. That must have been what had awakened him. The dialogue they made was a joyful melody, each responding to the conversation in harmonic song. He laid his head back and took a slow breath. He winced, making the briefest of sounds when he tried to remove the cloth he had tied to his side in the night. It stuck. Best to leave it. He wondered where his horse might be. Most likely the bandits had taken the prize when they'd left. It would be a long walk back to civilization. Again, another psalm came to mind. I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress. My God, in Him will I trust. Surely He shall deliver thee from the snare of the fowler. He wanted to say this out loud, but his concern about alerting anyone to his presence, as well as his parched lips, kept him from doing so. He melted snow in his unwashed, frozen hands and licked the dirty mixture to moisten his lips. The sun was up now, which meant he must have fallen back asleep. The sounds of the birds were not as loud as they had been at the break of dawn. The hair on the back of his neck pricked, and he reached for the gun no longer in its holster. It took a moment for him to recognize the sound, for the steam from his horse's nose blew in his face. He breathed out an unsteady breath. This time, he lifted his voice to the heavens. Thank you, Lord. He reached up to pat the horse on the nose. Those bandits might not have been able to follow my blood trail, but you did, my fine friend. He used the side of the boulder and the leather of the horse's bridle to hoist himself upright. He marveled that he was not dizzy. Perhaps he hadn't lost as much blood as he thought. With some effort, he gingerly swung into the saddle, gritting his teeth and taking slow, even breaths to remain astride as his head swam. So much for not being dizzy. Clint retraced his path for the night before. He gave thanks to God for surviving as he came across the enclosed area where he had been caught unawares. There was no way he should have survived the attack. He knew someone had been praying. There was no other answer. Martha became concerned when her aunt refused to join them for breakfast. She did not have time to argue with the woman since there was a house full of guests to attend to. She took toast and tea into the room and placed them on the table beside her. Serafina was in her favorite place, in front of the large new picture window, eyes focused in the distance. Martha could tell the dear saint was praying, the lips of the older woman moving without sound, her aged hands splayed across the Bible in her lap. Martha quietly left the room and closed the door. There was a flurry of activity after breakfast. The stagecoach rumbled up to the door, and the coachman announced he would be leaving as soon as he had eaten some of Irene's exceptional breakfast of liver, eggs, and potatoes, along with Martha's freshly baked bread. The ladies were all too happy to oblige. Once the guests were loaded on the coach, Irene wiped her forehead with her apron, leaving a white smudge.
Serafina not herself this morning. She's usually here to say goodbye to our patrons.
Something is bothering her, Martha replied. I believe she's been up praying most of the night.
Well then, she'll be needing an errand to support her.
Martha understood the biblical reference from when Moses' brother, Aaron, had supported the man's arms, since the Israelites had only succeeded in battle while his hands were raised. The exchange had both ladies moving toward Grammy's bedroom. The woman had not touched her toast and appeared to be asleep. Martha moved to adjust the quilt on her aunt's lap when Grammy grabbed her hand with more strength than Martha thought the old woman had left. "Martha, it's Clint," Grammy said. "We must pray." Both ladies fell to their knees at Grammy's lap without hesitation, leaving the dirty dishes to sit, and interceded for the man who was now like family. Pete had grilled the stagecoach driver after breakfast, but learned nothing new about the bandits from the man. The coach had been late due to a lame horse and then a broken wheel. The driver was mighty glad for the information about possible bandits, though, and he checked his weapons before making haste in an attempt to recover lost time. Pete packed his things and headed downstairs. Something didn't feel quite right. He slowed his step on the staircase as he heard loud voices. Tiptoeing through the parlor, he opened the kitchen door where the sound grew louder. He glanced about and, seeing the kitchen in disarray, was more concerned than ever. He followed the din to Grammy's room. The scene before him caused his heart to pound. Without invitation, Pete joined the group, but not in prayer. He stood silently just inside the door, listening in amazement as the ladies implored God to bring Clint back safely. Pete heard Patty return from his morning trip to Gray's Mercantile. Pete poked his head around the corner, giving a slight head nod toward the women. Even though he'd been in the room, he hadn't truly looked at the women. The scene before him caused his heart to speed up. Grammy was in her chair, with two heads bowed like loyal subjects about her. Irene must have recognized Patty's step and looked up.
Patty, you'll be wanting to join us.
Her outstretched hand was all the man needed to join the little prayer meeting. Pete remained like a sentry, fixed to the spot by the door. Rachel woke to near silence. She heard the gentle breathing of Cecilia beside her, who had cuddled close, trying to keep warm. She carefully slid from the bed, not wanting to wake the sleeping babe. Darkness covered the windows, and she wondered at the time. The fire was still going. Charlie must have added more wood in the night. She placed another log on top, realizing the chill hadn't been what had awakened her. She heard what sounded like heavy breathing outside the front door. She tried to look out the window, but the darkness and the frost made it impossible. She thought of waking Charlie. Instead, she took the rifle from above the doorframe and slowly unlocked the door. A gust of frigid air filled the room as she swung the door open, gun at the ready. She was face to face with a horse. He bobbed his head, and she wondered how he'd gotten up the few steps. She instantly recognized this horse. "Charlie! Charlie!" she screamed, and was amazed at how quickly the boy was at her side. "That's Clint's horse," was all he could get out, as Rachel covered her mouth and sobbed. Charlie pulled on his boots and grabbed his coat and hat from the peg beside the door. Rachel hastily pulled hers on as well, and both followed the horse's hoofprints to the trees where Melvin was buried. She thanked the Lord for the clear skies and nearly full moon. It was then she saw a body on the ground in a heap. "No, Lord, no!" she began to yell, and Charlie ran. She watched in horror as Charlie turned the figure over onto his back. It was Clint. The man's labored breathing mingled with the icy air. Fresh blood seeped from a crusted rag at Clint's waist.
"Is he dead?"
Thomas asked matter-of-factly when he arrived. "He's alive, but looks like he's been shot," Charlie said. Rachel gasped, and the frigid air burned her lungs. The three carried Clint to the house with tremendous effort, placing him on a quilt hastily thrown before the fire. Thomas started heating water before even being asked. Rachel tenderly rubbed Clint's hands to return some warmth, while Charlie carefully removed Clint's outer clothing and shoes, placing them on the hearth hook to thaw out and eventually dry. Charlie looked at Clint's feet. "Appears God was taking care of him. I don't believe he's suffered any frostbite, but he'll be in a great deal of pain as those fingers and toes thaw." Thomas dipped rags into the tepid water and wrapped them around Clint's feet. Clint flinched as the rag touched his skin before succumbing back into the deep sleep holding him prisoner. Thankfully, the wound was not serious. It appeared that the bullet had entered and exited without much damage. It was the bruising around his midsection that caused Rachel concern. Whatever had happened, it wasn't just a random stray bullet. Clint's right eye was swollen shut. His knuckles and lips caked with dried blood, and he moaned each time someone touched him. A pang of jealousy coursed through her as Charlie rubbed the horse liniment into the man's battered body as she prayed. He slept through the remainder of the night as she kept vigil over him. In the morning, Thomas cared for Cecilia, while Charlie took care of chores before heading to Pete's to get Billy and the cow. The pig and chickens had shelter and would be fine for a few days if he left them enough of Pete's dried corn and filled their water trough. Charlie needed to head to town to alert the sheriff. Charlie shared with Billy what had transpired in the wee hours of the morning.
"Charlie, you're tired," his friend replied. "Let me go. I've had more sleep this week than I have since I was Cecilia's age. I can ride through the night."
Charlie was moved by the thoughtfulness of his best friend.
"Besides, my mom's probably going crazy at not seeing me for this long," Billy continued. "If Pete is there and can come back, I'll plan on staying through Christmas with my folks."
Charlie simply nodded and stuck out his hand. Like he had seen Pete and Clint do, he pulled Billy into a hearty hug and clapped him on the back. "Thank you." Pete didn't understand why the band of prayer warriors continued the vigil they had begun on Sunday. He had planned on leaving to help search for Clint, but Grammy had requested he stay, saying she couldn't lose another son in this weather. After supper, Pete was about to head out the door to see Henry when he heard Grammy call his name.
"Yes, ma'am."
"Clint's at Rachel's," she said. "He's hurt, but he'll recover." Pete knew better than to question how Grammy had come by this information. He turned at the sound of a knock at the front door.
Grammy?
Billy called out as he let himself in.
"She's in the new room at the back,"
Martha said, poking her head around the kitchen doorframe. Billy had the courtesy to stomp his feet, but didn't take time to remove his snow-laden coat. He scrambled through the house. Still winded from the brisk ride and crisp, dry air, his anxiety showed in his voice.
Grammy, it's Clint. He made it back to the house. He's in pretty bad shape, but he'll recover. I've come to let the sheriff know."
Grammy stole a sly look at Pete, who returned it with a smile and shook his head. This woman must be as close to God as Moses was.
"Unfortunately, the midwife isn't in town. She left a few days ago to see her ailing sister,"
Martha said. Pete knew the midwife was the closest thing this small town had to a doctor. His thumb and forefinger massaged his temples over closed eyes as he drew in a deep breath. He saw a pair of nearly black eyes shining amidst smooth brown skin. He shook away the vision. Singing Bird wasn't an option this time. He doubted he'd even be able to locate the Arapaho in this weather if he attempted the journey. He relinquished a sigh.
"Rachel sewed him up," Billy said. "She says he'll heal with time, but Charlie, he's more concerned with the types of wounds."
"I'll head over to see Henry as soon as we finish supper," Pete replied. "You're just in time to join us." Billy ate a hearty meal while telling all he knew of Clint. He filled Pete in on his homestead and the arrangements they had made. Pete headed out to update the sheriff. He mulled over the information Billy had shared. Clint's bruises and gunshot wound had not occurred from a fall off of his horse. "Rachel?" Clint lay in an unfamiliar bed. "Rachel?" He heard Cecilia thumping across the floor with her odd crawling gait. He tried to lift his head to see over the edge of the bed, but the pain made him nauseated. He looked around and realized this must be Thomas's room.
"Good afternoon, stranger."
The sweet, melodic sound of Rachel's voice soothed him instantly.
"How about I have Thomas go get Charlie so we can get you up and give you some coffee?"
It was more of a statement than a request.
"Thomas,"
Rachel called, and the boy was there in an instant.
"Please go get Charlie. Clint will need some personal attention."
She leaned over him, her sweet-smelling, unruly hair falling forward. The back of her fingers brushed lightly across his forehead, the touch gone too quickly for his liking.
"Still no fever,"
she said with a smile.
"We've been praying you'd stay free of infection."
Charlie helped Clint sit up and swing his legs over the side of the bed. His clenched jaw and held breath must have been good indicators of the pain he was in, since Charlie gave him plenty of time. Charlie filled the silence between Clint's heavy breathing.
"It looks like you've got quite an adventure to tell. You might even beat some of Pete's tails if you practice. And by the looks of it, you'll have plenty of time for that. You won't be going anywhere for a few days."
"Thanks for the help,"
Clint said through gritted teeth as he placed his weight on Charlie to stand.
"Happy to help. Rachel washed and dried your things. They're a bit stiff, but clean enough and dry. Rachel's gonna need to look at that wound and change your bandage, but let's get some coffee in you first."
Charlie was gentle as he helped Clint. Both men had broken a sweat by the time Clint was once again in bed, this time sitting.
"Rachel, can you grab another quilt?"
Charlie called. Rachel must have been right outside the door. She pulled a quilt from the hope chest and placed the brightly colored, folded material behind Clint's back, while Charlie assisted the man in remaining upright. Stepping back, she smiled sweetly at Clint as he struggled, with Charlie's help, to find a comfortable position on Thomas's bed. His gaze never leaving her, he returned the gesture. Although his smile was more of a grimace, it was a start. She'd have to take what she could get. Chapter 41, December 1858, Trexler Farm, Missouri. Rachel was startled when Thomas bounded down the ladder early the next morning. Rachel had known he'd be up early today. "Good morning, Thomas. Any reason you're up so early?" she teased.
It's my birthday, December 8th, and I'm 6.
Rachel smiled, wiping her hands on her apron before ruffling the boy's hair. He shrugged away, and she laughed.
Guess that's the last time I'll be able to do that. You're practically a man now.
She realized just how much he'd changed. He'd appreciate the birthday gift she'd been working on. She'd reworked a pair of Melvin's pants and a shirt to fit Thomas's growing frame.
I'll start the chores.
The boy grabbed his coat and rushed out into the brisk morning air, traipsing over packed-down snow.
"What was all that racket?"
Charlie said, not so chipper as his brother.
I do believe Thomas thinks that if he gets an early start, his birthday supper will get here sooner.
Rachel chuckled and returned to her work.
Coffee's ready. Mind checking on Clint after you've had a cup?
Charlie nodded and poured the rich brew into the cup in his hand.
This is the longest day of my life,
the boy groaned.
Thomas, why don't you head over to Pete's and ask him to join us for supper this evening to celebrate your birthday?
Rachel suggested. She had to give him something to do, or he'd drive her crazy.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
The reply caught her off guard. He'd sounded just like Melvin, Southern drawl and all. Rachel's heart skipped, and she realized Thomas wasn't the only one who had changed over the past 8 months. So much had happened in that short period. She jumped a little when the door slammed behind Thomas, bringing her back to the present. Today was not the day to dwell on the past. Lifting her chin, she took a steadying breath and moved to the kitchen to continue working on the chocolate cake for the boy's birthday. Clint sat in the rocker near the fireplace and played with Cecilia, allowing Rachel more freedom to cook.
"What are you working on?"
Clint asked Rachel.
The Cook Stove Company sent me a copy of The Lady's Recipe Book by Eliza Leslie, along with a tin of prepared cocoa. I'm attempting my first cake on this contraption.
The look he gave made her laugh.
Clint Schenkel, don't you dare say a word about my cooking. It's hard getting used to this new stove. It's nothing like what Ideen had at the orphanage.
I have no doubt whatever you make will be wonderful. He raised his hands in surrender. Pete returned with Thomas. The man looked ready for a stout cup of coffee.
Thomas, talk your ear off?
Rachel smirked as Thomas continued to tell his Goethe story.
"I've had quite the education on our trip,"
Pete breathed out.
Thomas, please go make sure Charlie's nearly finished. Supper will be ready in 15 minutes.
The boy didn't even reply as he raced out the door. She pulled the elk roast out of the oven.
"My, that smells good."
Pete took the chair beside Clint.
"But just go with it, Pete,"
Clint said.
"Trust me on this one."
The men shared a secretive smile before Rachel handed them both a cup of coffee.
Enjoy the quiet for a few more minutes, the woman remarked. The boys will be in soon, and I'm going to freshen up.
It smells like burned sugar, Pete whispered. Like I said, just go with it.
Rachel's still learning the new cook stove. It's Thomas's birthday cake you smell. Rachel wasn't kidding. Pete couldn't imagine Thomas having any more energy than he did at this moment. Truthfully, even though it was a bit much, he ached for this very thing. Clint and Rachel weren't married yet, but they acted like a little family. His thoughts turned reflective as Rachel passed a simple Arapaho dish Singing Bird had taught her to make. It was one of Thomas's favorites, and she'd chosen to make several for this evening's celebration. Pete remained silent as he half listened to the chatter around him. The flavors in his mouth transported him to early November, when he'd ridden with Singing Bird and Little Sun into the Arapaho camp. There'd been no greeting party tracking his moves when he'd returned them. His heart ached afresh. He'd not wanted to take her back. "Pete?" Clint asked. Pete's head popped up. Clint leaned in and whispered just loud enough for Pete to hear. "You all right?" "Yeah." He finished the bite he'd been chewing, but it had lost its flavor and felt like sand in his mouth. He swallowed and took a drink of water before turning to the birthday boy. "So, Thomas, what's the big occasion?" Thomas laughed.
You know, it's my birthday. I'm 6.
They all acted amazed and surprised, and Thomas started in on another story. Before long, Rachel had cleared the dishes with Charlie's help.
Happy birthday, Thomas,
Rachel said as she lowered the slightly lopsided cake onto the table.
It's chocolate.
Pete was in the best position to cut and serve the cake, and did so as Rachel refilled the coffee cups and poured milk for Thomas. Pete looked toward Clint. No words were needed. They could hear the crunch as the knife cut into the burned outside. When Pete pulled out the first piece, the middle sagged and made a plopping noise when it hit the plate. "Just eat what you can. Rachel worked all day on this cake," was Clint's quiet plea. Chapter 42. December 1858. Trexler Farm, Missouri. "We got 'em, Clint. Your descriptions made a huge difference. Didn't hurt that one still had your rifle," Henry said. "Pretty sure they used the butt of it to break a few of my ribs." Clint winced when he laughed. "Thanks, Henry. Good to know those two are behind bars." Clint shook the hand of his friend. "I decided you'd appreciate the news. Locked the men in my jail and left my deputy in charge. That Deputy Loop, he's quite the tracker, maybe as good as you." The comment caused Clint to smile. "You know Miller, the man with the scar on his face, is wanted in 2 other states?" Henry continued. "Shouldn't be hard locking him up for good." "What about the bodies of the men I shot?" Clint asked. "We didn't find 'em, but with the number of markings and blood in the area, I'm guessing the wildlife took care of burying 'em for us. I'm thankful for that. The ground is too hard this time of year for digging holes." It was good to have Henry at the table, enjoying Rachel's oatmeal raisin cookies and a strong cup of coffee. The man had become a true friend.
Did you come straight here, Sheriff?
Rachel asked as she refilled his cup. "I stopped by to spend a few minutes with Martha before heading out." "Oh, Rachel, Martha asked me to give this to you and asked that you read it right away. Sorry, I just remembered it." Henry handed Rachel an envelope.
Oh, thank you.
She opened the letter and read the first few lines before bringing her hand to her mouth. The men continued their conversation until Clint saw the motion. "What is it, Rachel?"
It's Grammy.
She gasped before giving a glance toward Thomas, whose full attention was now on her. She lowered her hand and put on a bright smile.
We've been invited to join them for Christmas. Martha says she's sending Billy to fetch us in 4 days. He'll be coming by sleigh.
Won't that be fun, Thomas? Riding in a sleigh at Christmas time?
Clint could tell Rachel was doing her best to put excitement in her voice so as not to worry the boy.
What about our animals? We can't just leave them, Charlie said.
We watch Pete's cow all the time, Thomas piped up. I bet he wouldn't mind watching Naomi.
That's a fine idea, Thomas, Rachel said. The goat won't be much trouble, and he can give her milk to his pig if he doesn't use it. I'll make some bread and biscuits along with the snickerdoodles Pete likes, so he can't refuse.
How many days until Christmas? Thomas asked.
Rachel looked inquiringly at Henry and Clint. Henry was quick with a response. Well, young man, today is December 14th, so how many days do you think it is until Christmas? Thomas didn't have to think long.
10 days. Or 11 if you don't count today.
The boy nearly came out of his seat. His excitement was contagious. Clint soaked in the glorious morning. The temperature was crisp, and the clouds were wispy in the sky. There would be no snow on this day. Everyone was in a flurry of motion as they prepared to leave for town. The men readied the sleigh Billy had driven. Pete showed up and helped load the last few items. Join us Christmas Day, Pete? Clint asked. I'll be there. He shook Clint's hand. Having so many animals in my small barn will keep 'em warm enough for the few days I'll be away. A new neighbor east of me is coming to milk and check on 'em once a day. I'm just hoping that goat of yours doesn't eat my tack. He laughed. Ornery little thing, isn't she? Clint responded. We appreciate you doing this for us. Pete's eyebrows went up. Already talking plural? Clint returned the broad smile that split Pete's face, but ignored the comment. Pete continued, I want to be sure to see Grammy one more time myself. I'm sorry Rachel received word she's doing so poorly. Clint nodded his head. Charlie took the news pretty hard. We've been trying to prepare Thomas, but, well, he'll be all right in time, Clint. Clint needed to change the subject and swallowed hard so he could speak. Pete, when we return, it won't be appropriate for me to stay at Rachel's now that I no longer need care. Mind if I bunk at your place for a bit? You're always welcome, my friend. I even finished another chair. The sleigh ride was smooth, the carols were loud and slightly off-key, and the touch of Rachel's hand enclosed in his under the furs warmed more than Clint wanted to admit. Billy had done an excellent job maneuvering both the sleigh and the horses. Charlie rode Clint's mount since their own 2 mares were over at Pete's. Clint shot a glance at Thomas, who was letting cold air seep in under the furs as he wiggled in anticipation of seeing Grammy. At the look, the boy settled back in without a sound. We're nearly there, Thomas. Clint winked at the boy. Moments later, the sleigh slowed in front of the 2-story house they considered a family home.
Well, if it aren't me sweet wee ones, Patty said.
He first lifted Thomas, placing him on the ground, before taking Cecilia from Rachel's now outstretched arms.
Nan Idene'll be a mite pleased to see you've arrived.
He bent toward Thomas.
Thomas, me boy, your Grammy don't feel her best today. Mind you not squeeze her too hard when you see her.
Thomas nodded.
I know, Grandpa Patty. She'll be going to see Ma and Dad soon.
Patty glanced up at 2 wide-eyed adults. Neither Clint nor Rachel had explained this to Thomas, yet somehow he knew Grammy was failing.
Patty said, Well now, you've grown more than just in height, haven't ye, lad?
It was evident to Martha that her auntie would not last long. and she stayed by her side as much as possible. Martha welcomed the extra hands to help provide care. She quickly directed Rachel where to place their belongings and hide presents. Thomas sat in the chair Martha had just vacated.
Thomas, would you stay with Grammy while I prepare coffee and lay out gingerbread cookies? The woman requested. Ideen is putting the finishing touches on our evening meal, so I have no one to sit with Grammy.
Thomas nodded. Martha stood in the doorway and watched the boy with her aunt. Tears filled her eyes.
Grammy?
Thomas's voice was quiet, his hand gentle as he reached to take her pale one with paper-thin skin into his own. Grammy turned her head and slowly opened her eyes. My Thomas. She gave a gentle squeeze to the hand that held hers. Your Grammy has missed you. Her eyes fluttered shut, as if keeping them open was too draining. I have so much I want to tell you, but I'm tired. Would you tell me a Goethe story while I rest? Martha knew her auntie was in good hands. She could focus on the rest of her family and leave her aunt in Thomas's care. Rachel felt like a stuffed goose. Supper had been delicious, as always. When two accomplished cooks teamed up, it was bound to be amazing. Rachel marveled at how Martha made her bread's crust so crispy while the inside remained soft and chewy. She dabbed at the butter dripping at the corner of her mouth.
Martha, I still don't know how you make bread better than anyone else I know. Our cook back home used to let me get my hands dirty in the kitchen, since they weren't to get dirty outside, Martha replied. She could make bread and Sunday rolls as fluffy as a cloud. Getting the heat just right makes a difference. It will take some time for me to get used to our new cook stove.
Rachel heard a chuckle from both Clint and Charlie. Actually, Charlie's had come out more like a snort. She rolled her eyes.
Thankfully, these sweet men have been most gracious with my attempts, she added.
She threw a sideways glance at the two, who quickly removed the mirth from their faces.
Dearie, we'll practice a bit while you're here. It does take some getting used to, Ideen offered. Thank you, Ideen. Even my roasts turn out dry.
Thomas interrupted.
May I be excused to check on Grammy?
He looked to Rachel for permission.
You don't want dessert?
She looked at him, a little astonished.
Maybe later, if that's all right, Nan.
He glanced at Heidi.
Of course, child, the older woman said. Give me a moment to put a wee bit of pudding in a bowl for your Grammy, and you can feed her a few bites.
Rachel's mind flashed back to when she'd been 4. She hadn't thought she'd remembered when Ideen had told her the story of how she'd cared for her mother, but the memory was clear now. It touched her heart that Thomas would want to do the same. Such an act of love and finality. Chapter 43. December 1858. Shumard Oak Bend, Missouri. Martha continued to be grateful for the care each family member gave to Grammy, which allowed Martha some much-needed rest. She woke often in the night, giving her auntie water or merely checking on her. Martha stood now and prayed over this woman. She wondered how she would survive without her. Tears fell as she silently expressed her grief to God. Martha. In an instant, Martha leaned down.
Yes, Auntie. Can I get something for you?
Martha readied to move, but the gentle shake of the hair that shone like a crown in the moonlight coming from the window held her firm. "Sit." The older woman attempted to pat the side of the bed. Martha gingerly sat on the edge so as not to cause discomfort to her dear aunt. "What day is it?" Grammy asked. Martha looked out the window, even though she already knew the hour.
"It's Christmas Eve day."
A slight smile formed.
"I'll live through Christmas."
She paused, as if it took tremendous energy to get her words out.
"After lunch today, please have everyone come to my room. I have something to say."
The smile remained, even though Serafina now slept. Martha thought she recognized a smirk in the smile, and knew Grammy was up to something. She'd know soon enough. Rachel took her turn with Grammy just before lunch. She tidied the room and even opened the window for a few brief moments to let in some fresh air. She added another small log to the pot-bellied stove in the corner to ensure Grammy stayed warm. Grammy slept the entire time she worked. Thomas popped his head in.
"Mama, Nan Ideen says lunch is ready. She let me have mine early so I can stay with Grammy while the rest of you eat."
Rachel nodded.
"She's been asleep for some time, Thomas. If she wakes, be sure you don't wear her out. She has something she wants to share with us after lunch." "I know, Mama. She can just listen. I brought Gerda, and we'll tell her a story."
Rachel reached out, about to ruffle the boy's hair, but simply touched his head tenderly instead. She walked into the kitchen.
"Something sure smells good, mighty good,"
Reverend Jenkins said as he walked in with Henry just behind him.
"Shh, Grammy's sleeping," Rachel whispered. "Your timing is perfect. We were just about to sit down for lunch."
Lunch was a quiet affair. Even the Reverend minded his mouth, which was usually full, not allowing him to speak much anyway. Henry leaned back and patted his flat belly.
"You ladies are gonna make me fat eating like this."
Martha blushed when he winked at her.
"Well then, you can work it off by helping clean up," Ideen said.
The shocked looks on Henry's and the Reverend's faces at Ideen's exclamation made Rachel chuckle.
"Go on with you, Martha," Patty added. "As Ideen said, the men'll be doing the cleaning. 'Tis tradition."
The dumbfounded men stared at Patty. Rachel quietly slipped into the room where Thomas was singing a sweet lullaby, like he often did for Cecilia. He stopped when he heard her approaching. Grammy opened her eyes.
"Do you feel well enough to speak with us, as you requested, Grammy?"
Rachel questioned.
"Yes, but maybe not everyone at once. Perhaps Clint and Henry can come in first."
Thomas went to get the men, and Rachel closed the door behind her after they went in. Rachel noticed Grammy did not waste precious time. Her voice was weak through the door, but still commanded attention.
"Clint, Henry," she started, "I need you to do something for me."
Martha wasn't sure what to expect, but it wasn't the dazed looks in the men's eyes or the grins on their lips when they returned.
"Patty and Ideen."
Clint put a hand out to the woman to help her stand. "Grammy would like to see you next." Martha thought Clint's voice sounded strained. She continued watching the men, who were staring into the fire, obviously in deep thought. Patty and Ideen returned moments later, both wiping tears from their eyes. Patty blew his nose and excused himself to check on something outside.
Charlie,
was all Ideen could choke out. The parlor remained silent, the ticking of the clock the only sound besides the occasional sniffle. When Charlie returned, he didn't speak, but used his familiar silent language to let Rachel know Grammy was asking for her. Rachel was gone for some time, and Ideen stood to prepare hot chocolate and cookies for the group. Martha fidgeted, something she hadn't done since girlhood. Henry reached over and laid his work-worn hands over her clenched ones. He smiled, and she saw love in his eyes. The brief nod she gave him was enough.
Martha,
Rachel said. Rachel's countenance had changed. She seemed peaceful, something Martha had never seen in her friend.
Grammy has asked to take a short nap before she speaks with you. She's quite tired.
Of course,
Martha said, though her heart ached at being left out. Thomas, never one to let a gloomy mood linger, broke the spell.
Let's decorate the tree.
Ideen arrived with a tray of refreshments, and the light conversation turned into joyous laughter. Patty remained outside. He couldn't believe the gift this woman had just given to him and Ideen. Tears fell afresh, and he wasn't even bothered as the frigid air immediately cooled them on his rough cheeks. He stood there marveling at how God had orchestrated everything in his perfect timing. He blew his nose and wiped his face. God had given him the desire of his heart, a loving wife, a family, and now his own boarding house and restaurant. Snowflakes began falling as he looked toward heaven, giving thanks for God's provision. Grammy closed her eyes, but didn't sleep. Her heart was full, yet so light. With each conversation, she had felt God's love for these precious people pour through her. She had willingly given nearly all she had, and now prayed they would do the right thing with what she'd shared. She could hear the joyous sounds of laughter and the irritating voice of the Reverend. Oh, how she adored that man of God, even if he did grate on her last nerve. She giggled to herself. Yes, she had a quiver full. Not how she had expected it to be, but true nonetheless. With that thought, Serafina rested peacefully.
Auntie?
Grammy roused slowly, allowing her vision to adjust and the moonlight to illuminate her soul as much as the room. She turned her head to see Martha, brows furrowed, leaning closer.
I'll drink a little water, if you don't mind, Martha.
After a few sips, assisted by Martha, she lowered her head.
I have loved you like my own child. You know that, don't you, Martha?
Tears fell on the younger woman's cheeks, but Martha only nodded.
You'll not be alone. God will never leave you.
But it won't be the same without you,
Martha cut in. The sob that escaped her niece was heart-wrenching, and Serafina struggled to keep her own emotions in check.
Fear thou not, for I am with thee. Be not dismayed, for I am thy God. I will strengthen thee.
Yea, I will help thee. Yea, I will uphold thee with the right hand of my righteousness. The words of Isaiah flowed from Seraphina's lips. Whether the words were meant as a comfort for her or Martha, she wasn't sure. I need you to trust in God's timing, Martha. You need to think of your future and the desires of your heart. Don't worry about me any longer. Martha dropped to her knees beside the bed and wept as Seraphina placed a hand on her niece's head. When Martha did not rejoin the group that evening, Henry took his leave. He wanted to relieve his deputy, who was covering for him at the jail, so the man could spend time with his family. At least the two men in jail would have a nice meal, even if it was no longer warm by the time he got to the other side of town. It was mighty cold to be walking even this short distance, but he hadn't wanted to leave his horse out of doors most of the day. The moon shone brightly and guided his way through town. He watched the stars as he walked and prayed. Lord, this has all caught me a little by surprise. I'd like to grant a dying woman her heart's desire, but I'll only do it if it's in your timing. Henry watched in amazement as a shooting star pierced the sky. Well, I'll take that as an affirmative. He snickered as he shook his head in disbelief at what he was about to do.
Santa only comes when everyone is asleep, Thomas.
Rachel looked to Clint for support. They both knew Thomas would be up early, and he was already tired. That's right, the man said.
Well, that was helpful, Clint. Cecilia's already in bed.
She feigned a yawn, covering her mouth, only to realize she was genuinely quite tired. She saw Thomas stifle a yawn.
All right.
The sound of resignation in Thomas's voice caused Rachel to cover her mouth for another reason. A dejected, "Night, everyone," had the others hiding their smiles. Rachel took Thomas up to tuck him in, something she had done only a few times before.
Mama?
Yes, Thomas?
When will I get to talk to Grammy?
She pulled the covers up under his chin. Tomorrow, Thomas. Tomorrow. But the boy was already asleep. She brushed the wayward hair from his forehead before kissing it lightly. Thank you, God, for this child. He is truly a gift to me. She meant the words, but even as she thought them, she wished to have a babe of her own. Rachel heard the faint strains of Silent Night being played on a guitar as she descended the staircase. When she rounded the corner and peeked into the parlor, she was surprised to see Clint playing. Ideen hummed softly as she joined them with hot wassail and gingerbread cookies. The fragrant aroma of the mulled cider pulled Rachel into the room.
Rachel, dear, sing for us, Ideen requested.
Oh, I haven't sung in...
She cut her words short as Clint stood, took her hand, and spoke tenderly. Please, Rachel. It would be a wonderful Christmas gift. Clint began playing again, and Rachel sang, the words soft and gentle as she reflected on the Christ child. The room fell silent as the strains of music faded. Reverend Jenkins wiped his eyes. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you. Such a sweet, sweet voice. Patty blew his nose. Me darlin' Ideen,
Would you mind sitting for a spell?"
Ideen smiled and took his offered hand.
"And Reverend, would you honour us with a reading of our Lord's Word?"
"It would be my pleasure."
Reverend Jenkins nodded and opened the book of Luke. Rachel listened with new ears. She identified with Mary. She wanted to be used by God to do His will. She believed God had a plan for her, even though she didn't understand, just as Mary hadn't fully understood. Did Mary know how much heartache she would endure? Rachel realized then what she should have understood all along. Being a Christ follower isn't always easy, but it is always rewarding. She would continue to trust God, and she would continue to pray that He would allow her to one day have a child of her own. Rachel felt the squeeze of Clint's hand in hers as she heard Patty's Amen blend perfectly with Reverend Jenkins' Amen. Chapter 44. December 1858, Shumard Oak Bend, Missouri.
"Pete!"
Thomas yelled as he opened the door.
"You must have ridden through the night to arrive so early."
"Hey, little man. Merry Christmas. Did I miss Santa?"
Pete's animated voice fueled Thomas's reply.
"He was here. You should see all the presents he left."
Thomas's voice was overly loud, and Pete's laugh joined in.
"Well, I think one of his elves must have dropped this out of his sleigh as he flew over last night."
Pete produced a bulging burlap feed sack.
"Whoa!"
Thomas said in amazement.
"Let's show everybody."
He didn't even wait for Pete to remove his coat.
"Look, Pete's here, and he brought more presents."
Just in time for breakfast. Clint's extended hand and welcoming smile warmed Pete's heart. He'd spent far too many Christmases alone and was thankful for the invitation to join their celebration. The smells of Christmas filled his nose as his eyes took in the splendor before him. The tree in the corner near the window glistened even without lit candles. The morning sun's rays made the tin ornament shine, and the fragile glass balls glowed as if the light were inside them.
"Coffee, Pete."
Patty's boisterous voice was full of old Saint Nick cheer, and Pete half expected a "ho, ho, ho" to emanate from the man's mouth. He handed Pete a fresh cup.
"Much obliged, Patty."
"I'll head out and take care of your horse. It's a mite much in here."
He whispered the final words with emphasis. Pete wasn't quite sure what to do. Everyone's focus was on Thomas as he placed the newest arrival of presents under the tree. Pete could hear the ladies in the kitchen and ventured in to let them know he'd arrived.
"Pete, thank God you made it. You must be froze through. Come, heat up your coffee."
Ideen had the pot in hand, her apron serving as a holder to keep from scalding herself. Pete used the moment to swipe a cranberry scone before Ideen's full hands could stop him.
"Out with you."
Ideen shooed him away as Pete laughed and stuffed most of the scone straight into his mouth.
"Actually,"
Martha interrupted as she stepped into the room,
"Grammy heard your voice and has asked for you to visit with her for a few moments."
The scone suddenly felt dry in his mouth. Pete nodded, took a swallow of the scalding coffee, and placed his cup on the table. He winked at Ideen.
"Thanks, Ideen,"
he said.
"I'll be sure to only eat one at breakfast."
When Pete returned from Grammy's room, his heart was troubled. He slipped through the kitchen, grabbing his now cold coffee before heading out the side door. The wind bit into his skin. The coffee did nothing to warm him, but he relished the cold. His free hand rubbed the back of his neck, and he lowered his head as if in defeat. "You ask too much, old woman." Just because she was dying didn't mean she had the right to pry into his life. "I'm doing just fine." But he wasn't fine. He was miserable. And he knew Grammy was right. He just wasn't sure he was ready. "Are you all right?" Pete turned at the sound of Clint's voice, which had interrupted his thoughts. "Yeah." Pete knew the reply wasn't very convincing, especially when Clint raised an eyebrow. "Do you want to talk about it?" Clint offered. Pete shook his head. "Well then, let's head on in. Breakfast is ready."
Hey, Pete, come sit by me,
Thomas said once they were inside. The boy's energy and excitement were contagious, and Pete allowed the boy to pull him into the Christmas spirit. Later, he'd think on all Grammy had said.
"Reverend, might ye bless our food?"
Patty asked. He placed his hands above the table, and each joined in to form a circle. "Our gracious Heavenly Father," the Reverend began, "fill each of us with the wonder of this dear child Thomas, as we anticipate celebrating your son's birth. May we be as eager as the shepherds to know you, and as determined as the Magi to seek you. Grant us peace, and bless this food and the hands that have prepared it. Amen." When Pete opened his eyes, Reverend Jenkins was looking at him. Even from the other end of the table, it caused Pete to squirm in his seat as he had as a boy when caught doing something wrong. The connection was only momentary, but the conviction stayed with Pete for the remainder of the meal.
"Thomas, you'll have a tummy ache if you don't slow down,"
Ideen scolded.
"I haven't had a chance to talk to Grammy yet,"
the boy replied.
"Can I be excused?" "Let me put some tea and a scone on a tray so you can take it in." "Thanks, Nan."
Thomas finished his milk. As an afterthought, he wiped his mouth and placed his napkin on the table neatly before he stood.
"Thank you for this very fine meal. Do we get to open presents when I get back?"
Rachel motioned for Thomas to push in his chair, then said, "Yes, Thomas, we'll want to get these dishes cleared up first, so don't rush. Enjoy your time with Grammy." "Thomas?" Grammy's fingers moved, but she didn't have the strength to reach out to the boy. He sat in the chair beside her bed and took her hand. "I love you, child. You know I won't be here forever to say that, don't you? But always keep that in your heart." He nodded, but did not respond. "There is someone who loves you more than even I. God loves you and desires to have a friendship with you, even better than the one we've shared." She watched as Thomas's eyes widened, the beginnings of tears forming on his long lashes. "I have something for you." Her fingers tapped the top of her Bible, lying on her chest. "This was given to me by my Father when I asked Jesus into my heart. I was about your age. I also was an early reader and spent many nights reading by candlelight, getting to know my best friend, Jesus. He wants to be your best friend too, Thomas." Thomas reached over and carefully took the Bible from her hands. "Being best friends with God isn't hard. It's as easy as A, B, C. The A stands for admit you have done wrong." Thomas hung his head.
Grammy, I don't want to be bad, but sometimes it just happens.
Her smile and gentle laugh had Thomas looking up. Yes, boy, Grammy replied. It happens to the best of us. But when we do wrong, we need to remember that Jesus died on the cross for our sins. That's the B. It stands for believe.
I believe, Grammy. I believe all the Bible.
But what is it you believe about the Bible, Thomas?
Well, I know it's all true, even the parts I don't understand. And, well, I believe that Jesus died for me and he loves me.
Grammy's heart felt ready to burst as she continued. The C stands for confess. Confess means talking to God and asking for His forgiveness. Sometimes that means you have to ask others for forgiveness if you have hurt them. She watched as Thomas took all this in.
Like, when I get mad at Cecilia for knocking the checkers off the board.
Getting mad is a normal response and will serve you well someday. It's what you do with that anger that can cause you to sin or do wrong. Thomas nodded as if in understanding, though she was sure the concept was still unclear to the child. Thomas, you'll understand more as you read God's Word and get to know God's heart, Grammy continued. Just know, we have all sinned and will never be good enough. But God loved us so very much that while we were still doing wrong things, He sent His Son, Jesus, to die for our sins. It was the greatest way God could show His love for us. When you ask God to forgive you, it's a commitment, a promise you make to change your actions. Then you have to follow through on that promise.
Grammy,
Thomas said through tear-filled eyes,
I want God to be my best friend.
It was the moment Seraphina had prayed for since meeting this God-given grandchild of hers. Her heart felt like it would explode with joy, and she struggled to keep her tears in check, but failed. Thank you, God, her heart murmured as she listened to Thomas pray.
Jesus, thank you for dying on the cross for all the wrong things I've done,
the boy whispered.
Please forgive me. I've done lots of bad things, and I'm sorry. I know you love me and will forgive me.
Thomas peeked from under his lashes.
Grammy, did I do it right?
Oh, Thomas, there isn't a right or a wrong way when praying. Those words came from your heart, and you meant them. That's all He asks for, honesty and surrender. Rachel saw Thomas heading up the stairs.
Everything all right, Thomas? Yes, ma'am. I just asked Jesus into my heart, and I'm taking my new Bible up to my room to read later.
Rachel stood dumbfounded at the simplicity of the statement and the overwhelming joy that flooded her heart. While the men moved Grammy to the sitting room, Rachel looked around in amazement at all God had done in a few short months. Thomas returned and shared his news, to which Reverend Jenkins stood and shook the boy's hand.
"Glory be," he exclaimed. "We'll plan a baptism in spring. My, what rejoicing there must be in heaven on this fine day. Oh, yes, lots of rejoicing."
He pumped Thomas's arm so hard, the boy rubbed it when the Reverend finally let go.
"Well, not sure we can beat that present,"
Clint said as he patted the boy on the back.
"But how about we give it a try and see what Santa brought?"
Oh, yeah!
Thomas wasn't the only excited one in the group. Rachel loved watching as each opened his or her gifts one by one, showing the treasures to the others. Cecilia already sported her crocheted booties Grammy had lovingly made. Rachel relished the soft feel of the tightly knitted shawl from Martha. Thomas had opened all his gifts and was happily playing with the wooden horse-pulled wagon with wheels that turned. The intricacy of the leather bridle and what Rachel assumed was Naomi's hair sticking out as the mane and tail had her looking at Pete in amazement. She mouthed a silent, "Thank you," to which he nodded in return. Ideen stood to check the turkey.
"Let me help, Ideen."
Martha started to rise.
"Wait,"
Henry blurted out, louder than he'd meant to, as he, too, stood. The room quieted, and he turned to look at Clint.
"Clint and I have one more gift."
Looks of confusion covered the faces of the others. Martha plopped down in her chair in a most unladylike fashion. Henry winced.
"Sorry, Martha. I didn't mean to raise my voice and startle you."
The normally prim Martha crossed her ankles and placed one hand atop the other on her lap.
"It's quite all right. It's been an unusual day."
"It's about to get more unusual,"
Clint whispered in Henry's direction. Henry shot him a glance before clearing his throat and moving in front of Martha. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a lovely locket. Martha blinked.
"My mother's locket."
The words were barely audible, and she reached out but did not touch the object. Instead, she lifted confused eyes to Henry's, her thoughts too muddled for her to speak. Henry held a gold Victorian heart-shaped locket in his hands. The dainty, intricately carved treasure was dwarfed in stark contrast to his large, calloused palm. The chain draped over his thumb, which moved nervously, causing the delicate gold to sway in a mesmerizing rhythm.
"Grammy."
He glanced at the now alert older woman before returning his attention to Martha.
"Your aunt, she—"
Henry struggled to get his words out. Rachel felt for the man. She wasn't sure what was going on, but she watched his Adam's apple bob up and down. She worried the lump lodged in his throat might choke him.
"Your aunt, she gave this to me,"
Henry finally said. He moved his hand forward, and Martha reached out to tenderly touch the treasure. Henry let out a deep breath, and Rachel watched red creep up the sheriff's neck.
"Martha, your mother asked Grammy to give this to the man who asked for your hand. And, well, that would be me."
Rachel watched an odd, momentary exchange between Clint and Henry. Clint gave the man a slight, "Go on," nod with his head and looked toward the floor. Henry dropped to one knee, his hand still outstretched. Martha sat erect on the edge of the chair, her hands again resting one on top of the other.
"Martha, I love you, plain and simple. I want to spend the rest of my life with you and, well—"
Again, he cleared his throat.
"Will you marry me?"
Hoots and hollers, along with congratulations, erupted at Martha's whispered,
"Yes."
Reverend Jenkins felt it necessary to slap the back of every man, and Clint winced at the pain. Rachel smiled and felt a tinge of jealousy creep into her soul before squashing it like a bug.
This is Martha's day.
She rose and walked to her friend, who was now standing as Henry's large, shaking fingers somehow nimbly clasped the gift around Martha's neck.
Congratulations, Martha. I'm so happy for you.
And she realized she genuinely was happy for Martha. Rachel's thoughts were interrupted as Clint loudly cleared his throat. This is all well and good, and I know Ideen has prepared a meal not one of us wants to see overcooked, but if you'd all retake your seats, there is one more gift. Rachel moved to do as he'd asked, but he reached for her hand as she passed and pulled her near. Rachel, I'd also like today to be more than Christmas for you. Clint held her with his eyes, and her mouth formed a perfect little O. She watched as he opened his palm to reveal an exquisitely delicate and intricate ring. Gold filigree surrounded a brilliant blue sapphire. This ring belonged to Grammy. Her late husband's mother gave it to Grammy's husband when he proposed. Serafina could think of no one she would rather gift the treasure to than you, Rachel. Clint dropped to one knee. Rachel Trexler, would you do me the honor of becoming my wife? For a moment, Rachel did not move. Slowly, the fog of confusion cleared, and her eyes brightened in understanding.
Clint, I believe you need to ask Charlie for my hand in marriage.
Charlie's eyes grew wide, but he quickly recovered and put on his most fatherly face, which threatened to crack into a smile at any moment. Charlie, I fell in love with Rachel the first day we were together on our trip to town. We were looking at the stars, and I realized Rachel was brighter than all of them combined. If you'll allow me, I'd like to take care of her for the rest of our lives. You're a man now, and have had the influence of some great men and the love of an amazing father. I hope you and I can be like brothers. May I have your blessing to marry Rachel? The smile threatening to appear on Charlie's face earlier was gone, and now Charlie risked shedding tears. He cleared his throat. Rachel could not do better. She loves you. Charlie's eyes connected with Rachel's before returning to Clint's. And I'd be proud to call you my brother-in-law. Clint turned to Thomas. Thomas, I'll never be able to replace your dad. But if you'll have me, I'll do my best to raise you like Melvin would have wanted. Thomas didn't hesitate.
What's your last name?
He was in such earnest, everyone had to cover their laughter. Shankle.
Can I be Thomas Trexler Shankle?
If that's your desire, Thomas, of course, Clint said, a lightness in his voice. Thomas looked at Rachel.
Mama, I think you'd better say yes.
The cacophony of noise was louder than before. Over the other voices, Rachel heard the Reverend's booming one. Well, ladies, might want to be thinking about a date, he bellowed. You know I'm only here once a month, and spring fills up mighty quickly with weddings, mighty quickly. The ladies each turned to their betrothed. Grammy cleared her throat. Clint and Henry looked down at her with broad smiles. How about after lunch? Clint searched Rachel's eyes, gauging her response. She gave a slight nod. Well, all righty then. Reverend Jenkins clapped his hands, causing Rachel to jump slightly, rousing her from her shock. She stole a glance at Martha, who was beaming, her fingers strumming a little clap in excitement. Her eyes met Clint's, and she saw hope and possibly desire.
Well, all righty then.
Rachel mimicked the Reverend's words, not able to come up with ones of her own. Martha felt like everyone was talking over the other during lunch. She dropped her fork and her napkin and put pepper in her tea.
Dearie,
Ideen touched her hand.
I do believe we'll save dessert until after the wedding celebration. Let's get these dishes cleaned up.
The lady stood to begin clearing plates.
Oh, no, you don't, Patty said. We've many able men to clean this here fine meal. After all the cooking you done, you need a rest.
Patty winked at Ideen.
Well now, me darling man, it'd be a lovely gift to leave it to you, so I can help these ladies prepare for their wedding.
Ideen wiped the moisture from her eyes.
And I appreciate you keeping the Christmas Day traditions of our ways, Padraig O'Sullivan.
Hold on, Reverend Jenkins interrupted. I thought you said...
But he was interrupted with laughter around the table.
Oh, bother. Come on, Thomas, you can dry.
Martha and Rachel felt guilty leaving the mess, but today was their day.
Rachel, I have a surprise for you, Martha said, as she moved toward her armoire. This piece of furniture had traveled with her mother from her Boston home when she'd married. Martha cherished the chest and ran her hand over the English pine before opening its door. I've been working on this for some time. She turned, holding a full woolen skirt of chestnut brown. She laid the ample piece on the bed, then turned and pulled out a creamy shirtwaist. The high neck and wrist cuffs were edged in brown lace. Rachel admired the handiwork as Martha retrieved the final piece, a dark brown woolen cape with matching brown lace around the hood. Long, fluttering ends of ribbon cascaded from the neck closure. Rachel reached for the item, but pulled her hand back, covering her mouth in amazement.
Martha! Her words faltered, and she looked from the items on the bed to the cape still in Martha's hands, then to the woman holding it.
Martha, I don't know what to say. How about say nothing and try it on? It may need a little altering, and we've not much time.
Heidi knocked and entered, taking in the sight.
Come now, lasses. No tears on your wedding day. Your eyes'll be all puffy.
Tears turned to giggles as Martha and Ideen assisted Rachel into her new undergarments and outfit. Clint could hear the ladies across the hall. He and Henry each put on the new shirts they had received for Christmas. They did their best to clean up their boots, but it was Clint's unruly hair that had the man frustrated.
Should have gotten a haircut,
he grumbled.
At least you shaved,
Henry replied. The man's nervous laughter filled the room before he sobered.
Clint, I don't understand how God can work out so many details, but truly, He has given me the desire of my heart.
Clint smiled.
And mine. It's finally quiet over there. Think the ladies are ready? I sure hope so. I know I am.
Henry smiled as he ran his finger around his collar. Epilogue, September 1859, Schenkel Farm, Missouri. Clint enjoyed the mild September day. The men worked diligently in the fields, and the hard day's work increased their hunger, as did the smells coming from the kitchen. Rachel had become quite adept with the cook stove.
Sure smells good.
Clint leaned in and kissed Rachel on the neck, wisps of hair tickling his nose. Though it had once been lackluster, her hair now shone with health, as did Rachel. He tucked her forever wayward strand behind her ear before leaning in for another kiss, this time on her perfect lips.
Sit.
She swatted him with the apron covering her large form and gave him a mischievous smile. After a quick prayer, Thomas started in on today's Goethe adventure, to which Charlie and Billy laughed heartily. The entertainer kept the attention of all but one. Clint noticed Rachel wince before she stood and walked to the kitchen area. Her hand was on her back, and she leaned into the counter. "Rachel?" he asked. With her other hand, she waved him off but did not speak. When he stood and moved to her side, the room went silent. "Rachel?" His gentle questioning tone made her relax, and she leaned back into his arms.
"Clint, we're going to have a baby."
He laughed. "Yes, I've known that for quite some time." He heard Charlie chuckle.
"No," Rachel insisted. "I mean, we are having a baby. As in, soon."
She turned, and the sheen of sweat beading on her brow, along with her flushed face, heightened his awareness of what was taking place. Thomas was the first to react.
"Mama, I can help like I did with Cecilia. Come on, Charlie, let's get the rags and water boiling."
"Boys, it could be hours." Rachel laughed before another contraction hit. "How long have you been in labor, Rachel?"
"They were irregular all through the night, just strong enough to wake me."
"Rachel?" Clint asked again, doing his best to soften his tone.
"I'd say since before dawn."
Clint bumbled around like a drunken idiot, and Thomas led him to a chair.
"I can see I'll need to give some instruction," Rachel began. "Charlie, you and Billy finish your lunch and head out to the barn until you're called for. There's always cleaning that can be done out there, or wood to be—"
Clint watched as Rachel's lips turned to thin lines and her eyes closed. No one breathed, and the only sound was Rachel's tortured murmur of pain, which lasted for several moments.
"Cut."
Rachel continued her train of thought, as if nothing had happened.
"Clint, please help Thomas with the water. All the necessary items are in the cabinet."
She pointed, but her hands clenched her skirt as water pooled beneath her on the floor.
"And, if you don't mind—"
Tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked to Clint.
"Please clean up this mess. I'm so sorry."
Her next contraction came quickly. Clint marveled at the strength in her hands as she grasped his arm to steady herself.
"Clint, I think you might need to get me to bed now. And Charlie, please go get Pete. Clint will need to assist me."
The reality of that last statement nearly took Clint to his knees. The screams coming from the room were almost more than Pete could stand. Thomas played quietly with Cecilia on the floor as if nothing unusual was going on. "Rachel is strong. Animals do it all the time. She'll be fine." He stopped his pacing, unsure if he'd said those words aloud or only to himself. He looked in awe at Thomas, who was taking everything in stride. "How are you remaining so calm, Thomas? Doesn't it bother you that Rachel is in pain?"
Pete hadn't meant to sound harsh, but to his own ears he sounded like he was scolding the boy. Thomas didn't seem to notice. "Pete, I figure that's how life is. Sometimes things hurt beyond what we think we can handle before we get to enjoy God's best."
First, the silence. Then the cry of a baby brought a smile to Thomas's face.
"See? God's best. I hope it's a boy."
Before Pete could stop him, Thomas bolted through the door. There, on Rachel's chest, was a baby as beautiful as the woman who held her. Clint discreetly covered his wife as the two approached. Exhaustion mingled with sweat and tears on Rachel's face. Blood smeared the bed and the baby, but Thomas didn't seem bothered. He tentatively reached out his hand before looking to Clint for approval. He received a nod. Thomas might not have noticed the tears on the man's face or the blood on his hand, but Pete did. Pete stood shyly at the door as he held Cecilia, not sure if he was welcome or even if he wanted to be part of this miracle. But Thomas's tenderness and the cooing of the newborn drew him farther in. He snuggled the squirmy Cecilia closer and kissed her sweet-smelling baby hair. His heart ached for a family of his own. The unbelievable attentiveness Thomas was showing Rachel was touching.
"Clint, go clean up," Rachel said. "Thomas is perfectly capable of helping me if needed."
Clint passed Pete, who turned around to follow the man. Clint walked out the front door and nearly ran into Charlie and Billy.
"We didn't hear any more screaming and came to check on Rachel."
Charlie moved toward the bedroom door as he spoke. Billy had taken a few steps back at the sight of blood on Clint's hands, arms, and shirt, and he apparently had decided he might sit for a moment, seeing as he grabbed the closest chair and dropped into it. "Boy or girl?" Charlie asked. "A healthy baby girl." Clint's astonishing words made Charlie's smile broaden.
"You hear that, Billy? I'm an uncle. Or brother. Wait, what am I?"
The laughter released all the pent-up tension in Pete's neck. Clint made himself look even worse when he used his hands to wipe his face of the tears. Billy stopped laughing at the sight, which caused the others to hoot even harder. "Come on, Billy, let's get you some fresh air," Clint said. "I need to clean up, and you could stand to splash some ice-cold water on your face." Pete moved back toward the door of Rachel and Clint's room and observed Thomas taking in the miracle.
"Mama?"
The boy waited for her eyes to connect with his.
"Can I get anything for you?"
"A cup of cold water and a clean rag to wipe my face would be lovely."
Thomas was gone and back quickly.
"Thank you, Thomas," Rachel said. "I need my hands free. Would you like to hold the baby?"
Thomas's eyes went wide.
"She isn't as strong as Cecilia yet, so be sure to support her head like this."
Rachel showed him. Pete marveled at how tender and careful this boy was. Clint walked in on the sight. Pete could tell his friend's first instinct was to take the child, but his concerned face relaxed when he saw how confidently the boy held his baby sister. Rachel caught his eye, and she smiled.
"What will you name her?"
Thomas said, gently touching the downy hair on top of her head.
"Serafina."
Pete stood on the porch, holding Cecilia as the others gathered around Rachel and baby Serafina. God's best. Only God could have created something so beautiful. He thought back to his time with Grammy and knew the woman had been right. It was time he got his heart right with the Lord. It would take time, but he knew God had not left him and would hear his prayer. "Lord, I want a family more than anything else. I've watched you do exceedingly abundantly more than this family ever asked for or imagined. You know I once followed you with all my heart and wanted nothing less than your perfect will for my life. Help me learn to trust you again and rely on you in all things." As he'd seen this family do many times, he looked heavenward and winked. God knew the desire of his heart, but it didn't hurt to remind him. He smiled and turned back into the house, hoping to find someone to change a very wet Cecilia. We hope you've enjoyed Desire of My Heart. Continue the journey west with the second book in Heidi Gray McGill's Discerning God's Best series, With All My Heart. Keep listening for a sneak peek of the first chapter. Hello, the house! The familiar voice of Pete's neighbor and friend, Charlie, was a welcome sound.
Hey there,
Pete said as he looked out the barn door. The 16-year-old boy slid easily from the saddle and patted the neck of his horse, whispering in its ear before reaching his hand to Pete's extended one.
How's the hard-working man in these parts? How's Rachel? Pete asked.
I'm great, thanks for asking. Rachel's tired. With Thomas spending more time in the fields, she has her hands full with Cecilia and baby Serafina.
Pete shook his head.
That Thomas works harder than any other 7-year-old I know. Cecilia walking yet?
Walking? That girl practically runs everywhere she goes. We have to keep the door latched, or she runs off. She causes Rachel a heap of grief. And she's quiet. Only an Indian can move that stealthily.
Pete's heart did a little flip at the mention of Indians, and he felt the familiar twitch in his right eye.
Sorry, Pete, I wasn't thinking. Have you heard anything from Singing Bird?
No. I expect the Arapaho have moved on, and her with them.
Pete's voice held a tinge of sadness.
Do you ever think about riding out that way and checking?
Charlie asked, with what sounded like put-on enthusiasm in his voice.
Think? Yeah.
Pete shifted from one foot to the other.
Think about it all the time.
He looked in the direction where the Arapaho camp had once been. He missed Singing Bird and her bright-eyed child, little son. They'd come into his life and left just as quickly. 14 days was all it had taken for him to realize she was something special, and he should have fought for her, or at least given her a choice and asked her if she'd like to stay. It was a 2 days' ride over rough terrain to get to their camp. He shook his head. They'd probably moved on after 2 years anyway.
So,
Pete changed the tone of his voice and looked at Charlie.
You didn't come here to talk about my lack of a love life, did you?
He chuckled, but it sounded forced, even to his ears.
Actually, I came to ask for your opinion about something.
Charlie squared his shoulders.
I'm happy to help you work while we talk, if that's all right with you. Clint doesn't need me today, since we finished the interior of the bunkhouse yesterday. Clint's gonna take Thomas hunting. Oh, and Rachel sent lunch for us.
Now that's the best thing you've said yet.
Pete's laughter was genuine.
And I always appreciate another hand. I have a habit of talking to Elkie. You're a lot better looking, and I won't have to answer myself with you.
Pete clapped Charlie on the shoulder, chuckling at his own joke.
Let's start in the barn. I'll let you talk to Elkie. She'll enjoy a fresh voice.
The men worked in companionable silence. Pete waited for Charlie to share whatever he'd come to discuss, but when he didn't, Pete decided to help the conversation along.
What's on your mind, Charlie?
You know I love Clint like a brother, right?
Pete nodded, but didn't interrupt.
It's just that since he's married Rachel, I feel a little, well, awkward. They've got all these plans.
Charlie looked up.
Don't get me wrong. Clint's been great about including me. It's just that, well...
He lowered his head again, moving the bucket and stool and releasing Elkie from her hold.
I'm almost 17. I'm ready for my own adventure. I don't always want to be under Clint's thumb.
Again, he looked up.
I mean, I'm grateful for all he's taught me. He treats me as an adult and includes me in all the discussions. It's just that...
His shoulders hung, as if the bucket of milk were too heavy, like a burden. Pete walked in his direction and put a hand on the shoulder of the boy, now as tall as him.
How about we get that milk inside?
and finish this discussion over a cup of coffee. Chores can wait. The nod Pete received was all he needed to head into the house. Milk was stored, coffee was poured, and the cookies Rachel had sent for lunch were set on the table before the men. Lord, help me here. Then ask me. Pete's heart quickened when he felt, more than heard, the response. Mind if we pray before we start? Pete suggested. Charlie's upbringing made it easy for him to comply. Pete was more nervous. This would be the first time he'd prayed out loud in front of someone in more years than he could remember. Lord, Pete swallowed the catch in his throat. This fine young man needs wisdom. I'm not sure I'm the one to give it, but I thank you that he came to me to talk it through. Help us both to know your will and direction. Amen. The peace that settled over the room was palpable. Thanks, Pete. I still can't get used to this change in you. I'm glad you did what Grammy suggested. Oh, God and I hadn't been on speaking terms for many years. On her last Christmas Day, when Grammy asked each of us to spend time with her, I knew she was in her final days. Oh, she was hard on me. Basically told me that the loneliness I was feeling wasn't from the lack of a good woman or because God had abandoned me, but because I had buried my faith and turned my back on God. Charlie shook his head. Those must have been hard words to hear. Grammy sure made me squirm in my boots. He hoped the grin on his face and the tone of his voice showed the love he'd had for the old woman. You've been listening to Desire of My Heart, Book 1 in the Discerning God's Best series, written by Heidi Gray McGill, narrated by Amy Lilly, and directed and engineered by Adam Hassel. Text copyright 2020 by Heidi Gray McGill. Production copyright 2024 by Heidi Gray McGill. If you've enjoyed this audio production, please subscribe to HeidiGrayMcGill.com to be notified when the second book in the Discerning God's Best series, With All My Heart, is available.